So Pure So Flirtatious chapter 1599 to chapter 1673. Affect our friendship? Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Ming charmingly. She said, aren't you overestimating your influence? Will you affect our friendship? Xiaoying, do you think so? Xiaoying was embarrassed by Xianxia's question, but then she couldn't help but be amused by Xianxia's expression. She shook her head and whispered, of course not. Haha, that's good. Yang Ming didn't care. He touched the back of his head and laughed. He couldn't help but secretly admire Xianxia's not simple. A simple sentence resolved the awkwardness and anger present. It seemed that she was attacking Yang Ming, but she was forcing Xiaoying to make a statement. Xianxia's relaxed and magnanimous attitude also made it easy for Xiaoying to resolve the knot in her heart, so that there would not be the slightest friendship crack between the two. Yang Ming secretly gave Xianxia a look of approval. Xianxia was very proud and raised her mouth. Yang Ming, it turns out that the heartless man that Xiaoying said is you? Xianxia turned the topic to Yang Ming, but it did not deviate from the purpose of coming here today. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's question and frowned slightly, but he did not answer. He couldn't understand the meaning of Xianxia's words at this time. Does she support my relationship with Xiaoying? Or does she not support it? Heartless man. I don't think so, right? Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. Don't you think so? Xiaoying said that you are neither close nor far from her, but you still haven't expressed your opinion? Xianxia asked. Little Jia, don't talk about him. In fact, it's my fault. Xiaoying saw Xianxia attacking Yang Ming. She was a little embarrassed and quickly explained. She didn't know why. After Xiaoying just learned about Xianxia and Yang Ming's matter, her heart was only slightly depressed, and then it returned to normal. She felt much better than when she saw Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan together. That time, she was really depressed. Could it be that he had learned his lesson from Wan Xiaoyan and was immune to it? Or perhaps, Xianxia and Yang Ming were together earlier, which was beyond my reach, so she didn't feel much about this matter. Or is it because of Xianxia's easygoing generosity that I can't feel bad about her? Maybe both. Although Xiaoying's heart was in a mess now, she didn't feel as lost as before. You, with your personality, what progress can you make? Xianxia looked at Xiaoying helplessly. At this moment, you have to crusade against him with me. If you excuse him, what will you do in the future? I. Xiaoying was speechless by Xianxia's question. She stuttered for a long time, but she didn't know what to say. Her mind was in a mess. Today's matter was completely out of Xiaoying's expectation. Obviously, she was the one who brought Yang Ming to Xianxia, but it turned out that she wanted to steal Xianxia's boyfriend. Although Xianxia didn't say so, or she didn't think so, there was a sense of guilt in Xiaoying's heart. She couldn't open her heart and talk about Yang Ming with Xianxia. Xiaoying was such a person who was overcautious. Her character made her choose to retreat again. Little Jia, thank you for saying these words, but my mind is in a mess now. I want to go back and calm down. Is that okay? You. Xianxia looked at Xiaoying with disappointment. For Xiaoying, Xianxia didn't think that she would become a potential threat. Even if it was Chen Mengyan, Xianxia knew that she wouldn't be her opponent when it came to wisdom. She was just a little afraid of her position beside Yang Ming. Therefore, for Yang Ming's matters, Xianxia mostly supported him. Xiaoying lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Xianxia and Yang Ming. For a time, the atmosphere in the private room became cold. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Please come in, said Yang Ming. A waiter came in and asked respectfully, Mr. Yang, can I serve the dishes? Oh, it's okay. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, do you have any other requirements? Asked the waiter. No. Yang Ming waved his hand and gestured for the waiter to leave. The waiter smiled slightly and left the private room. When he turned around, he almost bumped into Xianxia, who was standing behind sneakily. Who are you? The waiter closed the door of the private room and asked Xianxia with a slightly unfriendly tone. Xianxia just saw a waiter enter Xiaoying and Xianxia's private room, so he quickly followed him. He wanted to see how many people were in the private room. He did see clearly that there were only 3 people sitting on the sofa in the private room. There was no one else, so Xianxia also made up his mind to enter the private room. Therefore, although Xianxia was facing the waiter's question, he was not nervous at all. I am in this private room. How can you walk? Don't you watch where you are going? The waiter was stunned by Xianxia's self-righteous tone. According to Xianxia's tone, it seemed that he was really a member of this private room. So, he apologized without confidence. Sorry, our restaurant has a rule that the waiter must walk backwards out of the private room. So, I didn't see you, sir. Forget it. Xianxia waved his hand, turned around and knocked on the door of the private room. When the waiter saw that Xianxia really knocked on the door of private room 307, he believed what he said and thought that Xianxia was a member of the private room. So, he turned around and left quickly. He was afraid that Xianxia would come back and investigate the matter just now and scold him again. What's the matter? Yang Ming thought it was the waiter just now, so there was a slight impatience in his tone. Hello. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked in. He nodded politely to Yang Ming. Are you Xianxia's boyfriend? You are? Yang Ming looked at the person in confusion. He didn't know where he came from and how he knew that he was Xianxia's boyfriend. It was because he didn't even know this person in front of him. I am Xianxia's postgraduate classmate, and also Zhao Ying's good friend. Xianxia deliberately said it ambiguously. He even winked at Yang Ming with a look that said, you know it. In Xianxia's opinion, since Yang Ming was Xianxia's boyfriend, then Yang Ming could help him a little when he was pursuing Zhao Ying. It was also a tacit understanding and friendship between men. Good friend? Yang Ming frowned again. This time, Yang Ming understood Xianxia's meaning from his eyes. So, this guy is Zhao Ying's suitor? I didn't expect him to follow me here. Yeah. Xianxia naturally didn't notice the trace of displeasure in Yang Ming's eyes. He even smiled at Yang Ming flatteringly. Brother, you already have the beauty, but I still need to work hard. Xianxia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Xianxia's words were so funny. Isn't he asking for trouble by saying these words to Yang Ming? Xianxia's mature charm when she smiled made Xianxia envious. However, he could only suppress the desire in his heart at this moment. He turned his head and didn't look at Xianxia. He knew that if he kept staring at Xianxia, then his ending would be very tragic. Xianxia, this vixen, might take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Then, he would have no hope of pursuing Zhao Ying. Of course, he was also afraid that Yang Ming would have a bad impression of him. Now, Xianxia still wanted to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. Hello, this is my business card. Xianxia took out his business card and handed it to Yang Ming. Oh? Yang Ming took the business card and glanced at it. It said, Xianxia Trading Company General Manager Xianxia, so it's President Jean. I've heard so much about you, but I don't have a business card. I'm sorry. I'm unemployed. It's okay, it's okay. Xianxia waved his hand again and again. He was even more convinced that Yang Ming was a rich second generation. However, after waving his hand for a long time, he reacted and said quickly, Ugh. I'm not President Jean. My surname is Fan. Oh. I read it wrong. I saw that it said Xianxia Trading Company. I thought your surname was Jean. Yang Ming really read it wrong. He didn't deliberately make fun of Xianxia. There was no other reason. Yang Ming really looked down on Xianxia and didn't put him in his eyes. Well, President Fan then. Also, I've heard so much about you. It's fine, it's fine. Xianxia waved his hand again and again, but he was rolling his eyes in anger. Previously, when he called me President Jean, I have heard so much about you. Now, he's calling me so much about you. It's simply insulting me. However, in order to build a good relationship with Yang Ming, Xianxia braced himself and said, Excuse me, how should I address you? My name is Yang Ming, Yang Ming said faintly. I've heard so much about you. Xianxia imitated Yang Ming and said, So it's President Ming. Oh? How do you know that my nickname is President Ming? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and stood up. He patted Fan Jingjia's shoulder vigorously and shouted, "My friends call me President Ming in private." Ugh, really? Fan Jingxia almost vomited blood after being patted by Yang Ming. However, he didn't know whether Yang Ming did it deliberately or not. Looking at Yang Ming's enthusiastic look, Fan Jingxia could only assume that Yang Ming was too happy. "Yeah, you're amazing," Yang Ming laughed and continued to pat Fan Jingxia's shoulder vigorously. "I miss them so much." "Miss them? Oh, I understand. They must be your former friends." Fan Jingxia looked at Yang Ming with understanding. "Yeah, I burn joss paper for them every year," Yang Ming said with a sigh. "Burn joss paper? Ah? Burn joss paper? What do you mean?" Fan Jingxia was shocked. "Nothing. AI, it's just that the friends who called me President Ming are all dead," Yang Ming said sadly. "Huh?" Fan Jingxia was like a duck. He stopped abruptly when he was about to speak. "Dead? Yeah, I miss those people who called me President Ming, but I don't know why, but they're all dead," Yang Ming said, wiping his eyes sadly as if he was crying. "This?" Fan Jingxia looked at Yang Ming and was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know if Yang Ming was telling the truth or not, but looking at Yang Ming's sad look, it seemed more like it was true. Fan Jingxia really wanted to slap himself. Why is my mouth so cheap? Why did I say President Ming for no reason? Previously, Yang Ming might have called me President Jean unintentionally, but I did it on purpose. As a result, not only did I remind him of his sad past, but I also cursed myself. If all the people who called Yang Ming President Ming died, then wouldn't he be in danger too? Thinking of this, Fan Jingxia shuddered and felt a chill. "That. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. I reminded you of your sad past." Fan Jingxia said reproachfully, "I shouldn't have called you President Ming." "It's okay. It's not a big deal. I just heard you call me President Ming. I was so excited that I remembered the past." Yang Ming said, "I like this name very much." Cough cough, is that so? Fan Jingxia was a little helpless. He didn't know if he should continue to call Yang Ming President Ming or not. "Yeah, forget it. But you shouldn't call me that. After my friends died, I went to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that there was a resentful spirit in me. That resentful spirit was called President Ming. Those who called me President Ming were cursed to death because they offended the resentful spirit." Yang Ming said seriously, "So, for your safety, it's better for you not to call me President Ming." "What?" Fan Jingxia was completely stunned. His heart clenched together. "It can't be? Why am I so unlucky? A random name can cause a curse. Isn't this too unlucky?" "Ah. Oh no, President Fan. The resentful spirit just said in my ear that your thoughts just now offended him. He wants to curse you." Yang Ming exclaimed suddenly. "Ah? The resentful spirit can talk to you?" Fan Jingxia was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming with some astonishment. After a while, his face became a little ugly and angry. "Are you playing with me? How can the resentful spirit talk to you?" "I don't know. It's just a strange feeling. It seems that the resentful spirit told me your thoughts. He said that he wants to punish you." Yang Ming was not in a hurry to refute, but said seriously. "Really?" Fan Jingxia frowned. "Are you pretending with me? Why don't I believe it?" Fan Jingxia still believed Yang Ming's previous words about his friend's death, fortune-telling, and resentful spirit. Although he did not fully believe it, he still felt nervous and uneasy in his heart. Yang Ming said that the resentful spirit talked to him and said that his thoughts offended the resentful spirit. This was unacceptable to Fan Jingxia. He was also a graduate student with a master's degree. How could he believe such nonsense? So, after Yang Ming said so, he was a little suspicious. He sneered in his heart. Yang Ming is really adding fuel to the fire. He probably resented me for calling him President Ming in his heart, so he told me such a cold joke. If he did not say that the resentful spirit talked to him, then Fan Jingxia would not be completely suspicious. It's true. Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming still had a serious look, without the slightest pretense. Then tell me, what did the resentful spirit say to you? Fan Xianxia asked with a sneer. The resentful spirit told me that you were thinking, no way? Why am I so unlucky? A random name can cause a curse. Isn't that too unlucky? Said Yang Ming. This is impossible. As soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Fan Xianxia's face turned green. His eyes widened and were full of panic. This is impossible. How is this possible? How did you know that I was thinking like this? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Of course, I know what you were thinking. This is what my special ability is for. Fan Xianxia was nervous before, so Yang Ming used his special ability to probe his thoughts. Therefore, he could say it word for word to Fan Xianxia. Of course, Yang Ming would not tell Fan Xianxia about these things. I already told you. It was the vengeful spirit who told me. Yang Ming spread his hands as if it was the truth. This time, Fan Xianxia had no choice but to believe in Yang Ming's words. Previously, he thought that Yang Ming was lying to him and fooling around with him. But now, he heard Yang Ming repeat his thoughts word for word. Fan Xianxia did not have the slightest doubt. He did not think that Yang Ming could guess what he was thinking. Even if he could guess it, it was already amazing that he could guess the general idea. How could he not be wrong at all? What did the resentful spirit say? Fan Xianxia felt a little weak. What did the resentful spirit want to do with me? The resentful spirit said that your thoughts offended him, so he wanted to curse you. Yang Ming said regretfully and sympathetically, I'm sorry, President Fan. You and I have just met, but I have already brought you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry. Curse me. Fan Xianxia thought of Yang Ming saying that his friends were dead. He suddenly rolled his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, his psychological quality was stronger. He resisted the fear in his heart and shouted at Yang Ming, then why didn't you remind me before? Why didn't you remind me? Why didn't you tell me that I couldn't call you President Ming? Why? Do I have a grudge against you? Why do you want to harm me? As Fan Xianxia spoke, he pounced on Yang Ming. He looked like he wanted to fight with Yang Ming. How would I know that you would call me President Ming? Yang Ming said aggrievedly. He dodged slightly, and Fan Xianxia missed and almost fell to the ground. Fan Xianxia was speechless and sobered up a little. Indeed, Yang Ming never let me call him President Ming. I called him President Ming on a whim. Who can I blame for this? And, as I said, I'm really sorry about this. I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming sighed and said. But, what should I do now? Fan Xianxia asked anxiously. I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. Then tell me, how did your friends die? Fan Xianxia roared. There are all kinds of ways to die. Some died of illness, some were hit by cars, some accidentally fell to their deaths while walking, some died of cancer after hitting the curb while riding a motorcycle. Yang Ming counted with his fingers. Huh? Fan Xianxia was dumbfounded after hearing Yang Ming's words. Originally, he thought that as long as he understood how Yang Ming's friends died, he would be able to avoid these things carefully. However, Yang Ming's words made it sound like there were people who died in all kinds of ways. They died from illness, were hit by cars, accidentally fell to their deaths while walking, and even worse, there was someone who died from cancer after hitting the curb while riding a motorcycle. How could you get cancer when you hit the curb? This is not in line with scientific logic. But then again, things like resentful spirits were not scientific. Before today, Fan Xianxia would not believe it. However, after hearing Yang Ming accurately say his thoughts today, Fan Xianxia had to believe that those ghosts really existed in this world. So, Yang Ming means that it is useless no matter what I do? I can only stay at home and not go out? No, according to Yang Ming's words, it is possible to die from illness even if you stay at home and not go out. Then, am I dead meat? Thinking of this, Fan Xianxia's sweat dripped down, and he trembled in fear. The resentful spirit just talked to me again. Yang Ming glanced at Fan Xianxia playfully, then said seriously. Ah? What did the resentful spirit say? Fan Xianxia asked quickly, wanting to see if there was a turning point. The resentful spirit just said that you don't have to think about those useless things. It is useless no matter what you do. You can't stay at home and not go out. You are dead meat, said Yang Ming. I don't want to die yet. I offended you unintentionally. Please don't come to me again. I really didn't mean it. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a nobody like me. Fan Jinja screamed and knelt on the ground. His body bent down involuntarily, and he kept kowtowing on the ground. He kept muttering, vengeful spirit, please let me go. I don't want to die yet. I offended you unintentionally. Please don't come to me again. I really didn't mean it. Fan Jinja had snot and tears. He was as miserable as he could be. His head was almost smoking from kowtowing. Fan Jinja was still a little skeptical about the resentful spirit before, but when Yang Ming accurately said his inner thoughts for the second time, Fan Jinja no longer doubted it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If he could guess it once, how could he guess it a second time? Besides, he had no grievances with Yang Ming. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, it was just a small verbal joke. He did not believe that Yang Ming was such a narrow-minded person to make such a farce to scare him. So, he believed it. He really believed in the rumor of the resentful spirit. There were so many things that could not be explained by science. So many things. So many things could not be explained by science. Fan Jinja did not care about his manners anymore. In front of Zhaoying, it was fine to lose face. Nothing was more important than his life. If he lost his life, what was the use of having a beauty? Fan Jinja kept kowtowing once he knelt. His head was bleeding and bruised. Then, he carefully raised his head. Mr. Yang, what did the resentful spirit say now? Did he say that he would let me go after seeing me sincerely admit my mistake? The resentful spirit didn't say anything. Yang Ming spread his hands and said with sympathy and helplessness. Ah? He didn't say anything? Fan Jinja was dumbfounded. I worked so hard to win the resentful spirit's understanding and sympathy. Why didn't the resentful spirit say a word? Yeah. Yang Ming nodded. Then, can you plead with the resentful spirit? Fan Jinja asked carefully. President Fan, you think too highly of me, right? What kind of existence is the resentful spirit? How can I possibly communicate with him? If he didn't possess me, maybe he wouldn't even take the initiative to talk to me. Every time he takes the initiative to look for me, I can't find him. Yang Ming sighed and said. Ah, I see. Fan Jinja was completely dumbfounded this time. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky today. Just one wrong word and he caused such a big trouble. President Fan, in fact, I sympathize with you, but I can't do anything about it. Just like those people who used to accompany me. When I saw them offend the resentful spirit, I really wanted to help them, but I think you know this kind of powerlessness. I know they are going to die, but I can't do anything. Yang Ming closed his eyes in pain. Do you understand this feeling? I understand. Fan Jinja said sadly. Since you understand, then it's good. Don't worry. If you really have an accident, I will burn a piece of paper for you every year, Yang Ming said with a straight face. I know. You don't have to say any more. Fan Jinja didn't bother to please Zhaoying. He stood up in a daze and walked out of the private room. Yang Ming changed his sad expression from before and became extremely calm. He walked over and closed the door of the private room. Then, he walked back casually, sat on the sofa, and shrugged. The annoying guy is finally gone. He ruined my mood. Haha. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh. At first, it was a normal laugh. However, after laughing for a while, Xianxia laughed until tears came out. I have never seen such a stupid person who can be scared by the resentful spirit. I'm really speechless. Zhaoying was still shy and gloomy at first. At this moment, she couldn't help but be affected by Xianxia's emotions and laughed along with her. Is it that funny? Yang Ming looked at the two beauties who were laughing and was a little depressed. How am I making up a lie? There is a technical content in it, okay? In order to scare this Fan Jinja, I used my special ability twice. However, I'm afraid that only Fan Jinja can understand the mystery behind it. Sun Jia and Zhaoying didn't know that the reason why Fan Jinzhe was so scared was that Yang Ming had guessed what he was thinking. They thought that Fan Jinzhe was a timid person. Why isn't it funny? I didn't expect Fan Jinzhe to be so timid. Sun Jia laughed for a long time and finally finished laughing. She sighed and said, Zhaoying, this kind of man is too insecure. When you are in danger, he will be the first to run away. He is faster than a rabbit. Originally, I wanted you to consider it, but now it seems that you should forget about it. It was fine if Sun Jia didn't say it. Once she said it, it brought up the past in Zhao Ying's heart. She remembered that time when she and Yang Ming encountered robbers. She thought about how Yang Ming stood in front of her without hesitation. When it came to a sense of security, the first person that Zhao Ying thought of was Yang Ming. As for Fan Jinzhe, Zhao Ying didn't even consider it. Thinking of all the things in the past, Zhao Ying couldn't help but show a fascinated look on her face. Zhao Ying sighed softly. The past is the past after all. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest, said Zhao Ying. Ah? You haven't started eating yet, and you want to leave? Sun Jia was stunned and immediately understood. Zhao Ying must be hiding from something. She may feel that the current situation is a bit awkward and wants to go home and have some peace. I'm not eating. You guys eat. Zhao Ying's tone was still soft, but there was an imposing manner in her words that couldn't be refused. Well, then we will send you back first. Yang Ming also knew that today was not a good time to talk. With Sun Jia present, Zhao Ying couldn't let go. Although she already knew her relationship with Sun Jia was not Xiaoqing. Although she and Sun Jia were good friends, their relationship with Xiaoqing and Sun Jia were two completely different natures. It was not a bad thing to let Zhao Ying have some peace first. When it was quiet, she would talk to Zhao Ying alone and try to untie her knot. No need. I can go back by myself. Zhao Ying waved her hand. It's not too late now. There are so many taxis at the entrance of the hotel. You don't have to worry. Seeing that Zhao Ying was so determined, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, then I will send you downstairs. Is that okay? This time, Zhao Ying couldn't refuse and could only nod. Little Jia, you wait for me in the private room. I will go down and send Sister Ying. Yang Ming stood up and put on his coat. Calling me Little Jia, calling me Zhao Ying, Sister Ying, Yang Ming, doesn't this seem a bit wrong? Sun Jia heard Yang Ming's confusing address. She glanced at him and hinted, I am about the same age as Zhao Ying. Ugh, then I will call you Little Ying in the future? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying and asked. Don't. Little Ying doesn't sound good. Zhao Ying glanced at Sun Jia helplessly, blaming her for being talkative. Yang Ming and I haven't reached that kind of relationship. Calling her Sister Ying is naturally not wrong. Sun Jia is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Although she is older than Yang Ming, it is not a problem to call her Little Jia. It doesn't matter what the couple calls each other. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly and went out of the private room with Zhao Ying. Then, should I still call you Sister Ying? In the elevator, Yang Ming asked Zhao Ying. Tentatively. Zhao Ying responded softly. Yang Ming wanted to find some more topics to talk about, but he found that Zhao Ying was not in a good mood today. After thinking about it, he decided to give up. In this case, if he forced himself to say something meaningless, it would be counterproductive and make everyone feel awkward. It was better to wait until Zhao Ying woke up, then talk about it. After leaving the hotel, Yang Ming saw Fan Jinzhe standing in the hotel parking lot at a glance. He couldn't help but be amused. Beside Fan Jinzhe was parked his Honda Accord, and in front of him was a Toyota Camry. Fan Jinzhe's front was bumped into the back of the Camry. Both cars were seriously damaged. It seemed that Fan Jinzhe was in a trance after coming out of the hotel. He was not concentrating while driving, so he bumped into the car in front of him. Zhao Ying obviously also saw Fan Jinzhe in the parking lot, but she didn't seem to be interested in Fan Jinzhe. She just glanced at him faintly, then withdrew her gaze and ignored him. Seeing that Zhao Ying was not interested, Yang Ming did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked with Zhao Ying to the taxi waiting area on the side. Huh? Seeing one of the taxis, Yang Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing this car, Yang Ming pulled Zhao and walked over quickly. Why are you still walking? Have we all passed by? Zhao pointed to the taxi parked in the first position and asked Yang Ming. We met an acquaintance. Let's take his car, Yang Ming said to Zhao. This way, I can rest assured. Oh. Zhao nodded. The taxi driver who was waiting in the first position was also a little puzzled. These two people did not get into his car, but instead walked towards the car behind him. What was the meaning of this? The driver was a little depressed when he saw Yang Ming greet the driver of the taxi behind. He suddenly realized that they knew each other. There was nothing he could do. Brother Kuan. Yang Ming walked over, opened the door of the taxi, and shouted inside. Yang Ming? Why are you here? Sun Kuan also raised his head in surprise. He sighed inwardly at how small the world was. He actually encountered this twice in one day. I'm eating here. Yang Ming pointed at the international hotel behind him and said, Brother Kuan, can I trouble you with something? Can you help me send my friend home? That's not a problem. Sun Kuan agreed without even thinking. Your friend, huh? When Sun Kuan's gaze fell on Zhao, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he first met Yang Ming had this girl with him. At that time, Yang Ming also performed a good play of a hero saving a beauty. At that time, Sun Kuan thought that this girl was Yang Ming's boyfriend. But later, Yang Ming did not bring this girl out again, and Sun Kuan never saw Zhao again. So, after that, he forgot about it. Especially after seeing Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, Sun Kuan thought that he misunderstood. Zhao was not Yang Ming's boyfriend. But today, when he saw Zhao again, Sun Kuan couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Yang Ming holding Zhao Ying's hand again, he was even more suspicious. Is this also Yang Ming's girlfriend? Then, this little brother of mine is too powerful, right? Sister Ying, Master Sun Kuan, Brother Kuan, do you still remember? Yang Ming pointed at Sun Kuan and asked Zhao Ying. Ah. You are the taxi driver from the past. Zhao Ying felt that Sun Kuan was a bit familiar before. When she heard Yang Ming's question, the original situation flashed in her mind. She remembered that Sun Kuan was the taxi driver who teased her and Yang Ming that they were a couple. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying couldn't help but blush. She followed Yang Ming and called Brother Kuan. Haha, I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance today. Then, let's get in the car. Sun Kuan said with a smile. Yang Ming opened the door of the taxi and let Zhao Ying get in the car. They realized that they were still holding each other's hands. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed, so they quickly let go. Previously, Yang Ming took Zhao Ying to find Sun Kuan. It was just an instinctive action. In order to let Zhao Ying follow behind him, he subconsciously held Zhao Ying's hand. As for Zhao Ying, she didn't think much at the beginning. Instead, she was naturally held by Yang Ming. She didn't feel anything wrong. Until now, she was shy. Brother Kuan, help me send Sister Ying home. I have to go back to the hotel. Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan. You don't want to get in the car together? That's not a problem. Although Sun Kuan felt a little strange, he nodded and agreed. Where are we going? Huashang District. Yang Ming said, Sister Ying, I am relieved that Brother Kuan is sending you. And, you can go back. Zhao Ying nodded to Yang Ming. Although her current mood was somewhat indescribable, Zhao Ying couldn't show anything with Sun Kuan next to her. Seeing Sun Kuan's car leaving with Zhao Ying, Yang Ming sighed and turned to walk toward the hotel door. With Sun Kuan sending Zhao Ying home, Yang Ming wasn't worried that anything would happen to Zhao Ying. He looked up in the direction of Fan Xianxia and found that he was still waiting there anxiously. He might be waiting for the traffic police to deal with it or for the insurance company. Back in the private room, Yang Ming and Sun Jia were not in a good mood because of the previous incident with Zhao Ying. After eating quickly, Yang Ming took Sun Jia to his attic villa on the top floor of the hotel. As soon as the door was closed, Sun Jia threw herself on Yang Ming. There was no need for too many words. The two people hugged each other tacitly as if they were venting their previous depression. Listening to the sound of Sun Jia taking a shower in the bathroom, Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Among his women, Sun Jia and Lan Ling were the most passionate in that aspect. If he hadn't gone through special assassin training and had extraordinary physical strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it if it were someone else. Looking at the wall clock in the hall, it was already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sun Jia and I actually spent 5 or 6 hours. Picking up the gift that Suya gave him before she left, Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. He didn't open it but put it back in its original position. This gift was given to him by Suya in the identity of the superstar Suya. There might be something that could hint at Suya's identity. However, Yang Ming already knew the identity of Suya now. This gift had become not very important. In order not to disappoint himself, Yang Ming decided not to open it. He would just keep it as it was. It could be regarded as a romantic memory of himself and the superstar Suya. Sometimes, there were some things that were too obvious, which was not beautiful. Yang Ming, why are you dawdling? Why don't you come over and help me scrub my back? Sun Jia's reproachful voice came from the bathroom. Do you not want to get on my bed at night? Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's me. If it were another person, they would be eager to get on your bed now. Who can stand this high-intensity exercise for several hours in a row? Yang Ming felt that Sun Jia had been suppressing her lust for a long time, and she vented it all in one night. I'm coming. However, Yang Ming still stood up and walked in the direction of the bathroom. Since I have chosen such a path, then I will let myself be tired and happy in the future. Also, by the way, bring me the facial cleanser in my bag. Sun Jia added another sentence. Oh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Sun Jia, a strong woman, was also an ordinary person at home. Something big happened in Songjiang today. One of the Mingjiang escort company's cash transport vehicles disappeared for no reason. If it was just an ordinary cash transport vehicle, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. However, this missing vehicle was transporting hundreds of millions of yuan in cash. According to the regulations of the escort company and the bank, each escort vehicle could not transport more than 10 million yuan in cash at a time. However, this escort vehicle was transporting hundreds of millions of yuan in cash. If this escort vehicle had no problems and completed its mission safely, it might not cause such a commotion, and no one would pay attention to it. However, this escort vehicle had disappeared. As a result, everyone's attention was immediately attracted to this matter. The topic on the internet had also shifted to this matter. At first, some people suspected that the escort vehicle was hijacked. Later, some people speculated that there was a mole in the escort company. In an instant, the public opinion had become one-sided. News articles such as Mingjiang Escort Company has serious management problems, Mingjiang Escort Company embezzles itself, Mingjiang Escort Company's vice captain embezzles hundreds of millions, and so on instantly emerged. Many netizens began to question why there was only one vehicle escorting so much cash. Was this premeditated? This could reflect that the management of the Mingjiang company was chaotic and that there were internal problems. However, the vice captain of the escort team embezzled itself. This could more or less show that the overall quality of the Mingjiang Escort Company's team was low. They appointed people based on favoritism and did not employ the right people. In short, the reputation of the Mingjiang Escort Company fell to the bottom in an instant. There were more and more voices of doubt in society. They thought that a security company that had just been established for less than a year had entered the bank escort business. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Was there some shady business going on behind the scenes? Jing Xiaolu was called over by Lu Huamei from the school cafeteria. Jing Xiaolu almost fainted on the spot when she heard that one of the escort company's cash transport vehicles had disappeared for no reason. 100 million yuan. How much money is that? Jing Xiaolu thought, it's so much money. If it's really gone, how many lifetimes will it take for me to pay it all back? Jing Xiaolu almost got into an accident on the way to the company. She overtook all the cars to the company and went straight to Lu Huamei's office. The atmosphere in the company was very gloomy. It seemed that everyone had received the bad news. In the eyes of the employees of these companies, if the 100 million yuan could not be recovered, this newly established escort company would definitely be dragged down by the debt. Sister Huamei. Jing Xiaolu didn't bother to knock on the door. She directly pushed open the door to Lu Huamei's office and rushed in. Sister Huamei, have you contacted Lu Xiaolei? Xiaolu, you're here. Lu Huamei forced a smile and shook her head. No, I've tried all the contact methods. This person seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. Did you call the police? Jing Xiaolu felt a chill in her heart when she heard Lu Huamei's words. It seems that Lu Xiaolei has most likely absconded with the money. I've already reported it, but there's no news yet. Lu Huamei sighed. She never thought that the Mingjiang escort company that she was in charge of would have such a huge mistake. Although according to the contract, the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company played the leading role in the operation, and she was only an assistant, this incident had already caused a fatal blow to her. If such a huge mistake occurred in the small company that she was in charge of, the consequences would be obvious if it were a large group. As a result, she had less hope of competing for the position of the group's leader. When the time came, her cousin Lu Zhenan would definitely not let it go easily. At this moment, Lu Zhenan was sitting in the office very proudly. He held a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and said to Lu Jifei, who was standing at the side, "Have you arranged for Lu Xiaolei?" "It's already arranged. He's going to be smuggled into Russia from Bianhai City," Lu Jifei said. "I have a friend who mingles with the underworld in Russia. He's there to help. Don't make any mistakes." Lu Zhenan nodded. "Jifei, you're my confidant. You should know that this time I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. So, you can't let anything go wrong. Don't worry, brother Nan. If you have a problem, I can't run away either," Lu Jifei said. "So, no matter what, I will arrange it properly. However, there's something that I don't know if I should say." "Jifei, I already said that you're my confidant. What are you hiding from me?" Lu Zhenan frowned and said somewhat reproachfully. "Then, brother Nan, I'll say it. Don't be angry." Lu Jifei hesitated and said, "Actually, there's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. There's only one way to prevent future troubles." "One way? What do you mean?" Lu Zhenan was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed slightly. "Jifei, do you mean?" "That's right." Lu Jifei saw that Lu Zhenan also thought of this, so he nodded and said, "Only the dead will not speak. Only you and I will know this secret. You and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. No. One will seek their own death. But Lu Xiaolei is different. I can't trust this person. But, this is murder. That's against the law." Although Lu Zhenan was a bit sinister, he had not yet developed a ruthless heart. When he heard that Lu Jifei wanted to silence him, he was immediately a little scared. "Brother Nan, those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles." Lu Jifei said, "There is a saying that a great man must be ruthless. In order to achieve great things, brother Nan, you can't leave behind a ticking time bomb." "But I haven't done anything to kill people yet." Lu Zhenan hesitated. "Planning to rob an escort vehicle is also a capital offense. Brother Nan, you have to think carefully." Lu Jifei said anxiously. "But, these two natures are different." Lu Zhenan was still a little hesitant. "Brother Nan, think about it. Once Lu Xiaolei can't hold back and returns to China in the future, you and I will have to spend the rest of our lives in prison." Lu Jifei said, "Moreover, you don't have to worry about this matter, brother Nan. As long as you agree, I will take care of everything. Who can find out if you kill someone on the high seas?" Okay. Lu Zhenan hesitated and finally nodded. Lu Jifei was right. A great man must be ruthless. If this matter was spread out, it would be a fatal blow to him. "Brother Nan, I will arrange it now." Lu Jifei's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "Brother Pu, the boss gave us new instructions. We will do something on the ship when we sneak in. Your people won't meddle in other people's business, right?" A bald man said as he handed a stack of cash to the man called Brother Pu. Brother Pu weighed the banknotes in his hand, glanced at the bald man, and nodded slowly. "I will say hello to my men. I know that Brother Pu is the most reasonable." When the bald man saw that Brother Pu had accepted the money, he was relieved and showed a satisfied smile on his face. This bald man was Li Zhan, Lu Jifei's loyal lackey. He was a ruthless person. He used to be an outlaw. Later, he met Lu Jifei and saw his opportunity. He knew very well that no matter how ruthless he was in society, he was still insignificant. He had no backing or background. Everything was just floating clouds. Only by relying on a strong backer could he live a good life and achieve success in the future. Therefore, Li Zhan decisively turned to Lu Jifei. Although he looked down on Lu Jifei in his heart, this was also the highest level of people that Li Zhan could come into contact with. Li Zhan could not come into contact with any more powerful people. When Lu Jifei successfully curried favor with Lu Zhanan and became Lu Zhanan's confidant, Li Zhan realized that he really had a good eye. He did not follow the wrong person. Once Lu Zhanan was promoted, Lu Jifei would be a meritorious person, and his identity would also rise. Although Li Zhan knew that there were more benefits to following Lu Zhanan than Lu Jifei, he was a smart person and not a fool. He did not think that Lu Zhanan would use him again after he changed sides. Compared to Lu Jifei, he had no place in Lu Zhanan's heart. If Lu Jifei still held a grudge against him and said a few bad words in front of Lu Zhanan, who Lu Zhanan would believe, the result could be imagined. Therefore, Li Zhan did not expect anything else. It was already good enough to follow Lu Jifei and mingle well. This time, personally sending Lu Xiaolei to Russia was the time for him to show his loyalty to Lu Jifei and Lu Zhanan. The suggestion to kill Lu Xiaolei was also made by him to Lu Jifei. Otherwise, with Lu Jifei's temperament, he could not be so ruthless and decisive. Lu Xiaolei, you are just a chess piece. From the day you walked into Lu Zhanan's office, you were destined to end up like this. Li Zhan looked at Lu Xiaolei's longing face and sneered in his heart. Brotherly, I have packed up. When will I board the ship? Lu Xiaolei looked at his watch and was a little nervous. After all, he had committed such a big case. If he was caught, it would be a capital offense. Just wait for Brother Pu's ship. Don't worry. You will definitely be able to leave today, Li Zhan said faintly. That. Brother Lu promised me the money before. Is there a problem? Lu Xiaolei asked with some concern. Don't worry. You won't be short. It will be transferred to your account in Russia in batches through wire transfer. Li Zhan said, Brother Lu also wants you to help keep the secret. He won't burn the bridge after crossing it. That's good. I was just asking. Lu Xiaolei was relieved after hearing Li Zhan's words. Li Zhan also made sense. Lu Zhanan and Lu Jifei had to keep it a secret. He was not afraid that they would burn the bridge after crossing it. If they didn't fulfill their promise, then he would take them down with him even if he had to risk the death penalty. The ship is here. Let's go. Li Zhan glanced at the text message on his phone, then raised his head and walked in the direction of the port. Lu Xiaolei quickly followed behind. From now on, he would be wandering in a foreign land. Lu Xiaolei did not regret what he had done. He could leave a sum of money for his younger brother and cure his old father's illness. What was his sacrifice? Moreover, he was not very miserable now. At least he had a lot of money in his hands. After arriving in Russia, he could live a good life under the protection of the Chinese gangs. Thinking of this, the depression in Lu Xiaolei's heart dissipated a little. However, he did not know that from the moment he boarded the ship, his legs would never be able to set foot on land again. Everything went well. Lu Jifei received a text message from Li Zhan. He was relieved and said to Lu Zhanan, Brother Nan, Li Zhan has killed Lu Xiaolei. Very good. Lu Zhanan was also relieved, no one else knows, right? At that time, there was only one of Snakehead's men in charge of smuggling in Bianhai City. Lu Jifei said, such a person will not meddle in other people's business. That's good, Lu Zhanan nodded and picked up the phone. He was ready to scold his sister, Lu Huamei. Now that all future troubles had been resolved, it was time for him to show off his skills. Lu Zhanan dialed Lu Huamei's phone. Lu Huamei frowned when she saw the caller ID on the phone. She didn't want to answer this call. Lu Zhanan was calling at this moment. Lu Huamei could guess what Lu Zhanan wanted to do even if she used her toes to think. However, Lu Huamei still picked up the phone in the end. She was not a person who was afraid of trouble. A person who only knew how to avoid responsibility when something happened would never achieve great things. Hello, big brother, Lu Huamei picked up the phone. Huame, I heard that something happened to you. What's going on? Grandpa has already asked. Lu Zhenan's first sentence was to bring up Lu Jiangyan. Big brother, you are quite well informed, aren't you? Lu Huame replied coldly. She already knew that Lu Zhenan was up to no good, but she didn't expect him to be so impatient. He jumped out as soon as the phone was connected. Huh. Lu Zhenan laughed, the internet is already abuzz with the news. I'm not considered well informed. The one-sided public opinion on the internet that was unfavorable to the Mingjiang escort company was basically published by Lu Jifei's people. How could Lu Zhenan not know? Is that so? Lu Huame asked faintly. Huame, it's not that big brother is scolding you. Previously, when Lu Xiaolei was making a ruckus at the headquarters, I told you in advance that this person might have some problems in his heart. I told you to pay more attention to him. Look, you didn't care at that time. Now, you're finally in trouble, right? Lu Zhenan said with a sigh, Huame, you are still too young. Lu Zhenan was very proud now. His foresight had become a bargaining chip for him to climb up the ranks. Lu Huame still made such a mistake even after his warning. It was conceivable that Lu Jiangyan would not consider letting her take over his position no matter how much he doted on her. After all, the fate of the group was not a joke. Even if Lu Huame was capable, it was not enough for the company's helm to be capable. It was not a problem for capable people to start a business, but sometimes, keeping the business was more important than starting a business. If she wanted to keep the business, then it seemed that Lu Huame was definitely not the best candidate now. Big brother, you didn't call it this time just to say this, right? If so, then I'm sorry. I'm very busy here. I don't have time to chat with you. Lu Huame's tone became stiff. That's not it. Huame, listen to your big brother's advice. You are still too inexperienced now. I will suggest to Grandpa to let you continue to study in school during the next board meeting. You can come back to take over the company's affairs when you are truly successful in your studies. Lu Zhenan didn't talk nonsense with Lu Huame anymore. Since Lu Huame refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Lu Zhenan was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality. Such a day would come sooner or later anyway. Sister Huame, who called? Why are you so angry? Seeing that Lu Huame was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, Jing Xiaolu asked with concern. It's nothing. It's my big brother. Lu Huame shook her head. He wanted to use this matter to make things difficult for me during the board meeting. It seems that he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. It's like this. Jing Xiaolu knew that this was Lu Huame's family matter. She couldn't butt in. My big brother just mentioned Lu Xiaolei again. He said that he reminded me before to pay attention to Lu Xiaolei. Now that something really happened to Lu Xiaolei, it confirms his foresight. This time, sigh. Lu Huame felt physically and mentally exhausted. Lu Huame was exiled to Songjiang, but Lu Zhenan still didn't relax his vigilance against her. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack her. Lu Xiaolei. Jing Xiaolu frowned. Sister Huame, I suddenly have a strange feeling when you say that. What feeling? Lu Huame asked. Sister Huame, do you think that there is some unspeakable secret between Lu Xiaolei and Lu Zhenan? Jing Xiaolu pondered for a while and said, I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. There is an indescribable feeling. Oh? Lu Huame was slightly stunned. Xiaolu, do you mean that my big brother is involved in Lu Xiaolei's matter? I don't know if Lu Zhenan is involved or not, and I can't be sure. But I think that Lu Zhenan seems to know that Lu Xiaolei wanted to pocket the banknotes in the escort car in advance. Jing Xiaolu said, because I remember the call he gave you before to ask you to pay attention to Lu Xiaolei. According to the Lu Zhenan we know, he shouldn't be so kind. So I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Xiaolu, now that you mention it, I also have this feeling. Could it be that my big brother really knows about Lu Xiaolei's matter? Lu Huame's brows gradually furrowed. If Jing Xiaolu's guess is true, then... Lu Huame didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her big brother actually hid such a big thing in order to deal with her. I'm not sure if it's true or not now. Let's wait and see. Jing Xiaolu sighed and pointed at the window. Let's solve the problem in front of us. There are already reporters crowding the company downstairs. They want us to come out for an interview to find out the truth. When he woke up in the morning, Yang Ming didn't know about the incident at the escort company. However, even if Yang Ming knew about it, he wouldn't be too anxious. From Yang Ming's point of view, since something happened, he would try his best to solve it. It wasn't a big deal. Xianxia hadn't woken up yet. It was obvious that she was exhausted last night. Yang Ming's biological clock had been formed. After waking up in the morning, he did a simple training plan. Then, he called for a cup of soy milk and opened his laptop to surf the internet. This rare leisure time had not been available for a long time. During this period, Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have something to do every day. He was busy for a few months. Yang Ming opened QQ and unexpectedly found that wild female teacher, which was also Zhao Ying's avatar, was lit up. Zhao Ying was usually invisible, but because she had a good relationship with There's No True Love in This World, she set up invisible but visible. Why are you online so early in the morning? Yang Ming clicked on wild female teacher's avatar and sent a smiley face emoji. It didn't take long for wild female teacher to reply, but what she sent was a sleepy emoji. Why are you online so early? Don't you have class today? Asked Yang Ming. Wild female teacher replied quickly, aren't you early too? Besides, it's already 8 o'clock. It's not early. It seems that you were online even earlier, said Yang Ming. I didn't sleep well last night. What's the point of early? Wild female teacher complained and sent a bomb emoji. Didn't sleep? It can't be. Yang Ming felt awkward. He thought about Zhao Ying's situation last night. It was possible that she didn't sleep well last night. However, he and Sun Jiaxiao had a good time last night. It didn't make sense. It made Yang Ming feel bad. Why not? Well, let's not talk about this. How about playing Fight the Landlord with me for a while? Said wild female teacher. Okay. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhao Ying to have the mood to play Fight the Landlord at this time. However, since she wanted to play, he would play with her. Songjiang Netcom District 4, Room 12. Hurry up, said wild female teacher. Coming. Yang Ming opened the game client and logged in. After a while, an idiot named Sharp Knife took the initiative to sit at the table where Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were. The game started. Wild female teacher didn't bid. Sharp female teacher foolishly bid. Yang Ming received a message from wild female teacher. I can definitely win this round. If you have any bombs, quickly throw them out. Oh. Yang Ming replied. After sharp female teacher threw out a 3, Yang Ming threw out a set of 4 sevens bombs. Sharp female teacher was stunned. After a long time, she sent a shocked expression. She thought to herself, how can you throw out your cards like this? It's simply not following the rules. Could it be that after he threw the bombs, a hand of cards can be thrown out at once? Just when sharp female teacher was in doubt, Yang Ming threw out a small 3. Sharp female teacher really met a master this time. She thought to herself, is this person held back by the 3? He threw a set of bombs just to throw out a 3? Isn't this too strong? You are too obvious. What did you throw out? Did you forget how to cheat? Wild female teacher was a little dissatisfied with the way Yang Ming threw out his cards. Yang Ming was speechless and smiled bitterly. He really hadn't cheated with Zhao Ying for a long time. Just now, in order to please Zhao Ying, he threw out the bomb in excitement after seeing Zhao Ying's words, which led to this result. Yang Ming thought for a while and typed on the screen, F***ck, my hand trembled and I clicked on the wrong button. I clicked on the hint. Once he saw Yang Ming's explanation, sharp female teacher was suddenly happy. So that's why. I was shocked. I thought this guy had some big cards behind him. So it was a mistake. It seems that I met someone who didn't know how to play cards. That's good. I can take the opportunity to win more from him. After typing hee on the screen, sharp female teacher waited for wild female teacher to throw out her card. Zhao Ying sent Yang Ming a rolling eyes emoji. Originally, she could have thrown out her card directly after Yang Ming's card, but she was afraid that sharp female teacher would be suspicious, so she casually put in a card. Sharp female teacher threw out a 2 to block the card. Yang Ming didn't want it, so he passed. Zhaoing threw out a set of 4 as. Sharp female teacher was stunned again. What does this mean? Could it be that wild female teacher also clicked on the wrong hand? Isn't this too exaggerated? Just as he was waiting for the next part of the game in shock, wild female teacher threw out all the cards in her hand. Sharp female teacher lost 4 times his points. Sharp female teacher was a little speechless. This time, she didn't make a mistake. She really had the confidence to throw out the cards. He lost so badly. However, it couldn't be helped. Who asked her to have such good cards? If there was anyone to blame, it was there's no true love in this world who threw out an extra set of as a result, causing the points to double for no reason. However, since sharp female teacher lost, so be it. He didn't believe that such a strange thing would happen again in the second round, so he continued to draw. In the second round, Yang Ming and Zhaoing still didn't bid. Sharp female teacher continued to bid. You have to be careful this time. Wild female teacher reminded Yang Ming in advance. Don't worry. I wasn't used to it just now, Yang Ming replied. In this round, although Yang Ming and Zhaoing were still colluding with each other to cheat, it was very difficult for them to win. They didn't reveal anything, so sharp female teacher didn't suspect anything. In the end, he could only blame himself for losing because of bad luck. In the third round, as he was afraid that sharp female teacher would suspect something, Yang Ming called once. However, he still lost in the end. In the fourth round, Zhaoing called and won by a narrow margin. This made sharp female teacher, who had just won against Yang Ming, lose again. Back and forth, although Zhaoing and Yang Ming would lose, they didn't lose much. Sharp female teacher lost very badly. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He thought that his luck wasn't good, so he left the room. Therefore, Yang Ming and Zhaoing waited for the second idiot to come. Needless to say, this world didn't lack idiots. Another idiot called Fishman X2 entered the room. The final result of this Murloc X2 who had come with a threatening aura could be imagined. After losing n points, he finally returned in low spirits. How is it? You've won enough today, right? Are you feeling better? Yang Ming saw that no one came, so he sent a private message to Zhaoing. I'm fine. Oh yeah, how did you know that I'm in a bad mood? Wild female teacher threw out a question. Yang Ming was shocked. He looked at the chat history from before. Wild female teacher indeed didn't tell him that she was in a bad mood. He thought that she was Zhaoing and knew that she was in a bad mood. That was why he asked that question. He didn't expect that he would almost be exposed. However, Yang Ming quickly explained, you didn't sleep well last night. You even asked me to accompany you to earn points early in the morning. I guess you must be in a bad mood again. Yang Ming deliberately added the word again. He meant that she was like this when she was in a bad mood in the past. That was why he came to such a conclusion. That's true. You know me quite well. Wild female teacher saw Yang Ming's explanation and didn't think much about it. Hee, that's right. We're good friends now. Of course, I know you well, said Yang Ming. We've known each other for more than half a year, right? Time flies. It's been so long in the blink of an eye. Wild female teacher said emotionally. Yeah, I guess we'll become an online relationship if this continues. Yang Ming tried to make a joke. Wild female teacher sent an ellipsis. She was obviously not interested in Yang Ming's joke. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. Let's not talk about this anymore. Wild female teacher was confused. When she saw Yang Ming's message, she thought about it carefully. Unknowingly, there's no true love in this world seemed to have integrated into her life. When he talked about online relationships, Zhaoing suddenly realized that he was really her best male friend on the internet. Alright, tell me why you're in a bad mood. Yang Ming knew that Zhaoing wasn't a casual person. It would be difficult for her to accept him through the internet, so Yang Ming decided to take it slow. Being too aggressive wasn't a good thing. Actually, it's nothing. Wild female teacher didn't seem to want to talk about what happened yesterday. Could it be that you saw the person you like with one of your good friends again? Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying didn't seem to want to talk about it, so he decided to provoke her. After he sent the message, Zhao Ying didn't respond for a long time. Could it be that she was scared by me? Yang Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. However, wild female teacher finally replied, "How did you know?" "I guessed." Yang Ming sent 2 words hypocritically. "That's amazing. I finally know what the Emperor of Truth is." Wild female teacher exclaimed. "It can't be. I just said it casually. You told me last time, so I remembered it. This time I just casually brought it up." Yang Ming explained. "Actually, I'm not in a bad mood this time. I don't feel as sad as last time. Instead, I feel very natural. It's just that I feel a little disappointed." Wild female teacher said. "Wait a minute. You're saying that your person is with another good friend of yours? What about the previous one?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked. Of course, they continue to be together. I told you before that he has a few girlfriends." Wild female teacher said. "Is that so? Your person is really a god." Yang Ming laughed and sent the message. "Yang Ming, who are you chatting with so early in the morning?" Xianxia had woken up. She was holding a cup of hot water and wearing a nightgown. She walked over and stood behind Yang Ming and asked. "Zhao Ying." Yang Ming said. "Oh." Xianxia nodded casually. Suddenly, she spat out the hot water that she just drank onto Yang Ming's computer screen. "What did you say?" "Zhao Ying?" Yang Ming looked up speechlessly. "Is there a need to make such a fuss? My poor computer, it's probably going to be finished. Isn't it just a laptop? What's the big deal? I'll compensate you later." Xianxia said indifferently. She leaned over and moved closer to the computer screen. "Let me see what you guys are talking about." "Wow, you've hooked up with her already?" "What hooking up?" "You will know when you see it." Yang Ming didn't hide it and directly transferred the computer screen to Xianxia. The nightgown was loose. When she lowered her head, all the naked things inside the nightgown were revealed. It made Yang Ming a little restless. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "Don't mess around. Wasn't it enough to touch last night?" Xianxia hit Yang Ming's hand and then pulled her chest tight. But she didn't expect Yang Ming's hand to reach in again from the bottom of the nightgown. Xianxia really didn't know what to do this time. She glared at Yang Ming and no longer paid attention to him. She looked at the content on the computer screen. The first few words were nothing. The more she looked at Xianxia's expression, the more interesting it was. In the end, she finally couldn't help but laugh. "Yang Ming, aren't you too talented? Are you playing Infernal Affairs? Zhao Ying still doesn't know that this person is you." "She probably doesn't know." Yang Ming nodded. "God. Aren't you embarrassed to boast like this?" Xianxia couldn't help but mock him. "I'm just telling the truth." Yang Ming shrugged. "What do you think I should do now?" "How do I know what to do? Who knows that things between you two are so complicated?" Xianxia had a headache when she thought of the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want Zhao Ying and Yang Ming to be together, but Zhao Ying's character really made Xianxia feel like a doe that couldn't be helped. She wouldn't leave even when she was chased, and she would only retreat when she was led. "It's not too complicated. Who knew that you brought her here yesterday?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Then you're blaming me?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "However, the words that you and Zhao Ying said on the internet reminded me. I think that with Zhao Ying's character, it is difficult to have any breakthroughs and progress in your current situation. Zhao Ying's character is too indecisive. It's better for you to slowly develop an online relationship with her on the internet." "Develop an online relationship?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Are you serious?" "Of course, you first get Zhao Ying on the internet, and then ask her to meet," Xianxia said. "Say something on the internet first. When you meet, even if Zhao Ying retreats, the relationship that has been established before can't be changed." Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words and fell into contemplation. Sun Jia's method was also a strange one. Maybe it could really achieve unexpected results. Then I'll try. Yang Ming nodded. Aren't you jealous? Jealous? I don't have that free time. I have to go back to Donghai today. The company's affairs have not been completely finished. Tian Donghua, the little guy, couldn't handle it himself. He kept complaining to me, said Sun Jia. Don't care about him. It's time to let him hone himself. He has to endure the hardships to be the best, said Yang Ming. Well, I'll be back in a few days. Besides, you can't accompany me every day, right? Sun Jia touched Yang Ming's forehead. Be good. Sister will bring you a gift back. Then I want an MP4, said Yang Ming. MP4? Sun Jia was stunned, and then she thought of something. Sun Jia, who was rarely shy, blushed this time. The MP4 that Yang Ming said probably referred to the MP4 that had special content when they first met. At that time, Sun Jia just saw that Yang Ming was a virgin and wanted to tease him. But now it seemed that she was seducing Yang Ming. Just kidding. Go early and come back early. Yang Ming smiled. Be careful. N. Sun Jia nodded. Yang Ming, why do I feel that you are older than me? You are. Not old, said Yang Ming seriously. Really? But am I really older than you? Sun Jia now regarded herself as a child in front of Yang Ming in many situations. Although this feeling was good, Sun Jia felt that she was pretending to be young. You are not big except for your chest. Yang Ming stood up and hugged Sun Jia's shoulder. Well, don't think so much. I still like you to be more casual. Oh. Sun Jia responded and suddenly pointed at Yang Ming's screen. Zhaoying is talking to you. Take a look. For Sun Jia's behavior of changing the topic, Yang Ming just smiled slightly and didn't expose it. He opened the chat window of Wild Female Teacher. There is another person in the room. Let's continue. Hey, why don't you show your cards? What are you doing? Why don't you show your cards? Are you there? That person is gone. What are you doing? Not here? I am going to school. There is a class at 10 o'clock. Let's talk next time. Just as Yang Ming and Sun Jia were talking, Wild Female Teacher sent several messages. Yang Ming glanced at the profile picture of Wild Female Teacher. It had turned gray. It seemed that she had gone offline. Sorry, something happened just now. Let's meet next time. Yang Ming replied apologetically. Yang Ming was about to turn off the computer, but a dialog box popped up at the bottom right of the computer. Initially, Yang Ming didn't care about it. After a casual glance, his face became dignified. He quickly clicked on the news with the mouse. Songjiang Mingjiang Escort Company, a cash truck carrying hundreds of millions of banknotes mysteriously disappeared. It is suspected that there was a management oversight and an internal crime. This was a news about the disappearance of the cash truck Lu Xiaolei was in. Yang Ming knew that this Mingjiang Escort Company was a subsidiary company jointly established by his Mingyang Security Company and the Jiangyan Group. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Hey, isn't this your company? I've heard of it. When it was established a while ago, it was even on TV. Sun Jia also saw the news that Yang Ming opened. She couldn't help but exclaim, Yang Ming, aren't you too excited? The company was just established, and such a big thing happened? Hundreds of millions of yuan? What's going on? Yang Ming frowned. He was a little unhappy. Although 100 million yuan was nothing to Yang Ming, he was a little annoyed that no one had informed him about such a big matter after such a long time. The news had already appeared on the internet, but no one had informed him. Isn't the efficiency of my subordinates a little too slow? He took out his phone and was about to call Bao Sanli, but he was shocked to find that the phone had run out of battery and turned off automatically. Could it be that Bao Sanli had already looked for me? Did he find out that my phone was turned off? After changing the battery, Yang Ming turned on the phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang. The phone only rang once before it was picked up. Then came Bao Sanli's anxious voice, "Brother Yang, you finally turned on your phone. I have been looking for you all morning. Where are you?" "Didn't you know that I was at the International Hotel?" asked Yang Ming. "International Hotel? Brother Yang, you are at the International Hotel?" "I didn't know." Bao Sanli repeated with some doubts, "I was just nearby. Should I rush over now?" Yang Ming heard Bao Sanli's words and couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately understood that he only asked Bao Sanli to book a private room for a meal at the International Hotel yesterday. He didn't tell Bao Sanli that he would stay here, so it was reasonable that Bao Sanli didn't know that he was here. "I have a general understanding of the matter. It's about the Mingjiang Escort Company, right?" "Yes, Brother Yang, you already know," said Bao Sanli. "It has already become the hot news on the internet. If I still didn't know, then I would be blind." Yang Ming said in a bad mood, "What the hell is going on? How did such a big thing happen? Are there any secrets?" "I don't know if there are any secrets. I just found out about it not long ago." "Xiaolu has been in charge of the affairs in Mingjiang," Bao Sanli said. "Okay, I got it. I'll ask little Jia to deal with it," Yang Ming said helplessly. He thought to himself, these people like Bao Sanli are still a little inexperienced in the business world. Previously, Mingyang Entertainment had a vicious incident where the vice president absconded with funds. Now, there are similar mistakes. Isn't this too frequent? "Okay, Brother Yang. I'm sorry," Bao Sanli said carefully. "Forget it, you just need to stabilize the situation. Don't mess up." Yang Ming said, "You must not mess up at this time." "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I know," Bao Sanli promised. "I have already mobilized the security company's people to Mingjiang to prevent our own people from messing up." Sure enough, when Yang Ming was browsing the relevant news, the previous incident of the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment was also linked together by the reporters and dug up. They also ridiculed and questioned Mingyang's management problems. Of course, most of these network reporters were from other places. The local reporters were afraid of Bao Sanli's power. Naturally, they didn't dare to write nonsense. They simply and objectively reported the incident. "Let me deal with it?" Sun Jia naturally heard Yang Ming's words. "Jing Xiaolu is alone. I'm afraid I can't handle it." Yang Ming said, "I can rest assured if you take charge." "Jing Xiaolu? I seem to have heard of this name." Sun Jia frowned. "It seems to be the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment. It is said that she is your little lover?" "Who did you hear that from?" Yang Ming sweated. He didn't expect Sun Jia to have heard of Jing Xiaolu. Bao Sanli said it. "Who else do I know?" Sun Jia said, "But don't blame Bao Sanli for being nosy. When I asked him something, he was also very embarrassed." "I got it." Yang Ming waved his hand. He wouldn't blame Bao Sanli for such a small matter. As Sun Jia said, when Sun Jia asked Bao Sanli a question, it was really difficult for Bao Sanli to answer or not. However, the number is a bit big. Sun Jia browsed the news again and then said to Yang Ming, "I can deal with it, but you have to give me the authority. Don't think that I can't deal with it when I'm done. Do you think I'm a dictator?" Yang Ming shrugged. "That depends on when." Sun Jia smiled charmingly. "Hey, you have 100 million, right? What do you think?" Yang Ming rolled his eyes. "I don't, but you don't? Then it's done. Didn't you just lose 100 million? Just give it to the bank first. It won't lose the company's reputation, and it can also stabilize people's hearts. As for whether you can get back that 100 million, it's none of my business." Sun Jia said casually. Yang Ming nodded and agreed with Sun Jia's way of dealing with it. Although he didn't care about the 100 million, the current Yang Ming was worth more than 100 million. However, Yang Ming wouldn't allow some rascals to do anything under his watch. Lu Jianan had already reported Lu Huamei's mistake to the old master Lu Jiangyan through the mouths of others. Although the old master didn't say much, Lu Jianan believed that old master Lu must have started to doubt Lu Huamei's ability from this incident. Lu Huamei might be very good at doing business, but she wasn't Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei's opponent when it came to scheming. Is the 100 million in a safe place? Lu Jianan glanced at Lu Jifei and asked. It's still in the old abandoned factory under your name. It hasn't been touched. Lu Jifei replied respectfully. It wasn't that he didn't think about the money in the warehouse, but after careful consideration, he decided to forget about it. After all, there were many consecutive numbers in this money. It wasn't easy to spend it. Moreover, would Lu Jianan let him go once he touched this money? The most important point was that although Lu Jifei was very greedy and wanted to keep this 100 million, it was obvious that Lu Jianan didn't care much about this 100 million. What he cared about was the entire Jiangyan group. With the Jiangyan group, this 100 million was nothing. Therefore, while Lu Jifei didn't act rashly, he was still pleasing Lu Jianan. He fantasized that one day, when Lu Jianan became the helm of the Jiangyan group, this 100 million might become his reward. At that time, it would be peaceful and wouldn't attract attention if he took it out and used it. Then don't touch it first. Lu Jianan nodded. But this move of yours is quite bad. It is equivalent to directly putting the Mingjiang company into a dead end. This 100 million is nothing to our Jiangyan group, but it is a disaster for that newly established small company. Jifei, do you still have selfish motives? Brother Nan is wise. Lu Jifei didn't dare to hide. I do have a grudge with the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang company, Yang Ming. I also want to take the opportunity to mess with Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaobin, those two bitches. N. Lu Jianan nodded in satisfaction at Lu Jifei's honesty. He had already investigated these things in advance. He asked at this time to test if Lu Jifei was hiding anything from him. Remember, you have to be consistent with me in the general direction. As for your little thoughts, I don't want to care. Lu Jianan nodded in satisfaction at Lu Jifei's honesty. Brother Nan, you can rest assured. I am wholeheartedly working with you. Lu Jifei quickly promised. N, look at the news. How is Mingjiang? Lu Jianan sneered and instructed Lu Jifei. The reporters we sent to cause trouble should have already arrived at Mingjiang's office building. Okay. Lu Jifei nodded, turned on the TV, and changed the channel to Songjiang's finance channel. The Mingjiang group will hold a press conference at 9 o'clock sharp today. This channel will broadcast the whole thing live for you. The host's voice came from the TV. A press conference? Lu Jianan heard the content of the news and smiled contemptuously. I was afraid that you would avoid it. If you hold a press conference, it will save me some trouble. When the time comes, see if the reporters I find won't question you to death. Lu Huamei, you have no choice but to die. After Lu Huamei and Jing Xiaolu discussed it, they decided to hold a press conference first to appease the reporters downstairs. If they asked the company's employees casually, the answers they would get would be even more varied. Coupled with these people's imaginations, who knew what would happen in the end? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but want to call Yang Ming a few times, but she held back in the end. From the moment she made up her mind not to be a pretty face, she wanted to show some results to Yang Ming. However, this year was unlucky. Someone tampered with the contract negotiations previously, and it wasn't easy to calm the storm. Now, something like this happened again. It really made Jing Xiaolu anxious. The phone rang. Jing Xiaolu glanced at the caller ID. It was Bao Sanli, Brother Bao. Xiaolu, Brother Yang already knows about the situation here and has sent people over. You guys can hold on for a while and wait for them to arrive. Bao Sanli was afraid that Jing Xiaolu couldn't handle the pressure, so he gave her a call in advance to cheer her up. Phew. Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Since Yang Ming took action, the trouble on her side would definitely decrease. However, was this really the result she wanted? Xiaolu, what's wrong? Looking at your expression, it seems like there's some good news? Lu Huamei was also very anxious at this moment. Although Ming Yang was the major shareholder according to the contract, Lu Huamei couldn't escape if the company really suffered a loss. The most important problem was that the Jiangyan Group's headquarters attitude was very ambiguous and unclear. Lu Huamei called her grandfather, but she didn't expect her grandfather to just say "I understand" faintly after listening to Lu Huamei's description. He didn't say anything else. Grandfather Lu's attitude made the entire Jiangyan Group wait and see. Although Mingjiang was also a joint venture company of the Jiangyan Group, no one stood out to express their support for Mingjiang. Yang Ming sent people over to solve the problem, Jing Xiaolu said with a complicated expression. Yang Ming. It's Yang Ming again. Who is this person? Lu Huamei muttered in her heart, but said, let's go. We'll go to the conference room first. The reporters were all invited to the conference room. It was agreed that the meeting would be held at 9 o'clock. Regardless of whether the person on Jing Xiaolu's side could come or not, they had to deal with the current situation first. Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei walked into the noisy conference room. The voices of the reporters who were discussing with each other became softer. The conference room only quieted down when Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei sat on the rostrum. Alright, before the press conference, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Huamei, the Executive Vice President of the Mingjiang Escort Company. This is Jing Xiaolu, also the Executive Vice President. Lu Huamei said, this press conference was decided to be held at the last minute, so it wasn't fully prepared. Although it's called a press conference, it's actually just a question and answer session. This is because we didn't get any accurate information after the incident. The police are still investigating everything. Like all of you, I don't know anything about this matter. Lu Huamei let out a sigh of relief after she finished speaking. The reason why she said these things in advance was that she was afraid that the reporters would pester her with these questions. It's great now. We don't know anything either. So when you ask questions that we can answer. Lu Huamei's words stunned the reporters who were ready to launch an attack. Many of the words that were on the tip of their tongues couldn't be said. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Vice President Lu, the Mingjiang company has made such a big mistake this time. As one of the parent companies, what will the Jiangyan Group's attitude be? This reporter was arranged by Lu Zhenan. He originally wanted to wait for the others to ask questions first before standing up to ask. However, Lu Huamei's words completely pushed away the questions that the reporters wanted to know the most. For a moment, no one stood up to ask questions. It should be known that most of the reporters here were here to find out the inside story, not to make things difficult for Lu Huamei. Since Lu Huamei didn't know anything like them, why were they still here? No matter if what Lu Huamei said was true or false, they couldn't do anything when she said that the police had to keep the case confidential. Lu Huamei glanced at the reporter who asked the question. It was a new face that she had never seen before. She stopped guessing his identity and answered directly, although the Mingjiang Escort Company is a new joint venture company established by the Jiangyan Group and the Mingyang Security Company, as I said before, this is a new company. Although the Jiangyan Group owns the shares, our operations are independent. Lu Huamei didn't know if the reporter could understand her explanation. All in all, Lu Huamei was secretly afraid. It seemed that many of these reporters were here for her. She wouldn't believe that all of this had nothing to do with her elder brother. So that's the case. Then, the Mingjiang Escort Company lost hundreds of millions of yuan this time, and their whereabouts are unknown. How will Mingjiang fill this loophole? The reporter continued to ask, as far as I know, Mingjiang's new company doesn't have many assets. If the Jiangyan Group behind it doesn't show up, how will you deal with it? Lu Huamei was more and more certain that her elder brother sent this reporter here to make things difficult for her after listening to the reporter's unhurried words. How we fill this loophole is our company's internal matter. This isn't the content of this press conference, right? Lu Huamei was still worried about how to fill this loophole, so she could only deal with it this way. I heard that Vice President Lu is still holding the position of the Jiangyan Group's financial director. With Vice President Lu's position, it shouldn't be difficult for him to mobilize the Jiangyan Group's funds to fill this loophole, right? Another reporter began to ask, is it really like what the outside world said? Vice President Lu was promoted on the surface but demoted on the inside. Although he is the group's financial director, all of his power has been taken away. It is said that Vice President Lu was one of the most competitive successors of the Jiangyan Group. This time, there was such a big mistake. Will this successor position be excluded? What does the Jiangyan Group's old master Lu think about this matter? The Jiangyan Group hasn't made any response yet. Does this mean that the Jiangyan Group has given up on the Mingjiang Escort Company? Is there some hidden meaning in this? Does this mean that Vice President Liu has also been given up? Can the Mingjiang escort company survive this disaster without the support of the Jiangyan group? Lu Huamei couldn't respond to the sharp questions that were thrown at her one after another. Lu Huamei finally realized how insidious her elder brother was. He actually took this opportunity to attack her. Jing Xiaolu was also secretly anxious when she saw that Lu Huamei was troubled by the reporter's questions. If this goes on, this press conference will definitely be a mess. Jing Xiaolu couldn't care so much anymore. She grabbed the microphone and said to the reporters below, "Everyone, please be quiet for a while." Seeing that Jing Xiaolu had spoken, the aggressive reporters reluctantly stopped their questions. However, they still had an expression of wanting to get to the bottom of it. This is the Mingjiang Escort Company's press conference, not the Jiangyan Group's press conference. Moreover, everyone, don't put the cart before the horse. Yes, the Jiangyan Group is one of the shareholders of the Mingjiang Escort Company, but the Mingyang Company is the biggest shareholder of the Mingjiang Escort Company. We are also the ones who play the leading role in the operation. Therefore, Miss Lu Huamei can refuse to answer your questions. Jing Xiaolu said, "If you really want to know about the Jiangyan Group, I suggest you interview the Jiangyan Group." Okay. Since you said so, how does the Mingyang Company intend to deal with this matter? The reporter who asked the question first was unhappy with Jing Xiaolu's interruption. Therefore, he targeted Jing Xiaolu again. Anyway, he was here to cause trouble today. It would be fine as long as he could mess up this press conference in the end. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. She had just changed the topic, and he was already targeting her. The person in charge of our Mingyang Company has already rushed over. I believe he will be here soon. Jing Xiaolu thought of what Bao Sanli had said to her before, so she said calmly, "Don't tell me that everyone doesn't even have this little bit of patience." Jing Xiaolu spoke at a steady pace with a smile on her face, giving people a natural affinity. Therefore, even if some of the people below were unwilling, they couldn't do anything at this moment because most of the peers nodded in agreement with Jing Xiaolu's statement. They came here to seek the truth and to seek first-hand reports, not to chase after someone who couldn't make the decision. In their opinion, since Jing Xiaolu said that the person in charge had rushed over, Jing Xiaolu naturally had no right to make the decision. Instead of asking Jing Xiaolu some useless questions, they might as well wait for the person who could actually make the decision. At the Jiangyan Group's headquarters, Lu Zhenan and Lu Jifei watched the Mingjiang Escort Company's news report live and drank tea with relish. Why is this little girl with the surname Jing taking the lead? Lu Zhenan was a little annoyed. She should have embarrassed Lu Huamei more. Grandpa must be watching the live broadcast. His impression of Lu Huamei won't be reduced by just a little bit. It doesn't matter. Let her be proud. Lu Jifei waved his hand indifferently. This time, I just want to play Jing Xiaolu to death. I have also checked the background of the Mingyang Group. They only have 100 million in liquid capital in their hands. If they use all of it to fill the hole this time, then their capital chain will be broken instantly, and the entire group won't be far from bankruptcy. Really? That's great, Lu Zhenan nodded. Lu Zhenan nodded. I really want to see my good sister begging the old man to clean up her mess at the board meeting. Haha, I feel so good just thinking about it. The old man will clean up her mess? Lu Jifei was stunned after hearing Lu Zhenan's words and asked. That's for sure. Lu Zhenan waved his hand and said, Lu Huamei is a member of the Lu family no matter what. How can the old man ignore such a prideful person? However, my good sister can forget about being put in an important position in the future. Isn't that what we want? Lu Jifei quickly said after listening, then, I have to congratulate Brother Nan. You played a big part in this matter as well. Lu Zhenan patted Lu Jifei's shoulder and said, Don't worry. I won't treat you badly. If there is a chance, I will suggest to the old man to arrange a position for you in the group. That won't be necessary. Lu Jifei refused, Brother Nan, don't go against the old man for me. It's not worth it. Moreover, isn't it good for me to do something behind your back? Well, that's true. It's fine as long as you can accept it. Lu Zhenan nodded, call those reporters. Tell them not to waste any more time and to continue making things difficult for Lu Huamei. Yes. Lu Jifei quickly picked up his phone, dialed the numbers of those reporters, and gave them a few instructions. At the press conference, the reporter who made things difficult for Lu Huamei stood up restlessly again. Vice President Jing, we have been waiting for a long time, but your so-called person still hasn't arrived. I think we should ask Vice President Lu about the Jiangyan Group's attitude first, right? Even if the person in charge comes, he can only represent your Mingyang company. He can't represent the Jiangyan Group, right? That's right. We want to continue asking questions. Another reporter who received Lu Jifei's instructions also stood up. For a moment, the atmosphere at the press conference became chaotic again. Some people began to get restless. Lu Huamei frowned and glanced at Jing Xiaolu with a helpless expression. How could Lu Huamei not know what these people wanted to do? Wasn't it because her elder brother wanted her to make a fool of herself more? The more she made a fool of herself today, the slimmer her chances of competing for the group's successor would be in the future. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A graceful figure walked in slowly. Many of the reporters present widened their eyes when they saw the person who came in. It was impossible for them not to recognize the person who came in. Sun Jia was the princess of the Hongjun Group, the largest company in the provincial capital, Donghai. She was the current president of the group. Even if they hadn't seen her in person, they knew Sun Jia's identity after being reminded by their peers. Due to Donghai's special status in the province, the reporters who were invited by Lu Zhenan to ruin the press conference could ignore Song Zhang's Bao Sanli. However, they didn't dare to offend Donghai's Sun family. Although the Sun family had the intention of retiring from the world since the beginning of this year, and the whereabouts of the Sun family's old master and the Tian family's old master were unknown. It was said that they went abroad for inspection. However, the family's affairs were managed by their second-generation children. The current helmsman of the Sun family was Sun Jia other than Sun San, while Tian Donghua was in charge of the Tian family. These reporters knew that the Sun family and the Tian family had been operating in Donghai for more than 10 years. Their complicated network and influence in the province were not people they could afford to offend. Compared to Bao Sanli, the Sun family only had a little influence in Songjiang. They were nothing outside of Songjiang. This was also the main reason why these reporters dared to be arrogant here. The reporter who had previously made things difficult for Lu Huamei was about to continue making things difficult. However, he couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw Sun Jia coming in. He really couldn't afford to offend this woman. It was better to see her intentions first. Vice President Jing Xiaolu, right? Sun Jia didn't care about the reporters' discussions and surprised gazes. She walked directly to the rostrum, glanced at Jing Xiaolu, and nodded to her with a smile. Yes, you are. It was Jing Xiaolu's first time seeing Sun Jia. She was considered an old employee of the Mingyang company, but she had never seen Sun Jia before. Therefore, she was a little confused. I am Yang Ming's wife. Sun Jia smiled at Jing Xiaolu naturally. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was shocked. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Yang Ming's wife is here? Is she here to settle accounts with me? For a moment, Jing Xiaolu's thoughts turned into whether Sun Jia would find trouble with her. As for the company's troubles in front of her, she had completely forgotten about it. Let's talk about it after the press conference. Sun Jia glanced at Jing Xiaolu. It seems that Yang Ming really cares about you, his little lover. He hurriedly woke me up from my bed early in the morning and rushed here to help you. Jing Xiaolu was a little dumbfounded. After Sun Jia finished speaking, she no longer cared about Jing Xiaolu. Instead, she took the microphone, turned on the switch, and placed it in front of her. I believe that many of you know me. However, let me introduce myself first. I am Sun Jia, the president of the Donghai Hongjun Group. I am also the Mingyang Group's the assistant to the chairman. Wow. The people present were in an uproar after hearing Sun Jia's self-introduction. It was nothing when Sun Jia introduced her as the president of the Hongjun Group. Sun Hongjun had appointed Sun Jia as the president a month ago. This was no longer news. However, it was the first time they heard that Sun Jia was the assistant to the chairman of the Mingyang Group. Was there any relationship between the Mingyang Group and the Hongjun Group? Sun Jia's appearance and her short self-introduction suddenly changed the atmosphere of the scene. Those who originally thought that the Mingjiang escort company would definitely be finished this time completely changed their thoughts with Sun Jia's words. With the support of Sun Jia's Hongjun group, what obstacles could not be overcome? What problems could not be solved? Perhaps, the people present don't know much about the Mingyang group, so I will briefly explain the structure of the Mingyang group today. This is also the first time that the people of the Mingyang group have made a detailed explanation in public. Sun Jia waited for the people to calm down before she slowly said. Sun Jia's words once again caused an uproar among the reporters present. Previously, when Sun Jia mentioned the Mingyang group, most people thought that Sun Jia had said something wrong. She had mistakenly said that the Mingyang company was the Mingyang group. A group, as the name suggested, was a group. In layman's terms, it was a company with diversified management. It had subsidiaries in many fields, and when the parent companies gathered together, it formed a group enterprise. The Mingyang Security Company only had one joint venture subsidiary, the Mingjiang Escort Company. It was too much of a stretch to call it a group. Under the Mingyang Group, there is Mingyang Entertainment. I believe that some people have already understood the relationship between the Mingyang Security Company and Mingyang Entertainment. There are also Mingyang Real Estate, the Nightless Club, and the Songjiang International Hotel. However, I believe that everyone is familiar with the most famous wholly owned subsidiary. That is Mingyang Heavy Industry. Sun Jia slowly introduced. Sun Jia didn't give up until she said something shocking. Mingyang Heavy Industry. When the name of this company came out, the reporters below were dumbfounded. Mingyang Heavy Industry and Mingyang Security Company are also brother companies? They are also under the same group? Is this true? In fact, there were many companies with the same name or similar names. It was not a strange thing. Therefore, although Mingyang Heavy Industry and Mingyang Security Company were both called Mingyang, no one would link the two companies together, and no one would think that there would be any unusual relationship between the two. With Sun Jia's introduction at this time, everyone finally understood what kind of powerful background the Mingyang Security Company had. Not to mention that Sun Jia's Hongjun Group was behind it, it was very easy for a Mingyang Heavy Industry to fill this 100 million yuan hole. F***CK. Lu Zhenan listened to Sun Jia's words and smashed the teacup on the TV. Previously, when Lu Zhenan saw Sun Jia appear at the venue, he secretly felt that something was wrong. He naturally knew Sun Jia. She was the little princess of Donghai. Her background was not weaker than his. Even his family's old man, Lu Jiangyan, was a peer when he met Sun Jia's father. If they were to really call each other, he was still Sun Jia's junior. When he heard Sun Jia say that she was the assistant to the chairman of the Mingyang Group, this bad feeling was even stronger. Is Sun Jia here to stand up for the Mingyang company? However, when he heard that Mingyang Heavy Industry, which was in the limelight in the province, was also a wholly owned subsidiary of the Mingyang Group, this time he was completely dumbfounded. Why does this Mingyang Security Company have such a strong background? It can't be, right? Am I dreaming? Didn't I want to trick them with Lu Jifei before? This background is not weaker than the Jiangyan Group at all, and it is even stronger. Lu Jifei. Didn't King say it already? You have already investigated the background of Mingyang Security Company? What the F***CK is going on? Lu Zhenan was angry. This time he was really angry. Why is there a Mingyang Group above this Mingyang Security Company? This? Lu Jifei was also dumbfounded. I went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to check before. Mingyang Security Company was funded by a person named Bao Sanli. Why is there a group above? You idiot. Just because the legal person is different doesn't mean that they don't have the support of the parent company. Lu Zhenan said angrily, this time, we are in big trouble. Yang, brother Nan, don't be angry. Even if the Ming Security Company has such a background, it has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Lu Zhenan asked. Brother Nan, even you don't care much about 100 million yuan. Do you think that the old man cares about this 100 million yuan? Lu Jifei said, so, it doesn't matter whether the old man gave this 100 million yuan. What's important is that Lu Huamei has already made a big mistake. Even if the matter is settled, the problem of her ability is already very obvious. Does it still matter whether the old man gives this 100 million yuan or not? Oh. What you said makes sense. Lu Zhinan nodded after listening to Lu Jifei's analysis. She still got away with it. Brother Nan, in this situation, it doesn't matter whether it got away with it or not. I think it's time for us to perform. Lu Jifei hesitated and said. Our performance? What performance? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? The other party's background is not weak. We shouldn't act rashly for a while. Lu Zhinan said with a frown. It's not a trick up our sleeve. It's time for our Jiangyan group to make a statement. Since the other party has already made a statement, our people can't fall behind. Lu Jifei said, Brother Nan, you should also stand up now and make a statement to support Lu Huamei. Help her bear the responsibility of our Jiangyan group's shares. Oh? Lu Zhinan thought carefully, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Brilliant. What a brilliant plan. Jifei, you're very timely in hindsight. Since Lu Huamei's crisis has been resolved, why don't I be a good person and let the old man see how tolerant I am? That's what I mean. Lu Jifei nodded. So, at the same time that the Mingjiang Escort Company held a press conference in Songjiang, the executive vice president of the Jiangyan Group, Lu Zhinan, suddenly announced to the media that he was willing to pay a portion of the 100 million yuan that the Mingjiang Escort Company had lost. Regardless of whether the lost 100 million yuan could be recovered, the Jiangyan Group would help the company get through the crisis. At the Mingjiang Escort Company's press conference, Lu Huamei immediately received Lu Zhinan's message and his decision. Lu Huamei snorted coldly in her heart. My big brother really knows how to put on a show. He really knows how to choose the right time. He only came out and pretended to be a good person after seeing that we've gotten through the crisis. However, Lu Huamei still politely replied to his message and thanked him. This bitch. It seems that she also realized something. Lu Zhinan fiercely pressed the delete button when he saw Lu Huamei's message with hidden daggers in it. Brother Nan, what's the big deal about Lu Huamei not realizing it? It's fine as long as the old man is sure of you, Lu Jifei smiled indifferently. That's true. Lu Zhinan nodded. He remembered that after he announced the Jiangyan Group's attitude, his grandfather had especially called to give him a few words of encouragement. This made Lu Zhinan feel very good. He felt that the position of chairman was waving at him. I believe that after everyone knows about the structure of the Mingyang Group, you won't ask meaningless questions like how the Mingjiang Escort Company will get through the difficult times, right? Xianxia shrugged and smiled charmingly. Most of the reporters below the stage were men. They were instantly infatuated with Xianxia's smile and nodded in agreement. The few reporters who were hired by Lu Zhinan to cause trouble were afraid of the power behind Xianxia and the power of the Mingyang Group. They didn't dare to say anything. All right. Since everyone has no questions, our press conference will end here, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, lastly, I want to say that although the Mingjiang Escort Company is a newly established company, it has the backing of the Hongjun Group, the Mingyang Group, and the Jiangyan Group. It will definitely become stronger and bigger. We will first take out 100 million yuan to make up for the loss of the bank. Then, we will cooperate with the police to find the whereabouts of the missing cash truck. The reporters present were very satisfied with Xianxia's words. The breaking news they received today was no less than the inside story of the missing cash truck. In fact, it was even more. They knew some of the structure of the Mingyang Group and the relationship between the Hongjun Group and the Mingyang Group. This news was enough to report back. Phew. Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei finally breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the reporters leave. Sun Jia, on the other hand, was very generous and didn't look strange at all. Sun Jia looked at Jing Xiaolu. She is a beauty. Yang Ming's taste is not bad. She looked at Lu Huamei. She felt like a classical beauty. You're also Yang Ming's lover? Sun Jia looked at Lu Huamei from head to toe. She felt that it would be intolerable if Yang Ming let go of such a classic beauty like Lu Huamei. Eh? Me? Lu Huamei was stunned and looked at Sun Jia blankly. Although Lu Huamei was usually ostracized in the Lu family, no one dared to joke with her when it came to relationships. The old man would definitely not feel good if he found out about this kind of thing that crossed his bottom line. Lu Huamei, on the other hand, began to replace her father after she quit school. She worked hard in the Jiangyan group and schemed against Lu Zhenan. How would she have time to have a boyfriend? Therefore, she was still in a completely blank state when it came to relationships. Usually, no one would mention such a topic to her. At home, her mother served by her father's bedside all day long. She didn't have many chances to meet Lu Huamei. Although most of the people in the group were from the Lu family, how many of them really cared about Lu Huamei's personal affairs? Perhaps even the old man didn't want Lu Huamei to get married so soon. Firstly, it was because Lu Huamei could serve the Lu family for a few more years. Secondly, it was because Lu Huamei's marriage could be used as a bargaining chip in the business. Therefore, Lu Huamei was dumbfounded when Xianxia asked such a sensitive question. Even though she was talented in business, she was still a blank when it came to relationships. She really didn't know what to say after being teased by Xianxia. "N?" Xianxia was slightly stunned after seeing Lu Huamei's reaction. "You're not?" "I'm not either." Jing Xiaolu answered Xianxia's question without waiting for Lu Huamei to answer. "I know you. It's just that you're ambiguous and not completely together." Xianxia glanced at Jing Xiaolu and said. "Ah?" Jing Xiaolu blushed at Xianxia's words. You even know this?" Xianxia was quite proud when she saw Jing Xiaolu's embarrassed look. She then looked at Lu Huamei. "Don't tell me you also have such a relationship?" "Me?" Lu Huamei finally recovered from her shock and shook her head. "You got it wrong. I don't know Yang Ming. We haven't even met before." "Oh?" Xianxia carefully looked at Lu Huamei's expression. It didn't seem like she was lying. Xianxia then apologized. "I'm sorry, I got it wrong." "It's nothing." Lu Huamei shook her head. After all, Xianxia had helped her and the company out of trouble. Even if Xianxia made fun of her, it was just a harmless joke. How could Lu Huamei really be angry? She was a little. Sunday Lu Huamei naturally knew who Xianxia was. Although she hadn't been in the business world for a long time, Lu Huamei had heard a lot about Xianxia, a famous person in the province. However, she was amazed by Xianxia's generosity and indifference towards Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu was distracted by the company's matters. She didn't have time to think about Xianxia's words and subconsciously believed Xianxia. But now that she thought about it carefully, something was wrong. Isn't Yang Ming's wife Chen Mingyan? How did it become Xianxia? Jing Xiaolu wasn't a pushover. Although she was grateful to Xianxia for helping her out, she couldn't be vague about her principles. She had to be sure of it. "No matter what, I'm Chen Mingyan's good friend now. How come I've never heard of Xianxia's existence? Could it be that Yang Ming has another woman on the outside? I have to grasp this opportunity. No matter what, I'm a member of Chen Mingyan's camp. I can't be biased towards an outsider. It's not a good thing to have a foot in two boats." "Miss Xianxia, although I'm very grateful to you for helping our company solve our current problems, there are some principles that I have to figure out." Jing Xiaolu pondered for a moment and asked. "Oh?" Xianxia glanced at Jing Xiaolu with some surprise. She didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to become so calm after a short period of shyness. She was a powerful person. "As far as I know, Yang Ming's wife is Chen Mingyan, right? So, who are you?" Jing Xiaolu asked word by word. Although there was some aggressive meaning, she was very polite. "Hee." Xianxia listened to Jing Xiaolu's question and laughed. "Is this what you want to ask? Then I'll tell you. I'm his other wife. I don't know if you are satisfied with this answer?" "Ah?" Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Xianxia to have such a reaction. Originally, she expected that Xianxia would either be ashamed by her own question or argue with her angrily, but she didn't expect Xianxia to be so relaxed and joking. "It seems that you wanted to stand up for Chen Mingyan before?" Xianxia blinked and guessed Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. "Don't rush to deny it. I don't mean to blame you. After all, we didn't know each other before." Jing Xiaolu really didn't know what to say because of Xianxia's calmness. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but admire Xianxia from the bottom of her heart. This woman is not simple. No matter what the occasion, she is neither servile nor overbearing. Such a woman is a good helper by Yang Ming's side. The current Chen Mingyan can't be compared to her at all. She had to say that a woman like Xianxia was what she had always wanted to be. However, you are actually the vice president of Mingjiang and also the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Security. This makes me very puzzled. Do you like to work? Sun Jia's observation was still very sharp. She saw Jing Xiaolu's weakness immediately, so she was ready to start from her weakness. Although Sun Jia didn't want to have any conflict or anxiety with Chen Mingyan, in Sun Jia's eyes, Chen Mingyan was still a little girl who hadn't grown up. The two of them tried not to meet as much as possible. They each had their own lives and didn't interfere with each other. However, since Zhao Ying's involvement yesterday, Sun Jia had to consider a series of problems derived from facing Chen Mingyan in the future. There was no intersection between Sun Jia and Chen Mingyan. However, with the addition of Zhao Ying as a link, it indirectly increased the danger of the two sides meeting. Zhao Ying was Chen Mingyan's teacher and her good friend. Especially when she knew about Chen Mingyan's temper, Sun Jia had to take some precautions. After seeing Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia had the idea of pulling her into her camp. Even if she couldn't succeed immediately, she could be a little spy by Chen Mingyan's side. In the worst case, she wouldn't help either side in the end, which basically achieved the result Sun Jia wanted. Jing Xiaolu pursed her lips and vaguely guessed Sun Jia's intention. She couldn't help but hesitate. She naturally couldn't do something to betray Chen Mingyan. Not to mention that she wasn't Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if she was, she wouldn't do such a wicked spy thing. However, she couldn't bear to lose the opportunity to learn from Sun Jia. It seems that it's easy to talk to a smart woman. Sun Jia saw that Jing Xiaolu understood her meaning and smiled slightly. She didn't need to explain anything more. I still lack an assistant. Are you interested? It's not necessary. It's good here now. It's also good training. Jing Xiaolu struggled for a long time in her heart. Finally, she made a decision and refused Sun Jia's temptation. Although she would grow faster if she followed Sun Jia, was that still her original intention? She originally wanted to be able to take charge alone, help Yang Ming deal with some things, and reduce some of the burden for Yang Ming. However, if she really went against Chen Mingyan with Sun Jia, wouldn't she be looking for trouble for Yang Ming? Sun Jia didn't say anything, but Jing Xiaolu faintly guessed her thoughts. It should be close to the mark. It was better for her not to participate in this kind of thing. Oh? Then forget it. Sun Jia was just thinking about it on the spur of the moment. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu could still control herself, she didn't say anything else. You are really good training here. There are troubles all the time. Sun Jia's slightly sarcastic words made Jing Xiaolu blush a little, but she couldn't blame her. Mingjiang was indeed not smooth from the beginning. If there is any trouble, just call me at any time. Sun Jia handed a business card to Jing Xiaolu. I understand your thoughts. I won't make it difficult for you. In fact, I don't want such a day to come. Sun Jia's words made Jing Xiaolu slightly stunned. Originally, she thought that Sun Jia wanted to win her over to go against Chen Mingyan, but listening to Sun Jia's last casual sentence, it seemed that she didn't want to do so. Could it be that there is something that I don't know about, but it is forced to happen? Jing Xiaolu had an ominous premonition in her heart. Sun Jia knows Chen Mingyan, but Chen Mingyan doesn't know about Sun Jia's existence. With Chen Mingyan's temperament, if she knew about this, what kind of reaction would she have? It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was still very keen. A conspiracy against Yang Ming and all his women was slowly unfolding. Yang Ming also watched the live broadcast of the press conference on TV and sighed secretly. Sun Jia was really dishonest. She actually revealed such an inside story, but it also successfully diverted the attention of the reporters and successfully resolved the company's crisis this time. Shaking his head, although most people might not have noticed, the moment Sun Jia went on stage, she turned off the microphone and whispered to Jing Xiaolu. Others didn't hear it, but Yang Ming, who could read lips, saw it clearly. This kind of small detail, I am afraid that only Yang Ming would pay attention to it, but he wasn't worried that others would know anything. She gave Jing Xiaolu a warning as soon as she went up. This Sun Jia. Yang Ming shook his head. Sun Jia's unwillingness to be under others really gave Yang Ming some headaches. This was also the reason why Yang Ming had not told Chen Mingyan about Sun Jia, because Yang Ming was really afraid that something disharmonious would happen in his family. The phone rang. Yang Ming thought it was Sun Jia, but when he looked at the phone number, it was Xiao Bingbao. "Brother Bingbao, why are you here?" "I was just looking for you." Yang Ming picked up the phone and said casually. "Brother Bingbao? What Brother Bingbao? Don't call me that." Xiao Bingbao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You can either call me Brother Xia or Captain Xia. Don't say these messy names." "Oh, then Brother Xia it is. The reason why I joined you guys now is because I want to help. I don't have the sense of being superior or subordinate," Yang Ming said. "So, Captain Xia, forget about it." "Alright, as you wish." Xiao Bingbao said, "I have already asked about the matter you told me last time. Don't worry. Xia Wenjin and others are basically more than 10 years old." 10 years. That's a little short, but it doesn't matter, Yang Ming said faintly. If Yang Ming wanted to kill a few people, he could do so with a single thought. If the King of Assassins' disciple wanted to kill someone, who would be able to live well? I read the previous chapter carefully today. Yang Ming had met Xin Yuxi's parents, but I forgot about it. I wrote the scene of the meeting at the back. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, everyone. Second generation of the fishman. Don't mess around and ask me to wipe your ass again. Xiao Bingbao warned after listening to Yang Ming's words. I won't do it. I have a good relationship with the people of the butterfly family. This is not a secret. I believe you all know it. The matter between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan was a big deal in Europe a while ago. Yang Ming's whereabouts were not a secret in the eyes of people like Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming didn't mind that Xiao Bingbao would know more about him now. It didn't matter as long as there was no practical evidence. He could completely deny it. Hee. Xiao Bingbao laughed dryly. It seemed that he knew something about Yang Ming's relationship with the assassin organization, as Yang Ming said. Well, don't give me any trouble. Xiao Bingbao reminded. Also, the matter of you going to Yunnan's Miaojiang has been settled. This operation is very dangerous. In addition to using you as a trump card, we will also send someone to assist you. This person is also a trump card in our hands. He is currently training in California in the United States. After a while, he will arrive in Songjiang and meet you. Then, you, Xia Shui, and he will go to Yunnan together. Wait, you said Xia Shui is going too? Yang Ming frowned. What is she going to do in such a dangerous place? This, cough cough. Xiao Bingbao coughed twice. It's an arrangement from above, to let her experience it. Above? Yang Ming was stunned. Cough cough. It's my boss. Xiao Bingbao explained awkwardly. Your boss? Let her experience it? You are not in the same system, right? Yang Ming was inexplicable by Xiao Bingbao. Actually, my grandfather is also Xia Shui's, said Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming was a little speechless. It turned out to be such a relationship. I knew that Xia Shui's background was not simple. It turned out that she had such a backer. Could it be that Xia Shui's grandfather is in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Well, I know that you have a good relationship with my sister. Take care of her along the way, said Xiao Bingbao. Although I don't want her to go, there is no other way. I don't have the final say. D*MN, you are just finding trouble for me. Yang Ming said helplessly, don't you know how dangerous Elder Yu is? If I go, I might just be going to die. Why are you so unconfident? Since you can handle Elder Yu the first time, you can handle him the second time. Moreover, this time I have received the latest news. It is a very important news, said Xiao Bingbao. Oh? What news? Asked Yang Ming. Before the famous Chinese medicine practitioner, Mr. Li Sifeng, disappeared 3 years ago, a student reported that the last person they saw looked very similar to Elder Yu, said Xiao Bingbao. So you suspect that this Mr. Li Sifeng was caught by Elder Yu? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. You don't want me to save this Li Sifeng again, right? Yang Ming, I found that your special ability has the ability to foresee, shouted Xiao Bingbao. F***ck off. Yang Ming said angrily, who is this Li Sifeng? Why haven't I heard of him? He is the descendant of Li Shizhen. He is a very powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. His acupuncture skills are superb. Unfortunately, before he was caught, there was no descendant who got the true essence. Although there are several students, none of them have learned the true essence of Mr. Li. Xiao Bingbao sighed. Li Shizhen? Yang Ming rolled his eyes again. You are not fooling me, right? No, I am telling the truth. I also know that this mission is very dangerous, but... Xiao Bingbao said until here and couldn't continue awkwardly. But you still decided to let me go, right? Yang Ming continued, it's not easy to be cannon fodder. I might die. Don't say that. Li Sifeng has medical skills that can bring the dead back to life. You have to save him. In the future, if your relatives and friends have any difficult illnesses, Mr. Li Sifeng will definitely do his best to save them, said Xiao Bingbao. Can't you say something nice? Yang Ming sighed. Can I refuse? No, said Xiao Bingbao affirmatively. Then why are you still discussing with me? Just inform me directly. You are wasting my breath. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You were the one who asked me before, okay? Xiao Bingbao was also speechless. Well, I will agree to this matter for the time being, but I can only try my best. I can't guarantee anything. If my life is endangered, I will save my life first, said Yang Ming straightforwardly. Okay. Xiao Bingbao agreed readily. He didn't want Yang Ming to die. Then let's put this matter aside first. I still have something to look for you, said Yang Ming. You haven't done anything for me yet, and I am already your errand boy. Xiao Bingbao couldn't help but be angry when he heard Yang Ming's words. You, kid, are really unwilling to suffer losses. Don't I think that as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I should be low-key? Otherwise, I will do it myself. Said Yang Ming seriously. Forget it. If you have anything, let me do it for you. Xiao Bingbao was shocked and said quickly. Help me find a person called Lu Xiaolei. He used to be the vice captain of the Mingjiang Escort Company, said Yang Ming. Well, I will call you when I find him. Xiao Bingbao was relieved when he heard that it was this kind of thing. He was afraid that Yang Ming would find him for some trouble again. Yang Ming's days once again became dull. Every day, in addition to going online to cheat and playing Do Diju with Zhaoying, waiting for a few fools to be fooled, they gradually talked more about each other. Yang Ming planned to listen to Sun Jia's advice and pursue Zhaoying on the internet. He had to admit that through experiments, Yang Ming found that Sun Jia's move was still very effective. On the internet, Zhaoying was not as shy as in reality. Even if they talked about some sensitive topics, Zhaoying would consider for a long time before answering, instead of retreating directly like in reality. Yang Ming naturally would not express any love for Zhaoying at the beginning, but he gradually catered to her interests. Zhaoying was very clear about what topics Yang Ming liked, so the two people seemed to have more common topics. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia also resumed their study life every day. Yang Ming occasionally went to school, but most of the time when Chen Mingyan and others were not at home, Yang Ming would sneak out to have a private meeting with Sun Jia, Shao Qing, and Wang Xiaoyan, or chat with Huang Lele and Zhaoying on the internet. Occasionally, he would think of Jing Xiaolu and Xin Yuxi, and send text messages to each other. Yang Ming's intense and exciting life in the past suddenly turned into this extremely dull old life. Just when these girls were enjoying the warmth of Yang Ming's days at home, only Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria, who were assassins, noticed something wrong with Yang Ming. In Wang Xiaoyan's villa, Victoria was also there. Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria were not strangers. The two people knew each other since they were in Africa. Among all of Yang Ming's women, these two people knew each other the best. Therefore, after Victoria found something wrong with Yang Ming, she immediately found Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan also happened to find something wrong with Yang Ming. After the two people discussed and confirmed, they increasingly felt that Yang Ming was weird. At that time, Victoria called Wang Xiaoyan. Since the two of them returned to China, they did not have much contact, but they still exchanged phone numbers. Hello? Victoria? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the caller ID with some suspicion and picked up the phone. She couldn't guess why Victoria would call her. Wang Xiaoyan? I'm Victoria. Victoria's voice came from the other side of the phone. Where are you? I have something to talk to you about. For Wang Xiaoyan, Victoria was very casual, and there was not so much politeness in her tone. Although Victoria knew the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming, she did not need to be respectful to Wang Xiaoyan. She was only responsible for her master, Yang Ming. Talk to me? What's the matter? After Wang Xiaoyan listened to Victoria's words, she was a bit baffled. What is it that you want to talk to me about? It's about Mr. Yang. Victoria's words were still very concise, without too much embellishment. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan asked subconsciously. Yes. Victoria replied faintly, only he will be called Mr. Yang. Well, you come to my house to find me. Wang Xiaoyan also knew Victoria's character, so she no longer asked. It's the building next to Yang Ming's villa. You come and press the doorbell. I will open the door for you. See you in 10 minutes. Victoria said and hung up the phone. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. If it weren't for her trust in Victoria, she would not have agreed so readily. Since it was related to Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan would pay more attention to it. Victoria was punctual. 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaoyan's doorbell rang. Wang Xiaoyan saw Victoria's figure through the monitoring system. She opened the door and invited Victoria in. What's the matter? Wang Xiaoyan invited Victoria into the living room and asked after sitting down. Have you noticed that Mr. Yang has been very strange recently? Victoria did not like to beat around the bush. She went straight to the topic. Strange. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Victoria's words and looked at her with some surprise. But then she fell into contemplation. Previously, Wang Xiaoyan felt that something was wrong with Yang Ming's abnormal behavior, but she did not delve into it. Instead, she was immersed in the joy of being able to get together with Yang Ming every day. However, after what Victoria said today, Wang Xiaoyan thought about it carefully and felt that something was really wrong with Yang Ming. The Yang Ming in the past was not like this. What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Victoria and asked. Mr. Yang has been texting me every day these days. He didn't miss a single day. He talked about some trivial matters as if he was explaining something. Victoria said the Mr. Yang in the past would not do these boring things. I don't know if you have found a similar abnormality here? Now that you mention it. Wang Xiaoyan frowned slightly. It is indeed like this. Yang Ming comes to accompany me almost every day. The time is basically fixed for about an hour, and then he leaves in a hurry. I think that Mr. Yang is like an old man in his twilight years. Before he finishes the last phase of his life, he will have such a regular life. It's like a routine, deliberately getting in touch with everyone around him, said Victoria. Could it be, something is going to happen? Wang Xiaoyan carefully recalled what happened during this time. She spent almost all of her time with Yang Ming, and she did not find anything wrong. With your confirmation, I can be more sure that Mr. Yang should have something to hide from us, said Victoria. However, as his slave, I have no right to interfere with his affairs, but I also care about him. I hope you can figure out this matter. I will investigate. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. Since she had already noticed something strange, Wang Xiaoyan would naturally go and get to the bottom of it. So, in the afternoon when Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia all went to class, Wang Xiaoyan called Yang Ming to her villa. Didn't we just meet yesterday? Why are you so impatient to call me today? Yang Ming still entered Wang Xiaoyan's villa from the window. Although Chen Mingyan and the others all went to school, who knew if they would come back temporarily for something? Since Chen Mingyan already knew that Wang Xiaoyan lived next door, if he went in again, it was hard to guarantee that it would not arouse her suspicion. So, Yang Ming decided to fly over the roof and walk on the wall. It's really a pity that I actually used my kung fu to have an affair. If Fang Tian knew, I don't know what he would think. However, after Yang Ming said this, he saw that Victoria was actually in Wang Xiaoyan's home. He couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Why are you here? I came by myself. Victoria said, I have something to ask you, so I discussed it with Wang Xiaoyan. Something to ask me? Yang Ming was stunned. Don't we often text each other? If you have something to ask, just ask directly. Do you still need to find someone to discuss it? Well, let me say it. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Victoria and nodded to her. She made a gesture to calm down, then she turned to Yang Ming and said, Yang Ming, what happened to you recently? Recently? What do you mean what happened recently? Yang Ming was shocked, but he still asked with an indifferent expression. Your recent behavior, why do I feel that you are living like an old man? Has your life become unusually regular? Even when you look for me, it has become very regular, basically once every 2 days? Wang Xiaoyan stared at Yang Ming's eyes and asked. Oh? Is that so? Is there a regular pattern? Yang Ming's forehead slightly oozed some cold sweat. Isn't this good? I have nothing to do recently. What's wrong with spending more time with you? It's exactly because there's nothing wrong with it that life has become too comfortable. That's the biggest problem. Wang Xiaoyan said, Yang Ming, you are not a person who can be idle. Don't deny it. It can be said that I am the one who understands you the most among all your women. Is this right? Although Yang Ming was somewhat reluctant to admit it, he still nodded. Even so, but I was too tired a while ago. What's wrong with resting? Rest? Are you resting? Wang Xiaoyan took out a list of phone numbers and placed it in front of Yang Ming. How do you know my cell phone password? When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan actually took out his cell phone call record list, he couldn't help but be stunned. I guessed it. It's your birthday. I didn't expect that I would be the first one to guess it correctly. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged. As an assassin, you are a bit careless in this regard. Yang Ming was somewhat speechless. This cell phone number was set up together with Lan Ling. The password was chosen randomly. At that time, he was not an assassin. Naturally, he didn't think so much. Later, he had not changed it. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take advantage of this opportunity. Look at your cell phone call record. Every day, after you get up, you start to call. The people you contact are the same. Of course, that includes me. I really admire you, Yang Ming. There are so many people, but you can actually take care of them all. Aren't you tired? Wang Xiaoyan pointed to a few numbers on the call record list and said, Why do I feel that you are not resting at all, nor are you contacting them for the sake of contacting them? It seems more like a kind of obligation and responsibility. Yang Ming didn't expect that his caution still made Wang Xiaoyan notice something. Facing this list of his call record, Yang Ming couldn't deny anything. However, after listening to Wang Xiaoyan's doubts and analysis, Yang Ming also understood where his oversight was. He was too calm and regular, which led to Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria's suspicion. Yang Ming, what happened? Wang Xiaoyan saw that Yang Ming was silent, and she couldn't help but be shocked. This means that Yang Ming acquiesced to what she said before. In this way, I am afraid that something is really going to happen. The more Wang Xiaoyan thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Ming seemed to have a sense of his will. This made Wang Xiaoyan uneasy in her heart. Although Wang Xiaoyan had always been very confident in Yang Ming. Even last time when he went to the Lancer family alone to save her father, he was full of confidence when he left. But this time even Yang Ming had such an attitude. Perhaps, what was going to happen was not a trivial matter. Yang Ming was silent for a moment, calculating the gains and losses in his heart. Finally, he sighed and said, Well, since you have guessed it, I won't hide it anymore. You and Victoria are not outsiders, so it's okay for me to tell you. But what I said today, that's all. Don't tell others. Seeing that Yang Ming's identity finally admitted, Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria's family. Actually, I still have an official identity. Yang Ming did not wait for Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria to speak, and continued to say, There is a mysterious department called the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It is similar to a secret service, and I am a member of it. Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Wang Xiaoyan repeated the name. She seemed to have heard of it somewhere. With her well-informed assassin identity, it was not strange for her to have heard of such an agency. This agency performs some very mysterious and dangerous missions. Under normal circumstances, they are basically responsible for things that cannot be solved under abnormal circumstances. Yang Ming continued, and I am going to perform a mission. Yang Ming had always been very confident in doing things. Even if he was not completely sure, he was still confident. Therefore, every time Yang Ming went out to perform a mission or to save someone, he was full of confidence. Only this time, Yang Ming did not have the slightest confidence. Yang Ming had a special ability, and he was the successor of the King of Assassins. It was not wrong to say that Yang Ming had an advantage over the average person. However, the enemy that Yang Ming was facing this time was not an ordinary person, but the mysterious and evil Elder Yu. This person was not only proficient in voodoo, but he also practiced evil techniques. Not to mention Yang Ming, even the authentic people from the Miaojiang Miao village were not the opponent of this Elder Yu. Yang Ming was even less confident. Since Elder Yu could not be cleaned up by Lan Ling's Miao village for so many years, but he was almost killed by Yang Ming, what confidence did Yang Ming have to win? However, regardless of whether Yang Ming was confident or not, this time, he had to go. It was the same whether it was for public or private reasons. Elder Yu was originally his enemy. Even if he did not confront him directly now, there would be a day when he would confront him. Moreover, there were things that a great man should do and shouldn't do. Since he had joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for so long, it was reasonable for him to contribute to the country here. Therefore, after Yang Ming thought about it, he decided to fight with his back against the wall. However, to be honest, Yang Ming himself was not confident that he could return safely this time. Therefore, Yang Ming particularly cherished the peaceful days now. He tried his best to accompany his lovers and enjoy this rare warmth and peace. Perhaps this time I won't be able to come back. Of course, it was a little frustrating to think like this, but some things had to be prepared in advance. Is it very dangerous? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly understood Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming nodded. To be honest, at least I don't have any confidence. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, and the anxiety on her face became stronger. Can you not go? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have already promised them. Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan hugged Yang Ming and threw herself into his arms. Her tears couldn't help but fall. Wang Xiaoyan was a strong person. She had not cried for a long time, but this time, she finally couldn't help but cry. She understood the meaning of Yang Ming's previous words. She also knew Yang Ming's strength. Since Yang Ming was not confident about this matter, then it was imaginable how difficult this matter was. Although Wang Xiaoyan had long known that as an assassin, there was no tomorrow for today, that was relative to ordinary assassins. For people like Yang Ming who stood at the top of the pyramid of the assassin world, even if the mission failed, he could escape and retreat. He would not be killed on the spot. If you fail this mission, can you escape? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. Of course. Yang Ming stroked Wang Xiaoyan's forehead and said, Do you think I am a fool? Knowing that I am going to die, I still want to rush up? However, Yang Ming had a sentence that he didn't say, but he muttered in his heart, I am afraid that I can't escape even if I want to. That's good. Wang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, you must be careful. I will. There is only one life. I will naturally cherish it. Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. Do you need my help? Wang Xiaoyan asked subconsciously, but after asking, she smiled bitterly in her heart. Yang Ming himself was not sure. If she went, wouldn't she be adding trouble to him? No need. Yang Ming shook his head. Think about it. In fact, it's nothing. You and I have encountered danger more than once or twice. In the end, didn't we turn the danger into safety? Wang Xiaoyan nodded cleverly. Victoria was still sitting on the side with a frown. Victoria automatically filtered out the words that Yang Ming said later. She also crawled out from danger. She knew that in some situations, you couldn't run away just because you wanted to. Many times, once you stepped out, there was no turning back. It was like fighting in a life and death arena. Once you entered the arena, could you still run away? The words that Yang Ming said later could only be to comfort Wang Xiaoyan. Out of blind trust and love, there was no doubt. Otherwise, with Wang Xiaoyan's astuteness, it was not difficult to figure this out. However, Victoria didn't expose it because some things didn't need to be said too clearly. What should happen would happen in the end. She couldn't stop it. Yang Ming gestured to Victoria and then went upstairs with Wang Xiaoyan. Victoria just glanced at Yang Ming and didn't make any response. Instead, she was thinking about something. Why didn't you tell me before? Wang Xiaoyan snuggled into Yang Ming's embrace and held onto Yang Ming's hand tightly. She was afraid that she would lose him if she let go. You can hide it from others, but you shouldn't hide it from me. We've been through so many life and death situations together. I'm afraid you'll be worried. Yang Ming sighed. As long as I'm confident, I'll tell you easily. But this time, the enemy I'm facing is unknown. Unknown? Wang Xiaoyan didn't quite understand what Yang Ming meant. Is the enemy very strong? Strong. I guess so. Yang Ming nodded. You know, in many situations, as long as it's within the scope of nature, I won't be afraid no matter how strong the enemy is. I'll always be able to find a loophole. But this time, the enemy I'm facing is beyond the scope of nature. The enemy's ability is far beyond our imagination. Why does it sound like the enemy you're facing has superpowers? Wang Xiaoyan was a little confused. Superpowers? Not really, but it's almost there. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and explained, the enemy is from Blue Miao Village. He's a traitor of Blue Miao Village. He's practicing an evil technique that increases his power by sucking the fresh blood of people who have just died. It can be said that this person is very evil. Not only is he invulnerable, but he's also proficient in voodoo. Ah. Wang Xiaoyan heard Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. If it wasn't Yang Ming who said this, Wang Xiaoyan definitely wouldn't believe it. It was because what Yang Ming said was too unbelievable. Voodoo, evil technique, sucking human blood. This was simply beyond the scope of a person's imagination. It was already illogical. When I first came into contact with it, I didn't believe it either. However, one of my girlfriends is the granddaughter of Blue Miao Village's chief. After knowing her, I realized that voodoo is real and does exist. However, only a small number of Miao people have mastered it, and they can't simply use voodoo on ordinary people. Yang Ming explained to Wang Xiaoyan, this elder Yu is a traitor of Blue Miao Village. Not only does he practice forbidden techniques, but he also uses voodoo on ordinary people. So, no matter what, this dangerous person must be eliminated. You're going to be an enemy of such a person? Wang Xiaoyan widened her eyes. You have no chance of winning? I can't say that there is none. If a miracle happens, maybe there is still hope. Yang Ming said with a smile. Isn't it the same with what you say? No, I won't let you go. Wang Xiaoyan hugged Yang Ming tightly. If this is the case, I can't let you go no matter what. Yan, you know me. Yang Ming didn't say much but simply said. It was because he knew that Wang Xiaoyan would understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoyan fell into silence as soon as Yang Ming finished speaking. After a while, Wang Xiaoyan said, have you really decided? N. Yang Ming replied. Then, you have to be careful. I really hope that this is a dream. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. She knew that no matter what she said, she couldn't change Yang Ming's decision. Just like when Yang Ming went to the Lancer family alone to save her father, Wang Xiaoyan was the first to object because she had lost her father and didn't want to lose Yang Ming. However, under Yang Ming's insistence, Wang Xiaoyan still had to let Yang Ming go. However, Yang Ming was full of confidence at that time. Before leaving, he even teased her and others by saying that they would wait for his triumphant return. This time, Yang Ming himself was not sure. This made Wang Xiaoyan feel very gloomy. Then you can treat it as a dream. Yang Ming smiled. If I come back, you can treat it as a dream. Nothing happened. If I don't come back, you can also treat it as a dream. Treat it as knowing me in a dream. When you wake up, everything is over. Nonsense. Wang Xiaoyan pinched Yang Ming. Don't say such discouraging words. It's inauspicious. We are all assassins. How can there be so many taboos? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to pinch people. Of course, I am also a girl. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Ming Yan's class should be over. I should go back. Yang Ming looked at his watch and said to Wang Xiaoyan. N. Wang Xiaoyan reluctantly let go of Yang Ming's hand. Don't be so regular every day in the future. Chen Mingyan and the others will be suspicious. I got it. After Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria saw the problem, Yang Ming decided to change his daily lifestyle after going back. Since Victoria and Wang Xiaoyan were suspicious, the other girls around him were not stupid. It was hard to guarantee that they would not notice the problem after a long time. It seemed that he was a little idealistic, so he ignored these details. Downstairs, Victoria was still sitting on the sofa. When she saw Yang Ming coming downstairs, she took out a small box from her handbag and handed it to Yang Ming. What is it? Yang Ming took the small box and asked, baffled. The chip taken out of my body. Victoria said, this is the world's most advanced GPS satellite positioning system. It can be used for global positioning. Even in a blind spot, it can be used to calculate the distance of the lost signal by starting the built-in radar to track the target's movement. The approximate range can be determined. Victoria explained, you can take it with you or install it in your shoes. You don't have to be so exaggerating, right? Yang Ming looked at the box. If something really happens to me, can you save me with this? I am not his opponent. What's the use of you going? You take it, Victoria said stubbornly. Well, then I will take it with me. Yang Ming nodded, took the box, and held it in his hand. There won't be a blasting device in it, right? No, it has been taken out. Victoria smiled. Why? Are you afraid that I will blow you up so that I can escape your control? I've said it before. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Moreover, I don't even know if I can come back from this trip to Yunnan. If you don't blow me up, I probably won't be able to do it. Victoria smiled. I will wait for you to come back. In this life, I only have one master. Although Victoria's words seemed to be casual, it really made Yang Ming's heart tremble. Victoria was a stubborn person. Yang Ming knew it very well. When Yang Ming returned home, his phone rang. Yang Ming looked at the phone number. It was Xia Bingbao calling. Hello, brother Xia, what's the matter? Is the time for the mission set? Yang Ming asked subconsciously. Mission time? Xia Bingbao was stunned, and then said, not yet. We still have to wait for a while. Our department is also discussing the most secure plan. We can't let you take risks blindly. After all, you are the ultimate trump card of our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. We can't allow you to have any accidents. Hee, so it's like this. This feeling of being valued made Yang Ming feel good. At least, he felt that he was not risking his life for nothing. Right, I almost forgot about the business. I called you to talk about the last time you asked me to help you find Lu Xiaolei, Xia Bingbao said. For your matter, I almost mobilized the power of the investigation bureau in the country. Sorry to trouble you, brother Xia. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Although he knew that Xia Bingbao did this to make a deal with him, Yang Ming was still very touched that Xia Bingbao was willing to help him with these trivial matters. It's nothing. Xia Bingbao smiled. However, the result may disappoint you. You didn't find it? Asked Yang Ming. I found it, but it was a corpse, Xia Bingbao said. I found a floating corpse on the beach of Bianhai City. After identification, it was Lu Xiaolei, the deputy captain of the Mingjiang Bank Escort Company. Dead? Yang Ming frowned subconsciously. Could it be that there are still some secrets in this matter? Originally, Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He just thought that Lu Xiaolei just took the money and ran away, but now it seemed that this was not the case. There seemed to be some unknown things behind the scenes. During this time, Yang Ming had to perform a mission, so he didn't have the mood to care about these things. Yang Ming didn't ask much about the details of Jing Xiaolu's side. Now that Xia Bingbao mentioned it, he thought about it. How did he die? Shot. Xia Bingbao said, Lu Xiaolei was shot 6 times. 2 of them were fatal. They were located in the left forehead and left chest. What kind of gun did he shoot? Yang Ming listened to Xia Bingbao's words and was more and more sure of his previous thoughts. There was definitely a secret in this. Type 54 pistol. Xia Bingbao said, judging from the bullet shell traces, it should be a replica of the Type 54 pistol. This kind of pistol is the most common in the black market. It is also the most common. It is not easy to find out the source. No need to check. I got it. Yang Ming said, these are enough. That's good. If you continue to check, I am afraid that it will not only consume manpower and material resources. It will be difficult to get any results without a year and a half. Xia Bingbao was relieved after listening to Yang Ming's words. Thank you, Brother Xia, said Yang Ming. Oh? Yang Ming, this is not like you. When did you become so polite with me? Xia Bingbao heard Yang Ming's serious tone and wondered, Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Nothing, hee. Okay, let's not talk about it. Contact me when the mission time and plan have results, said Yang Ming. Okay. Xia Bingbao listened to Yang Ming's words and seemed to guess why Yang Ming was a little abnormal. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We are not asking you to be cannon fodder, but we really want to get rid of this elder you, so we will ask experts to do a feasibility analysis of the plan. Expert? Expert? Yang Ming smiled. Hee, okay. Yang Ming wouldn't care much about the so-called expert's plan and plan on paper. The actual situation was always changing. If he always stuck to the plan and plan, he would die miserably. The most important thing for an assassin was to adapt to the situation and adapt to the environment, not to adapt to the environment for the sake of the plan. Xia Bingbao also heard the sarcasm in Yang Ming's tone, but he didn't say much. Okay, if there is anything, we will contact you at any time. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming sighed. He didn't want to care about these things anymore, but since he knew that there was an inside story, Yang Ming couldn't just ignore it. Although his life in Yunnan was uncertain, he still had to continue living. Bianhai City. Isn't this Pu Dainiu's territory? Lu Xiaolei's body was found by the sea. In other words, Lu Xiaolei might have been shot at sea. Since Lu Xiaolei had appeared in Bianhai City and was at sea, what did this mean? Could it be that Lu Xiaolei wanted to illegally cross the border to Russia? This was very possible. With a huge sum of money and a wanted criminal, it could be said that it was difficult for him to move an inch in the country. If he was smuggled into Russia and gave a huge sum of money to the local Chinese gang, perhaps they would protect him and ensure that he would not have to worry about anything in Russia. Then, did Lu Xiaolei smuggle himself in through Pu Dainiu? And who killed Lu Xiaolei? Was it because the people on the same boat saw the money, or was it premeditated? However, since Bianhai City was Pu Dainiu's territory, Pu Dainiu should have received some news about such a big incident. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to call Pu Dainiu and ask him if he knew anything. Thinking of this, Yang Ming directly called Pu Dainiu. Hello. Pu Dainiu was playing mahjong with a few of his brothers. When he heard the phone ring, he picked it up impatiently. Who is this? Is this Pu Dainiu? Asked Yang Ming. It's me. Who are you? Pu Dainiu frowned and thought, who the F***ck is this? How dare he call my name? However, Pu Dainiu couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. Ever since the Golden Hawk gang was destroyed in Bianhai City, Pu Dainiu was the only one left. He had become the leader of the underworld. Anyone who saw him would give him some face and respectfully call him Brother Dainiu. Old Pu, I'm Li Muyi, said Li Muyi. This Li Muyi was an alias that Yang Ming casually made up. Muyi was Yang. The overall meaning was Yang Ming, the powerful one. It was something that Yang Ming said casually. He didn't expect to use it a second time. Li Muyi? Pu Dainiu was stunned at first. Then, he immediately remembered who this Li Muyi was. He pushed the mahjong tiles in his hand and quickly stood up with the phone. He went to a quiet place and said respectfully, so it's Mr. Li. Nice to meet you. Old Pu, long story short. I'm looking for you to ask about something. Yang Ming didn't bother to be polite with him and said directly. Mr. Li, just tell me what you want. Old Pooh, will definitely tell you everything I know, said Pooh Dainio quickly. Do you know a person called Lu Xiaolei? Asked Yang Ming. Lu Xiaolei? Who's that? Pooh Dainio was stunned. He had never heard of this name. You don't know him? Yang Ming was also stunned. Then, he immediately figured it out. It was impossible for anyone to use their real name when they tried to smuggle in. He was probably using an alias. A male corpse was found on the beach in Bianhai City. It was Lu Xiaolei. Ah. Mr. Li, you're talking about that male corpse. Now that you mention it, I remember now. He's Lu Xiaolei. He came to me with another person and wanted to smuggle into Russia. However, the person he was with gave me more money and told me not to interfere with what they were going to do on the ship. After that, my subordinates told me that the person who gave me the money shot Lu Xiaolei to death and threw his body into the sea. So it was like that. When Yang Ming heard Pooh Dainio's words, it almost confirmed with his previous assumption. Do you still remember what Lu Xiaolei's companion, the person who gave you the money, looked like? That person was wearing a cap that was pulled down very low. I didn't see his face clearly, said Pooh Dainio a little embarrassed. Also, you know that it's taboo to get to the bottom of things in our line of work. I didn't take a good look at him either. However, judging from his accent, he was a local. He should be from this province. What's so special about this person? Asked Yang Ming. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. I'll call him for you. I'll look for the brother who was on the ship that day and see if he has any impression of him, said Pooh Dainio. Okay, just call this number. You can find me, said Yang Ming. I'll do it now. Pooh Dainio promised. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming put his phone aside and turned on his computer. He didn't know if Zhao Ying was online. Yang Ming had fallen in love with the feeling of chatting with Zhao Ying over the past few days. This feeling was very wonderful. It was different from chatting in real life, especially when he knew Zhao Ying's identity. When Zhao Ying didn't know his identity, he could always cater to her interests and talk about topics that interested Zhao Ying. With just a few words, he could make Zhao Ying laugh. This feeling of being in the dark while the enemy was in the light made Yang Ming happy. Yang Ming knew that he might not be able to come back from Yunnan this time. If he continued to develop his relationship with Zhao Ying, he would be a burden to Zhao Ying. However, this wonderful feeling made Yang Ming unable to stop. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't want to have any regrets before he went to Yunnan. He logged into QQ skillfully and opened the chat with Wild Female Teacher. There was a message that Zhao Ying left for him. Are you there? Same old place tonight, all night? Yang Ming looked at the time of the message. It was left this morning. At that time, Yang Ming hadn't turned on his computer yet. Zhao Ying's so-called old place was the game room that she had been cheating in for the past few days. Today was Friday, and Zhao Ying didn't have classes tomorrow. Therefore, she invited Yang Ming to play all night. All night? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. She really knows how to torment people. She's here now. All night? Okay, but it will be later. Yang Ming said in his heart, at the very least, I have to accompany Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji to coax them to sleep before I can accompany Zhao Ying to earn points. Although Yang Ming decided not to live like this anymore after Wang Xiaoyan's reminder, he couldn't bear to part with the last moments he spent with Chen Mingyan and the others. After coaxing the three to sleep, Yang Ming dragged his tired body to the study room. As for why he was tired, you know. Yang Ming turned on the computer and logged into QQ. Wild Female Teacher messages kept flashing. There were as many as 10 messages. Yang Ming opened the conversation window. Zhao Ying mostly asked, are you there? Why aren't you here yet? And why aren't you here yet? It's already so late. Why aren't you here yet? Don't tell me you're asleep, and so on. Yang Ming quickly replied, I'm here. Something happened at home just now. Wild Female Teacher quickly replied, I thought you weren't coming. Then she sent a sleepy emoji. I have to keep my promise to you, said Yang Ming. Tisk, sweet mouth. Wild Female Teacher sent a look of disdain. Same old rules? Find a room to sit down and wait for fools to take the bait, asked Yang Ming. But let's change rooms today. A lot of people already know about our tricks. Today, that Fishman X2 scolded me in a private chat. He probably knows the truth, said wild female teacher. Scolded you? It can't be? That guy is so vengeful? Yang Ming was a little surprised. After being cheated for a few days in the game, he could still find the person who cheated that day. It was really a miracle. Isn't that so? He scolded me without using vulgarities. I'm so angry, said wild female teacher. It can't be? This guy's cultural level is quite high. Could he be a writer? Yang Ming was surprised. Who knows? That's why we're changing rooms. Tonight. It's not safe here, said wild female teacher. Why do I feel that your words have a different meaning? It's like we're going to be found out and need to change locations. Yang Ming teased. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll ignore you, wild female teacher quickly replied. Staring at the computer screen, Zhao Ying's heart skipped a beat. In the past, she would only feel this kind of feeling when she was chatting with Yang Ming. However, she didn't know when it started, but whenever Yang Ming's "There's no true love in this world" talked about sensitive topics, her heart would beat faster for no reason. Could it be that he had a good impression of this netizen? How was this possible? How was this possible? She wanted to love Yang Ming wholeheartedly. She couldn't like anyone else. However, although Zhao Ying thought so, the feeling of her heartbeat was still there. This kind of subconscious reaction was not something that could be controlled. The more he tried to escape, the stronger this feeling became. Zhao Ying secretly scolded herself. How could she be like this? Except for Yang Ming, she shouldn't like anyone else. However, this netizen named "There's no true love in this world" was very similar to him in her heart, whether it was the way he joked or the tone of his words. Subconsciously, the two people overlapped. In many cases, Zhao Ying regarded this netizen as a substitute for Yang Ming. Although she knew that this feeling wasn't a good sign, sometimes, she was greedy for the feeling of being moved and couldn't extricate herself. She had to admit that sometimes a girl's sixth sense was very accurate. In this case, Zhao Ying actually had the same good impression of Yang Ming on the internet. It wasn't that Zhao Ying was fickle, but because whether it was Yang Ming in reality or Yang Ming on the internet, he could open Zhao Ying's heart. There were no two people who were exactly the same in the world. Even if they deliberately imitated, there would be a certain gap. Yang Ming was unique. Therefore, if the person on the internet was changed to someone else, it was absolutely impossible to make Zhao Ying have the slightest good impression. However, the person on the internet was also Yang Ming. His style of speaking and doing things was exactly the same as the real Yang Ming. Perhaps Yang Ming himself didn't notice this, and Zhao Ying didn't notice this, but this kind of subtle influence had unknowingly penetrated into Zhao Ying's heart and took root in her heart. Don't. Why don't you be my girlfriend in the game? Isn't it popular to find a girlfriend in the game now? Yang Ming wouldn't give up and quickly followed up. Zhao Ying looked at the message sent by "There's no true love in this world." Her eyes turned black and she almost dropped the mouse on the ground. Why does this person dare to say anything? Don't you have a girlfriend? Zhao Ying angrily sent a message over. You say, why do you always provoke me? Didn't I say it was in the game? Yang Ming continued. Do Diju doesn't have a couple function. Zhao Ying said helplessly. Oh, then if there is, you can be my girlfriend, said Yang Ming. Zhao Ying looked at the message sent by "There's no true love in this world." Her head was full of black lines. What does this mean? Are you playing or not? Zhao Ying finally had no choice but to say firmly. Of course. If you don't answer, I will take it as you agree. In the future, I will call you my wife in the game. After all, it's just a game. Yang Ming said on his own initiative. You. Zhao Ying almost died of anger, but she couldn't do anything. Zhao Ying couldn't cut ties with "There's no true love in this world." After all, the two of them had known each other for so long. Although they only chatted on the internet, they were still very good friends. How could she cut ties with him just like that? Moreover, "There's no true love in this world" made it very clear that it was in the game. In other words, it was only on the internet and had nothing to do with reality. If she was angry because of this, wouldn't it seem that she was a bit too much? Zhao also heard that many people had couples in online games, and these couples had boyfriends and girlfriends in reality. The internet was just a game. Although Zhao couldn't accept this concept, it also depended on who was her partner. When there's no true love in this world. Said those words, Zhao Ying's heart had a trace of joy for no reason. In her heart, it was like there was a devil's voice urging her to accept him, accept him. However, Zhao Ying's rationality told her that she couldn't betray Yang Ming, even on the internet. If Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying was in such a dilemma, he might have immediately confessed his identity to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying hesitated for a long time. In the end, her rationality won over the trace of affection for there's no true love in this world. She thought, you can call me whatever you want. I won't respond to you. Server 3, Room 1, Table 18, come quickly. Zhao Ying tried her best to calm her emotions and sent a message over. She would not think about the previous matter for the time being. Coming, wife, Yang Ming said, taking advantage of the situation. Zhao Ying saw what there's no true love in this world said and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She didn't reply and entered the game directly. The two of them played until dawn. Yang Ming was almost sleepy, and Zhao Ying returned with a full load. However, regarding Yang Ming calling her wife, Zhao Ying didn't respond directly. Yang Ming yawned and was about to go to sleep when his phone rang. Yang Ming frowned. Who's calling this late at night? However, Yang Ming suddenly realized after looking at the time. It's already 6 in the morning. How is it late? Yang Ming looked at the caller ID. It was Pu Daniu calling. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Is this Mr. Li? Pu Daniu asked carefully. It's me, old Pu, right? How is it? Is there any news? Yang Ming remembered that he asked old Pu to investigate Lu Xiaolei. He didn't think that there would be news so soon. He didn't expect old Pu to be so efficient. Mr. Li, I found my subordinate. Coincidentally, he went out to sea today. However, I asked him to come back immediately. Pu Daniu said. I'm sorry to have troubled you. When Yang Ming heard Pu Daniu's words, he couldn't help but feel grateful. He didn't expect Pu Daniu to work so hard for him. Although it might be because Pu Daniu was grateful to him for helping him clear the gap between the Golden Hawk gang and the people around him, he didn't have any direct relationship with Pu Daniu. There was no need for him to work so hard and do things for him overnight. Hee, what are you talking about? Mr. Li's matter is my matter. Pu Daniu laughed heartily and said, Mr. Li, this subordinate of mine has a good memory. The two of us carefully recalled the person's appearance and characteristics. Although it wasn't very clear, we could still make out a rough outline. We found an artist and drew his portrait. Oh? You even made a portrait? That's really great. Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Pu Daniu to even make a portrait. He really put in a lot of effort. Mr. Li, should I send it to you by courier or fax it? Pu Daniu asked. Fax it. It's more convenient. I'll give you a number. As Yang Ming spoke, he gave Pu Daniu a fax number of the Mingyang Security Company. Pu Daniu quickly recorded it and promised to send it over immediately. Although it was 6 in the morning, Yang Ming wasn't afraid that he couldn't receive the fax. This was because the company's faxes were automatically received when no one was on duty. He just had to inform Jing Xiaolu when the time came. Thinking of Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming couldn't help but have a headache. What's the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and me? From the initial disgust to now having some good feelings, the process of this change, bit by bit, unconsciously rushed into Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming wasn't blind. He naturally saw all the changes and efforts of Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming was also very clear about why she wanted to do well in the company. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to Yunnan, perhaps the two of them would have gotten together naturally. But now, compared to Zhao Ying, Yang Ming's feelings for Jing Xiaolu were not too deep. So far, he just had a good impression of her. It was not to the extent that he liked her. Therefore, dealing with the relationship between the two became a headache for Yang Ming. Once he left, he might not be able to come back. Should he tell Jing Xiaolu and say goodbye to her for the last time, or should he not tell her anything? Yang Ming wasn't sure if Jing Xiaolu would continue to wait foolishly after he disappeared. What Yang Ming could be sure of was that Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, Wang Xiaoyan, Xiao Qing, and even Sun Jia would continue to wait. Whether he persuaded them or not, it would be useless. Therefore, Yang Ming simply didn't waste his breath. As for Jing Xiaolu, there was only a little ambiguity between him and her. If Jing Xiaolu continued to wait like this, wouldn't he be delaying her? However, Yang Ming was afraid that after he told her about the matter, this girl would have a big mouth and tell Chen Mengyan and the others about him. That would not be fun. He sighed. Forget it. Let these things continue to take their natural course. If I think too much, it's purely worrying about nothing. At the bedroom door, he glanced inside with his special ability. Chen Mengyan and the others were sleeping soundly. Yang Ming didn't disturb them. He went directly out of his villa and drove to the Mingyang Security Company. On the way to the company, Yang Ming called Jing Xiaolu. In the past few days, Yang Ming often sent text messages to Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming didn't know what kind of mentality he had. He obviously didn't want to delay her, but he was reluctant to let go. I don't know when I started to become a little greedy. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Perhaps, since Chen Mengyan forgave and indulged me again and again, I have become a little unscrupulous. Yang Ming, why are you calling me so early? Jing Xiaolu just woke up and was dressing up when she received a call from Yang Ming. I have some clues about Lu Xiaolei here. You come to the headquarters of the Mingyang Security Company in a while and see if you can find anything, said Yang Ming. Okay, I'll go over now. Jing Xiaolu quickly responded. On the surface, it seemed that she was very concerned about Lu Xiaolei, but in fact, Jing Xiaolu wanted to see Yang Ming. Although she often sent text messages in the past few days, people were always greedy. When there were no text messages in the past, Jing Xiaolu longed for Yang Ming to contact her every now and then, even if it was just about work. Now Yang Ming always sent messages like, "What are you doing? Are you in class or in the company?" Such text messages made Jing Xiaolu feel flattered, but she also looked forward to seeing Yang Ming from time to time. In fact, such similar text messages were not only sent by Yang Ming to Jing Xiaolu, but also to Xin Yuxi, Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, Li Dagong, and other friends around him. Yang Ming was afraid that he would never see these people around him again after he left, so he would chat with them for no reason. However, Jing Xiaolu misunderstood Yang Ming's intentions. She thought that Yang Ming was finally interested in her and began to prepare to enter the relationship stage with her. This made Jing Xiaolu so happy that she couldn't sleep for a few days. Yang Ming naturally didn't know Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. After calling Jing Xiaolu, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Yang Ming could always accompany these women and friends in Songjiang, but Yang Ming missed Suya and Huang Lele the most. A big singer who ran around the world and a flight attendant who flew around the world. Suya was still very busy. Although she promised Yang Ming that she would gradually fade out of the entertainment industry, now was not the best time. The text messages to Suya were sometimes answered after a few hours, but Yang Ming didn't mind. The nature of Suya's daily work made it impossible for her to carry her mobile phone with her all the time. Which celebrity would carry a mobile phone when performing on stage? In the past few days, the content of Yang Ming's text messages had changed from the initial expectation that Suya could end her career in the entertainment industry as soon as possible and accompany him to support her career. This made Suya a little surprised, but she didn't guess Yang Ming's real intention. She thought that Yang Ming had thought it through. However, she still promised Yang Ming that she would end her current career and identity in 3 years at the latest. Yang Ming could only smile bitterly at Suya's reply. The biggest reason why he changed his original intention to support Suya was that Yang Ming didn't know if he could come back this time. If he really couldn't come back, why would Suya end her career? Wasn't this just adding to the trouble? Of course, Yang Ming couldn't say these words to Suya because the time was not right yet. There were some things that Yang Ming wouldn't say all of them until the moment of departure. As for Huang Lele, it was also because Yang Ming often sent a text message in the morning and only replied in the afternoon. It couldn't be helped. The mobile phone couldn't be turned on the plane. Huang Lele was a flight attendant, so she naturally couldn't take the lead to violate the rules and take her life as a joke. However, a careless person like Huang Lele didn't find anything wrong with Yang Ming. She was just a little baffled by Yang Ming's frequent text messages. She asked Yang Ming if they hadn't seen each other for a while. Should she fly to Donghai to meet him next time? Yang Ming accepted this suggestion, but he didn't comment on Huang Lele's guess. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Mingyang Security Company. Yang Ming parked the car downstairs. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw another blue BMW X5 similar to his car stop. It was Jing Xiaolu's car. "Why are you driving so fast? I ran 2 red lights and couldn't catch up with you." Jing Xiaolu stopped the car and began to complain. "I honked, but you ignored me." "Ah? You were behind me?" When Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu's complaint, he looked at her apologetically. "I didn't notice before." "I'm sorry." Yang Ming really didn't notice before. His attention was thinking about Suya and Huang Lele. He only paid attention to the road and the distance between the cars. He didn't see Jing Xiaolu behind him. "Forget it. It's fine." When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's apology, she was a little embarrassed. Indeed, there was nothing urgent when she chased after Yang Ming. It was all for fun. Yang Ming didn't scold her, but he apologized, which made Jing Xiaolu a little uncomfortable. "Today's makeup is good." Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's face and said. "Really?" Jing Xiaolu touched her cheek with some joy. She thought to herself, "It's because I received your call today that I specially dressed up. You look more natural. You don't look like you used to wear heavy makeup. Now you look like you don't have any makeup," said Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu thought, "What do you mean by no makeup?" "This is called nude makeup. It is more troublesome to put it on." Yang Ming just said casually. He didn't delve into this. The two went upstairs side by side. Regarding the relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu, the people in the company were not surprised since Yang Ming supported Jing Xiaolu at the inaugural meeting. In the past, there were rumors in the company that Jing Xiaolu had a big backer behind her. Everyone still had doubts. After all, it was a rumor. It couldn't be proven. However, since Yang Ming sat next to Jing Xiaolu at the company's inaugural meeting, those rumors became the truth. Although Yang Ming didn't say anything publicly, he didn't say anything about his relationship with Jing Xiaolu. Even Jing Xiaolu didn't say anything. However, people were like this. The more silent the person involved was, the more everyone believed that this was the case. If this wasn't the case, why were you silent? Didn't you come out to explain earlier? Yang Ming was the company's chairman. It was rumored that he had that kind of relationship with the subordinate vice president. If he didn't have that kind of relationship and wasn't afraid of being spread, he would definitely come forward to clarify these. After all, if there was no such relationship, and there were still rumors, it would create a situation where the vice president's power was greater than the president's power. How could Bao Sanli tolerate this kind of thing? However, Bao Sanli kept silent, which showed that this matter was true. Because Yang Ming didn't usually appear in the company, he had always had a very mysterious image. Many employees saw that Yang Ming was so young, and they all guessed whether Yang Ming was a rich second generation or an official's son. After all, Yang Ming had such a large-scale company at such a young age. He could also make Song Jiang's celebrities Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan work for him. Moreover, the security company had a close relationship with the city police station. This wasn't something that could be done with a poor background. Therefore, most people thought that Yang Ming was a rich second generation or an official's son under the shadow of his father. Only this could explain the current situation. If Yang Ming wanted to know what these people thought, he could only smile bitterly. I'm a rich second generation? An official's son? I'm a poor second generation? All of this seemed unusual. In fact, it was the result of Yang Ming's own life. However, Yang Ming had an advantage over everyone. Yang Ming got a pair of magical glasses, but others didn't. After yesterday's press conference, Sun Jia's words confirmed the thoughts of these people. Because these employees, whether Mingyang Entertainment or Mingyang Security, knew that the two companies were brothers. The behind-the-scenes boss was actually one. However, they didn't know that the famous Mingyang heavy industry in the province was also a member of the Mingyang Group's family. Some good believers went back to the internet and found that the legal person of Mingyang heavy industry was actually Yang Dehai. When they dug deeper, they found that Yang Dehai was actually the father of the chairman, Yang Ming. Therefore, it was confirmed that Yang Ming was a rich second generation. His father had such a big company, so it wasn't a big deal for his son to open these two companies. As for the chairman in Sun Jia's mouth, it must be Yang Ming's father. Since Sun Jia said that she was the chairman's assistant, they had never seen Sun Jia appear in the company. Therefore, Sun Jia should be the person around Yang Ming's father. Some of the employees who wanted to greet Yang Ming saw that Yang Ming didn't look sideways, so they retreated. Especially when they saw Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu walking together, they didn't dare to disturb them. If they disturbed the chairman's good deed, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Not to mention Yang Ming, even if Jing Xiaolu made things difficult for them, they couldn't stand it. What's wrong with you employees? Why didn't they greet you when they saw you? Why did they hide aside? In the elevator, Yang Ming frowned and asked. My employees? Aren't they all your employees? Jing Xiaolu snorted. You are here. How would they dare to come up and greet you? You, the chairman, usually don't appear in the company. When you appear occasionally, you are with me. Who dares to disturb you? After listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you afraid of ruining our good deed? What do you think? Jing Xiaolu asked. Well, I didn't ask. Yang Ming shook his head. Right, what happened to Lu Xiaolei? Is there any inside story? I always feel that there is something wrong with this matter. Originally, Yang Ming knew that he didn't have much time with his family and friends. After Sun Jia handled the Mingjiang company's matter, he didn't ask for the specific details. But now that the person involved, Lu Xiaolei, was dead, and Yang Ming happened to know about it, Yang Ming had to care about it. Inside story. Actually, I'm just guessing. Jing Xiaolu thought about it, organized her words, and said, Lu Huamei and I both suspect that the mastermind behind this matter is related to the Jiangyan Group's vice president, Lu Zhenan. Even if he didn't do it, he should be the one who ordered it. In short, he is very suspicious. Lu Huamei? Lu Zhenan? Yang Ming repeated these two names. Lu Huamei is the Jiangyan Group's vice president who represents the Jiangyan Group in the Mingjiang Escort Company. She is Lu Zhenan's cousin, Jing Xiaolu explained. Oh, I remember. She is the girl who sat next to you at the press conference that day. Yang Ming frowned. So young? I thought she was your secretary. When Yang Ming turned on the TV, it was already Sun Jia's turn to speak. So, he didn't hear what Lu Huamei said before and didn't know her identity. Aren't you and I the same age? Jing Xiaolu didn't agree with Yang Ming's words. Sister Huamei is actually very powerful. Many of Mingjiang's management systems were set by her. She was also the one who negotiated with the bank. If the management systems were set up well, how could such a thing happen? Yang Ming didn't agree with Lu Huamei. The so-called genius girl was just a halo created by her family's environment. There were very few geniuses who left the shadow of the family. It was said that one could enjoy the shade under a big tree. As long as the descendants had a little bit of business acumen, they would be able to do well. However, if they were asked to start a business in a poor state, no matter how many geniuses there were, they would still be done for. Of course, this didn't rule out the existence of geniuses who could establish a business empire in a poor state. However, such people were very rare. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any poor people in this world. Didn't I say before that Lu Zhenan was most likely the one behind this? But we don't have any evidence. We only suspected him because Lu Zhenan had a deep conflict with Sister Huamei. That's why we thought of him at the first possible moment. Since we don't have evidence, we can't prove that Lu Zhenan did it. Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Lu Huamei and Lu Zhenan. That's why he said faintly, it's best if we don't get involved in the Lu family's conflict. He wouldn't help either side, nor would he be biased. If Yang Ming really treated Lu Huamei as one of his own, then suspicion would be enough. This was because Yang Ming rarely relied on evidence. What was evidence? Yang Ming wasn't a judge. Why would he need evidence? He could make a move as long as he was certain. There was no other reason. It was the law of the jungle. Who asked you to be weaker than me? If Elder Yu appeared in front of me, he would also make a move on me without any reason. Yang Ming, Sister Huamei is a very good person. Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's tone and knew that Yang Ming wasn't very fond of Lu Huamei. She quickly explained, back then, Brother Bao and I were tricked by Lu Zhenan's people because of the contract. It was Sister Huamei who presented evidence at the Jiangyan Group's board meeting and made the Lu family's old man agree to change the contract. Oh? So you're saying that Lu Huamei is a traitor? Yang Ming asked strangely after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. A traitor? Of course, you can't say that. Jing Xiaolu broke off a sweat. Jing Xiaolu broke into a sweat. Sister Huamei is a sincere and fair person because she understood the truth of the matter. She knew that Lu Zhenan's people tricked us, so she helped us. She always believed that a company can only last long if it is honest, not deceitful. Then I misunderstood her? Yang Ming's impression of Lu Huamei changed a little after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. Tell me about the conflict between her and Lu Zhenan. The old man of the Jiangyan group, Lu Jiangyan, has 3 sons. The eldest son, Lu Heng, the second son, Lu Yan, and the third son, Lu Hua. However, the person at the helm of the Jiangyan group is the third son, Lu Hua. The eldest son, Lu Heng, had a car accident in his early years. He is still lying in the hospital in a coma. He is no different from being dead. However, the Lu family doesn't lack medical fees. Lu Heng has a daughter, Sister Huamei. She used to sit in the position of financial director in the Jiangyan group. She controlled the financial power of the group, which was equivalent to controlling the economic lifeline of the group. It was also at this time that she began to have conflicts with Lu Zhenan. However, Lu Zhenan is now the deputy financial director. Although Sister Huamei is still the financial director, being sent to Songjiang is basically equivalent to being a figurehead. All the financial power of the company is in the hands of Lu Zhenan. Jing Xiaolu talked about the Lu family in one breath. Jing Xiaolu had already investigated these things before cooperating with the Jiangyan group. I don't know what the old man of the Lu family is thinking. He kicked out such an excellent person like Sister Huamei and let a hypocrite sit in the position of the deputy president. Oh? So, Lu Zhenan is in charge of the Lu family now? Yang Ming smiled noncommittally after listening. Since Lu Jiangyan can create such a big family business, it means that Lu Jiangyan is not a fool. What do you think he is thinking? Maybe he is old and confused. Jing Xiaolu's dislike of Lu Jiangyan was deeper than Yang Ming's. So, no matter what Yang Ming said, she felt that Lu Jiangyan was wrong. Let him be. It's their Lu family's business anyway. Whether his family business is ruined or prosperous, it has nothing to do with us. Yang Ming shrugged and said. Right, I haven't finished talking about the Lu family. Lu Jiangyan's second son, Lu Yan, had polio when he was young. Now, he can only sit in a wheelchair. He has never had a family. He can only control the affairs of the group behind the scenes. He can't go on stage, so his right to speak is not very big. In this way, the current power of the Lu family fell on Lu Hua. Lu Hua has 2 sons. His eldest son is Lu Zhenan, and his younger son is Lu Zhiqiao. One is the executive vice president of the company, and the other is the head of the human resources department. It can be said that they occupy 2 important positions in the company. Jing Xiaolu said, however, judging from the current situation, Lu Zhiqiao is no longer Lu Zhenan's opponent. His performance is mediocre. He probably doesn't want to compete for anything. Yang Ming smiled faintly after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. But under this kind of appearance, there was often a deeper layer of existence. A silent dog was the most vicious when it bit people. Speaking of this, the elevator stopped on the floor of the company's secretary department. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu got off the elevator together and walked towards the secretary department. It was only 7 in the morning, not 8 yet, so there weren't many people in the company. However, the secretary department was the manager of the entire company. Whether it was serving tea or running documents, it was all done by the people in the secretary department. Therefore, someone from the secretary department had already arrived. Xiao Wang, do you have a fax? Jing Xiaolu pushed open the door of the secretary's office and asked a girl wearing glasses who was sorting out documents inside. Vice President Jing. Ah? Director Yang, you are here. Xiao Wang looked up and saw Yang Ming next to Jing Xiaolu. She was shocked and quickly greeted, "Hello, Director Yang." With Xiao Wang's greeting, the other people in the office also put down the things in their hands and stood up respectfully. They all called Director Yang, which made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. He quickly waved his hand, "You guys continue with your work." After everyone listened to Yang Ming's words, they carefully sat back in their seats and continued the work in their hands. Xiao Wang, I asked for your fax. Jing Xiaolu saw that Xiao Wang was still standing there in a daze, so she asked again. Ah, Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. I was a little distracted just now. Xiao Wang said embarrassedly, fax, yes, there are a few copies. Which one do you want? As Xiao Wang spoke, she took a few pages from the fax machine and handed them to Jing Xiaolu. After Jing Xiaolu took the fax, she handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming flipped through it and took out a portrait. He returned the rest to Xiao Wang, thank you, but I don't need these. Ah. You're welcome, Xiao Wang heard Yang Ming thanking her and was a little scared. She took the fax and quickly said. Let's go to your office. Yang Ming didn't say anything else and turned to Jing Xiaolu. Okay. Jing Xiaolu was a little curious about what the so-called clue in Yang Ming's hand was. She vaguely saw that it looked like a portrait, but it wasn't appropriate to ask too much here. Jing Xiaolu's office was on the top floor of the office building. After taking the elevator up, Jing Xiaolu opened the office door and said to Yang Ming, take a seat first. I'll do a quick cleaning. I've been in the Mingjiang office building nearby for a while. I haven't been back to this office for a while, so I didn't ask anyone to clean it every day. As she spoke, Jing Xiaolu ran in the direction of the washroom. Jing Xiaolu's office was a standard suite with a lounge and washroom. In the company, only a few vice presidents had such treatment. Yang Ming wasn't a person who enjoyed life. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu was busy, Yang Ming didn't want to sit there like a big boss. Hence, he stood up and walked to the washroom. When he entered the washroom, Yang Ming didn't think much. He pushed the door open and found that the door lock was locked. Hence, he pressed the doorknob and walked in. In the end, he heard Jing Xiaolu scream. Yang Ming subconsciously lowered his head and saw a scene that he shouldn't have seen. Jing Xiaolu was sitting on the toilet, and her pants were down to her feet. When he listened carefully, he heard the sound of water. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Why didn't Jing Xiaolu lock the door when she went to the washroom? Jing Xiaolu was also a little dumbfounded. After she subconsciously screamed, she didn't know what to do. She wanted to pull up her pants, but her physiological problem hadn't been solved yet. How could she just stop? Wouldn't she pee her pants? But if she continued like this? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but lower her head. She buried her face so low that it almost went into the toilet bowl. I didn't see anything. At this time, Yang Ming also recovered and stuttered as he explained. Oh. Jing Xiaolu was so embarrassed. I really didn't see anything. From this angle, you can't see anything. As Yang Ming said this, his heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. He almost couldn't help but use his special ability to take a peek. It's fine even if you see. Jing Xiaolu wanted to say that's fine. But when the words came to her mouth, it became it's fine even if you see. After saying this, Jing Xiaolu's face was a little hot. What am I doing? Isn't this equivalent to seducing Yang Ming? However, Jing Xiaolu thought about it again. She was pursuing Yang Ming, so this wasn't something to hide. Ugh. After Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, the thoughts that he had just suppressed were stirred up again. He thought, this Jing Xiaolu is really harmful. How can she say this? Why don't I just take a look? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes began to look down. As a result, what he saw was a blur. The light was too bad. He really couldn't see anything. Why don't I use my special ability? Although Jing Xiaolu didn't look up, she also noticed Yang Ming's passionate gaze, which made Jing Xiaolu lower her head. In the past, when she was polite to Yang Ming, she always looked forward to the day when she could have some small ambiguous things with Yang Ming to improve their relationship. Jing Xiaolu always complained that God didn't help her. Why wasn't there a suitable opportunity? When she heard Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji chatting and joking, they occasionally mentioned Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji's kiss and the resort's water pipe burst incident. While Jing Xiaolu felt funny, she was also very envious. Why didn't this kind of thing happen to me? Of course, this kind of thing could only be effective if it happened by chance. If it was deliberately arranged, it would lose its meaning. Jing Xiaolu was not willing to do that. Although she could deliberately create something, Yang Ming didn't like this kind of girl who was always scheming. Jing Xiaolu also believed that Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Even if she hid it well, Yang Ming would find a flaw. However, when this moment really came, Jing Xiaolu was really at a loss. Moreover, it was at such an awkward moment when Yang Ming saw her peeing. It was really bad luck. Jing Xiaolu would rather change it to a kiss or a water pipe burst. Yang Ming was actually very nervous at this time. His special ability had an effect unconsciously, and he inadvertently heard Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. Originally, Yang Ming was still having a fierce struggle in his heart. Should I look or not? However, when he inadvertently saw Jing Xiaolu's true thoughts, the bad thoughts in Yang Ming's heart suddenly disappeared. In the face of such a cautious and shy girl, Yang Ming really couldn't bring up those bad thoughts. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu was actually thinking about the gains and losses of their relationship progress. While Yang Ming was moved, he deeply despised himself for taking advantage of her. After knowing Jing Xiaolu's thoughts, Yang Ming knew that even if he was peeping, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't say anything, but Yang Ming couldn't do this. Thinking about how he suddenly had such a despicable thought just now, Yang Ming was really blushing. I originally wanted to come in and help you, but who would have thought that you would come in to pee? Yang Ming calmed down the impure thoughts in his heart and explained, and, you didn't lock the door. How would I know that you would come in? Jing Xiaolu said with some grievances, moreover, I also hung the door. But it wasn't locked. Yang Ming thought about it. Previously, the bathroom door was indeed hung. He couldn't push it open, so he directly pressed the doorknob to open the door. Yang Ming said, besides, I thought you would come in, STTS. Yang Ming said in his heart, you didn't tell me that you were going to pee. Otherwise, I wouldn't follow you even if I was thick-skinned. In fact, Jing Xiaolu was embarrassed to tell Yang Ming that she was going to pee. They weren't familiar enough to talk about everything. Jing Xiaolu thought about using the excuse of wiping the room to get a rag to go to the bathroom. Yang Ming didn't know. Who would have thought that such an embarrassing thing would happen? Okay, then I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Then how can I compensate you for your loss, but I really didn't see anything. That. Jing Xiaolu still lowered her head, and her face was scarily hot. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't tell me you want me to be responsible. Yang Ming also felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, so he made a joke. That. Jing Xiaolu was still stuttering. Xiaolu, you're not like this usually. Why are you so reserved today? Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu say that twice, and he was a little anxious. Jing Xiaolu wouldn't want to use this to make things difficult for me and really want me to be responsible, right? Although I also have feelings for Jing Xiaolu, if the two of us are together because of this matter, then both of us will feel uncomfortable in our hearts, and there will always be a knot. That, can you go out first? Jing Xiaolu finally mustered up the courage and said, I want to pull up my pants. Eh? Yang Ming suddenly opened his mouth and was very embarrassed. Jing Xiaolu stuttered for a long time. It turned out that she wanted to pull up her pants and let me go out. I'm afraid that Jing Xiaolu will misunderstand that I want to continue to watch if I stay here and don't leave. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little hot. Xiaolu, that. I don't want to continue to watch here, but I didn't think of this. I know. Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't think that Yang Ming did it deliberately. In her mind, although Yang Ming was a bit of a playboy, he was also an indomitable man. It was impossible for him to do these dirty things and thoughts. Then I'll go out first. Call me when you are done, Yang Ming said and quickly left the bathroom and closed the door. He didn't forget to remind Jing Xiaolu, why don't you lock the door first? No need. How would Jing Xiaolu lock the door at this time? Wouldn't that seem like she didn't believe in Yang Ming? Besides, Jing Xiaolu was actually quite happy that Yang Ming was interested in her. If Yang Ming didn't have any interest in her body, that would be sad. After waiting for a while, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. Jing Xiaolu's voice also sounded, okay, Yang Ming, can you come in? Oh. Yang Ming didn't dare to be reckless this time, but carefully pushed the door open and looked inside. He found that Jing Xiaolu had already pulled up her pants, so Yang Ming walked in. I'll wash the rag and then wipe the table. Do you want to wipe the floor? Jing Xiaolu saw Yang Ming standing there stupidly when he came in. In order to break the awkwardness, she said this. Oh, okay. Yang Ming looked around in the bathroom, then picked up the mop, turned on the water, and went out of the bathroom to mop the floor. Yang Ming used to do this kind of work when he was at home, so naturally, he was familiar with it. Jing Xiaolu washed the rag and then followed Yang Ming out to wipe the tables and chairs. If the company's employees came over at this time, they would probably be very surprised. The chairman and vice president of the company actually worked as cleaners here. However, I'm afraid that more people would think that maybe this is a way for lovers to improve their relationship. Because of what happened just now, the two didn't talk to each other when they were cleaning until they were done. They returned to the brand new office from the bathroom and sat on the sofa. Cough cough. Let's talk about business now. Yang Ming also felt that the atmosphere was a bit uncomfortable. When he saw Jing Xiaolu, the scene just now unconsciously appeared in his mind. There seemed to be the sound of water in his ears, which made Yang Ming have a feeling of boiling blood. He couldn't help but want to lower his head and use his special ability to peek through Jing Xiaolu's clothes to see what was going on. Jing Xiaolu was actually very nervous. She was a little worried. After this, did the relationship between Yang Ming and her get better, or did it become more distant because of embarrassment? Take a look at this portrait. Yang Ming passed the portrait that Pu Dainey faxed to him to Jing Xiaolu. I have a friend who works as a smuggler. He runs a smuggling business in Bianhai City. Through him, I already know that after Lu Xiaolei escaped, he found this friend of mine with another man. They wanted to smuggle into Russia. However, on the smuggling boat, this man shot Lu Xiaolei to death and threw Lu Xiaolei's body into the sea. Then, this person returned to Bianhai City and disappeared after that. Yang Ming briefly introduced the identity of the man in the portrait to Jing Xiaolu. When it came to business, Yang Ming's tone also became serious. The previous embarrassment and anger also lessened a lot. Jing Xiaolu was relieved when she saw that Yang Ming did not deliberately alienate her because of the incident just now. It seemed that even if the incident just now could not improve their relationship, at least it would not cause any impact. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu also recovered her usual competence. Lu Xiaolei is dead? When she heard Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu was stunned. Jing Xiaolu did not know that Lu Xiaolei was dead. This matter was only known by the local tyrant Pu Dainey at the Bianhai City dock and the Bianhai City police. Because of Xiao Bingbao's intervention, the Bianhai City police did not announce this matter. Who knew what the nature of the case taken over by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was? The things handled by this department were generally confidential. Without Xiao Bingbao's clear explanation, the Bianhai City police could not simply announce it, even if this person was wanted by the Songjiang police. He is already dead. Yang Ming nodded and was a little surprised. Why? The news hasn't come out yet? Not yet. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. It stands to reason that if this matter is true, then the Songjiang police will inform us immediately. There is no way to hide anything, right? Everyone knows that you are the son-in-law of the bureau chief. What does this have to do with the son-in-law of the bureau chief? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. I probably guessed the reason why this matter was not publicized. When Yang Ming heard that Jing Xiaolu still did not know the news, he vaguely guessed something. It must be because of Xiao Bingbao that this matter was blocked. Oh? What is the reason? Jing Xiaolu asked curiously. I asked a friend of mine. He is from a mysterious agency in the country. He is an agent. Yang Ming did not hide it. He had to tell Jing Xiaolu that he belonged to this department sooner or later, so he might as well reveal some in advance. So, with their intervention, the Bianhai City Police will naturally not announce the news. Ah? What kind of agency is this? It is actually so powerful? Jing Xiaolu was a girl who worshipped power. She was naturally envious when she heard about such a powerful agency. It's true that they're powerful. However, the missions they carry out are also very dangerous. People will die, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. I see. Jing Xiaolu shuddered when she heard that someone would die. She didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his head and began to carefully read the facts that Yang Ming handed to him. How is it? Do you have any impression of it? Have you seen this person before? Does this person have anything to do with Mingjiang? Yang Ming reminded. This person. Jing Xiaolu frowned. Why do I feel that he looks familiar? Familiar? Yang Ming was overjoyed. That is to say, you have seen this person before? I should have seen it before, but I don't know where I have seen it. Let me think about it. Jing Xiaolu closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. Sometimes, she opened her eyes and stared at the portrait without blinking. This portrait also had a rough outline of the person. Pu Dania didn't pay attention to this person's appearance at that time. His subordinates also couldn't see clearly because it was dark. Therefore, even if the impression of the two people was combined, it might not be very clear. No matter how good the artist was, they could only draw according to the descriptions of the two people. It was already very difficult to draw such an outline. Yang Ming didn't rush her. He sat at the side and quietly waited for Jing Xiaolu's answer. This person, I feel a sense of familiarity. I should have seen him before, but because the portrait isn't very detailed, I can't identify him at the moment. Jing Xiaolu sighed and said, I can be sure that this person is definitely not someone I am familiar with. If it was someone I am familiar with, I should be able to remember it very quickly. Then it's someone you are not familiar with. Maybe you have only seen him once or twice? Yang Ming asked. It's possible, so he's not someone from Mingjiang Company. Jing Xiaolu nodded, but I don't usually interact with Lu Xiaolei, and we haven't talked much. The management in the company is mainly done by Sister Huamei. If this person is Lu Xiaolei's friend, I definitely won't have any impression of him. Therefore, I can basically be sure that this person is someone I have seen, and not someone around Lu Xiaolei. Oh? So, you have seen this person on other occasions? Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu's words and immediately became suspicious. Yang Ming's initial guess was that this person should have business dealings with Mingjiang or be Lu Xiaolei's friend. However, according to Jing Xiaolu's words, this possibility was denied. Could it be someone from the Jiangyan group? Yang Ming asked. I can't be sure about this. Jing Xiaolu didn't know many people in the Jiangyan group. Why don't I call Sister Huamei over and ask her to take a look? Lu Huamei? That's fine. Where is she? Is it convenient for her to come over? Asked Yang Ming. She's in the office building next door. Mingjiang is next to here. I bought the building next door, said Jing Xiaolu as she picked up the phone and dialed Lu Huamei's phone number. Lu Huamei was currently sitting in the office dealing with the company's matters. Lu Huamei's mood had been very gloomy recently. Although the company had survived the disaster, and the daily business had returned to normal, the bank account of the missing money had not been recovered. However, they still hadn't found the lost 100 million yuan in the bank. Even though the Mingyang Group and the Jiangyan Group each took a portion of the money and paid for it first, this whole still pressured Lu Huamei so much that she couldn't breathe. Especially since the incident had happened for so long. Her grandfather, who used to dote on her, hadn't called back. This made Lu Huamei a little sad. Was she really abandoned? A phone rang. Lu Huamei glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Xiaolu, what's the matter? Why aren't you calling the company's internal line? Sister Huamei, I'm at the Mingyang Security Company now. Are you free now? Asked Jing Xiaolu. I have some clues about Lu Xiaolei's case here. Can you come over? Oh? You have clues about Lu Xiaolei's case? Then wait for me. I'll be right there. Lu Huamei immediately perked up when she heard that there were clues about Lu Xiaolei's case. She quickly put down the things in her hands and said, "I'm at the vice president's office on the top floor of Mingyang," said Jing Xiaolu. "I know," said Lu Huamei, "wait for me." After Lu Huamei hung up the phone, Jing Xiaolu said to Yang Ming, "Sister Huamei said that she'll be right there." Yang Ming nodded. However, the atmosphere between the two became a little awkward again because they had nothing to do while waiting for Lu Huamei to come over. The two of them unconsciously thought of the previous incident again. Jing Xiaolu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming again. Things were often like this. When there was something to do, they would forget the previous awkwardness at the same time. Once the matter was done, they would think of the awkwardness between them again. "Xiaolu, don't mind that." Yang Ming had to force himself to say in order to ease the atmosphere, "Actually, with our current relationship, what happened just now is nothing." "Then, what is our relationship?" asked Jing Xiaolu as she was moved by Yang Ming's words. "This, relationship." Yang Ming was confused by Jing Xiaolu's question. Yang Ming just said that to ease the atmosphere. In fact, everyone knew the relationship between these two people. It could only be understood but not explained. If they really wanted to say it out loud, they couldn't say it out loud. "Why? You have nothing to say?" Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yang Ming's embarrassed look. "Heh. It's not that I have nothing to say. It's just that this relationship." Yang Ming couldn't find any suitable words to explain. "It's fine as long as you and I understand in our hearts." N. Jing Xiaolu just asked on a whim. She didn't really want Yang Ming to say anything. On the contrary, Jing Xiaolu enjoyed this wonderful feeling very much. So she nodded obediently and responded softly. Yang Ming also felt a little impulsive when he felt Jing Xiaolu's gentleness. He couldn't help but gently grab Jing Xiaolu's hand. "Pa." The office door was pushed open. Lu Huamei ran in hurriedly. "Xiaolu, what clues?" "Ah?" Lu Huamei didn't bother to knock on the door because she was thinking about the clues of Lu Xiaolei's case. She didn't know that there were other people in Jing Xiaolu's office. Jing Xiaolu didn't tell her beforehand. As a result, she saw such an awkward scene when she pushed the door open. Yang Ming was holding Jing Xiaolu's hand. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought to himself, "Why is this company's employee so unruly?" She entered without knocking and even called Jing Xiaolu's name. "What kind of management is this? Shouldn't we have a meeting to discuss this?" Yang Ming subconsciously let go of Jing Xiaolu's hand and looked at the person with a gloomy expression. However, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown when he saw the person's appearance. The person who came was Lu Huamei. Yang Ming had seen her on TV once. Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of her. Now that she did this, his impression of her was even worse. He said indifferently, "Don't you know how to knock before entering?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." Lu Huamei was also a little apologetic. She didn't expect that there would be someone else in Jing Xiaolu's office. Otherwise, she would have knocked instead of barging in. Lu Huamei covered her eyes and retreated out of the door as she spoke. Although Lu Huamei hadn't seen what Yang Ming looked like, he was probably the only man who could be so intimate with Jing Xiaolu. Lu Huamei couldn't help but blush when she thought of how Xianxia had teased her and Yang Ming. Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused when he saw Lu Huamei retreating out of the door with a red face and heard what she said. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. "I didn't expect this Lu Huamei to be so interesting." "Forget it. You can come in." Yang Ming naturally couldn't get angry anymore, so he could only say gloomily. Jing Xiaolu was also gnashing her teeth in hatred. Yang Ming finally took the initiative for once, but it was ruined by Lu Huamei. "Why am I so unlucky?" However, she had a good relationship with Lu Huamei, and she wouldn't get angry like Yang Ming. She could only admit that she was unlucky. "Oh. I'm really sorry." Lu Huamei also knew that it was very immoral to ruin other people's good time. Moreover, this was her fault. Who asked her to not knock? Moreover, Jing Xiaolu was flirting with Yang Ming in the Mingyang company. It was her own company, so it had nothing to do with him. "It's okay." Yang Ming shook his head. "You're Lu Huamei, right?" "I'm Yang Ming." Yang Ming stood up and extended his hand to Lu Huamei. Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Lu Huamei before. However, now that he saw Lu Huamei in person, he realized that Lu Huamei was just a little girl. Especially when Lu Huamei apologized just now. That helpless look in her eyes made Yang Ming unable to blame her anymore. "Hello, I've heard a lot about you." Lu Huamei blushed. Although she was a little embarrassed and was still thinking about Xianxia's teasing of her, she still generously shook hands with Yang Ming. However, her palms were sweaty. Yang Ming felt a little strange as he held a wet hand. Why does Lu Huamei sweat so easily? It's not summer yet, right? Why are her hands so hot in such a cold day? Could it be that she caught a cold and had a fever? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but ask with concern, "I see that your hands are very hot. Did you catch a cold?" This was also because Lu Huamei had changed Yang Ming's impression of her. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't have cared if she was dead or alive. He wouldn't have reminded her at all. Cold. Lu Huamei also realized that her palms were sweaty. She was a little embarrassed. Why am I so nervous? It's not like I haven't shaken hands with a man before. Why am I acting like a little girl? Maybe it's a little. Sister Huamei? Are you sick? Jing Xiaolu listened to the conversation between Yang Ming and Lu Huamei. She said with concern. It's no wonder. You've been worrying about the company for a while. You'll get sick sooner or later if this goes on. Although the person in charge of the company was Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei, Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei both knew their own business. Although the Mingyang Group and the Jiangyan Group both took out money to fill the whole of the missing debt, the attitude of both parties could be seen by anyone. Mingyang took the money with an indifferent attitude. Yang Ming also didn't intend to hold Jing Xiaolu responsible. So, since Yang Ming had such an attitude, who else would bother? Would it be Bao Sanli or Hou Zhenhan? The two of them didn't have such a big bill. However, Lu Huamei's situation was different. The Jiangyan Group also took the money, but their attitude wasn't very good. Although the money was in place, Lu Zhenan's hypocritical smile and her grandfather's indifference made Lu Huamei feel very uncomfortable. She felt like she was abandoned by the Lu family. It's nothing. Lu Huamei shook her head. Jing Xiaolu really guessed wrong this time. Lu Huamei's nervousness was only because of Xianxia's joke. Let's look at the clues first. Yeah, I almost forgot about the proper business. Jing Xiaolu patted her forehead and handed a fax document to Lu Huamei. She said, "It's like this." Ugh. Can I say it? Jing Xiaolu suddenly remembered that Yang Ming mentioned the mysterious agent agency before. This should be something confidential, so Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming halfway and asked for Yang Ming's opinion. Why don't you tell her briefly? Yang Ming nodded, but hinted to Jing Xiaolu to say it briefly and omit the things that should be omitted. Jing Xiaolu naturally understood Yang Ming's meaning. She nodded gently to show that she understood, and said to Lu Huamei, "Sister Huamei, Lu Xiaolei is dead." What? Lu Xiaolei is dead? Lu Huamei's initial reaction when she heard the news was similar to Jing Xiaolu's. She was extremely shocked. Yes, he's dead. His body was found at the pier in Bianhai City. Jing Xiaolu didn't doubt Yang Ming's words at all. So, if Yang Ming said that he was dead, then he must be dead. How is this possible? Lu Huamei widened her eyes. How could Lu Xiaolei be dead? Naturally, he was killed by someone, Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming has a friend in the Bianhai City police station. He knew about this news in advance. I know people in the police station too. Why didn't I receive any news? Lu Huamei was still a little puzzled. The Jiangyan Group also invested in the escort company in Bianhai City, so they had a very good relationship with the police in Bianhai City. However, Lu Huamei didn't receive any news at all. That was why she doubted the authenticity of this matter. The news has been blocked. It's normal that you didn't receive any news. Yang Ming knew that he had to speak at this time. Jing Xiaolu couldn't explain it anymore. My friend's identity is a little special. He's the local tyrant at the pier in Bianhai City. Lu Xiaolei looked for him when he was smuggling, so I received the news. So that's how it is. Lu Huamei could only choose to believe Yang Ming after hearing Yang Ming's words. So he wanted to smuggle. Yes, there was another man who was smuggling with him. It was the man in the fax portrait, Xianxia said. He was the one who pushed Lu Xiaolei's body into the sea after killing him. Oh? So, Mr. Yang's friend saw this murder with his own eyes? Then why didn't he call the police? Lu Huamei couldn't help but say when she heard this. If he had called the police, wouldn't we have saved a lot of trouble? Jing Xiaolu didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Lu Huamei's words. I say, Sister Huamei, can you not be so idealistic? Yang Ming's friend is a tyrant in the smuggling business. It's normal for stowaways to kill each other. Why would he call the police? Would he tell the police that I helped others smuggle, and then one of the stowaways killed another stowaway? Then, who would be the first person the police would arrest? This? Lu Huamei couldn't help but blush. She usually didn't come into contact with people of this level, so she couldn't help but be a little idealistic. She only realized that her question was a little silly after hearing Jing Xiaolu's explanation. Yang Ming didn't laugh at Lu Huamei's words. After all, it was impossible for the so-called genius girl to know everything. There would always be a weak side to her. A girl like her who was born in a rich family would never be able to understand people at that level. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be clear about some of the rules at that level. Okay, Miss Lu, I believe you also understand the nature of the industry my friend is in. Yang Ming said with a smile. You definitely won't come into contact with this kind of illegal industry. He didn't know Lu Xiaolei's identity at first. He only remembered such a person after I called him. Now, look at this portrait. Do you know the person who shot Lu Xiaolei? Is he someone from the Jiangyan group? Okay, let me see. Lu Huamei blushed a little. She was called a genius girl by many people, but now she looked like an ignorant girl in front of Yang Ming. This made Lu Huamei feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Ming was very understanding about this matter and didn't ask too much about it. This made Lu Huamei feel a little better. However, she also decided that she would cram some common sense in this area when she went back this time. She couldn't let others mock her anymore. However, Lu Huamei was indeed a lady from a noble family. She had been the deputy director of finance for a while and held a high position. She quickly forgot her previous awkwardness and regained her elegant posture. Mr. Yang, I can be sure that this person isn't from the Jiangyan group. At least, he isn't a high-ranking person in the Jiangyan group, said Lu Huamei. After all, the Jiangyan group has more than thousands of employees. It's impossible for me to know everyone, but he definitely isn't from the group's headquarters. Oh? Sister Huamei, don't you think this person is a little familiar? Asked Jing Xiaolu in surprise after hearing Lu Huamei's words. Even she felt that this person was very familiar. Why didn't Lu Huamei have this feeling? Familiar? Lu Huamei frowned and looked at the portrait carefully for a long time. Then, she shook her head. I don't feel familiar. I really haven't seen him before. Isn't this person by Lu Zhenan's side? Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed after hearing Lu Huamei's words. Did I feel wrong? However, she still asked a little unwillingly. I haven't seen anyone by my big brother's side other than Lu Jifei. Lu Huamei shook her head again. However, I think my big brother asked Lu Jifei to do a lot of things. Even if this person is related to my big brother, it should be through Lu Jifei. They won't contact each other publicly. Ah! Jing Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed. She patted her forehead and said with joy, I remember now. I know who this person is. What? Xiaolu, you know who this person is? Asked Yang Ming and Lu Huamei in unison as they looked at Jing Xiaolu in surprise. After saying that, Lu Huamei and Yang Ming were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Both of them actually said the same thing at the same time. What a coincidence. Sister Huamei, you reminded me just now. I suddenly remembered. This person is indeed Lu Jifei's subordinate. I've seen him before. Jing Xiaolu finished speaking and turned to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming. You should have seen him too. It was that night in school. Lu Jifei brought someone to trouble me. Oh, you're talking about that Li Zhan. Yang. Li that. After Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, she turned to look at Lu Huamei. She saw that Lu Huamei was sitting there in a daze. She quickly asked, "Sister Huamei, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Lu Huamei came back to her senses and sighed slightly. Although she had suspected that her elder brother, Lu Zhenan, might be involved in this matter, guessing was one thing, and confirming it was another. Although the siblings had not been fighting openly and covertly, they had always been at each other's throats. However, they had never done anything out of line. This time, Lu Zhenan did not hesitate to hire assassins to achieve his goal in order to frame her. He had simply lost his most basic humanity and turned into a devil. "Miss Lu, this is related to your family's affairs. I can't say much. I hope you can handle it properly." Yang Ming originally wanted to find trouble with Lu Zhenan directly. It was only a matter of minutes for Yang Ming to destroy a mere Lu Zhenan. Even if it was the Jiangyan group, it would not be difficult for Yang Ming to make it cease to exist. However, taking into account Lu Huamei's feelings and face, Yang Ming decided to let Lu Huamei handle it herself. After all, he was an outsider. "Thank you. I understand. Lu Huamei wasn't stupid, Mr. Yang, don't worry. I've confirmed that my elder brother did this. I'll bear all the losses and won't bring trouble to the company. If you need any help, don't hesitate. I can more or less help." Yang Ming saw that Lu Huamei was so straightforward. His impression of her improved a lot. "Okay, thank you very much." Lu Huamei nodded at Yang Ming. Although she said it with a smile, anyone could see the bitterness in her smile. Every family had its own problems. No one would feel good if they were framed by their cousin. Yang Ming did not ask her to stay any longer. "Since we have confirmed this person's identity, I won't ask Miss Lu to stay any longer. I believe Miss Lu must have more important things to do. Let's have a meal together some other time. It's my treat." "I should be the one treating," Lu Huamei said. "But today, Mr. Yang is right. I have to go back to Jiangyan City. Xiaolu, I'll leave the company's affairs to you first." "No problem, Sister Huamei. You can handle your affairs first." Jing Xiaolu nodded and agreed. After sending Lu Huamei away, Jing Xiaolu closed the door again. However, the ambiguous atmosphere from before was completely destroyed. Yang Ming was too embarrassed to continue touching Jing Xiaolu's hand. "Xiaolu, what do you think of this matter?" Yang Ming decided to ask Jing Xiaolu's opinion on how to deal with this matter. After all, he had handed over all the affairs of the Mingjiang Escort Company to Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming did not want to interfere too much. "My initial intention was to find evidence and submit it to the police," Jing Xiaolu said. Jing Xiaolu said, "However, Sister Huamei is in the middle of this, so I can't be too heartless. Lu Zhenan is Sister Huamei's cousin after all, so I want to let Sister Huamei make the decision." "Okay, you have the final say in the company now. It's fine as long as you decide." Yang Ming nodded. During this last period of time, Yang Ming did not want to bother too much with these troublesome matters. It was more important to spend time with his family. "Thank you." Jing Xiaolu blushed. She was secretly happy that Yang Ming had delegated and trusted her. "What are you thanking me for?" Yang Ming could not help but sigh. "Xiaolu, I will transfer a portion of Ming Yang's shares to your name in a few days." "Transfer them to my name?" Jing Xiaolu was delighted when she heard Yang Ming's words, but then she felt that something was wrong. "Why do you want to transfer them to my name?" "It's nothing. It's just a whim. Don't think too much about it." Yang Ming pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "Why? Don't you want them?" "I want them. Of course, I want them. How can I not want them?" Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming's expression was very relaxed. It did not seem like there was anything wrong, so she quickly agreed. It was a good thing that Yang Ming was giving her shares. How could she not want them? However, she did not know why, but she still faintly felt that something was wrong in the depths of her heart. It was just that her happiness suppressed this trace of uneasiness. Yang Ming wanted to transfer a portion of his shares to Jing Xiaolu. In fact, it was not a whim. It was something that he had thought about before. Although Jing Xiaolu was not his woman, there was still some ambiguity between them. It could be said that they liked each other. Therefore, Yang Ming did not intend to treat her badly. Before Yang Ming went to Yunnan, Yang Ming planned to transfer the majority of Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Securities shares to Jing Xiaolu. The rest would be divided into two parts and transferred to Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. As for the shares of the jewelry company, Yang Ming intended to leave all of them to Zhang Bin. As for the newly established real estate company, Yang Ming intended to leave it to Li Dagong. As for the Sun family's company in Donghai, Yang Ming had decided to give it to Tian Donghua before. As for Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Huang Lele, Xiao Qing, Sun Jia, and Zhao Ying, the private funds in Yang Ming's hands were left to them. It was enough for them to live. In addition, there were also the islands in Africa. These were the things that Yang Ming left to them. As for Suya, she was not short of money. In fact, Yang Ming did not want her to know that he had gone to Yunnan. Yang Ming was really afraid that she would not be able to bear it. This kind of parting after reunion was the saddest. The rest were his parents, but Yang Ming left Mingyang Heavy Industry to them. It should be able to continue operating. However, if he really could not come back, could his relationship with old Buffon still be maintained? Although most of the technology had been introduced to Mingyang Heavy Industry and assembled its own production line, it was unknown whether Mingyang Heavy Industry could embark on the road of independent research and development from the initial stage of introduction. If it blindly relied on ready-made technology, then it was destined to be eliminated many years later. However, these were not things that Yang Ming could worry about. He could only do these. Then, if you give it to me, will Sister Mengyan and the others have any thoughts about it? After Jing Xiaolu was happy, she thought of a more practical problem. If Yang Ming gave the shares to her, would Chen Mengyan be unwilling? After all, she was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. This company should be Chen Mengyan's. I have other things to give them. Yang Ming explained with a smile, you've always been involved in this company, so it's normal to give it to you. Don't worry, Chen Mengyan won't have any objections. That's good. Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it. If Sister Mengyan is not happy, then I would rather not have it. Can you bear to not want it? Yang Ming smiled and said, as far as I know, the total assets of these two Mingyang companies have exceeded 300 million. Adding the Songjiang International Hotel and the Nightless Club, the total assets are more than 500 million. Am I that greedy in your impression? Jing Xiaolu snorted after listening to Yang Ming's words. It seems to be so, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, when I first met you, you kept talking about money. And, when we met again later, you still wanted me to support you? This? Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed suddenly. She blinked her eyes in grievance. I was really poor before, but now the vice president's salary is enough to supplement my family and my grandmother's medical expenses. My own pocket money is enough, so I don't need a lot. Oh? Then I misunderstood you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that you are not very greedy. But no one will complain about having more money. Of course, I want the shares you give me. Only a fool wouldn't want it. Jing Xiaolu said, if you don't want me in the future, I won't be so poor. I don't have to find another man. I can live a comfortable life. Yang Ming was a little speechless about Jing Xiaolu's answer, but Jing Xiaolu's words also said some of the facts that were about to happen. It was not that Yang Ming didn't want her, but Yang Ming himself didn't know how long he would be gone and whether he would come back. Why? Are you scared? I just said it casually. Jing Xiaolu laughed, but she didn't notice the sadness between Yang Ming's eyebrows. No, it's fine. Yang Ming shrugged. Since you have no opinion, I will let Bao Sanli handle this matter in the next few days. Don't be so anxious. Jing Xiaolu was afraid that Yang Ming would say that she was greedy, so she quickly waved her hand. Since you remember, just do it. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say much. Chen Xiaolong drove the BMW that he had just bought. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He thought, didn't father go to talk to Yang Ming today? How can this Yang Ming still appear on the road? And he is driving a BMW X5 luxury car, which is actually a grade higher than my car. What is going on? Could it be that the person I met today is Yang Ming's twin brother? If Chen Xiaolong and Yang Ming weren't classmates before, and he knew that Yang Ming didn't have a so-called twin brother, He might really think that the person in front of him was not Yang Ming today. However, with Chen Xiaolong's familiarity with Yang Ming, the person he met today was the same as Yang Ming in terms of tone and behavior, so he was sure that the person he met was indeed Yang Ming. Dad, didn't you say that you were looking for Yang Ming to talk about something? Why did I meet Yang Ming on the street? Chen Xiaolong returned to the Songjiang International Hotel's presidential suite angrily and complained unhappily as soon as he entered the door. Xiaolong, you're back? Chen Jie saw his unhappy son and quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? Did Yang Ming find trouble with you? That's right. I just picked up a BMW and was going to show it to Chen Mingyan. If she likes it, I will give it to her. But I didn't expect to meet Yang Ming halfway. This kid hit my car with his car. The new car is full of holes. I can't even find Chen Mingyan. Chen Xiaolong complained in one breath, and I don't know where this kid got a BMW X5, which is more high-end than my car. Xiaolong, the situation has changed a little. Chen Jie quietly listened to Chen Xiaolong's complaints, and then his expression changed. He said sternly, I'm afraid there is a big discrepancy between our previous information and now. There is a big discrepancy in the information? What do you mean? Chen Xiaolong was stunned and asked in astonishment. Yang Ming, that kid, is not a poor guy, but very rich. Chen Jie couldn't help but frown when he said this. The hotel we are staying in now belongs to that kid. This was a pain in Chen Jie's heart. The hotel he was staying in was actually Yang Ming's property. He even pretended to call Yang Ming to come to the presidential suite here to talk to Yang Ming. Talk to him in his hotel? Chen Jie blushed when he thought about it, but in contrast, his hatred for Yang Ming was even stronger. Some people are always like this. While they hate others, they don't think about their own mistakes first. All of this was caused by Chen Jie himself. What did it have to do with Yang Ming? This hotel? It belongs to Yang Ming? Dad, are you kidding me? How is this possible? Chen Xiaolong was completely dumbfounded when he heard his father's words. Isn't this hotel Wang Jitao's family? He is our classmate, Wang Jitao. His father is Wang Shifan. Did you know him back then? I have inquired. Wang Shifan was arrested before the new year. This hotel is definitely not Wang Shifan's. Chen Jie shook his head and said, previously, when that kid Yang Ming told me about it, I didn't believe it. But after I thought about it carefully, it is possible. What do you mean? Asked Chen Xiaolong. Think about it. What kind of person is Chen Fei? He is now a leader in the city. Even if he doesn't find a match for Chen Mingyan, he should find someone similar, right? Chen Jie analyzed, if Yang Ming's family is nothing, would Chen Fei agree to this marriage? From the fact that he brought Yang Ming to the hotel, it is obvious that Chen Fei has agreed to this marriage. So, this hotel may really belong to Yang Ming's family. Ah? It can't be, right? In that case, wouldn't the matter between me and Chen Mingyan? Chen Xiaolong's face immediately became worse when he heard this situation. He looked like a shriveled eggplant. Dad, you have to think of a way for me. Xiaolong, it's not that Dad doesn't want to think of a way. Chen Jie frowned. In fact, I also want to teach this kid a lesson. He actually dares to act in front of me. Who does he think he is? This hotel only has 1 or 200 million assets. How can it be compared to your dad? Dad, then what should we do now? Chen Xiaolong didn't care about how much money Yang Ming had, but he was concerned about whether he could be with Chen Mingyan. Before you came back, I had been thinking of a way. But after thinking about it, I couldn't think of a good way. When Chen Jie said this, his face was full of bitterness. This kid doesn't listen to reason or force. I really can't do anything to him in Songjiang. If we were in the south, I would find someone to kill him. Chen Jie was also a ruthless character. He was forced into a corner by Husan, so he had developed a heart of stone. When he was in the south, he also did some illegal business. So, only Chen Xiaolong was here, so Chen Jie said ruthless words. Dad, why don't we find Yin Biaozi and the others to kill this guy surnamed Yang? Chen Xiaolong heard his father's words and immediately said. This Yin Biaozi was a desperado that Chen Xiaolong met in the South's K City. He helped Chen Xiaolong deal with a few people who went against him ruthlessly. Nonsense, don't you think about what Chen Fei does? Xianxia glared at Chen Xiaolong. If we could kill him, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Then what should I do? Chen Xiaolong was now bent on getting Chen Mingyan. He originally thought that he would be able to get Chen Mingyan's favor when he returned home with his father in glory. He did not expect a love rival like Yang Ming to appear. Originally, Chen Xiaolong did not put Yang Ming in his eyes. But now that he heard that Yang Ming was also a billionaire, he was in a bit of a dilemma. The trump card that he had always used to pick up girls had failed this time. Chen Xiaolong really had no other way. And the omnipotent father in his eyes had no other way at this moment. This made Chen Xiaolong very desperate. He lowered his head and sat on the sofa in the room. Xianxia also saw Chen Xiaolong's disappointment. Since his wife ran away with someone else, Chen Xiaolong had become his only one. He had become the person he cared about the most. He gave all his love to Chen Xiaolong. So he was not dissatisfied with what Chen Xiaolong wanted. He would do his best to help Chen Xiaolong do what he wanted to do. In the southern K city, Chen Xiaolong had caused trouble. Xianxia had also settled a lot of relationships with his own connections and Kaik's foreign businessman identity. This time in Songjiang, it was the first time that he felt powerless. First of all, Chen Fei's current position was already the police chief. Yang Ming's family was not what they used to be. This made some of the plans that he had originally prepared useless. However, he did not want to disappoint Chen Xiaolong, and he absolutely would not allow his son to be disappointed. Whatever his son wanted, he would definitely help him get it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Since I can't play dirty here, I will play dirty with Yang Ming. Don't you own a hotel? Well, then I will also open a hotel and play you to death. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, he was not going to open a hotel himself because if he opened one, he would not be as good as Yang Ming, who grew up locally, in terms of interpersonal relationships and influence. Although Xianxia was also from here, he had not lived here for many years. The world had changed. Xianxia's idea was to call his former boss, Kaik, and ask Kaik to help him deal with Yang Ming. As far as he knew, Kaik's family was a very powerful family. It was very influential in Europe. In addition to doing some underworld business, Kaik's family's biggest industry was the global hotel industry and porn industry. He was going to persuade Kaik, who had now taken over as the patriarch, to invest in a hotel in Songjiang. Although Yang Ming may have some powerful connections, he would not get any benefits if he was Kaik's on his side. But Kaik was different. Kaik's identity was a foreign businessman, and he represented an influential family in Europe. For such a businessman to go against Yang Ming believed that even with his relationship with Yang Ming, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Kaik. At that time, Yang Ming could only swallow his pride. How? Xianxia asked himself. Kaik has been very kind to me. Before he left the entire foreign trade company to me. It could be said that Kaik not only did not owe him anything, but he was also indebted to him. This made it difficult for Xianxia to speak. But for his son and Chen Xiaolong, Xianxia had to try no matter what. Xiaolong, don't worry. Dad has thought of a way. Xianxia said to his dejected son on the sofa, this time, I will sacrifice my old face and help you kill that Yang Ming. I will let you get the beauty. Really? Chen Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, you didn't lie to me, right? When did I lie to you? Seeing Chen Xiaolong happy, Xianxia's mood also improved. I'm going to call your uncle Kaik and ask him to invest in a hotel here. It will be built near Yang Ming's hotel and directly kill Yang Ming with the price and service. Yes, isn't Uncle Kaik's family in the hotel industry? Chen Xiaolong was overjoyed when he heard Xianxia's words. If he is willing to invest here, then Yang Ming is dead. With the level of his hotel's lousy decoration, he will definitely be finished. Xianxia smiled bitterly after listening to his son's words. So far, he had no confidence in persuading Kaik to invest here. He was just afraid that his son would be sad and disappointed, so he made an empty promise. Dad, then why don't you call Uncle Kaik? Chen Xiaolong couldn't wait. Okay, I'll call him now. Xianxia secretly made up his mind in his heart. Even if I have to coax and pester him, I will make Kaik come. Xianxia didn't want his son to hear him talk to Kaik in a low voice, so he stood up and walked to the inner room of the presidential suite. I'm going to make a call. You watch TV here first. Okay. With Chen Xiaolong's IQ, he naturally didn't think that his father was going to act like a grandson. He happily agreed, turned on the TV, and swept away his previous depression. Chen Jie glanced at his son lovingly, then turned and walked resolutely to the inner room. At this time, he forgot an important old saying, that is, a loving father and mother will spoil the child. He did this not for Chen Xiaolong's good, but to harm Chen Xiaolong. Of course, with Chen Jie's IQ, he didn't think of this. Chen Jie came to the inner room and didn't delay. He directly found the phone number that Kaik had left for him and dialed it. After a while, the phone was picked up, and Kaik's voice spoke in English. Hello, I'm Kaik. Boss, I'm Xia. Chen Jie. Chen Jie changed his previous calm and serious tone into a flattering voice. Fortunately, he always talked to Kaik like this before, so he didn't feel awkward. Oh? It's you, Chen Jie. Kaik also recognized Chen Jie's voice, so he spoke in Chinese. How have you been? AI, boss, after you left, I didn't have a good time. Chen Jie said with a bitter face. Boss, how have you been recently? Me? Not bad. Kaik's tone sounded very relaxed and happy, but it was no wonder. After Kaik returned home, he was undoubtedly appointed as the new family master. This made him, who was originally the second-in-line heir, feel like a pie falling from the sky. The so-called second-in-line heir sounded good. It seemed that if the first-in-line heir didn't succeed, it would be his turn. However, which first-in-line heir would take the initiative to abdicate? Even if there were, it was very rare. Therefore, Kaik didn't have any illusions about the family master's position at all, so he came to China to do business. Kaik was a family member and knew his own situation. The first-in-line heir in the family was much better than him in terms of background and ranking. His father was the current family master, and his grandfather was the family master of another super family in Europe. Therefore, there was no doubt that the first-in-line heir would become the family master sooner or later. But who knew that after a few years, the family master's position really fell on his head? The original first-in-line heir offended a ruthless person. Even the super family that his grandfather belonged to was destroyed overnight. The current family master was also afraid that the ruthless person would retaliate, so he took the initiative to abdicate the family master's position. Therefore, the family master's position fell on Kaik. All of this seemed like a dreamy drama, but it really happened to Kaik. Although Kaik was a little afraid of the ruthless person who killed the first successor of the family, he was afraid that the ruthless person would come to find trouble with his family in the future. However, he was grateful to the ruthless person in his heart. If it weren't for the ruthless person, how could he become the family master? However, Kaik could only bury all this in his heart. In the family, he had no friends. When he was a child, everyone went to curry favor with the first-in-line successor. Even the children who were not sensible were taught by their parents to play with the first-in-line successor and ignore the second-in-line successor. Therefore, Kaik spent his childhood in loneliness. He had no friends and no siblings. When he grew up, he left his hometown and came to China. He set up a company with the family's entrepreneurial fund. Just like the second and third successors of the other generations of the family, he left the family when he grew up and started a new life. Among these people, some were successful, and some were down. Of course, they could also go back and be an elder after succeeding the family master. Most of the downtrodden successors became elders, but those who could make a name for themselves would not go back. Originally, Kaik also thought that he would never return to the family in this life, but he did not expect that he would come back again. Moreover, he returned to the family as the new family master. Listening to the hypocritical flattery of the brothers and sisters in the family, Kaik felt that it was very fake. Although he was very satisfied with his vanity, he really lacked someone to talk to. Kaik naturally couldn't tell these people about the excitement of becoming the family master in his heart. Could he tell others that he was so grateful to the ruthless person who killed the first successor in front of him and made him the family master? He estimated that if he really said this, he would become a public enemy in the family and arouse the public anger of the family members. Just when Kaik was depressed and had nowhere to vent, Xianxia's call came in. Kaik still liked this former subordinate of his. Although Kaik also knew that Xianxia was somewhat flattering him, Xianxia was still a person who could talk to him. So, Kaik opened his mouth. "Chen, do you know? I actually became the family master now. This feeling is really wonderful. It's much better than running the company myself." "Is that so? That's great. Congratulations, boss." Xianxia flattered. He wanted to directly ask Kaik to invest in the construction of the hotel, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was also afraid that Kaik would refuse, so Xianxia could only chat with Kaik first. "Yes, the entire family's resources are at my disposal. In the past, I wasn't the patriarch, so I couldn't experience the prestige of the patriarch. Our family's background is much stronger than I thought. We have many allies in both the business world and the political world." Kaik said, "I have also become a member of the top society in Europe. This is something I didn't even dare to think about before. Actually, if I were to say anything about the first and second order, everyone is a member of the family." "The position of the family head should be yours, boss," said Xianxia. "Haha, Chen, do you know how I became the family leader?" "It's amazing." Kaik said, "Do you know? The first successor of the family, the only son of the previous patriarch, had a grandfather who was the patriarch of a supergiant family here. With this identity, he went out to be tyrannical and unscrupulous. However, he was really lucky. He actually wanted to snatch the girlfriend of a more ruthless person. As a result, not only was his grandfather's family destroyed, but he was also finished. Even his father was afraid that the ruthless person would retaliate against the family, so he had to step down from the position of the patriarch. So, the position of the patriarch fell on my head. Don't you think this whole thing is amazing?" Xianxia listened to Kaik's narration. This was the first time he knew how Kaik became the patriarch. If what he said was true, this matter was really amazing. "Boss, this is really amazing." Xianxia sighed. "However, who did the first successor offend? He is so bad *SS that he can actually destroy a top family. This strength. This is a secret within the family, so it is inconvenient to reveal it. However, I can tell you that that person is not a local here, but here, he can still call the wind and summon the rain. Even the oldest superfamily here has a good relationship with him." When Kaik spoke of that ruthless person, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect, and carefully said, "Then he is really a powerful person." Xianxia thought, "I probably won't be able to come into contact with people on that level in my life. They are too far away. I can only fight with a small character like Yang Ming at most." Thinking of Yang Ming, Xianxia was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted Kaik to give him an unforgettable lesson. Isn't he powerful? However, our family is considered to be very powerful in Europe. My first successor is still too young and unlucky. Haha. When Kaik said this, he couldn't help but laugh. "I really want to thank that ruthless person. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to become the family master. It's just that my brother died a little miserably. I basically stepped on his corpse to get to the top. Hey, who cares about him? This kind of person who wants to snatch a woman with no strength is a pure idiot. He deserves to die. It's not a pity at all." "Did you say that he didn't have any self-awareness? When he provoked that ruthless person, he didn't think about the consequences." When Xianxia said this, he couldn't help but think of his son, Chen Xiaolong, and Yang Ming. He thought fiercely in his heart, "Yang Ming, before you offended me and Chen Xiaolong, you didn't think about whether you could afford to offend us. I will let you see what a ruthless person is." That's right. The complexity of our European upper-class society is far beyond your imagination. Kaik said, "Okay, let's not talk about him. I just want to find someone to talk to, but there is no one to talk to. Chen, call me often in the future and let me relax." "Of course, boss. I also want to call you often, but I'm afraid that I will disturb you." Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard Kaik's words. It just so happened that he didn't want to break his relationship with Kaik. With such a powerful backer like Kaik, Xianxia naturally wanted to maintain it. Especially after hearing that Kaik had become the family master, Xianxia's mind became more active. If he could rely on Kaik in this life, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. When I called before, I was very uneasy. Hee, it's okay. You can call as much as you want. I only have you as a friend now. Kaik said with a smile. Right, Chen, when you called before, you said that you weren't doing well now. What happened? Is there a problem with the company? There is no problem with the company. Everything is fine now, but... Xianxia said until here. He paused and hesitated a little. Chen, what's going on? Could it be that something happened to your family? Is there anything I can help with? Kaik was not stupid. Xianxia calling him at this time probably meant that he had encountered some trouble that he couldn't solve, so he asked for help from his former boss. However, Kaik was not disgusted. He had just taken up the position of the family master, and his self-esteem was inflated. He was worried that he couldn't show off his skills. Xianxia happened to ask for help at this time. Kaik must let him see the power of the family master. Boss, you know me well. Xianxia did not forget to compliment Kaik, and then said, it's like this, boss. You know that my wife ran away with someone else a long time ago, so I love my son very much. Originally, Xianxia planned to make up a reason to let Kaik invest in Songjiang, but he was afraid that Kaik would no longer trust him after he saw through it. So after weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia planned to tell the truth. If Kaik didn't agree, he would sacrifice his old face. He would say anything to persuade Kaik with snot and tears. Chen, continue. Don't worry. Speak slowly, Kaik said after listening to Xianxia's words. When Xianxia heard that Kaik did not show any disgust, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly continued, my son likes a female junior high school classmate. They were childhood sweethearts. They grew up in the same village. Originally, I brought my son back to my hometown to get engaged with his female classmate, but this female classmate has a man by her side. This man is also my son's classmate. He used to be a big bully in school, a big brawler. I don't know what despicable means he used to get this female classmate, and he also has a certain amount of influence in the local area. Oh, I understand. Someone took away your son's woman, right? Kaik understood Xianxia's meaning. That's right, so I plan to teach that kid a lesson and turn him into a pauper. Then, that girl can return to my son's side, said Xianxia. Teach? How to teach? Do you want me to help? Kaik was a little confused. Chen, I'm thousands of miles away. How can I help you? It's like this. This kid opened a hotel. It is the most high-end hotel in my hometown, but it can't be compared to the high-end hotels in the south. Of course, it can't be compared to your luxury hotels in Europe, said Xianxia. I think, boss, isn't your family in the hotel industry? You can invest in opening a hotel here. Whether it is service or price, it is better than that kid's hotel. Then, that kid's hotel will have no business, and it will naturally close down. Oh, so that's the case. Kaik was not a reckless person. After listening to Xianxia's words, he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, Chen, opening a hotel and suppressing a competitor to the point of bankruptcy requires a very complicated operation. It's not possible to achieve it just by opening a better hotel than him. This? Xianxia's heart suddenly tightened after listening to Kaik's words. He naturally knew that his idea was a bit simple, but he had never run a hotel before. He had only done foreign trade. The foreign trade industry was like this. Whoever had an advantage in price would have a market. Whoever did not have an advantage in price could only wait to close down. He felt that the hotel industry should be similar to the foreign trade industry, but now it seemed that there were many other reasons. But Chen, don't be discouraged. Kaik changed the topic and laughed. If people who don't understand this industry enter this industry, don't talk about defeating the competitors. It is a big problem whether they can do it themselves. However, you found the right person this time. Our family started out in the hotel industry. In terms of management and competition in the hotel industry, we have accumulated hundreds of years of experience. Ah. Xianxia's depressed mood suddenly improved again. Boss, does that mean you agree? Our family's hotel business has already existed in several first-tier cities in China, but we have no plans to invest in second-tier cities for the time being. Kaik said, however, for you, Chen, I can invest in a hotel in your hometown this time. Boss, you're so nice to me. Xianxia was overjoyed after hearing this. It was as if he had gone from hell to heaven. With your family backing him, his hotel will be finished. Hee, don't be too happy too early. Although our family is very confident in managing the hotel, suppressing the opponent is a complicated and slow process. It won't be effective in a day or two, said Kaik. I understand. Xianxia said quickly, as long as there is hope. Now, Xianxia just wanted to make Yang Ming anxious. In this way, he would have no time to accompany Chen Mingyan. At that time, Chen Xiaolong would take advantage of the situation, and the opportunity would be much greater. Then, I will leave in 2 days and bring the investigation team over personally, said Kaik. That's great, boss. I will definitely pick you up. Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. The boss is so nice to me. Originally, he thought that Kaik would only agree to help him after crying and begging, but he didn't expect Kaik to be so straightforward. In fact, the reason why Kaik agreed so readily was that he wanted to show off in front of his former subordinate. Ever since he became the family master, he always wanted to show off in front of his friends. However, Kaik didn't have many friends since he was a child. His only friend might be Xianxia. Although he couldn't be considered a friend, he was always someone to talk to, so he could only show off in front of Xianxia. At the family meeting, Kaik proposed to invest in the construction of a super 5-star hotel in Songjiang City, China. Most of the family members felt that Kaik was a newly appointed official, so they didn't find it strange. Anyway, the family was committed to the development of the hotel industry. It didn't matter where they invested. Since the family master said that it would be in Songjiang, then it would be in Songjiang. These family members wanted to please Kaik, so there was no doubt that Kaik's proposal was unanimously approved in the family's elders' meeting. In their eyes, a hotel was just a few $100 million investment. Compared to the entire family, it was simply a drop in the bucket. So the day after Xianxia's call, Kaik took the management team of the family hotel industry to Songjiang by plane to prepare for a field trip. Xianxia took Chen Xiaolong and personally came to Donghai Airport to pick them up. Boss. Xianxia saw Kaik coming out of the exit at a glance. Although Donghai Airport was an international airport, there were not many foreigners coming out. So Kaik, who was white, was very eye-catching. The members of the investigation team behind him were also eye-catching. Among them, there was a person with black skin. Chen. Kaik also saw Xianxia and quickened his pace. Xiaolong, quickly call Uncle Kaik. Xianxia patted his son's shoulder and whispered to him. Uncle Kaik. Chen Xiaolong used to be a little upset when this foreigner, who was only a few years older than him, called him uncle. Today, he called him uncle with sincerity. Chen Xiaolong is here too. Kaik also knew Chen Xiaolong and nodded to him. Xianxia led Kaik and the others into the car and drove to the Songjiang International Hotel. This city is developing well. Kaik looked at the street outside the car window and nodded. Originally, he thought that it would be a remote place. Although he would insist and his family would invest in a hotel here, it would not look good if it did not make money. Kaik was thinking about this problem along the way. As a result, when he arrived here, the construction here was not much worse than K-City. It was more than enough to invest in a 5-star hotel. Yeah, Songjiang City can be regarded as a city at the forefront of construction in the province. Xianxia explained, although it is not as prosperous as the provincial capital, the investment environment is also good. For example, there are several 5-star hotels in the provincial capital, Donghai. Although you can make money if you invest again, it is not as good as the monopoly here. So, the Songjiang International Hotel you are talking about now is a monopoly? Asked Kaik. Yes, the Songjiang International Hotel is now the best hotel here. Many rich people have no choice but to stay there. Said Xianxia. Even I have to live in the enemy's territory. Boss, you can see how much of a monopoly it is. Oh? So, I chose the right place to invest here. Although Kaik wanted to help Xianxia on the one hand, why not make money at the same time? That's right. Xianxia nodded proudly. Boss, you will also stay at the Songjiang International Hotel in a while. I have booked a room for you there. When you see their decoration, you will know the gap between it and the world-class hotels. We are staying there too? That's great. We can take a look at their management and service. Kaik nodded happily. Kaik looked at the decoration of the Songjiang International Hotel and the quality of the waiters in front of him. He thought that it was not as bad as Xianxia said. Although it was not a first-class 5-star hotel, there were at least 3-star hotels. Obviously, the overall structure of this international hotel was slightly old. It was an architectural style from 4 or 5 years ago. It could not keep up with the current development trends of the hotel industry. The decoration inside had obviously been renovated twice. The style was similar to the current popular luxury hotels. However, because of the limitations of the main building's floors and architectural pattern, the decoration could only take some remedial measures, but could not completely change the style of the building. It's not bad to have such a hotel in a second-tier city like Songjiang, Kaik said to Xianxia in the elevator. This hotel didn't belong to that kid before. It belonged to a business friend of mine. I don't know why my friend went to prison when I came back this time. So, this hotel became that kid's property. Xianxia was a little annoyed when he said this. That kid is a gangster. He probably used some despicable means. A hero's background is not important. Kaik smiled and said, to be able to own such a hotel in this place is quite amazing. However, compared to you, boss, it's far worse, Xianxia said quickly. In fact, Kaik also had the same intention. He wanted to use such a hotel to highlight his noble status, but it was not good to say it himself, so he hinted Xianxia to say it. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so smart. This is not comparable. I am the power of the whole family, and he is the power of one person, Kaik said proudly. Boss, look, when should we start studying the hotel investment? Xianxia was a little impatient about this. He wanted to give Yang Ming a blow first. As long as the news was released, he believed that Yang Ming would be worried. Building this hotel is a very long process. Shouldn't we hurry up? No. Kaik laughed and waved his hand. The latest modular construction technology can build a 15-story building in 2 days with a steel frame instead of cement. Ah? Are you serious? Xianxia asked in disbelief. Kaik's words were beyond his imagination. How is it possible to build a tall building in 2 days? Chen, you're only good at foreign trade. Our family is an expert in hotel and construction. Kaik said proudly, we have adopted this modular building in many hotels in many countries and regions. This technology was invented by your engineers. It is more earthquake resistant than traditional concrete buildings. The indoor air is 20 to 100 times cleaner than the outdoor air. The walls and windows are completely insulated to ensure a constant temperature in the room. Xianxia was shocked by Kaik's words. At the same time, he was extremely excited. If a grand hotel could be built within a few days, then Yang Ming's death would not be far away. Boss, is what you said true? That's great. What are we going to do next? Xianxia asked excitedly. Now, let's contact the local government first and ask for a piece of land, Kaik said lightly, but Xianxia did not think that Kaik was boasting at all. If an ordinary person wanted to build a hotel on a piece of land, it was naturally not very simple. The complicated procedures and relationships would be a headache. However, Kaik was different. Kaik's identity was a foreign businessman, and he was one of the top families in the world's hotel industry. It was also the glory of the city to invest in a hotel here. Which leader did not want their territory to be more prosperous? Kaik's family generally invested in first-tier cities with prosperous economies. This time, they could invest in Songjiang. It could be said that they had given Songjiang an affirmation. The local government would naturally welcome them. At present, Songjiang did not have a hotel that exceeded 3 stars. If Kaik could invest in a 5-star hotel, it could also improve the city's image. That was why Kaik was so confident. Leave this matter to me. I will be responsible for pulling the strings. Xianxia said as he patted his chest. And I can rest assured with you in charge, Kaik nodded and said. Yang Ming had transferred 90% of the shares in Mingyang Entertainment and 40% of the shares in Mingyang Security to Jing Xiaolu through a lawyer in the past few days. 10% of the shares in Mingyang Entertainment and 60% of the shares in Mingyang Security were transferred to Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. It was not in vain for the two of them to follow him. Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan, who received the equity transfer letter, were somewhat inexplicable. They kept saying that they did not want it, but Yang Ming still insisted on giving it to them. Brother Yang, what do you mean by this? Did the two of us do something wrong? You don't want to use us anymore? Bao Sanli held the equity transfer letter, and his face was a little anxious. Yes, Brother Yang, Big Ho, have never been disloyal since the moment I started working with you. If I say a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Hou Zhenhan also began to swear anxiously. Both of you, don't get too excited. Yang Ming was very moved by Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan's loyalty, but he smiled and said, in fact, giving you this is what you deserve. I also thank both of you for being able to work hard for me for so long. Brother Yang. Do you really not want us anymore? When Bao Sanli heard Yang Ming's words, he was stunned. His face showed a resentful look like a resentful woman. It's not that I don't want you, but... Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to tell them about himself so early, but since they asked, Yang Ming had no way to not say it. Otherwise, the two of them would probably pester him and never give up. Brother Yang, is there any other reason? Hou Zhenhan asked hesitantly. He was smarter than Bao Sanli. He heard something unusual from Yang Ming's words. Big Ho, Baozi, since you asked, then I won't hide it anymore. Yang Ming sighed and said, from the beginning, both of you felt that my identity wasn't just on the surface. After Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming's words, he nodded and said, Brother Yang, I have always thought that you are a ruthless person. Bao Sanli initially attached himself to Yang Ming because Yang Ming's identity was the Mr. Y. After seeing Yang Ming himself, he always felt that Yang Ming's background was definitely not simple. Actually, I am a national agent. Yang Ming estimated that he could only use such words to describe his profession. Even if he was not a serious agent, he was not far from it. Agent? Brother Yang, are you serious? You are an agent? Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan were surprised at the same time. Hou Zhenhan was originally a special forces soldier, so he was quite impressed with the dangerous profession of the agent. In the beginning, the army also selected agents, but only the best special forces soldiers could be selected as agents to carry out some extremely dangerous and special tasks. If Hou Zhenhan had not made a disciplinary mistake, he might have become an agent. So when Hou Zhenhan heard this familiar word, he was suddenly shocked and speechless. Yang Ming nodded. Big Ho, you may know more about this profession. You are a special forces soldier. You should be able to see the authenticity of the army's ID. This is my ID in the army. You can take a look. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out his ID in the army and handed it to Hou Zhenhan. The agent's ID is confidential. I can't take it out. Don't mind it. Hou Zhenhan took Yang Ming's ID with trembling hands and nodded. I understand. Discipline is more important than anything. Brother Yang, we will not make it difficult for you. Originally, Bao Sanli was curious to see what the agent's ID looked like. After listening to Hou Zhenhan's words, he held back what he wanted to say. He didn't want to make it difficult for Yang Ming. Hou Zhenhan was a soldier. He took the ID and looked at it carefully. He immediately saw the authenticity of the ID. He nodded and handed it to Bao Sanli. Brother Yang, you are actually an agent. At first, I felt that I was wronging myself by doing these things with you. Although I got used to it later, it was also because you saved my mother. I am an upright person, and I vowed to follow you for the rest of my life. But today, I know that I am following the kind of person I admire the most, so I, Big Ho, have no regrets. Don't be so emotional. Yang Ming smiled and said, since you all know my identity, Big Ho can probably guess what I am going to say next. Brother Yang, are you going to perform a dangerous mission? Ho Junhan looked stunned. He immediately thought of something and asked. Yang Ming nodded. Yes. Is this mission very dangerous? Bao Sanli asked quickly after listening to Yang Ming's words. Although he was a rough person, he also understood why Yang Ming said those words before. Which agent's mission is not dangerous? Ho Junhan explained to Bao Sanli, the nature of an agent and a suicide squad is basically the same. Every mission may cost your life. This mission is indeed extremely dangerous. Until now, I still don't have the slightest bit of confidence. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and nodded. This mission is completely unknown, so it's hard to say whether I can come back. At present, it doesn't seem optimistic. Brother Yang, since it is so dangerous, why are you still going? Let someone else go. Bao Sanli said subconsciously. Baozi, how can you say that? As a soldier, you naturally have to stand up when the country needs you the most. What do you mean by not going if it is dangerous? Why ask someone else to go? Ho Junhan listened to Bao Sanli's words and looked at him with some contempt. He immediately corrected him. Why are you so selfish? What do you mean by selfish? Bao Sanli was immediately unhappy. Don't talk to me about sacrificing myself for the greater good. I am just a small citizen. I don't want anything to happen to Brother Yang. What's wrong? Big Ho, you are smarter than me. You are better at business than me, but in this matter, no matter what, I have this idea. Okay. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded and waved his hand. You two don't quarrel. Big Ho and Baozi, you are not wrong from your own point of view. Big Ho is starting from the big interests, and Baozi, you are also doing it for my good. I understand these, but whether I go or not is my decision. Who can make the decision between the two of you? When Yang Ming's words came out, Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan both lowered their heads like two children who did something wrong. Yes, both of them were Yang Ming's men. How could they dare to interfere with Yang Ming's decision? Brother Yang, we are wrong. Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan said carefully at the same time. I said, both of you are not wrong. Yang Ming said. With a smile, I have to go for this mission, so before I leave, I have to settle the things at home. But the shares? Bao Sanli still couldn't understand. If I can't come back, what is the use of these shares? Yang Ming said, how about this? These shares will be deposited with you first. If I come back, you can return the shares to me. If I can't come back, these shares can only be given to you. Yang. Bao Sanli wondered why Yang Ming only gave the company's shares to himself, Big Ho, and Jing Xiaolu, but not to others. For them, I left other shares for them. That is enough. Yang Ming said, this company was founded by you and Big Ho. As for Xiaolu's share, you won't have any thoughts about it, right? Of course not. Bao Sanli quickly waved his hand. Brother Yang, I was just about to say that you can give Big Ho and my shares to Xiaolu. We really can't take it. Are you representing Big Ho? Yang Ming glanced at Bao Sanli and asked with a smile. This? Bao Sanli was suddenly embarrassed. Brother Yang, I also mean this. Ho Junhan listened and said quickly. Well, I don't care what you two mean, but the current share distribution is my idea. Yang Ming suddenly put away his smile and said seriously, can you two understand? This is my decision. This? Yes. Bao Sanli just wanted to say something, but when he saw Yang Ming's serious expression, he didn't dare to say more and quickly said yes. Ho Junhan, on the other hand, was much more capable. He more or less had the style of the army. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he immediately said yes. For this matter, you two will know about it, but don't tell anyone about it. Yang Ming glanced at the two of them and instructed. Don't worry, Brother Yang. We won't talk about it. Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan quickly agreed. Yang Ming nodded. He still trusted Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan. These two people would not make any trouble for him. Hearing that Yang Ming insisted on giving the shares to them, Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan no longer insisted. Anyway, Yang Ming also said that if he came back, the shares would be left with them. They would return them to Yang Ming. If. It was just if Yang Ming really couldn't come back, Then Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan decided to leave the shares to Yang Ming's family. The two of them looked at each other and read each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. What Yang Ming gave them was enough. With their current status in Songjiang, even if they were poor, it was easy for them to create a career. It was not difficult at all. Brother Yang, can you tell me about the dangerous missions you have carried out? Ho Junhan hesitated, but he still asked. Yang Ming's career was once his dream. Although he couldn't do it, it was very enjoyable to hear about Yang Ming's deeds. Yang Ming was stunned. Dangerous missions? Speaking of missions, I don't seem to have carried out anything, except for the time with Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Ho Junhan thought that Yang Ming wanted to keep it a secret, so he couldn't simply say it, so he smiled apologetically. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I forgot the confidentiality discipline. Just pretend that I didn't ask. It's nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Since you want to hear it, then I will tell you. Just don't spread it out. Yang Ming planned to tell Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan about Chen Afu's incident. Brother Yang, don't you know about our mouths? We will never say anything that shouldn't be said. Bao Sanli patted his chest and promised. You should be thankful if you don't tell Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming glared at him angrily. What I told Xiaolu was something unimportant. I know about serious things. Bao Sanli was a little embarrassed. I'm just joking with you. We brothers haven't gathered for a long time. Baozi, you call the kitchen and ask them to send some wine and food to the room. Let's have a good drink, said Yang Ming. Okay. Bao Sanli picked up the phone after listening and called the kitchen. They were in the private room of the International Hotel, so it was convenient to ask for something to eat. The food was quickly served. Bao Sanli personally called, so the lobby manager didn't hurry to prepare it. Manager Lu knew that the three giants, Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Junhan, gathered here today and personally delivered the food. As he walked to the door, he saw the security captain, Xiao Zhang, running over. Captain Zhang, what are you going to do? Manager Lu was also a lot more polite to little Zhang. Both of them were now middle-level managers of the hotel. Although there was no direct relationship, Manager Lu's words still carried some weight. However, Manager Lu knew that little Zhang and Yang Ming's driver, Wang Lin, had a good relationship, so he was also a bit more polite to him. I have something to do. I need to find Brother Yang. Xiao Zhang said, President Lu, is Brother Yang in the room? Yes, but he is talking to President Bao, President Ho. You see, is your matter? Manager Lu said with some difficulty. My matter is also very urgent. Xiao Zhang said, President Lu, are you sending food to Brother Yang? Do you want me to go in with you? Xiao Zhang saw the dining cart in Manager Lu's hand, so he asked. This, all right. Manager Lu thought, I don't need to offend Xiao Zhang because of this. It's better to let him go in. Anyway, if Brother Yang asks, I can say that he insisted on coming in. It has nothing to do with me. I'm the lobby manager, and I can't control the head of the security captain. The two sides are basically equal. If Xiao Zhang insists on coming in, can I stop him? What's more, if we really fight, I'm not the opponent of the security captain. Manager Lu knocked on the door, and Bao Sanli's voice came from the room, please come in. Manager Lu carefully opened the door and pushed the dining cart in. Captain Xiao Zhang followed closely behind. Brother Yang, President Bao, President Ho, the wine and dishes are ready. Where do you think they should be placed? Manager Lu was also a discerning person. Since he knew the true identity of Yang Ming, he always put Yang Ming in front. He also noticed that Yang Ming didn't seem to like others to call him Chairman Yang, so he followed Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan to call him Brother Yang. No need to do it. We can place it ourselves. Bao Sanli nodded and said to Manager Lu. When he looked up, he saw Captain Xiao Zhang, so he asked, Xiao Zhang, why are you here? What's the matter? President Bao, I'm looking for Brother Yang to report to him. Xiao Zhang hesitated and said. Oh? You're looking for Brother Yang to report to him? Bao Sanli was slightly stunned after listening to Xiao Zhang's words. What do you want to report to Brother Yang? Xiao Zhang was embarrassed by Bao Sanli's question. He stood there with a red face. Okay, Xiao Zhang, what's the matter? Just say it. Yang Ming saw that Bao Sanli's unintentional words made Xiao Zhang embarrassed, so he waved his hand to help him out. Yes. When little Zhang heard Yang Ming's words, it was as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yang, it's like this. Since you came that day, I have been sending people to monitor Xianxia's movements. Oh? How thoughtful of you. Yang Ming was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect little Zhang to be such a thoughtful person. He probably noticed the conflict between Yang Ming and Xianxia, so he paid attention to some of Xianxia's actions and reported it to Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming was very clear about little Zhang's intention to take credit. However, Yang Ming didn't care. A boss wasn't afraid of his subordinates coming to him to take credit. What he was most afraid of was not doing anything all day long. Hearing Yang Ming's praise, Xiao Zhang immediately said with a face full of smiles, I just happen to have this convenient condition. Naturally, I have to share Brother Yang's burden. You continue. What's wrong with Xianxia? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Xianxia picked up a foreigner today and booked a room for the foreigner. It's also in our hotel, said Xiao Zhang. Foreigner? Yang Ming frowned. Why did Xianxia find a foreigner? Is it a coincidence, or does this guy have any bad intentions? When Yang Ming left his room before, he saw the unwillingness and hatred in his eyes. Yang Ming thought that he wouldn't give up so easily. Yes, and after they came to the hotel, they began to comment on the hotel's decoration and other facilities. I don't know what they want to do, said Xiao Zhang. I think this situation is a bit suspicious, so I quickly came to report it to you. You did a good job. Yang Ming praised Xiao Zhang. Although Yang Ming still didn't understand what tricks Xianxia wanted to play. It's what I should do. Xiao Zhang said with a smile, Brother Yang, President Bao, President Ho, then I'll go down first. If there's anything, I can report it at any time, right? Don't you have my phone number? If there's any news, just call me directly, said Yang Ming. Okay, Brother Yang, I got it. Xiao Zhang naturally had Yang Ming's phone number, but he didn't dare to call without Yang Ming's permission. Now that he had Yang Ming's permission, Xiao Zhang naturally agreed. After Xiao Zhang and manager Lu went down, Bao Sanli asked with some doubts, Brother Yang, do you have a grudge with that guy surnamed Chen? Grudge? Not really. It's just this guy's wishful thinking. He kept pestering me. Yang Ming shook his head and said faintly. Do you want me to take someone to warn him? Bao Sanli was annoyed when he heard that this guy actually dared to pester Yang Ming. That's not necessary. Yang Ming waved his hand and refused, he knows Uncle Chen. It's not good to use those tricks, but I don't think this guy can do anything. Since Xiao Zhang is watching, it's nothing. He's just a clown. Don't worry about him. Well, then let him go first. If this kid dares to be dishonest, I will play with him. Bao Sanli said fiercely. Ho Zhenhan set up the wine and dishes and poured wine for Yang Ming and Bao Sanli. Then he sat aside, Brother Yang, let me toast you. There were few opportunities for Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Yang Ming to drink together. Yang Ming hadn't had such a hearty drink for a long time. When he met Sun Quan before, Sun Quan had to drive in the afternoon, so naturally, they couldn't drink. Yang Ming hadn't drunk with his friends for a long time. Brother Yang, I have known you longer than Monkey. Let's drink first. Bao Sanli also raised his glass and blocked in front of Ho Zhenhan. Ho Zhenhan couldn't help but smile. He wasn't angry, but he smiled with some contempt, it can't be counted like that. It depends on who has followed Brother Yang the longest. Nonsense. I felt that Brother Yang was a character in the detention center, so I started to follow Brother Yang. Bao Sanli said shamelessly. Ho Zhenhan looked at Bao Sanli, who was like a child, and was speechless. Well, don't argue. Both of you. Yang Ming raised his glass helplessly, let's drink together. Okay. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan had nothing to say this time. They raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Bao Sanli had more to say. Brother Yang, you are an agent. How did you enter the detention center? Agents have to go to prison even if they break the law. Yang Ming listened to Bao Sanli's words and suddenly said, I did that to Jiyun. Naturally, I would go in. When it comes to Jiyun, sister-in-law is affectionate and righteous. She originally wanted to sue Brother Yang, but she became Brother Yang's girlfriend. When Bao Sanli heard Yang Ming mention Lin Jiyun, he suddenly laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I actually knew her before, but she didn't know it was me. Yang Ming waved his hand. Well, this matter is over. Don't mention it again in the future. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. Listening to Yang Ming's sigh, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan couldn't help but be moved. However, Ho Zhenhan's expression was a bit weird. He raised his wine glass and said to Bao Sanli, Baozi, speaking of which, both of us and Brother Yang are acquainted with sister-in-law Ziyun. It seems that sister-in-law Ziyun is the matchmaker between us and Brother Yang. As Ho Zhenhan said this, he couldn't help but blush. I didn't expect to rob Ziyun. I feel a little ashamed when I think about it. Haha, monkey, you are right. It seems that we really have to thank Ziyun for what we have today. Bao Sanli also nodded and agreed. You two don't have to thank me. After I leave, you can take care of them more. Don't let others bully them. That is enough. Yang Ming sighed and said. Brother Yang, how can you say this? Bao Sanli was immediately anxious. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. Your family's matter is monkey's and my matter. If he dares to complain, I will kill him first. Don't look at his special forces background. I will shoot his head open. Bao Sanli, what nonsense are you talking about? Ho Zhenhan glared at Bao Sanli and said, how can I complain? I also want to say that if you dare to forget Brother Yang's order, I will be the first to not spare you. You. Too, why do you fight every day like children? Facing the actions of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, Yang Ming was somewhat speechless. Hee. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan stopped arguing awkwardly. They laughed twice and looked at Yang Ming with flattery. Yang Ming told Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli about his grievances with Elder Yu and Chen Afyu. This was not a secret. At that time, this case caused a sensation in Songjiang. However, both Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were outsiders. They were just ordinary people. When they heard the rumors about the hospital being haunted, they felt that it was scary. They didn't know whether it was true or not. Later, they heard that the person who pretended to be a ghost was caught. They didn't know how he was caught, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to be involved in the whole thing. The two couldn't help but be amazed. Brother Yang, it turns out that you and Elder Yu have a grudge for a long time. This time, you are also targeting him. You have to go. Bao Sanli heard about the grievances between Yang Ming and Elder Yu. At this time, he understood why Yang Ming wanted to go for this mission even though he knew that it was dangerous. It's good that you can figure it out. Yang Ming nodded. This matter has to be settled sooner or later. It will be like this sooner or later. Once Elder Yu's evil cultivation is completed, he will definitely come to me for revenge. So, although I don't have full confidence when I go at this time, at least I will be representing the officials. Whether it is the convenience of the conditions or the accompanying personnel, it is better than me going alone. Brother Yang, I won't say more. Be careful. Bao Sanli raised his glass and said. Be careful. Ho Zhenhan also said at the same time. Yang Ming nodded. He picked up his glass and clinked it with the two. A big news suddenly appeared in Songjiang in the past few days. That was, the Douglas family, a big family committed to the development of the international hotel industry, wanted to invest in building a 5-star hotel in Songjiang City. This level of foreign investment naturally attracted the attention and personal reception of the provincial and municipal leaders. All procedures were simple and all green lights were given to ensure the smooth progress of investment. The location of the hotel was actually directly opposite the Songjiang International Hotel, the original 5-star plaza. This 5-star plaza was originally a park-like place for the public to rest and entertain. However, as this area became a commercial area, there were few residential areas. This 5-star plaza also lost its original role. It was often empty. Although it was not strange to build a 5-star hotel in a 5-star plaza, the key problem was that the Xianxia International Hotel was directly opposite the 5-star plaza. The Douglas family actually built a 5-star hotel here. Building a second hotel in such a close place was originally opposed by some experts, but the representative of the Douglas family insisted on building the hotel here. And finally, they had to agree to the request of the Douglas family's representative. After all, the Douglas family was the Douglas family. As soon as this news came out, the entire Songjiang shopping mall was in an uproar. Most people knew the background of the Songjiang International Hotel and who Bao Sanli was. The Douglas family built the hotel here. Wasn't it obvious that they were targeting the Songjiang International Hotel? However, most people looked at this matter with the attitude of watching a show. Although Bao Sanli had a strong background in Songjiang, the Douglas family was a foreign businessman and an international hotel industry giant. It could be said that they could even talk to the provincial leaders. In this case, would Bao Sanli still dare to touch them? Of course, more people also saw that the people of the Douglas family seemed to be targeting Bao Sanli. Building a 5-star hotel opposite a 3-star hotel, what was this if not targeting? After the hotel was built, could Bao Sanli's hotel still have business? In fact, the people who came to the Songjiang International Hotel to spend in the past were all rich people. They did not lack money at all. What they wanted was a decent and comfortable environment for spending. This time, there was a better choice. How many guests would stay in the Songjiang International Hotel in a 5-star hotel? Local businessmen might be afraid of Bao Sanli's influence and would go to the Songjiang International Hotel to support Bao Sanli's business, but most of the people who stayed in such a luxury hotel were foreigners. How many people knew about Bao Sanli? Why would they care so much? When everyone knew about this news, Bao Sanli naturally knew about it too. There was no need to investigate this matter at all. He could find out that the so-called people of the Douglas family were found by Xianxia. They were the foreigners who used to stay in his hotel. However, Bao Sanli also knew the weight of this matter. He did not dare to make a decision on his own. He quickly called Yang Ming and asked, "Brother Yang, what about the Douglas Hotel?" "What Douglas Hotel?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked inexplicably. "Brother Yang, you don't know?" Bao Sanli was also stunned. He did not expect Yang Ming to answer like this. "What do I know? What happened? What happened?" Yang Ming immediately realized that maybe something big had happened recently, but he did not know about it. It was no wonder. Yang Ming had been accompanying Chen Mengyan and his family recently. He was not in the mood to watch any local news. Naturally, he did not know about the Douglas Hotel. The foreigner around Xianxia wants to invest in building a hotel in Songjiang. "Do you know about this?" Bao Sanli said in detail. "I know about this. Little Zhang told me about it." Yang Ming said, "But what does this have to do with us?" When Little Zhang called and said that the foreigner around Xianxia was from a foreign family and wanted to build a hotel in Songjiang, Yang Ming did not care much. He thought that the other party was only here to invest and was just a friend of Xianxia. It had nothing to do with him directly. But now that he heard Bao Sanli's words, it seemed that there was something else going on. "Brother Yang, the news has come out. The foreigner wants to build a 5-star hotel in 5-star plaza. Isn't this stealing our business?" Bao Sanli said, "This matter has been reported on the news." "Didn't you watch TV?" "No." Yang Ming said awkwardly, "I haven't watched TV recently." "Brother Yang, what do you think we should do now?" Bao Sanli said bitterly. "Now it is obvious that Xianxia found the foreigner to target us." "Target us?" Yang Ming was very open-minded. "Opening a hotel is targeting us? Don't worry about him first. Let him be. This. Brother Yang, if we let him build a hotel, it will definitely affect our business." Bao Sanli did not expect Yang Ming's reaction to be so calm. He immediately became anxious. "Let's wait and see first." Yang Ming smiled and comforted Bao Sanli. "Now, we really can't take any measures. The other party wants to build a hotel. Others don't object. Why should we object? Because it will affect our business? We are not a monopoly. It is unwise to jump out at this time. But when they build the hotel, everything will be too late. Bao Sanli said anxiously. That's not necessarily true. The hotel industry is not our main business. Yang Ming didn't care. Xianxia is also influential enough to build a 5-star hotel in a second-class city. Even if this hotel is opened, it will definitely not be able to recover the investment in a short time. Let them be. Then, okay. Bao Sanli heard Yang Ming say so and had no choice. He could only listen to Yang Ming and let them be. At first, Kaik was still somewhat wary of Bao Sanli. After all, he heard that Bao Sanli was the local tyrant here. If he opened a hotel opposite Bao Sanli's territory, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping his face? However, Kaik was not afraid of Bao Sanli dealing with him openly. He was a foreign businessman, which was quite superior. With just a phone call, there would be people supporting him. He was afraid that Bao Sanli would secretly trip him up, and he wouldn't be able to get a handle on it. However, since the news was released, Bao Sanli maintained a silent attitude. For a few days, there was no action, which made Kaik completely relieved. Boss, I told you that the kid and the so-called Songjiang boss are just for show. Look, your hotel has started construction, but they still don't dare to let out a fart. Xianxia raised his glass and said proudly to Kaik, they can only scare these ignorant local entrepreneurs of Songjiang. This is not bad. Kaik nodded and said proudly, I am a foreign businessman. I will be treated with courtesy and preferential treatment wherever I go, especially in a country of etiquette like yours. You will not lose face in front of a foreign friend like me. Haha, it seems that Yang Ming can only suffer in silence. Xianxia laughed. Yang Ming? Kaik was slightly stunned after hearing the name. This was the first time Xianxia mentioned Yang Ming's name in front of him. Why does this name sound familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. It's the little brat who stole my son's woman. Xianxia smiled and said, is it familiar? Maybe I have told you before. Maybe? Kaik nodded and didn't care anymore. Has he done anything in the past few days? What else can he do? Didn't I say it before? They haven't done anything. They are all listless. Xianxia said, Boss, according to the current construction speed, our hotel can open the day after tomorrow, right? The day after tomorrow is a little rushed. We still have to prepare. Kaik nodded after listening to Xianxia's words, but I will ask people to prepare overnight. It should be about time. That's great. At that time, you will establish your position as the boss of Songjiang's hotel industry in one fell swoop, and Yang Ming's hotel will become deserted. Xianxia said excitedly. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Xianxia's little tricks since he received Bao Sanli's call last time. However, Yang Ming did not respond. Business competition was inevitable. The other party built a hotel in the 5-star plaza, which was somewhat against him, but the other party did not find fault with him. Yang Ming was not an overbearing person. He would only fight back when the other party was unreasonable and took the initiative to provoke him. The special ability was a gift from God, but he could not rely on it to be his overbearing life. It was just a matter of seconds for Yang Ming to finish Xianxia. Even if Yang Ming created an accident and killed Xianxia, no one would say anything. Xia Bingbao would solve all the subsequent troubles. But this name is a bit familiar. Yang Ming looked at the news on TV. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He repeated the name with some contempt. DD. The sound of a text message rang. Yang Ming turned off the TV and took the phone. It was a message from Jing Xiaolu. Are you free this Friday night? Friday night? Yang Ming thought about it. He had been going back to his parents' house for dinner these past few Friday nights, but it was not necessary to eat at home. It did not matter if he went back a little later. So, he replied, what's the matter? I have a class reunion. I told you before. Jing Xiaolu quickly replied with a text message. Seeing Jing Xiaolu's text message, Yang Ming remembered that when he was in the butterfly family in Europe, he did talk to Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu mentioned a class reunion. He promised her that he would accompany her if he had time. Okay, I will accompany you then. Yang Ming replied with a text message. Thinking that he did not have much time left, Yang Ming felt that he should try to satisfy Jing Xiaolu's wishes as much as possible. He did not want her to have any regrets. "How is it, Xiaolu? What did Brother Yang say?" Gu Xingyao was entrusted by Bai Hai to let Jing Xiaolu take Yang Ming with her, so Gu Xingyao paid special attention to this matter. "Yang Ming promised me that he would accompany me." Jing Xiaolu looked at the latest text message from Yang Ming and happily made a victory gesture. "I found that he has been treating me better and better recently." "Then, congratulations, Xiaolu." Gu Xingyao was also sincerely happy for Jing Xiaolu. It was really not easy for Jing Xiaolu to find such a good home. "Hee hee." Jing Xiaolu giggled happily. Looking at the overjoyed Jing Xiaolu, Gu Xingyao shook her head. Last night, she carefully interrogated Jing Xiaolu. In the end, she found out that the relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu was limited to the level of holding hands. They didn't even kiss. However, Yang Ming gave more than half of the Mingyang company's assets to Jing Xiaolu. This made Gu Xingyao a little confused. She felt a little inexplicable. Did Yang Ming eat the wrong medicine? I didn't see how much Yang Ming liked Jing Xiaolu before. Yang Ming was even a little disgusted with Jing Xiaolu before. After a period of time, he had a good impression of Jing Xiaolu. Why did he seem to like her so much now? If the two had that kind of relationship, it was possible to say that Yang Ming was infatuated with Jing Xiaolu and gave her the company's assets, but now. However, in any case, Yang Ming was good to Jing Xiaolu. As a sister, Gu Xingyao was very happy. She couldn't understand the details of this, so she didn't think about it. In short, it was good for Jing Xiaolu. In retrospect, Yang Ming introduced a job for Jing Xiaolu, gave Jing Xiaolu a car, stood up for Jing Xiaolu at the company meeting, promoted her to vice president, and gave the company shares today. This step-by-step seemed to be gradual. If one thought about it carefully, it was not surprising. In any case, Yang Ming was good to Jing Xiaolu. With Yang Ming's identity, if he didn't like Jing Xiaolu, he wouldn't have the time to play any conspiracy with Jing Xiaolu. Therefore, Gu Xingyao was not very worried. In the blink of an eye, Friday arrived. Today was the day of Jing Xiaolu's classmate reunion. It was also the day of the opening of the Songjiang Douglas Vast Hotel. The Douglas Vast Hotel had 36 floors. It could be said to be the tallest building in Songjiang. There was no building exceeding this height in Songjiang, so the news of the Douglas Vast Hotel's opening attracted many media reports. Even the citizens of Songjiang went to the opening ceremony to join in the fun. It was said that there were even souvenirs. At the opening ceremony, Kaik stood on the rostrum in a suit. Chen Jie and Chen Xiaolong followed Kaik with smiles on their faces. Many provincial and municipal leaders attended the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony of the hotel. Although they only showed their faces for a moment during the ribbon-cutting ceremony, it was enough to show the importance they attached to the Douglas Vast Hotel. Seeing that Kaik's political background was so powerful, many big bosses in Songjiang City also took advantage of the situation and participated in the opening ceremony of the Douglas Vast Hotel. In the eyes of these people, no matter how powerful Bao Sanli was, it was only in the dark. However, Kaik's background was really strong. With the support of the provincial and municipal leaders, it was difficult not to develop in Songjiang. Our Douglas family's oath is to make the best hotel and provide the best service. Kaik gave a speech at the opening ceremony with a smile on his face. Our Douglas family has invested in many five-star hotels all over the world. There are first-class hotels in many cities, so we are also confident that the Douglas Vast Hotel in Songjiang will become the #1 hotel in the Songjiang hotel industry. Kaik's fluent Chinese made the reporters and audience present praise him. He had unknowingly won the favor of the people present. No one was disgusted by his boasting. Think about it, a foreigner speaking the native language fluently would more or less give people a sense of intimacy, making people involuntarily give him more impressions. Kaik also followed suit. After announcing the official opening of the hotel, he invited the famous rock band Chopping Wood in the Mountain to give a wonderful performance to everyone present. Originally, according to Chen Jie's suggestion, Kaik wanted to invite the Chinese heavenly queen, Xianxia. The rich Kaik did not lack money at all. Xia also showed a strong interest in coming to Songjiang to participate in business activities. However, because Xia's schedule was not available, this matter could only be dropped. So he settled for the next best thing and invited the group chopping wood in the mountain. Boss, it seems that the opening ceremony this time was done well. The social response is also quite good. Xianxia said happily as he watched the video and comments of the opening ceremony on the internet with his mobile phone. It seems that my fluent Chinese has won a lot of impression points. Fortunately, I didn't use English in the beginning. Kaik was also very happy. This hotel was not only helping Xianxia, but also his first achievement after becoming the family master. After a while, when the cost level of our hotel is announced, I'm afraid it will make the people present even more uproar. Xianxia was looking forward to this moment. He was looking forward to seeing how ugly Yang Ming's face would be after seeing this news. You want to fight with me? Humph, you are still too inexperienced. Don't think that opening a hotel is great. In my eyes, you are nothing. Xianxia sneered in his heart. The Douglas Bast Hotel's room price was the same as the Songjiang International Hotel's room price, but the overall price was 20% off during the opening ceremony. The cost level of the catering department on the first floor was also customized according to the International Hotel, but it also enjoyed a 20% discount. Moreover, the chef of the Douglas Bast Hotel was an international gourmet from Europe. In this era where foreign monks were good at chanting scriptures, the signboard of a top European chef was enough to attract more customers to the Douglas Bast Hotel. There were still a series of promotional activities waiting for them. If the Songjiang International Hotel also reduced its price, or imitated the Douglas Bast Hotel and invited a foreign chef, then Kaik still had a lot of backup plans. After all, Kaik's family, the Douglas family, was a family that focused on the development of the hotel industry. They were very good at managing hotels and had perfect countermeasures to deal with competitors. It was effortless to use them here. Xianxia felt that it was a wise decision to find Kaik to open this hotel. He could suppress Yang Ming in terms of social relations, business methods, and strong funds. Didn't Yang Ming just have a father-in-law who was a police chief? What was the use? The provincial leaders had already voiced their support for Kaik. How could Chen Fei have a different voice? In fact, although Chen Fei was a little dissatisfied with the fact that Xianxia lured Kaik to open another hotel opposite Yang Ming's hotel, Chen Fei didn't say anything. However, Chen Fei didn't say much. After all, this was a matter of business competition. It wasn't appropriate for him to intervene. Moreover, Chen Fei also felt that with Yang Ming's current identity, he didn't need to speak at all. As long as Yang Ming was willing, he could find an excuse to blow up Kaik's hotel. Someone would come to clean up Yang Ming's mess, and Kaik could only admit that he was unlucky. Or even more sinister, Yang Ming could find an excuse to arrest Kaik as a spy. However, Yang Ming didn't do this, which Chen Fei appreciated very much. Chen Fei was an upright person. He didn't want Yang Ming to use power for his own benefit. In fact, Yang Ming hadn't reacted yet because Kaik's approach had not touched Yang Ming's bottom line. It was rare for Yang Ming to be idle for a while. He didn't want to pay attention to these messy things, so he let Kaik do whatever he wanted. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Yang Ming arrived at Jing Xiaolu's dormitory on time. Because Jing Xiaolu had a car, Yang Ming didn't drive. When Yang Ming was about to send a text message to Jing Xiaolu, a Volkswagen Magotan parked downstairs honked twice. Then, a person jumped out of the car and ran to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang." Yang Ming looked up and saw that it was Bai Hai. He remembered that Gu Xingyao and Jing Xiaolu were high school classmates. Jing Xiaolu attended the class reunion, so Gu Xingyao had no reason not to go. It was reasonable for Bai Hai to pick up Gu Xingyao. "Brother Yang, are you here to pick up Sister Xiaolu?" Bai Hai made an invitation in a flattering manner. "Brother Yang, can you sit in my car for a while and wait for them?" Puff, cough cough. Yang Ming was stunned by Bai Hai's words, then he laughed and coughed. "What do you call Xiaolu?" "Ugh. I call her Sister Xiaolu," Bai Hai said awkwardly. "How old are you?" "How old is Xiaolu?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his chin. "Can you not be so funny? Sister Xiaolu?" Didn't you always call her Xiaolu? This, age doesn't matter. Ability comes first. Bai Hai quickly explained, just like everyone calls you Brother Yang, even Brother Bao calls you Brother Yang. Then what is Jing Xiaolu capable of? Yang Ming asked with a smile. That, she was originally the vice president of the company, and now she is the chairman. Naturally, she is more powerful than me. Bai Hai explained. And? Yang Ming thought about it. It was indeed the case. Bai Hai was right. Jing Xiaolu was indeed very powerful, but he had not changed this role in his eyes. That is also a bit awkward. Why don't you call her Xiaolu? Just call her President Jing. That is a bit unorthodox. Brother Yang, why don't I call her sister-in-law Xiaolu? Bai Hai asked flatteringly. Do whatever you want. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly and agreed. Alright, I will call her sister-in-law Xiaolu in the future. Bai Hai quickly confirmed it. In his opinion, this title was more intimate than Sister Xiaolu. This could show his extraordinary status and close relationship with Yang Ming. Although Bai Hai knew that Yang Ming gave out the company's shares, Jing Xiaolu took the majority while Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan took the minority, Bai Hai was very clear that Yang Ming was still the behind-the-scenes boss. Whether it was Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, or Hou Zhenhan, they all followed Yang Ming's lead. Yang Ming sent a text message to Jing Xiaolu, telling her that he had arrived at her dormitory. It didn't take long for Jing Xiaolu and Xianxia to come out of the dormitory building. Bai Hai looked at it with envy. Brother Yang, you still have face. I asked them to wait downstairs, but they didn't come down. Brother Yang, they came downstairs with just a text message from you. Bai Hai, what are you talking about? Are you itching for a beating? Xianxia glared at Bai Hai and snorted. I was just saying it casually. Bai Hai quickly admitted his mistake. Now Bai Hai and Xianxia's positions were completely reversed. Xianxia was quite strong, and Bai Hai was tolerating Xianxia with a smile. It couldn't be helped. Who made Xianxia and Jing Xiaolu be good sisters? Xiaolu, where's your car? Are you driving your car, or are we going to take Bai Hai's car? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu and asked. Ah, you didn't drive. Jing Xiaolu looked around and didn't see Yang Ming's car. She was a little disappointed. She and Xianxia had planned that she would drive a BMW, Yang Ming would drive another, and Bai Hai would drive a magenta. The three cars would stop at the entrance of the resort, and it would be as cool as it could be. However, Yang Ming didn't drive a car, so she could only drive her own. Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't agree to sit in a car with Xianxia, so she quickly said, Sister Xianxia and her husband are still being sweet. How can we disturb them? Let's drive my car. N. Yang Ming nodded and didn't think much about it. He got off from Bai Hai's magenta and followed Jing Xiaolu to Jing Xiaolu's car, which was not far from the dormitory. Yang Ming, why didn't you drive? Jing Xiaolu asked as she walked. I was thinking that you have a car, so I won't drive, Yang Ming said. My car number is very eye-catching. I don't want to drive it out to show off. You are really something. Sister Xianxia and I were thinking that you would also drive your car to the class reunion to show off. Jing Xiaolu said whatever she wanted to say. She didn't hide it and said her thoughts directly. After listening to Jing Xiaolu's childish words, Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What is there to show off? You are now the company's chairman. Do you still need to show off? Is it necessary? Yes, of course, it is necessary. You don't know how everyone despised us when Sister Xianxia and I went to the class reunion last year. Jing Xiaolu remembered the last class reunion and was somewhat indignant. At that time, Brother Bai Hai was not the current property manager. He was just an ordinary bar punk. After we went, we were ridiculed by others. It was so embarrassing. Puff, cough cough. Yang Ming coughed again. Brother Bai Hai, haha. What's wrong? Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming suddenly laughed and coughed. She was suddenly inexplicable. What happened to Brother Bai Hai? Just now, do you know what this kid, Bai Hai, called you? Yang Ming took a deep breath, forcibly stopped himself from laughing, and then said. What did he call me? Jing Xiaolu asked curiously. Didn't he just call me Xiaolu? He has always called me that. He called you Sister Xiaolu just now. Yang Ming said with a smile, now you call him brother by hi. The seniority between you two is messed up enough. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned after listening and said, why did he suddenly call me Sister Xiaolu? He called me Brother Yang. He felt that it was disrespectful to call you Xiaolu, so he called you Sister Xiaolu. Yang Ming shrugged. Moreover, you are now the company's chairman. He naturally wants to please you. He feels that he can't call you Xiaolu anymore. I see. Jing Xiaolu understood after listening to Yang Ming's explanation, but she was somewhat unhappy. He didn't call Sister Zhiyun that way. Yang Ming naturally knew what Jing Xiaolu was referring to. Bai Hai called Lin Zhiyun's sister-in-law, but called her Sister Xiaolu. It was obviously a difference in treatment. Her relationship with Yang Ming was not as good as Yang Ming's relationship with Lin Zhiyun. However, Yang Ming was naturally embarrassed to say that Bai Hai wanted to call Jing Xiaolu's sister-in-law again. He just smiled faintly and changed the topic. Where's your class reunion? Oh. It's the Immortal Resort near Jiduan City. Jing Xiaolu said, I don't know who booked this place. It's in the suburbs, so far away. Immortal Resort? Yang Ming was speechless after hearing the name. Why is it the Immortal Resort again? I really have a fate with this resort. I've been here twice. The 2 class reunions were in this place. I didn't expect that the 3rd time I came with Jing Xiaolu would still be in this place. After the Sui family and the Wei family were finished, Yang Ming really didn't know who owned the Immortal Resort. At first, Bao Sanli also proposed to take over the Immortal Resort. Yang Ming wasn't very interested, so this matter was left unsettled. When the Immortal Resort was mentioned again, Yang Ming remembered some things about the Sui family and the Wei family. Why? Is there anything wrong? Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming seemed to be surprised, so she asked curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his chin. I have been here twice. Once with Zhou Jiejia, and once with Chen Mingyan. They were all class reunions. It can't be? So coincidental? Jing Xiaolu listened to Yang Ming's explanation and felt that sometimes things in the world were really coincidental. Several of Yang Ming's class reunions were actually set in this place. Yang Ming could only continue to smile bitterly. Wang Lin was very chic today. He drove a new Audi A8, drove his girlfriend Little Ran, and accompanied her to attend the junior high school class reunion. This car is much more comfortable than a Jetta taxi. Little Ran touched the leather seats and exquisite interior of the car and sighed from the bottom of her heart. That's right. Why don't you look at what kind of car this is? Although it's a Volkswagen, how can the grade be the same? Wang Lin said proudly, this time, I can give you some face, right? The key is that your job is also good. It's decent to say that you are the security director and the deputy manager of the logistics department. You are also the driver of the company's biggest leader. If others know, they will be envious of you. Little Ran was also a little proud. She was happy that she didn't misjudge him. In the past, whether it was her parents or former classmates, they all advised her to break up with little Wang. But now? When she attended the class reunion last year, because little Wang was only a member of the security team and not even the deputy captain at that time, little Ran was treated with disdain by her classmates. Many people who didn't enter the university and just entered the society had good family connections. Some of them even drove cars for their leaders. They drove cars to show off at the class reunion. Although it wasn't a good car, it was just an old Audi 100 or an old Guangbin. But no matter what, they still drove, so they had the right to brag. Of course, after all, at this age, there were still very few students who had private cars. Except for a few who had good family conditions and their parents bought cars for them, there weren't many who struggled to buy a car. Little Wang's Audi A8 could be considered the most high-end car parked there. I guess I'm lucky. Little Wang scratched his head embarrassedly. The chairman of the company is not Brother Yang now. Brother Yang transferred all the shares to his girlfriend. That's not the same. Little Ran listened to little Wang's words and was a little angry. She laughed and scolded, you say, isn't your money mine? That's also true. Little Wang nodded. Little Ran was Jing Xiaolu's junior high school classmate. However, when Little Wang and Little Ran attended the class reunion last time, because of Little Wang's low status, he didn't dare to brag like those who had good jobs. He could only sit in a corner and quietly listen to those powerful classmates bragging about how good their jobs were, how good the company's benefits were, how much the boss valued him, and so on. At the last class reunion, Jing Xiaolu and Xianxia naturally belonged to the group of people who were looked down upon. They also sat in the corner like Little Wang and Little Ran and listened to others bragging, so Little Wang didn't notice Jing Xiaolu. Even if he saw her, he wouldn't remember her. He wouldn't associate her with his boss's girlfriend, the current chairman of the company. Little Wang didn't dare to call Jing Xiaolu's name at home. He was Yang Ming's driver. Naturally, he had to respect Yang Ming absolutely. As a driver, if he didn't respect the leader, what would others think when they saw it? Therefore, Little Wang only mentioned Vice President Jing or Chairman Jing at home. He never called Jing Xiaolu, so Little Ran didn't know that her junior high school classmate was now the chairman of her lover's company. The organizer of this class reunion, Zhang Kaiyuan, was a smart person. His father was in the foreign trade business, and he also inherited his father's business. The purpose of this class reunion was to gather these former classmates and see what they were doing now. He wanted to see if there was anyone who could help his family's business so that he could rope them in. Zhang Kaiyuan stood in front of the Immortal Resort building and looked at his junior high school classmates. They either drove themselves, were sent by their parents, or came in groups by taxi. Although Zhang Kaiyuan smiled at each of his classmates, some of these smiles came from the bottom of his heart, while some were just for show. Zhang Kaiyuan's memory was very good. How each classmate came, what car they drove, whether they drove themselves or were sent by their parents or friends, Zhang Kaiyuan remembered clearly. At present, the best car Zhang Kaiyuan saw was a BMW 3 Series, which was slightly better than his own Toyota Camry. The one who drove the BMW 3 Series was the former class belle, Wu Xiang. It was said that she was kept by a rich man, who gave her a lot of pocket money every month. This BMW was also given to Wu Xiang by the boss. In fact, in Zhang Kaiyuan's opinion, Wu Xiang was not the most beautiful in the class. She was just dressed very fashionably. In Zhang Kaiyuan's opinion, the most beautiful person was actually Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu's foundation was actually very good, but she liked some non-mainstream dressing. Thinking of Jing Xiaolu, Zhang Kaiyuan's heart ached for no reason. He had always liked Jing Xiaolu since junior high school. Later, he finally succeeded in pursuing her. However, Jing Xiaolu broke up with him after cheating him of a lot of money. He didn't take advantage of her at all. He didn't even hold her hand. Later, Zhang Kaiyuan asked around and found out that Jing Xiaolu used this method to cheat rich men. He was treated as a rich man by Jing Xiaolu. This made Zhang Kaiyuan angry, but at the same time, there was a sour feeling of reluctance in his heart. This was because Zhang Kaiyuan had truly fallen in love with Jing Xiaolu. He had once pursued Jing Xiaolu again without caring about the past. However, Jing Xiaolu did not like such a gloomy person like him, so she did not pay much attention to him. Until last year's class reunion, Zhang Kaiyuan originally thought that he had forgotten about Jing Xiaolu. He was proud of his success and inherited his father's family business. He could call the wind and summon the rain in the company. Beautiful female secretaries often played with him in the office, and beautiful female employees often ran in front of him to flirt with him. How carefree was this life? However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu again at the class reunion, Zhang Kaiyuan's heart was completely tied to Jing Xiaolu. When he saw that Jing Xiaolu was still living a poor life, he tried his best to brag about how capable and rich he was now at the class reunion. He wanted to attract Jing Xiaolu's attention, but Jing Xiaolu did not show any interest in him. After the class reunion, Zhang Kaiyuan had also privately invited Jing Xiaolu a few times, but Jing Xiaolu did not agree to go. In Jing Xiaolu's eyes, Zhang Kaiyuan was just a rich guy who had been cheated by her once. She did not expect Zhang Kaiyuan to be cheated a second time, so naturally, she would not go to Zhang Kaiyuan's appointment. Of course, for Wu Xiang, Zhang Kaiyuan also showed considerable enthusiasm. Don't underestimate this mistress. It should be known that the mistress' social circle was actually quite wide. The friends she knew were also some big bosses. Maybe one of them could be helpful to his business. Even if she persuaded her man to buy a batch of goods from his trading company, it would be enough for him to earn enough. Zhang Kaiyuan's trading company seemed to be quite large, but the profits were not high. Trading was basically a competition of relationships and price. Even if you had connections, no one would buy if the price difference was too outrageous. After helping Wu Xiang park the car, he let her go to the hall to wait for the other students. Wu Xiang was a social butterfly. As soon as she entered the room, she chatted with a few of her more active classmates and exchanged contact information with them. Zhang Kaiyuan deliberately helped Wu Xiang park her car at the most eye-catching spot outside. It was right in the middle of the resort's entrance, right next to his Toyota Camry. In Zhang Kaiyuan's opinion, Wu Xiang's car could be considered the most high-end among his classmates. Judging from last year's situation, there wouldn't be a car more high-end than this car. Zhang Kaiyuan basically kept in touch with those students who were doing well. He also had some understanding of their movements. No one changed their car. How could it be so easy to change a car in the unit? How could they retire before they reached the end of their lifespan? That was why Zhang Kaiyuan parked Wu Xiang's car right in the middle of the entrance of the resort. It could more or less show off the strength of this class reunion. It could also be considered as showing off. I didn't expect Wu Xiang to be doing so well. Zhang Kaiyuan thought with envy and disdain in his heart. Just as Zhang Kaiyuan was pondering, the sound of a car engine pulled him back from his thoughts. Zhang Kaiyuan raised his head and was shocked. It was actually an A8. Are the people in this car also here to attend the class reunion? Zhang Kaiyuan carefully thought about his classmates who were doing well. None of them had an Audi A8, right? It could be another guest of the resort. Zhang Kaiyuan thought so and didn't care. After all, none of his classmates drove such a luxury car, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the more he didn't pay attention, the more the car stopped not far in front of him. Zhang Kaiyuan. Little Ran stuck her head out of the car window and waved at Zhang Kaiyuan. Is it here? Sun Xiaoran? Zhang Kaiyuan looked at his classmate Sun Xiaoran, who stuck her head out of the Audi A8's passenger seat in surprise. Isn't this Sun Xiaoran in college? Her boyfriend is a hotel security guard. How can he afford such a luxury car? Could it be that Sun Xiaoran changed boyfriends? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan felt that it was very possible. He quickly ran over and said in a flattering manner, Xiaoran, welcome, welcome. It's really an honor to have you here. Sun Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Facing Zhang Kaiyuan's completely different attitude from last year, Sun Xiaoran felt very refreshed in her heart. It's an honor to have you here? Why didn't you say this last year? However, Little Ran didn't say it out loud because she knew Zhang Kaiyuan very well. She knew his way of dealing with people, so she wasn't surprised. You are indeed worthy of being the class's organizing committee member. This class reunion is organized well. It happens once a year, so everyone has a chance to get together. Sun Xiaoran said with a smile. If it were other times, Sun Xiaoran wouldn't like to participate in any class reunion. Every time she came, she would be a supporting character and watch others brag. It was not interesting at all. Isn't this how it should be? Zhang Kaiyuan smiled and looked down at the person in the driver's seat. He asked with a smile, this is Sun Xiaoran's boyfriend, right? Aren't you going to introduce him to me? My family's little Wang. Didn't you see him last year? Sun Xiaoran introduced proudly. Why? Big organization committee member Zhang is too busy and can't remember small people like us? You flatter me. I was wondering why he looked familiar. It turned out to be brother Little Wang. Zhang Kaiyuan wondered in his heart. Isn't Sun Xiaoran's boyfriend a hotel security guard? A security guard can drive an Audi A8. Isn't this a joke? However, Zhang Kaiyuan's memory was outstanding. After taking a closer look, he felt that Wang Lin was really familiar. It was as if he had seen him last year. Could it be that he was the person from last year? Where does brother Little Wang work? Although Zhang Kaiyuan was puzzled in his heart, he still asked with a smile, this car is really good. It is the best car in our class. This is not worth mentioning. This car is not mine. I'm just driving for the leader in the company. Wang Lin shrugged and said. Driving for the leader? This leader is not ordinary. Those who can sit in this car in the company are at least at the level of a vice president, right? Zhang Kaiyuan calculated the price of an Audi A8 in his heart. Even his father's car was only an Audi A6. My family's little Wang is in Mingyang Entertainment. He is the head of the security department and the deputy manager of the logistics department. He is already very busy, but there is no other way. The leader thinks highly of him. He likes to let my family's little Wang be his driver. Little Ram pretended to be distressed and said casually. Mingyang Entertainment? Zhang Kaiyuan had heard of this company before. Recently, the news of the Songjiang International Hotel and the Douglas Vast Hotel had spread like wildfire. Isn't the Songjiang International Hotel a subsidiary of Mingyang Entertainment? I heard that this Mingyang Entertainment has a strong background in Songjiang. This little Wang is actually the head of the security department and the deputy manager of the logistics department of Mingyang Entertainment? This position is not small, but he is still driving for the leader. This leader is probably either the president or the chairman. Otherwise, who can afford to hire him? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan was even more respectful. Ordinary people can't even drive for the leader. Only those who are trusted by the leader can do it. Yeah. In fact, it is also the case when you think about it. Sun Xiaoran smiled proudly. Okay, let's not talk about it first. Let's find a parking space and park the car. Then, we can talk inside. Little Wang was not a person who liked to show off. Seeing that Sun Xiaoran was getting more and more ridiculous, he quickly interrupted. Your car is the best car in our class. It should be parked in the middle of the resort entrance. Zhang Kaiyuan quickly stopped little Wang from driving. This can also show the overall strength of our class reunion. But the parking space here is already full? Little Wang looked at the center of the resort entrance with some doubts. That Camry is mine. I just need to move it a little. Zhang Kaiyuan ran to the front of his car and opened the door. He quickly reversed the car to the side and drove to a parking space in the corner. In Zhang Kaiyuan's heart, little Wang had become one of the people he must befriend in this class reunion. The driver of the company's leader was someone the company's leader trusted. Sometimes, such a person's words were more effective than a vice president's. Although the Songjiang International Hotel and the Douglas Vast Hotel were at loggerheads, little Wang did not believe that the Songjiang International Hotel would be finished just like that. He was one of the few people with a clear head. Although the Songjiang International Hotel was nothing and his parent company, Mingyang Entertainment was nothing, when he thought of the newspaper report a few days ago that there was another company in the Mingyang group, Mingyang Heavy Industry. What kind of company was this? It was the only heavy industry company in the province and was even the leading company in the country. With the support of such a big brother, how could the Songjiang International Hotel close down? Of course, he did not see the live report of the press conference. He also did not have time to pay attention to other people's companies. He only occasionally saw this news in the newspaper. If he had seen the live broadcast of the press conference on TV, he might have been surprised to find that there was a very familiar person he had been thinking about, Jing Xiaolu. Zhang Kaiyuan secretly scolded himself for being blind. If he had known, he would not have let Wu Xiang park her car in the middle. It would have been better to leave the spot for Wang Lin and Sun Xiaoran. Although his parking spot was also in the middle, it was a little further away from Wu Xiang's spot. After parking his car in the corner, Zhang Kaiyuan got out of the car and quickly ran to Wang Lin's Audi A8. He opened the door for him and respectfully took out his business card. He handed it over with both hands and said, "Brother Wang, this is my business card. Please give me more advice in the future. If you have any business, please take care of me. Kaiyuan Trading Company, General Manager?" Little Wang glanced at the business card, then put it in his pocket. He took out his own business card and handed it back to Zhang Kaiyuan. "This is my business card. The workmanship is not as good as yours." It's fine. It's just a business card. It's just a contact card." Zhang Kaiyuan quickly waved his hand and said. Zhang Kaiyuan's business card was gilded, while Wang Lin's business card was an ordinary white offset. Zhang Kaiyuan understood that with Wang Lin's identity, it was indeed inappropriate to use a business card that was too good to show off. It would be bad if it was accidentally more exquisite than the leader's business card. Is everyone here? When Sun Xiaoran saw that Zhang Kaiyuan took the initiative to exchange business cards with her man, she was very proud. Last year, Zhang Kaiyuan had also distributed business cards. Although everyone was given one, it was more or less a perfunctory attitude. He was only friendly to a few students who had good jobs and were doing well. He even asked for each other's business cards and stated that he would keep in touch and take care of each other in the future. At that time, Sun Xiaoran could only be envious. However, Zhang Kaiyuan also treated little Wang like this today. This proved that little Wang's status was enough to be proud of his class. Zhang Kaiyuan's actions when he stopped the car just now could prove this point. Zhang Kaiyuan had parked his car in the middle. Although it was not in the middle, it showed how much Zhang Kaiyuan valued this. As for the BMW 3 Series next to it, if Sun Xiaoran guessed correctly, it should be Wu Xiang's. Although the car was not as good as hers, Wu Xiang's BMW was hers. It was different from hers. Some of them have arrived, but there are still some who haven't. Brother Wang, little Ran, you guys go in first. There are other students from our class in the hall. I still have to wait outside for the other students to come. Zhang Kaiyuan said. Okay, then we'll go in first. Sun Xiaoran nodded and said. Zhang Kaiyuan sent the two of them to the entrance of the resort's hall before he turned around and continued to wait for the other students to arrive. Although little Wang had been working for less than a month and had not received his salary, Sun Xiaoran steeled her heart and brought little Wang to the store to buy a few decent suits. She also bought a few branded clothes. For this, she even borrowed some money from the butler. Sun Xiaoran's parents did not agree at first. However, when Sun Xiaoran told them about little Wang's current job, the two elders immediately smiled. They knew that little Wang could now earn more than 20,000 yuan a month. Without hesitation, they took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to them so that they could buy two better clothes first. This was the first time Sun Xiaoran raised her head in front of her parents. This was the first time she dared to be intimate with little Wang in front of them. This was also the first time little Wang entered Sun Xiaoran's house without being on tenterhooks. In the past, even if Sun Xiaoran's parents did not chase him out, they would still mock him and make him leave in shame. Therefore, if it was not a special need, little Wang would not go to Sun Xiaoran's house at all. On this day, little Wang finally got the treatment that a son-in-law deserved. Although Sun Xiaoran's parents greeted him coldly, they sent him away warmly after knowing his job. They also told him and Sun Xiaoran to come home often to play when they were free. While little Wang felt comfortable in his heart, he was also more grateful to Yang Ming. If it were not for Yang Ming's promotion, he would not be where he was today. Although he was confident in his relationship with Sun Xiaoran, Sun Xiaoran's parents always obstructed him. Sooner or later, there would be a crack in their relationship. Sun Xiaoran, who was well dressed, and Wang Lin walked into the resort's hall and saw some familiar classmates. In fact, when Sun Xiaoran and Wang Lin stopped the car, some classmates had noticed them. Seeing Zhang Kaiyuan's attitude toward them, how could they not understand that these two people were rich? Some of the classmates who were doing well immediately surrounded little Wang and Sun Xiaoran. Those who were not doing well and were in the same situation as Sun Xiaoran last year were the same this year. They felt a little jealous in their hearts. It seemed that tonight's celebrity lineup was destined to increase by another pair. Some of these people were happy for Sun Xiaoran, and some were jealous and envious. However, in any case, Sun Xiaoran had become the focus of everyone, just like Wu Xiang. This feeling made Sun Xiaoran feel a little smug. Her gaze toward little Wang also became tender. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu took the lead, while Baihai and Xianxia followed behind. The two cars soon arrived at the Immortal Resort. At this time, Zhang Kaiyuan welcomed a few classmates. He looked at the list in his hand. The few classmates who were doing well were already here. Those who came later should not be doing too well. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan did not want to wait any longer. He planned to return to the hall and chat with the classmates who came later. As for those who came later, he would let them come in by themselves. However, thinking of Sun Xiaoran's example, Zhang Kaiyuan wondered, among the few classmates who came later, Would they be able to make a comeback? This was really hard to say. Zhang Kaiyuan was a smooth and slick person. The purpose of his class reunion was to close the distance between a few classmates who were doing well so that they could help him in his business development. Therefore, if the classmates who came later were doing well, wouldn't he miss out on them? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan decided to wait a little longer. It was not too late to wait for everyone to arrive before he went in. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person he had been thinking about, Jing Xiaolu, had not come yet. Zhang Kaiyuan was not sure if Jing Xiaolu would come this year. After all, she and Xianxia were neglected last year. The former gangster, Bai Hai, was just a gangster in a bar. Zhang Kaiyuan, a rich second generation, did not really care about him. Not long after, a BMW X5 drove over. Zhang Kaiyuan rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrongly? This car was also driven by a classmate of mine? Why are there so many strange things this year? I won't. There was already Sun Xiaoran as a special case. How could there be such a coincidence? This car was definitely not a classmate of mine. Who's the person standing there? Your classmate? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan, who was standing at the entrance of the resort, and asked Jing Xiaolu. Oh, yes, it's my classmate. A dumb rich guy. Jing Xiaolu also saw Zhang Kaiyuan and said with a frown. Stupid rich guy? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He thought of Lu Jifei and roughly understood what the stupid rich guy in Jing Xiaolu's words meant. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Is he someone who was deceived by you again? Who asked him to be lustful? He deserves to be deceived by me. Jing Xiaolu curled her lips and said with some disdain, no one asked him to be deceived by me. Yang Ming was a little speechless when he heard Jing Xiaolu's theory. Then, based on what you said, he was willing to do it? That's right. I didn't ask him to give me money. It was his own thoughts that weren't pure. He wanted to have a relationship that was beyond friendship with me. I didn't promise him anything. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and said. Yang Ming smiled. Things were probably not so simple. If Jing Xiaolu didn't hint at something, Zhang Kaiyuan wouldn't have taken the bait. Both parties could only say that it was half and half. Both of them had some problems. However, Yang Ming could understand Jing Xiaolu's early family environment. She lived with her grandmother, and her grandmother was sick. If there was no money, the family would be finished. However, sympathy was sympathy. Yang Ming didn't agree with Jing Xiaolu's approach. For those so-called stupid rich guys who gave her money and had ulterior motives, Yang Ming could only give the same sympathy. Then, if I gave you the car and your shares, would I be considered a stupid rich guy? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very serious problem. You? Of course not. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, you didn't scheme anything from me. I took the initiative to throw myself into your arms, but you didn't want it. Cough cough. Yang Ming coughed twice. Let's find a place to park the car. Why are there so many cars? My classmates are doing pretty well. Jing Xiaolu looked at the place closest to the resort entrance. It was full of cars. If they wanted to park, they could only park a little further away. Don't you want to say hello to that stupid rich guy first? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan who was standing not far away and asked Jing Xiaolu. I'm too lazy to talk to him. Forget it. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and drove the car to the side of a Camry not far away. This seems to be the stupid rich guy's car. I saw it last year. Jing Xiaolu's car drove past, and Bai Hai's Magotan followed. However, Xianxia and Zhang Kaiyuan did not have any conflicts. Moreover, Xianxia also wanted to show off. So, she opened the window and shouted to Zhang Kaiyuan, you are standing at the door. Are you specially welcoming me? Zhang Kaiyuan suddenly saw Xianxia and was slightly stunned. He then looked at the Magotan. It was at least the same level as his Camry. He thought, no way. This Xianxia also made a fortune? However, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't understand, so he didn't think too much. He quickly walked over and said with a smile, it's Xianxia. As he said that, he glanced at the driver's seat of the car Xianxia was in. After confirming that Gu Xinyao's male companion was still Bai Hai, he greeted, "Brother Hai, you're here too, right?" Previously, with Sun Xiaoran and Little Wang as an example, Zhang Kaiyuan did not dare to casually suspect that Gu Xingyao had changed boyfriends. He decided to look carefully before speaking. With one look, it was indeed the previous hooligan, Bai Hai. "Hee, I'm here." Bai Hai smiled and stopped the car first. He walked down from the car and said to Zhang Kaiyuan, "Kaiyuan, you still remember me?" "It's not easy." There was a hint of sarcasm in these words. When Zhang Kaiyuan was in school, he was the one who fawned over him the most. However, after graduation and taking over the family business, he began to despise and alienate him. During the last class reunion, he only said a few meaningless greetings and left. This made Bai Hai a little annoyed, so he didn't forget to take the opportunity to mock him. "How can I forget? Look at what you're saying. Brother Hai, you were our big brother when we were in school." Zhang Kaiyuan said with a smile. "That's rare." Bai Hai didn't intend to continue to pursue the matter, especially since Yang Ming was here. He couldn't be so unruly and argue with these people, lest Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu see it and be unhappy. "Brother Hai, looking at your outfit and car, you seem to be doing quite well. Where are you working now?" Zhang Kaiyuan pretended to ask casually. "Not really. I'm just a property manager in Mingyang Garden." Bai Hai said indifferently. "Mingyang Garden? So, you're also working in the Mingyang Group?" Zhang Kaiyuan asked in surprise. He had heard of Mingyang Garden before. It was the most high-end villa area in the city. The property company there was also quite profitable. No wonder Bai Hai was doing quite well now. The property of Mingyang Garden was naturally the property of the Mingyang Property Company. It belonged to the Mingyang Group. "Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Bai Hai asked curiously when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan say so. "Nothing. Xinyao, our class's Sun Xiaoran's wife, also works in the Mingyang Group. You might know each other," said Zhang Kaiyuan. "Oh? Such a coincidence? Then, we have to have a good chat when we meet." "I don't even know." Bai Hai nodded in surprise after hearing it. "Hee, they are inside. You can see them when you go in." Zhang Kaiyuan pointed to the resort hall behind him and said, "You go in first. I'll wait for the other students outside." Bai Hai wanted to say that they still had to wait for Brother Yang. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know Brother Yang, so he didn't say it. Gu Xingyao pushed Bai Hai and gave him a look. Then, she said to Zhang Kaiyuan, "Okay, then we'll go in first." Bai Hai felt that it was rude to go in without waiting for Yang Ming, but he didn't know what Gu Xingyao meant. However, since Gu Xingyao gave him a look, he would listen to her. "But my car can't be parked here, right? There are other people's cars in front." Bai Hai looked at the BMW 3 Series in front of his car and asked. "It doesn't matter. This is Wu Xiang's car. They are all our classmates. It doesn't matter." Zhang Kaiyuan waved his hand and smiled. "Everyone can play until tomorrow and leave together." "Okay then." Bai Hai nodded. Hearing that they were all Gu Xinyao's classmates, he agreed. When he heard Wu Xiang's name, Bai Hai couldn't help but be moved. This little flirtatious hussy had an affair with him when they were in school. Thinking of Wu Xiang's flirtatiousness, Bai Hai couldn't help but be fascinated. It seems that this little flirtatious hussy has found a rich man to buy such a good car. Seeing Bai Hai's lecherous look, how could Gu Xingyao, who knew Bai Hai's past, not know what he was thinking? She immediately glared at him with some dissatisfaction. When Zhang Kaiyuan sent them to the door and turned to leave, Gu Xingyao couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Bai Hai was shocked. My thoughts were seen through by Gu Xingyao? He didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Wu Xiang now. His future development now depended on Gu Xingyao. If he made Gu Xingyao unhappy, she would tell Jing Xiaolu and Lin Jiyun, and tell Yang Ming about it. Then, he would be F***ed. So Bai Hai quickly said, "I was thinking, why didn't you wait for brother Yang and sister-in-law Xiaolu?" "How impolite. What do you know?" Gu Xingyao knew that Bai Hai was changing the topic, But she also knew that it was good that Bai Hai could be so obedient now. She didn't insist on it, so she explained, "Do you know what happened between Xiaolu and Zhang Kaiyuan in the past?" "What? Xiaolu and Zhang Kaiyuan did it before? It can't be, right?" Bai Hai was stunned and asked. "What did they do? What did they do?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Bai Hai. "Would Xiaolu like him? Don't you know? Xiaolu and Brother Yang didn't like anyone before, and they didn't let anyone take advantage of them. They are still virgins." "Oh, I understand." Xiaolu thought that Zhang Kaiyuan was a rich guy and wanted to kill him. Bai Hai said with a sudden realization. So, when Xiaolu and Brother Yang come together later, they will inevitably feel awkward when they see Zhang Kaiyuan. The most difficult thing is that Zhang Kaiyuan is quite infatuated with Xiaolu. If they say something inappropriate, how awkward would it be for both of us? Xianxia said, "That's why I asked you to leave quickly." "So that's the case. That's what I was thinking." Bai Hai looked like he understood and quickened his pace. "In a while, Brother Yang will inevitably know about sister-in-law Xiaolu's history. It's better for us to pretend that we don't know. If he hears it, how can we meet in the future? My wife is smart." "That's of course. If you stand there stupidly, Brother Yang will definitely have a gap with you in a while. Even Xiaolu's heart will definitely feel uncomfortable." Xianxia said, "This kind of thing, who is willing to let an outsider know?" "That's true. It seems that I didn't consider it thoroughly. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know why I would be hated by the two of them. My career can be considered to have come to an end." Bai Hai said in his heart. "What a close shave. Come to an end? Whether you can continue as a property manager is another matter altogether," said Xianxia. "Now that you mention it, it's really possible." Bai Hai nodded in agreement and said, "Then let's hurry up and go in quickly. Otherwise, it will be awkward if we meet them later." As Bai Hai said this, he quickened his pace. Xianxia also quickened her pace. At this time, Jing Xiaolu also parked the car and got out of it. Zhang Kaiyuan, who was not far away, thought that the person in the BMW X5 should not be his classmate. However, after Zhang Kaiyuan sent Bai Hai and Xianxia off, he inevitably turned his head and looked at the person who got out of the BMW. When Zhang Kaiyuan saw the familiar figure that he had been thinking about day and night, he was suddenly stunned. "Jing Xiaolu?" Zhang Kaiyuan looked at the beautiful girl who came out of the BMW in confusion. From the looks of it, it was indeed Jing Xiaolu. However, she was much purer and more capable than her previous non-mainstream appearance. She also had a much more beautiful temperament. "Is this Jing Xiaolu?" Zhang Kaiyuan subconsciously rubbed his eyes. BMW X5? How can Jing Xiaolu come in a BMW X5? Could it be that she hooked up with another rich guy? Looking at Jing Xiaolu elegantly locking the car, Zhang Kaiyuan's mouth opened even wider. "This car is Jing Xiaolu's?" Originally, Zhang Kaiyuan thought that Jing Xiaolu came in someone else's car. However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu lock the car with the car key in her hand and recalled the direction when she got out of the car, he knew that Jing Xiaolu drove herself here. When did this chick get rich? Zhang Kaiyuan frowned. In his heart, he didn't want to see Jing Xiaolu get rich because only when Jing Xiaolu was very poor, or even destitute, would he have the confidence to win Jing Xiaolu's heart in one fell swoop. But now, it seemed that Jing Xiaolu was doing well. Zhang Kaiyuan took 2 deep breaths in an unbalanced manner. A trace of resentment spontaneously rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want or allow Jing Xiaolu to have such a good life. Only Jing Xiaolu would ask him for help when she had no money. Since Zhang Kaiyuan was waiting outside the resort, he actually expected that there might be a third student in the class after Sun Xiaoran and Xianxia, but Zhang Kaiyuan never expected that the third person would be Jing Xiaolu. He definitely didn't want this to be Jing Xiaolu. He was thinking about how to build a relationship with the current Jing Xiaolu, but he suddenly found that another man got out of the BMW. Who was this man? Could he be Jing Xiaolu's new rich guy? That's not right. Jing Xiaolu is driving a luxury car now. Why is she still trying to hook up with rich guys? Could this man be a gigolo that she is keeping? Zhang Kaiyuan looked at Yang Ming's tall and strong body and Yang Ming's dressing. He increasingly felt that this was a possibility. Yang Ming was wearing casual sportswear, so Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't tell his grade. That was why Zhang Kaiyuan thought so. Thinking that Jing Xiaolu had actually started to play gigolo, Zhang Kaiyuan's heart felt even more uncomfortable and resentful. She looked for a gigolo instead of me? Could it be that I'm not as good as a gigolo? The anger in Zhang Kaiyuan's heart suddenly rose with a whoosh, and his face became unusually gloomy. Isn't this Jing Xiaolu? Looking at you, where did you get rich? Zhang Kaiyuan walked over to Jing Xiaolu, and his voice involuntarily became sarcastic. He originally wanted to have a good talk with Jing Xiaolu, but after seeing Yang Ming beside Jing Xiaolu, he couldn't control his emotions. Why? Does President Zhang have any advice? Jing Xiaolu frowned at Zhang Kaiyuan's sarcastic tone. Last year, Zhang Kaiyuan was not like this when he saw her. Although he kept talking about money to make her value him, he was not as sour as this year. I don't dare to give advice. Zhang Kaiyuan curled his lips, glanced at Yang Ming, and said, Is this your gigolo? Zhang Kaiyuan, what are you talking about? Do you know how to talk? Jing Xiaolu was suddenly unhappy. I'm warning you. You better watch yourself. What's wrong? Why are you so protective of your gigolo? Zhang Kaiyuan pinched his throat and said, Jing Xiaolu, you used to hook up with rich guys. Now you are playing gigolo. It seems that your positions have changed. Why? Am I wrong? I'm not a gigolo. My face is very dark. Yang Ming really wanted to slap this idiot to death, but considering that this was Jing Xiaolu's class reunion, it was not good for him to make a scene. As a matter of fact, Jing Xiaolu was looking forward to this class reunion. Moreover, Yang Ming had been cultivating his mind and character recently. He valued harmony. Xianxia and Kaik had made such a big scene, but Yang Ming did not do anything to them. Now, he naturally would not be angry because of a few words from a fool. What? Zhang Kaiyuan was stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words, then he suddenly laughed, ha 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 ha, ha ha. I say, buddy, you are really funny? No wonder Jing Xiaolu picked you. You are. Really King funny. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha. Zhang Kaiyuan, be serious. Jing Xiaolu interrupted Zhang Kaiyuan's laughter and said, This is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. He is not a gigolo. Okay, it doesn't matter if he is Yang Ming or Li Ming. Zhang Kaiyuan said disdainfully, If he is not a gigolo, why is he sitting in your car? Why doesn't he have a car? Jing Xiaolu's car was obviously feminine. Whether it was the steering wheel cover or the furnishings in the car, it was obviously feminine. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan was sure that this car was Jing Xiaolu's and not Yang Ming's. I have a car, but today is the weekend, so I didn't bother the driver, said Yang Ming faintly. Driver? You have a driver? Zhang Kaiyuan laughed again, ha 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 ha. Look at your clothes. You have a driver? Do you think you are a big boss or a chairman? Oh, I used to be. Yang Ming still said in a very indifferent tone. Used to be? Ha 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 ha, then why aren't you now? Did someone fix you? Zhang Kaiyuan did not believe Yang Ming's words at all. He felt that Yang Ming was talking nonsense with him for his face. Now she is. Yang Ming pointed at Jing Xiaolu and said. Ha 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 ha, do you think I can believe you? Zhang Kaiyuan laughed even more happily, especially when he heard Yang Ming's last sentence. Zhang Kaiyuan was even more certain that Yang Ming was talking nonsense. How could it be possible that he was the chairman in the past and Jing Xiaolu now? The chairman position was held by the person who had the most shares in the company. How could someone else be the chairman just because they wanted to? Did he give all his shares to Jing Xiaolu? How was this possible? Not to mention boyfriend and girlfriend, even married couples would rarely be so generous. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan felt that Yang Ming was deliberately making up a lie because he was afraid that Zhang Kaiyuan would laugh at him for being a gigolo. However, the lie was not fully made up and was full of loopholes. It was laughable. What Yang Ming said is true. Jing Xiaolu saw that Zhang Kaiyuan did not believe it, so she added a sentence. Really? Ha 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 ha, Jing Xiaolu, I really don't know how you became rich. How can you help others with such a brainless lie? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Kaiyuan laughed so hard that he held his stomach. He could not catch his breath. Xiaolu, there is something wrong with your classmate's brain. Don't bother with him. Let's go in. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan, who was laughing so hard, and said sympathetically. Okay, let him laugh himself to death, Jing Xiaolu said hatefully. Jing Xiaolu said bitterly. If she hadn't promised Yang Ming that she wouldn't use foul language in the future and that she should be more demure and quiet, Jing Xiaolu would have already exploded. Gigolo, who the F***ck are you saying has a problem with his brain? Zhang Kaiyuan suddenly became anxious and blocked in front of Yang Ming. Who knows who has a problem? Yang Ming shrugged. Alright, since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being impolite. Today, I want to make things clear with you. Zhang Kaiyuan roared with red eyes. Oh? How do you want to make things clear? Yang Ming crossed his arms and asked with a smile. He was not angry at all. Yang Ming's mentality had changed. He was completely looking at Zhang Kaiyuan as if he was watching a monkey show. Since you said that you were the chairman in the past, then tell me. Which company were you the chairman of? How did you give the position of chairman to Jing Xiaolu? Zhang Kaiyuan asked. In his opinion, as long as he asked a few more questions, this gigolo would definitely be exposed. By then, he would see how he would humiliate him. He would definitely make him ashamed. Moreover, Zhang Kaiyuan had already decided that he would tell this matter to his classmates in a while. He would let all his classmates know about this matter and ruin Jing Xiaolu's reputation. This B***TCH actually dared to keep a gigolo. How am I not as good as a gigolo? Oh, the company. It's Mingyang Entertainment, Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and said. Mingyang Entertainment. What? You said Mingyang Entertainment? Zhang Kaiyuan repeated the name Yang Ming said and looked at Yang Ming with some astonishment. Yang Ming nodded. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Kaiyuan suddenly laughed wildly again. This time, he laughed even more wildly than before. He laughed so hard that he was about to die. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan with some doubts. Are you sick? Gigolo, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you still walked in. This time, don't blame me for exposing you. Zhang Kaiyuan was so proud that he was about to fly to the sky. He felt that even God was helping him. He was so lucky. This gigolo didn't fabricate other things, but he just had to fabricate Mingyang Entertainment. Wasn't he looking for death? Didn't he know that among his classmates, one of them was the security manager and the deputy manager of the logistics department in Mingyang Entertainment? This time, this gigolo is dead meat. I will look for Sun Sharon's boyfriend, brother Little Wang, to confirm if he knows this gigolo. Hee, I'm so sinister. Expose what? Yang Ming increasingly felt that there was something wrong with Zhang Kaiyuan. Whether it was mentally, there was something wrong with him. Are you sure you're from Mingyang Entertainment? You won't change it? Zhang Kaiyuan asked again. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan as if he was looking at a fool. Change what? Alright, it's fine if you don't change it. Don't regret it. Zhang Kaiyuan was extremely excited. This was his chance to expose this gigolo. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to change it or not? Are you sure this is the answer? Xiaolu, was your classmate like this when he was in school? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your brain? Yang Ming was really speechless when it came to Zhang Kaiyuan. Gigolo. You're the one who wants to die, so don't blame me. Mother of ***, just you wait, just you wait. Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. If you have the guts, just wait here for me. Don't go away. Oh, what are you going to do? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan's posture. Why does it look like he lost a fight and then said a few harsh words to get back his pride? You'll know when you wait. I'll give you a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Kaiyuan thought of what was about to happen and laughed wildly again. While laughing, Zhang Kaiyuan quickly ran in the direction of the resort's lobby. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kaiyuan's back as he left, then looked at Jing Xiaolu. This guy should be very stupid and gullible, right? Did you cheat him of a lot of money in the past? No, he wasn't this stupid in the past. I don't know what happened to him today. Jing Xiaolu shrugged and said. Zhang Kaiyuan quickly ran back to the resort's hall. Previously, when Zhang Kaiyuan was talking to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu outside, Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai were looking at the situation outside from the corner of their eyes. However, they did not dare to be too obvious as they were afraid that others would notice something strange. But even so, many people began to pay attention to the commotion outside. They saw Zhang Kaiyuan making threatening gestures and laughing out loud. They didn't know if their conversation was good or bad. However, the scene of Jing Xiaolu coming out of the BMW had attracted the attention of many students. Most people were more concerned about why Jing Xiaolu became rich than what she and Zhang Kaiyuan were talking about. When they saw Zhang Kaiyuan running over, everyone pretended to be busy with their own things and chatted about their own topics. Zhang Kaiyuan went straight to Sun Xiaoran as soon as he entered the door. Xiaoran, brother little Wang. Oh? Zhang Kaiyuan, what's the matter? Sun Xiaoran heard Zhang Kaiyuan calling her, so she turned around and asked doubtfully. Previously, when Zhang Kaiyuan was talking to Jing Xiaolu at the door, she and little Wang did not notice. The two of them were busy talking to a few of their classmates. Now that Zhang Kaiyuan ran over, they only noticed him. Brother little Wang, there's something. Can you come out with me for a while? Zhang Kaiyuan smiled and said to Wang Lin. Oh? What's the matter? Wang Lin asked curiously. I want you to help me confirm something. Come out first, said Zhang Kaiyuan. This? Little Wang did not know what Zhang Kaiyuan wanted to do, so he was a little hesitant. Little Wang, just go. Since the big organization committee member Zhang Kaiyuan is looking for you, it must be something serious. Sun Xiaoran glanced at little Wang and said slowly. Zhang Kaiyuan was giving Sun Xiaoran enough face by looking. For little Wang in front of so many people. It made her very proud in front of her classmates. Oh, okay then. Since Sun Xiaoran had spoken, little Wang naturally agreed and followed Zhang Kaiyuan to the door. Hee, gigolo, it's time for you to die. This time, I have found the owner of the Mingyang company. Let's see how you will die. After exiting the resort's door, Zhang Kaiyuan pointed at Yang Ming and said to little Wang, Brother little Wang, look at that gigolo. He said that he is the chairman of the Mingyang company. Do you know him? What? Gigolo? Little Wang was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction Zhang Kaiyuan pointed at and was shocked. Why is my boss here? Yes, it's that gigolo. Zhang Kaiyuan thought that little Wang did not see Yang Ming, so he pointed at Yang Ming again. It's him. Look, he said that he is the chairman of the Mingyang Entertainment. He also said that he has a driver. Brother little Wang, help me see if your company has such a person. Little Wang did not reply to Zhang Kaiyuan this time. Instead, he quickened his pace and ran toward Yang Ming. Brother Yang, why are you here? President Jing, you are here too. Little Wang? Yang Ming was surprised to see little Wang here. Why are you here? Brother Yang, I am here with my girlfriend to attend her class reunion, little Wang explained with embarrassment. Little Wang rubbed his hands and explained embarrassedly. He didn't expect to meet Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu here. It was so embarrassing. He was caught by the boss for personal use. Brother Yang and President Jing wouldn't have any prejudice against him, right? They would not replace him as soon as he went back, right? Thinking of this, little Wang's heart immediately began to feel anxious. He regretted accompanying Sun Xiaoran to attend this class reunion. It would have been better if he was not so vain. So what if he did not show off at this class reunion? This job was the most important thing in his life. Wait a minute, brother little Wang. Do you know this gigolo? Zhang Kaiyuan felt that something was amiss. He quickly interrupted their conversation and asked. What gigolo? This is brother Yang. Little Wang was a little unhappy when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan's address. I am brother Yang's driver. Do you think I don't know him? You are this gigolo's driver? Zhang Kaiyuan was a little dumbfounded. He stuttered, so, this gigolo is really the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment? He used to be. The current chairman is President Jing. Little Wang was furious when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan call Yang Ming a gigolo. He grabbed Zhang Kaiyuan's collar and lifted him up. Who are you calling a gigolo? Do you have the guts to say it again? Do you believe that I will kill you? Cough cough. Let go of me. Let go of me. Zhang Kaiyuan's neck was suddenly choked by little Wang. He almost fainted. Wang Lin, what are you doing? Do you want to choke me to death? You dared to call Brother Yang a gigolo. Do you think I will let you live? I will let you know who the gigolo is today. Originally, Wang Lin was worried and depressed because Yang Ming had seen him using the company's car for personal reasons to attend his girlfriend's class reunion. However, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know how to appreciate his kindness and even dared to call Yang Ming a gigolo. In order to make up for his mistake and show his loyalty, Wang Lin suddenly exploded. He was originally a security guard at the Songjiang International Hotel and started from the bottom. When he applied for the job, he was only able to stay because of his strong body. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan was like a little chick in front of him. He picked him up immediately. Zhang Kaiyuan obviously knew what Wang Lin did before, so he didn't dare to resist Wang Lin. This was because he knew that if he resisted, he would be beaten up even more miserably. Wang Lin, let go of me first. I'm going to be choked to death by you. Let go of me first. Zhang Kaiyuan begged for mercy. I can let go of you, but you have to make yourself clear. Who is the gigolo? Wang Lin obviously wasn't prepared to let Zhang Kaiyuan go so easily. I am. I'm the gigolo, okay? Wang Lin, Brother Wang, let go of me first. Cough cough. It's so uncomfortable. Zhang Kaiyuan's face turned pale from being choked by Wang Lin. His words also softened. Humph. Wang Lin coldly snorted. He forcefully released Zhang Kaiyuan and threw him to the side. Don't think that you are so great just because you are some kind of president. Open your eyes wider and be more eye-catching in the future. This is Brother Yang, the boss of our Mingyang Entertainment. To be honest, in Wang Lin's eyes, Zhang Kaiyuan's identity was really nothing. He was far inferior compared to Yang Ming. He was just a manager of a small trading company. Zhang Kaiyuan refused to accept it, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually be the former chairman of Mingyang Entertainment. He even gave the chairman position to Jing Xiaolu. Why were there so many strange things happening? Originally, Wang Lin was here to expose Yang Ming, but he didn't expect to almost get beaten up. He had really shot himself in the foot. He was really unlucky. Yes. I understand. Zhang Kaiyuan gritted his teeth and said to Yang Ming, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding. Please don't mind it. I didn't mean it. Looking at the ferocious Wang Lin, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't help but lower his head. Of course, he didn't know that Yang Ming was even more ferocious than Wang Lin when he was angry. It was just that Yang Ming thought of him as a clown and didn't want to bother with him. I don't mind. Yang Ming shook his head and said seriously. Oh? Yang Ming's magnanimity made Zhang Kaiyuan stunned. He thought, is there something wrong with my ears? Did I hear wrongly? He had humiliated Wang Lin so much before. Now that Wang Lin's subordinate was here, Wang Lin was still so magnanimous when he didn't dare to resist. How was this possible? Even Wang Lin looked at his boss in surprise. Isn't this a little too magnanimous? Why did he let Zhang Kaiyuan off so easily? Even Wang Lin didn't want to let Zhang Kaiyuan off so easily. However, since Yang Ming had spoken, he couldn't do anything. I have never bothered with mental patients. Yang Ming added in a timely manner, also, you seem to be mentally ill. F***ck. Zhang Kaiyuan's face turned red from Yang Ming's words. He wanted to say F***ck, but he suddenly saw Wang Lin, who was glaring at him from the corner of his eyes. He immediately swallowed the F***ck and laughed dryly, hee hee. Xiaolu, this classmate of yours is indeed sick. I said that he is mentally ill, but he still laughed. There is also something wrong with his brain. Yang Ming shrugged and looked at Zhang Kaiyuan with pity as he spoke to Jing Xiaolu. When Zhang Kaiyuan heard Yang Ming's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. He was so angry that he almost fainted. He thought to himself, how can I not laugh? How dare I not laugh? If I don't laugh, I will be beaten up. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Before Jing Xiaolu could laugh, little Wang couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly realized that the boss was indeed the boss. He was so good at insulting others. He thought to himself, I was wondering why the boss would let Zhang Kaiyuan off so easily. It seems that I was anxious for nothing. The boss already had a plan. Yes. I'm sick. Zhang Kaiyuan lowered his head and said resentfully. Look, if you are sick, you should have said so earlier. Wouldn't it be fine if you admitted it earlier? Yang Ming nodded as if he understood. Since you have admitted it, then we will leave. You can continue to be crazy here. Really, you are wasting time. AI, that's right. Jing Xiaolu also nodded. Zhang Kaiyuan, if you are sick, you should go see a doctor. Why are you still organizing a class reunion here? Isn't this a joke? Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that his whole body trembled. Evil rose from his guts. A flash of resentment flashed across his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, that's right. I am mentally ill. I am going to see a doctor. Zhang Kaiyuan had already made a ruthless decision in his heart. He decided to make Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Wang Lin regret it for the rest of their lives. Hey, brother Yang, look at this idiot. He even admitted that he is sick. Wang Lin suddenly laughed when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan say that he was sick. Yang Ming nodded faintly and looked at Zhang Kaiyuan strangely. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. The sharp senses of the assassin profession made Yang Ming suddenly feel a chill and murderous aura. Although it was very faint and fleeting, Yang Ming still noticed it. Among the four of them, Jing Xiaolu, Wang Lin, and Zhang Kaiyuan, Wang Lin and Jing Xiaolu were the ones he trusted. The only one who might have murderous intent towards him was Zhang Kaiyuan. Therefore, although Yang Ming didn't say anything, he secretly raised his guard against Zhang Kaiyuan. It seems that it is not good to be too kind. He didn't want to do anything to Zhang Kaiyuan before, but Zhang Kaiyuan obviously hated him. He was probably looking for a chance to take revenge. Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Wang Lin walked into the resort's lobby together. Zhang Kaiyuan stayed outside the resort, waiting for the arrival of the other students. In fact, when Wang Lin followed Zhang Kaiyuan out, many students couldn't help but gather at the door to see what was going on. Sun Xiaoran, in particular, was concerned about why Zhang Kaiyuan was looking for Wang Lin even though she let Wang Lin go out with Zhang Kaiyuan. Therefore, Sun Xiaoran wasn't in the mood to chat with the others. She got up and walked toward the door. With Sun Xiaoran leading the way, the others naturally didn't need to avoid anything. They all squeezed through. Bai Hai and Xianxia were puzzled when they saw Zhang Kaiyuan return and call Wang Lin out. Although they couldn't hear what Zhang Kaiyuan said to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu outside, they had been paying attention. Why did Zhang Kaiyuan call Wang Lin out at this time? Wang Lin hadn't been Yang Ming's driver for a long time, so Bai Hai hadn't seen him face to face. He only felt that this person looked familiar and didn't think too much about it. Most of his attention was on Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. The people in the class didn't know what Zhang Kaiyuan said to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. However, everyone clearly heard what Zhang Kaiyuan said after Wang Lin went out. When they saw Zhang Kaiyuan's exasperated expression, everyone roughly understood what had happened. They also understood why Zhang Kaiyuan called Wang Lin out. It turned out that when Zhang Kaiyuan saw Jing Xiaolu bringing a man to the class reunion, he thought that the man was a gigolo. He didn't expect that the man was the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment. He even asked Wang Lin to confirm. In the end, he lost face. Not only was he humiliated, but he was also almost beaten up by Wang Lin. Most people knew that Zhang Kaiyuan had a one-sided love for Jing Xiaolu. Some people even didn't understand why a man with such good conditions like Zhang Kaiyuan would have a soft spot for such a non-mainstream girl. They all felt that Jing Xiaolu didn't know how to appreciate favors. She didn't accept such a good man's pursuit. What was she waiting for? Wasn't there something wrong with her? In their opinion, Jing Xiaolu was just a greedy girl. Why was she pretending to be virtuous? It was already good enough for her to find a man like Zhang Kaiyuan. She was already blessed for 8 lifetimes. Of course, these were the thoughts of everyone at last year's class reunion. Their thoughts this year were completely different. People were always like this. Their thoughts would always change according to the environment. When they saw Jing Xiaolu's car just now, they saw the new popular person in the class, Wang Lin, being respectful to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. When they heard that Yang Ming was the former chairman of Mingyang Entertainment and Jing Xiaolu was the current chairman of Mingyang Entertainment, everyone's thoughts changed instantly. They were all wondering if Zhang Kaiyuan was a toad lusting after a swan. What kind of status did Jing Xiaolu have? What was Zhang Kaiyuan to the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment? Wasn't it just a small foreign trading company? What kind of ability was that? This Zhang Kaiyuan actually didn't know what was good for him and was still arguing with others. Wasn't he courting death? Seeing Wang Lin arrest Zhang Kaiyuan, these people felt relieved. They thought that Zhang Kaiyuan had eyes but couldn't see and should be taught a lesson in order to learn his lesson. Those who had opinions about Jing Xiaolu in the past, even those who were disdainful and despised her, naturally changed their mentality in an instant. Many people were like this. When facing people who were stronger than them, their thoughts would be jealousy and envy. However, when facing people who were much stronger than them, it was not jealousy but a kind of awe. The kind of awe that was unreachable. Many people who knew the scale of Mingyang Entertainment knew how big this company was and how strong its social connections were. Jing Xiaolu's status had reached a height that they could never reach in their lifetime. Therefore, the envy and jealousy they had towards Wang Lin before had completely disappeared. When he heard Zhang Kaiyuan call Yang Ming a gigolo, Bai Hai knew that it was over. This Zhang Kaiyuan was over. He was definitely over. Bai Hai still remembered how Yang Ming had sent Wu Xingkai to the hospital. If Wu Xingkai hadn't offended Yang Ming, he wouldn't have been able to follow Yang Ming. Now that Zhang Kaiyuan had insulted Yang Ming, how could Yang Ming let him live? Bai Hai's eyes were already fantasizing about the scene of peach blossoms. However, it was not Yang Ming who made a move, but Wang Lin who made the first move. However, after Wang Lin made a move, Yang Ming did not do anything to Zhang Kaiyuan. Bai Hai rubbed his eyes. Could it be that brother Yang has a good temper now? And he let Zhang Kaiyuan? Sister-in-law. 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 And sister-in-law. B. When Jing Xiaolu suddenly heard Bai Hai call her sister-in-law Xiaolu, her face suddenly turned red. On the way here, she was still in a dilemma with Yang Ming in the car because Bai Hai's address for Lin Jiyun was different from hers. Now that she heard Bai Hai call her by the name she wanted to hear, she suddenly felt embarrassed. He's just a fool. Brother Yang, don't bother with him. Bai Hai smiled and said, do you need me to teach him a lesson? No need. Yang Ming shook his head. Everyone looked at Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's entourage. They respected Jing Xiaolu even more from the bottom of their hearts. The two upstarts in the class were Jing Xiaolu's subordinates. How could they not respect Jing Xiaolu? They had also accepted Jing Xiaolu's current identity and left the past Jing Xiaolu behind. No one could associate the non-mainstream Jing Xiaolu with the current pure and elegant Jing Xiaolu. However, the two of them were the same person. Since ancient times, there was a saying that one should not ask about a hero's origin. Therefore, when Jing Xiaolu's current identity became the chairman of Mingyang, most people had forgotten about Jing Xiaolu's past. Those who had a good relationship with Jing Xiaolu when they were in school and had been estranged from her in the past few years also gathered around. They began to inquire about Jing Xiaolu's recent situation. Jing Xiaolu was much more capable than before. She calmly answered a few students' questions and entered the resort's hall with Yang Ming and the others surrounded by everyone. Looking at Jing Xiaolu's back, Zhang Kaiyuan had a vicious plan in his heart. Previously, Gu Xinyao, Bai Hai, Sun Xiaoran, and Wang Lin were the focus of everyone. However, after Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu came in, the four of them began to circle around Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. When Sun Xiaoran first found out that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were her boyfriend's bosses, she was a little scared. She regretted asking Wang Lin to drive the company's car to attend the class reunion. However, when she saw that Yang Ming did not mention this matter, Sun Xiaoran was relieved. However, she also sat with Wang Lin beside Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. She began to show goodwill to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Among this batch of students, Jing Xiaolu's identity and status were the highest. Those students who felt that they were doing well also began to get close to Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally did not care much about these things. The initial feeling of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was no longer something that Yang Ming pursued now. Therefore, in the face of everyone's flattery, Yang Ming was only indifferent. He did not show too much joy. On the other hand, Jing Xiaolu, who was despised and looked down upon in the past, was now being fawned upon and respected by others. This feeling of soaring to the sky made Jing Xiaolu, who had turned over a new leaf, very much enjoy. Yang Ming also understood Jing Xiaolu's current mood very well. Back then, when he became powerful, he went to his uncle's place to feel proud. Didn't he feel the same way? Almost all the students in the class had arrived. Zhang Kaiyuan also entered the resort's hall. Zhang Kaiyuan, who was originally the main character of the class reunion, had a very complicated mood at this time. Seeing Jing Xiaolu become the main character of the class reunion, the resentment in Zhang Kaiyuan's heart deepened. Jing Xiaolu, you look down on me. Very good. Humph, very good. Since this is the case, then you have to pay the price. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Kaiyuan adjusted his mood and walked to the side of the crowd. He said, almost everyone is here. Li Xiaowei, Zhou Jiaming, and Wang Siki are still not here. Let's not wait for them. I have already informed the front desk. If they come, let them go directly to the restaurant to find us. Are we going to eat? A classmate immediately responded after hearing Zhang Kaiyuan's words. We are all hungry. Everyone is hungry, right? That's right. Let's go to the restaurant to eat now. Zhang Kaiyuan said with a smile, everyone, pack up your things and go to the front desk to get a room number. Those who brought their family members can share a room with them. Those who didn't bring a boyfriend or girlfriend can share a room with your close friends. The room fee is still the same as before. Everyone will pay for it yourselves. Brother Yang, sister-in-law Xiaolu, I will get the room card for you. Little Wang and Bai Hai said in unison as soon as Zhang Kaiyuan's voice fell. Little Wang heard Bai Hai call Jing Xiaolu's sister-in-law Xiaolu. He thought that he should follow suit and call Jing Xiaolu's sister-in-law Xiaolu. Previously, he called Jing Xiaolu President Jing. However, when he thought that he was serving Yang Ming, he called Yang Ming Brother Yang. Calling Jing Xiaolu as sister-in-law Xiaolu would naturally make them feel closer. Little Wang was Yang Ming's driver. It was normal for him to help Yang Ming get a room card. However, Bai Hai was the manager of the property company, yet he was so attentive. However, thinking that Bai Hai and Yang Ming came together, it was conceivable that they had a good relationship. Even Sun Xiaoran didn't expect that her classmate, Jing Xiaolu, would actually become the chairman. She already knew that Jing Xiaolu had a good relationship with Xianxia. At this time, she didn't feel strange when she saw Bai Hai being busy. Let's go get it together, said Yang Ming as he stood up from the sofa. Jing Xiaolu was very happy with Bai Hai and Little Wang's tactfulness. She looked at them both approvingly. Bai Hai knew it, but Little Wang didn't understand. What does Jing Xiaolu mean by looking at me? Is she blaming me, or is she praising me? Little Wang was a little perturbed by Jing Xiaolu's stare. He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu was blaming him for being rude, or if she was satisfied with the way he addressed her just now. So in this hesitation, Yang Ming had already stood up and walked to the front desk with Jing Xiaolu, while Little Wang and Sun Xiaoran fell behind. What are you doing? Why are you standing there stupidly? Sun Xiaoran saw Little Wang standing there stupidly and frowning. She pushed him anxiously from behind. Brother Yang and Jing Xiaolu have left. Ah. Little Wang recovered and sighed bitterly. I thought about it again. I called President Jing as sister-in-law Xiaolu. Was it right? She glanced at me. I didn't know if it was praise or blame. You are worried about this? Sun Xiaoran suddenly had a feeling of being dumbfounded after listening. Aren't you too slow? Why? You know? Little Wang turned his head and asked with some surprise. Of course. Sun Xiaoran looked at Little Wang with some pride and said, I am also a woman. Naturally, I can see what Jing Xiaolu meant. Then you tell me quickly. What did she mean? I am so anxious. Little Wang looked at Sun Xiaoran anxiously. Of course, she is happy. Sun Xiaoran smiled and said, if it were other things, how could I not remind you? I can see that Jing Xiaolu likes your boss, Brother Yang, very much. So, it is much better for you to call her sister-in-law Xiaolu than President Jing. If this is the case, then I am relieved. Little Wang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia and Jing Xiaolu have a very good relationship since they were in school. Since Bai Hai called her that, it is not wrong for you to call her that. You can rest assured, said Sun Xiaoran. That's good. Little Ran, you know how hard it was for me to get this job. Everyone respects you and your parents changed their attitude towards me. I can't lose this job. Little Wang nodded. Of course. However, in my opinion, Brother Yang and Xiaolu are not calculated people. They won't care about those who are genuinely good to them. However, they won't let go of those who are not good to them easily. I feel that Zhang Kaiyuan is going to be unlucky. Sun Xiaoran analyzed. Really? I see that Brother Yang is not paying much attention to Zhang Kaiyuan. Little Wang was not as insightful as Sun Xiaoran. That's because Brother Yang doesn't want to bother with him. If Zhang Kaiyuan doesn't know what's good for him, then he will definitely be unlucky, Sun Xiaoran said. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll be the first to find him. Lil Wang clenched his fist and said. You can take the lead, but you still don't have enough experience. You must understand the leader's mind. When Brother Yang asks you to go, you go. Don't act on your own. Sun Xiaoran instructed. It seems that you know more than me. Little Wang remembered Sun Xiaoran's words and quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. The students in front of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu took the initiative to make way for them. Obviously, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu had become the protagonists of this class reunion. After getting the room card, they went to the dining room. According to Zhang Kaiyuan's previous expectations, he would sit at the table at the front. The guests at the table were also those who were doing well in the class. However, the situation had changed today. Not only were there two more variables, Sun Xiaoran and Xianxia, but the most infuriating thing was that Jing Xiaolu had actually become stronger than everyone. Originally, Jing Xiaolu was also arranged to sit at the first table, but it was not because Jing Xiaolu was doing well. He placed Jing Xiaolu at this table because he had selfish motives. First, he wanted to get closer to Jing Xiaolu. Second, these rich and powerful classmates would naturally discuss topics like business and money. Jing Xiaolu would definitely feel something after hearing this. She would be envious of such a rich person's life. When the time came, he would work harder. Maybe he could win over Jing Xiaolu in one fell swoop. However, in the current situation, Jing Xiaolu's seat was a bit awkward. Zhang Kaiyuan had called the few classmates who were doing well in the group beforehand to confirm the number of people coming and whether or not they were bringing their boyfriends and girlfriends. As for Jing Xiaolu, Zhang Kaiyuan subconsciously thought that she did not have a boyfriend, so when he saved a seat, he saved one for her. In order to prevent everyone from sitting randomly, Zhang Kaiyuan had agreed with the resort in advance to put a name tag on every table before the meal. His table only had Jing Xiaolu's name tag, and there was no Yang Ming's name tag. If Jing Xiaolu continued to sit here, what would happen to Yang Ming? Although Zhang Kaiyuan really wanted to let Jing Xiaolu sit here and let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted, he knew that if he did that, he would not be far away from love. Yang Ming's bodyguard driver, Little Wang, was glaring at him. If he did not let Jing Xiaolu sit here, it would be even more unreasonable. He had already placed her name here before, and now he did not let her sit. What was going on? If Jing Xiaolu was not the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment now, it would be fine. However, since Jing Xiaolu had this identity now, wouldn't it be looking down on her if he arranged for her to sit at another table? If he arranged for Jing Xiaolu to sit at another table before, it would be fine. He could say that he did not know about this beforehand, but now. After Zhang Kaiyuan entered the restaurant, he began to feel troubled. Looking at everyone looking for their names, Zhang Kaiyuan frowned. This Yang Ming looked like a coward, but the little Wang beside him was difficult to deal with. This was definitely not the time to provoke Yang Ming. It was also because Zhang Kaiyuan felt that Yang Ming's previous performance was very cowardly. He only knew how to talk. Therefore, he had a devious idea to deal with Yang Ming. He did not know how Yang Ming would feel after knowing the truth. It seemed that people could not be too kind. Brother Yang, sister-in-law Xiaolu's seat is here. Little Wang looked around the restaurant and finally found Jing Xiaolu's name on the first table in the front row. In fact, there were only about 5 people's names on the other tables. This was also convenient for these people to bring their family members. Zhang Kaiyuan did not have a detailed understanding of the students who were not very important. He just randomly left some empty seats at each table. Basically, everyone could sit together. Zhang Kaiyuan was thinking about how to explain Jing Xiaolu's seat when he heard little Wang's shout. Zhang Kaiyuan was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack. Then, I'll sit somewhere else. Let Brother Yang and Xiaolu sit here. Zhang Kaiyuan really could not think of a solution. Moreover, he was afraid of little Wang. He was afraid that little Wang would beat him up if he did not speak. He could only compromise and leave the seat empty for Yang Ming. However, Zhang Kaiyuan also secretly swore in his heart. Yang Ming, the humiliation you gave me today, I will definitely return it to you 10 times or 100 times in the future. You are just a second generation from a rich family. You don't have much ability, yet you think you are so great. Wait until little Wang is not by your side, humph. However, little Wang did not seem to care about him at all. He did not even look at Zhang Kaiyuan. He directly pulled Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag to the ground and stepped on it. He waved to Yang Ming in the distance, Brother Yang, there is an empty seat here. It's beside sister-in-law Xiaolu. Seeing little Wang's actions, Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that his face turned green. However, he did not dare to do anything and could only swallow his anger. He had clearly indicated that he wanted to sit somewhere else and give the seat to Yang Ming. However, little Wang did not give him face and threw his name tag to the ground. The most despicable thing was that he even stepped on it. However, being angry was one thing. Zhang Kaiyuan still did not dare to do anything to little Wang. He also did not have any thoughts of revenge. This was because he was a little afraid of little Wang's identity as a security guard. Which security guard was not strong enough to fight against 3 people? If they were not strong enough, they would not want it. He scolded little Wang in his heart, but he still had to smile and said, yes, there is no one here. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu heard little Wang's voice and walked over. Sure enough, they saw a name tag with Jing Xiaolu on it on the first table in the front row. Brother Yang, it's here. Little Wang pointed at Jing Xiaolu's name tag and said, look, there's an empty seat next to it. As little Wang spoke, he used his foot to kick Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag on the ground. Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he trembled, but he could only force himself to say, yes, there's an empty seat here. Little Wang, where are you sitting? Yang Ming glanced at little Wang and asked. Xiaoran and I are sitting at the back with Xianxia and Bai Hai. Little Wang pointed at the table at the back and said. Little Wang, son Xiaoran, Bai Hai, and Xianxia were the ones who did badly at last year's class reunion, so they were not valued by Zhang Kaiyuan at all. They were arranged to sit at the back table and were allowed to play by themselves. He did not expect that the 2 of them would make a comeback today. Therefore, when little Wang spoke, Zhang Kaiyuan felt awkward again. Fortunately, little Wang did not harp on this topic, which made Zhang Kaiyuan feel relieved. He was now afraid that little Wang would find trouble with him. Yang Ming, then shall we sit at the back? We are familiar with Sister Xianxia and little Wang. We are not familiar with the people in front. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming and asked. Okay, you have the final say. Yang Ming nodded and agreed. Jing Xiaolu could sit wherever she wanted. Yang Ming came with Jing Xiaolu, so he did not know the people here. Wasn't it the same no matter where he sat? He would be more familiar with Bai Hai and little Wang sitting together. Then let's sit at the back. Little Wang, help me hold the name tag. We will go to the back, Jing Xiaolu instructed little Wang. Okay, sister-in-law Xiaolu. Little Wang agreed happily and called out to sister-in-law Xiaolu again. With Sharon's advice before, little Wang knew how to please Jing Xiaolu this time. Sure enough, Jing Xiaolu's face turned red again. She glanced at little Wang and said, "Little Wang, you can't call me that in the company, but it's okay in private." Hee hee, I know. Little Wang naturally understood the rules. He would not call Jing Xiaolu in front of so many people in the company. It was too unruly. But in private, it was equivalent of him accompanying Yang Ming was his leader, so it was reasonable to call her that way. Little Wang picked up Jing Xiaolu's name tag. Just as he was about to leave with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu, he suddenly thought of something, so he stopped and bent down. He reached out and picked up Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag, which was full of footprints on the ground. He put it back in its original position and muttered to himself, "I remember now. There is someone here. Then, you can sit." Zhang Kaiyuan was fuming with anger. He was humiliated by little Wang in front of so many classmates. Zhang Kaiyuan felt like he didn't want to live anymore. It was too shameful. He couldn't live anymore. Zhang Kaiyuan even saw everyone's expression of wanting to laugh but holding back their laughter because of their pride. His lungs were about to explode. "Why don't you sit down?" Little Wang looked at Zhang Kaiyuan, who was so angry that his face turned green, and asked innocently. Without waiting for Zhang Kaiyuan to answer, little Wang continued, "Oh, yes, I know. This name tag is too dirty. I can't see it clearly. Just wipe it and it will be fine." As he spoke, little Wang picked up the name tag and rubbed it back and forth on Zhang Kaiyuan's shirt a few times. He rubbed most of the footprints on it on Zhang Kaiyuan's shirt. "Okay, you can see it clearly now, right?" Little Wang patted the dirt on his hands. Then, he turned around and left without looking at Zhang Kaiyuan's expression. Zhang Kaiyuan took 2 deep breaths and calmed down his emotions. He regained a smile on his face. "Haha, this brother little Wang is quite humorous." Zhang Kaiyuan's self-mockery immediately made everyone laugh. However, no one knew whether they were laughing at Zhang Kaiyuan's so-called humor or at Zhang Kaiyuan's cowardice. Students who could survive well in society were all tactful. Although they were ashamed of Zhang Kaiyuan's previous actions, they did not show it. Although they felt that they could not offend Yang Ming, there was no need to offend Zhang Kaiyuan. They might be able to use him in the future. Therefore, everyone continued to talk and laugh. Although Zhang Kaiyuan seemed to have forgotten about the previous unpleasantness in the midst of everyone's conversation, only he himself knew that this matter was stuck in his throat like a fishbone. He kept feeling that the way everyone looked at him had become a little strange. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were walking in front, but they could clearly see little Wang's actions behind them. They could not help but laugh. "This little Wang really has the same demeanor as I did in the past. He is indeed a talent." When they walked to the last few tables in the cafeteria, there was basically no one there. Every table was sparsely occupied. Clearly, those students who were doing well had squeezed to the front. They would rather add chairs to some tables than sit at the back. The students at the back knew that they were not doing very well, so they did not have the face to join in the fun. Therefore, this situation was created. In fact, most people did not come here to eat. They mainly wanted to talk together. Therefore, as long as there was space to sit at a table, they would squeeze forward. When Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu walked over, Xianxia and Bai Hai quickly stood up. Sun Xiaoran hesitated and also stood up. Although she was not an employee of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's company, her man's future was closely related to these two people. Sun Xiaoran naturally did not dare to neglect them. "It's still quiet at the back. It's so noisy at the front. It's so boring," Jing Xiaolu complained and sat next to Xianxia. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming, Bai Hai, and little Wang, these newcomers were sitting at the back, the students at the back who were feeling sorry for themselves suddenly became spirited. Originally, no one cared about these tables at the class reunion every year. Why would the students at the front who were doing well come here? This time, Yang Ming and the others actually sat at the back. It really gave the people at the back a lot of face. Especially among these people, they were like them last year. They were the kind of people who did not succeed. However, they succeeded this year and became the most powerful people in the class. This also gave these people a lot of encouragement and morale. It made them feel that there was hope in their future life. If they worked hard, they might also become successful people. Moreover, they encouraged each other and agreed that if someone among them succeeded next year, they would not sit at the front. They would also sit at the back so that the students at the front could see that the students at the back were not always depressed. Originally, according to the previous arrangement, Xianxia was going to speak before everyone ate. He had stayed up for a few nights to come up with an impassioned speech. He wanted to read it here. However, after being humiliated by little Wang, how could he have the mood to give a speech on stage? Moreover, if he gave an impassioned speech in this situation, what would others think? After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia decided to give up on the speech. Just as he was about to inform the resort to cancel the speech before the meal, the restaurant's broadcast system suddenly played Karl Offer's Brand's poems. Along with the majestic song, the resort's MC had already walked out and said in his loud voice, "Welcome everyone to 39th High School's Class 02 Class 6 reunion. I am the host, Xianxia. Next, let's invite the most successful person in our class to come on stage and say a few words for us. Everyone can guess who this person is? Xianxia." It was unknown who shouted, but then everyone followed and shouted, "Xianxia, it's Xianxia." Xianxia's face was very gloomy. Originally, he was the one who was doing the best in this class. He had arranged for this MC to highlight his identity and status. However, he did not expect that new problems would crop up today. Xianxia's achievements had surpassed him in one fell swoop, making the situation so awkward. According to Xianxia's original plan, at this time, everyone should be shouting his name loudly. Then, he would walk up the stage amidst the cheers and read out the script he had written. How impressive and cool would that be? However, life was unpredictable. Xianxia had obviously replaced him and became the person everyone was calling. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the students present. He knew very well that among these people, some of them had subconsciously and sincerely called out Xianxia's name. However, among those who echoed, there were definitely many who did it on purpose. Everyone knew that this class reunion was arranged by him. Moreover, he and the other classmates did not know that Xianxia had become the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment. Therefore, before this event was arranged, Xianxia had nothing to do with it. The person the MC Xianxia was referring to could not be Xianxia. However, everyone just had to call Xianxia's name. Wasn't this embarrassing for him? For a moment, Xianxia was in a dilemma. Indeed, he did not know what to do at this moment. He could not stand up to interrupt the MC and end the speech, nor could he not stand up. He could not go up the stage and continue his speech. In fact, besides Xianxia, Xianxia was also at a loss. Originally, Xianxia did not care much about what the MC Xianxia said. She thought that things like going on stage to give a speech were arranged in advance. It was impossible for her to have anything to do with it. In fact, this was the truth of the matter. However, the classmates who did not know the truth took the initiative to call out Xianxia's name. What was even more infuriating was that the classmates who guessed the truth also followed suit. However, Xianxia also guessed the truth of the matter after being slightly stunned. She could not help but find it funny. "Hey, everyone is calling for you to go up the stage." Yang Ming also guessed the truth of the matter and said to Xianxia with some ridicule. "Arranged? It should be Xianxia, right?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Why would I go up? Besides, I am not prepared." Just as all the classmates were shouting Xianxia's name, the MC Xianxia continued, "It seems that everyone's voice is quite loud. Then, as everyone wishes, let the most accomplished person in your hearts come up to the stage to say a few words for our gathering. Let's welcome the class's most accomplished person of the year, student Xianxia, to the stage." The host, Xianxia, followed the lines that were rehearsed in advance. However, he was a little silly. He did not hear the students below the stage calling Xianxia's name instead of Xianxia's. Speaking of which, Xianxia was originally a web novelist. However, because his novel was a flop, he switched to being an MC. That was why he was a newbie. He had never experienced a similar situation before, so he didn't pay attention to it. That was why he continued to follow the script and asked Zhang Kaiyuan to come on stage. Yu Zai's words silenced the audience. Everyone looked at Yu Zai, dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. Let Zhang Kaiyuan go on stage? Jing Xiaolu didn't feel anything. She didn't want to go on stage, so it didn't matter who the host chose to go on stage. She didn't have any other thoughts. However, it was different for Zhang Kaiyuan. Zhang Kaiyuan's awkwardness at this time could be said to be extreme. Under such circumstances, the host still called out his name. Wasn't this a slap in the face? It was a blatant slap in the face. Zhang Kaiyuan's old face was red. He sat on the seat as if he was sitting on a stove. He felt that he couldn't sit or stand. If he went on stage now, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? If he didn't go on stage now, what was going on? Looking at the silence below, the host, Yu Zai, didn't realize what had happened. When he saw that Zhang Kaiyuan didn't go on stage according to the rehearsal, he was a little anxious. He thought that Zhang Kaiyuan felt embarrassed because everyone didn't applaud. Hence, he said, "Everyone, please give a round of applause. Let's welcome the most successful student of 39th High School's 02 Class 6, Zhang Kaiyuan Trading Company's General Manager, Zhang Kaiyuan, to come on stage." After he finished speaking, he took the lead to clap. Boom. It was unknown who started it, but the audience finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, more and more people laughed together. Then, someone took the lead to clap. The laughter and applause were endless. If one didn't know better, they would think that there was a wonderful crosstalk performance on stage. This sudden strange reaction made the host, Yu Zai, feel a little baffled. He thought to himself, these people are just clapping. Why are they still laughing? Was it really that funny to be his host? It seems that I have the potential to be a comedian. In the future, if I can't survive in the host industry, it's not a bad idea to change to a crosstalk actor. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect that Yu Zai would continue to call for a second time after his first call didn't work. He even made people clap. The clapping sounds were like slaps on Zhang Kaiyuan's face, making him feel ashamed and unable to show his face. Seeing that Zhang Kaiyuan still didn't go on stage, Yu Zai, who didn't know what was going on, spoke again. He thought that he was humorous enough to attract the laughter of the audience. Hence, he said self-righteously, "It seems that our most successful student is still shy. He's still hugging the pipa and covering half his face. Everyone's applause isn't good enough. Everyone can give more applause." Wow. As soon as the words of support for Yu Zai fell, the applause below the stage became enthusiastic again. However, one of the students mischievously shouted Jing Xiaolu's name again, "Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu." Ha 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 ha. The laughter below the stage came again. Then, someone began to echo, "Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu." Zhang Kaiyuan's expression became even worse. He scolded Yu Zai 100 times in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He decided that he wouldn't give Yu Zai a single cent of reward. This time, the host Yu Zai finally heard the voice calling Jing Xiaolu clearly. Previously, when the people below the stage shouted Jing Xiaolu, it wasn't that he didn't hear it at all. He just didn't care too much. Now that he heard someone shouting Jing Xiaolu again, he came back to his senses. Could it be that he called the wrong person? The person on stage now should be Jing Xiaolu and not Zhang Kaiyuan? Thinking of this, the host Yu Zai suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he had too little experience as an MC and gave the wrong person's name? Seeing that the people below the stage were shouting Jing Xiaolu so loudly, the more the host Yu Zai thought about it, the more likely it was. He quickly took out the prepared script from his pocket and flipped through it. When the host, Yu Zai, clearly saw that Zhang Kaiyuan's name was written on the script and not Jing Xiaolu's name, he was a little confused. I didn't call the wrong name. Why are there so many people calling out Jing Xiaolu's name? What is going on? Looking at the people below the stage, the host Yu Zai touched his hair and said, "Did everyone call the wrong name? I think that the person with the highest achievement in the class should be student Zhang Kaiyuan, right?" Ha 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 ha. The moment the host Yu Zai's voice fell, it attracted another round of laughter from the students below. Some people even laughed until tears flowed out. What is everyone laughing at? The host Yuzai lowered his head shyly. Is the program hosted by others so funny? I'm really honored. Ha 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 ha. The students below the stage laughed even more happily. The host Yuzai thought, I really have a talent for hosting. The atmosphere of the scene was livened up by me to the extreme. Besides me, who else has such great charm? I'm so proud. Everyone is laughing, but shouldn't we invite student Zhang Kaiyuan to come on stage and say a few words for us? The host Yuzai said narcissistically, since everyone likes to watch my program so much, you can come and support me often. Ha 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 ha. The laughter below the stage was still endless. The host, Yuzai, waited for a long time, but Zhang Kaiyuan did not come on stage. The laughter below the stage continued. Yuzai was a little anxious. It can't be dragged on like this. President Zhang, don't you think you should come on stage? The host, Yuzai, couldn't help but call Zhang Kaiyuan, why are you not coming on stage? I still have to host someone else's wedding later. If Zhang Kaiyuan could kill with his thoughts, he would have killed this Yuzai in seconds. He thought in his heart, if I don't go on stage, you can just continue with the next segment. Why are you not done yet? The host, Yuzai, was a little anxious when Zhang Kaiyuan did not come on stage. President Zhang, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree beforehand? You came on stage to speak. Why aren't you coming on stage? Ha 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 ha. When the students below the stage heard Yuzai's words, the laughter that had subsided broke out again. What does this mean? The host, Yuzai, was a little unhappy. Did you change the host at the last minute? Why didn't you tell me that it was Jing Xiaolu? I thought it was Zhang Kaiyuan. That's not right. Ha 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 ha. The laughter below the stage was still very warm. Enough. Zhang Kaiyuan finally couldn't help it. He slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Yuzai and scolded, what's wrong with you? Is there anyone who hosts like you? Do you not want to take the money anymore? What's wrong with me? The host, Yuzai, stared at Zhang Kaiyuan, unwilling to be outdone. You set the process. I followed your instructions completely. You don't want to pay? What do you mean by following my instructions? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go down. There's nothing for you to do here. Zhang Kaiyuan was a little anxious when he heard Yuzai's words become more and more unreliable. He even mentioned his previous arrangement. What nonsense are you talking about? The host, Yuzai, said, didn't you say before? You asked me to play an interactive game with the students below the stage before you go on stage. You asked me to let them guess who is the most successful person in the class before you go on stage. Why? You don't want to admit it? What the F***ck are you talking about? I will complain to your boss. You're spouting nonsense. Zhang Kaiyuan roared with an ashen face. Complain? Okay. How do you know my boss's name is Hu Shua? My boss's surname is Hu. His name is Hu Shua. The host, Yuzai, said. You. Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect Yuzai to be so eloquent. However, he forgot one thing. If a host wasn't eloquent, how could he be a host? Me? What about me? I think you want to go back on your word and not pay up, right? But it doesn't matter. I don't want old fish anymore. Look at your big face. Boss Zhang? Boss my ass. And you want me to say that you are the most accomplished person in class? What kind of achievement is that? How can someone like you have achievements? Aren't you being too narcissistic? The host, Yuzai, also threw caution to the wind. It seemed that he couldn't get the money, so he didn't have to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face. I think the students below the stage have sharp eyes. Everyone says that Jing Xiaolu is the one with the highest achievements. I think so too. You. Zhang Kaiyuan clutched his chest and almost fainted. You. Get the F***ck out of here. Even if you want me to be here, I'm too lazy to be here. Yuzai snorted. You can be narcissistic. I'm not going to accompany you. If you want to complain, go ahead. Bye-bye, sayonara, CIAO. After saying that, the host, Yu Zai, turned around and left, leaving behind an indignant Zhang Kaiyuan. After the host, Yu Zai, left, the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became cold. Only Zhang Kaiyuan was left standing there in a daze. As for the students below, it was just an unintentional action. Later on, they thought that it was just a joke. They didn't expect things to become so stiff. Moreover, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't take jokes. But they couldn't let the stalemate continue. If Zhang Kaiyuan didn't finish his speech, the restaurant wouldn't serve the dishes either. Left with no choice, someone shouted, "Why don't we let Zhang Kaiyuan say a few words for us? What do you all think? Alright, let's let Zhang Kaiyuan say a few words for us." The people below agreed one after another. However, when these words entered Zhang Kaiyuan's ears, it sounded extremely ironic. He felt like it was a kind of charity. It was as if everyone was giving him charity. Originally, he shouldn't be the one to speak. It should be Jing Xiaolu. Now, he was the one to speak. How could Zhang Kaiyuan endure this? Let's ask Jing Xiaolu to say a few words for us. Zhang Kaiyuan took a deep breath and said that Yu Zai was crazy. Everyone, ignore him. It's like watching a farce. Originally, I wanted to invite the most accomplished person in the class to say a few words for this segment. However, that Yu Zai wanted to please me and get more rewards. Therefore, he changed the flow of the segment without permission. I didn't expect that after I exposed him, he would become angry and bite me back. Hee, we know. Although everyone said so, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. This Zhang Kaiyuan's explanation was too fake. No one would believe that what he said was true. I won't say anything. I didn't prepare anything in advance. This opportunity should be left to those who are prepared in advance. Jing Xiaolu stood up and said faintly, "Right, committee member Zhang Kaiyuan?" Jing Xiaolu's words immediately made Zhang Kaiyuan's face turn red like a monkey's butt. Although Jing Xiaolu didn't say it explicitly, she secretly pointed out that Zhang Kaiyuan was prepared in advance, but she wasn't. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan should say what he wanted to say. Although Jing Xiaolu's words were funny, the people present were afraid that new problems would arise again. They didn't dare to laugh casually to avoid ruining the atmosphere that had just calmed down. Therefore, they could only laugh secretly in their hearts. Committee member Zhang Kaiyuan should say a few words. Everyone was hungry and was eager to eat. At this time, they didn't care whether Zhang Kaiyuan was the most accomplished person or not. It was up to them to decide. Since Jing Xiaolu didn't care, why should they care too? So, as soon as Jing Xiaolu's voice fell, everyone began to make suggestions. Well, since everyone admires me so much, then I'll say a few words. Zhang Kaiyuan could only pretend to be confused at this time. Sometimes, it wasn't good to be too clear. Since others pretended not to know, he was happy to do so. As Zhang Kaiyuan spoke, he walked up the stage. Halfway through, he heard a voice not far away, pretentious. "Didn't you go up the stage yourself in the end? What the hell?" Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he trembled. He almost fell to the ground. He looked at the source of the voice angrily. It turned out that it was Yu Zai who had left before. He didn't know when he appeared at the door again. "I asked you to go up the stage, but you didn't. After that, you went up by yourself. I think you just don't want to pay me. You're AB*TCH. Yu Zai's voice sounded again. You. Zhang Kaiyuan wanted to say something, but he saw Yu Zai turn around and disappear at the door. Zhang Kaiyuan had no choice but to pretend that he didn't hear it and continue to walk up the stage. It was just a few steps, but it felt like a long march of 20,000 miles. Zhang Kaiyuan used up all his strength and finally stood on the stage. He then said, "Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Let me represent the entire class and say a few words at this class reunion." When it came to the lines that he had prepared for a few nights, Zhang Kaiyuan became excited again. Zhang Kaiyuan seemed to have forgotten his previous unhappiness and was completely engrossed in the speech this time. However, while Zhang Kaiyuan was engrossed, the students below were a little impatient. Previously, a lot of time was delayed because of the host Yu Zai and Jing Xiaolu. Now, Zhang Kaiyuan was giving a long speech here. How long would they have to wait before they could eat? It was really as Jing Xiaolu said. Zhang Kaiyuan was prepared. Otherwise, how could he speak for so long? Everyone was very unhappy in their hearts. We were already giving you face by letting you go up and say a few words. However, can't you just say a few short words? You can't be so endless, right? It seems that Zhang Kaiyuan is really prepared. This sentence was what everyone wanted to say, but they were too embarrassed to say it. Previously, everyone unanimously recommended Zhang Kaiyuan to say a few words for the sake of food. However, they did not expect this guy to talk endlessly. This made everyone a little irritated. However, Zhang Kaiyuan was a person that everyone unanimously approved of. Everyone was too embarrassed to say anything unpleasant. However, it did not mean that everyone had no opinion. Others did not dare to say it, but little Wang dared to say it. Little Wang did not need to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face. Little Wang saw that Yang Ming was frowning slightly at Zhang Kaiyuan's endless speech, so he stood up and shouted directly. Zhang Kaiyuan was passionately talking about his prepared speech. He was in high spirits when he suddenly heard such a sentence. It immediately pulled him back to reality from his dream. Who is so uncultured? He actually interrupted my speech. Zhang Kaiyuan was annoyed. Although he did not stop his speech, after being interrupted, he completely forgot all the impromptu remarks that he had done so well. Zhang Kaiyuan bitterly looked for the target to speak to in the field. He immediately saw little Wang's mocking face. Damn it, it's him again. Zhang Kaiyuan felt that he was really King aggrieved. He was played by a person who used to be a small security guard several times in one day. However, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't dare to show the slightest displeasure because little Wang was no longer an ordinary security guard in the past. Now, little Wang was the security manager and the deputy logistics manager of Mingyang Entertainment. His identity was much better than his identity as the general manager of a small trading company. He was especially afraid of little Wang, who used to be a security guard. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, it is impossible to reason with him. Zhang Kaiyuan would try his best not to offend such a barbarian. However, Zhang Kaiyuan put this on Yang Ming's head. In his opinion, Yang Ming was a useless rich second generation. When the time came, he would use some means to make him piss his pants in fear. Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan's heart felt a little better. Otherwise, he would be depressed to death. Now, he could only fantasize about Yang Ming's future. Zhang Kaiyuan cleared his throat and continued his speech. He was at the climax of his speech, but he did not want to stop. Therefore, he simply ignored little Wang and pretended not to hear it. In fact, little Wang was still a little nervous about shouting out such a thing. He was afraid that Yang Ming would think that he was a busybody. But on the other hand, this was also a gamble. He was trying to figure out the boss's mind. If he followed Yang Ming's mind, then Yang Ming would definitely value him more in the future. However, Yang Ming was really annoyed. Zhang Kaiyuan. He was a little of. Looking at little Wang approvingly, Yang Ming nodded slightly. When little Wang received Yang Ming's encouraging gaze, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. His whole body was in an extremely excited state. Zhang Kaiyuan, you are really shameless. I let you go on stage because I gave you face. I saw that you were a former member of the organization and now the founder of the class reunion. However, it is not right for you to go on like this. Do you really think that you are the most accomplished person? The eyes of the masses are clear. The most accomplished person is our CEO Jing, not a retard like you. Wang Lin's merciless scolding interrupted Zhang Kaiyuan's speech. The students in the audience also became silent. Although everyone had seen the scene outside the resort and knew that Wang Lin and Zhang Kaiyuan had a conflict, they did not expect the conflict between the two to escalate to such an extent. Looking at the current situation, Wang Lin did not intend to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face at all. He had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect Wang Lin to be so blunt. He even used the word idiot in the end. This made Zhang Kaiyuan lose a lot of face. Standing on the stage, he couldn't get off. In fact, Wang Lin's words represented the thoughts of many students. They came here to have fun, not to listen to Zhang Kaiyuan's nonsense. Their jobs had nothing to do with Zhang Kaiyuan, and they did not expect any benefits from having a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan. Only a small portion of people could interact with Zhang Kaiyuan in terms of benefits. Only this portion of people sincerely wanted to get close to Zhang Kaiyuan. Therefore, Wang Lin's few words caused the current awkward atmosphere. In the end, one of the people sitting at the first table who had a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan stood up and said, "Kaiyuan, I see that everyone is hungry. Why don't we start eating?" Brother Wang Lin's words are a bit radical. Don't mind it. Zhang Kaiyuan nodded and looked at this person gratefully. Then, he took this opportunity to leave the stage without saying anything. At this time, he could not say anything else. If he said anything more, it would only make things more awkward. Originally, the class reunion that Zhang Kaiyuan had been planning and looking forward to for a long time was ruined by Wang Lin. It was far below his expectations and even had a negative effect. If he knew this would happen, he would have called a few people who were close to him to have a meal together. Why did he have to organize a class reunion? However, if he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Zhang Kaiyuan had already forgotten his original purpose. He organized the class reunion just to show off his achievements in front of his former classmates. Wang Lin still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yang Ming. Yang Ming made a pause gesture and said to Wang Lin, "That's enough. You don't have to chase after him." "Yes, Brother Yang," Wang Lin quickly said respectfully after hearing this. "I think this Zhang Kaiyuan is not a magnanimous person. Instead, he is a bit narrow-minded. I'm afraid that he will hold a grudge." "You have to be careful," Yang Ming reminded. "Him?" Wang Lin shook his head in disdain. "I'm really not afraid of him. I can take care of 3 of him by myself." "Anyway, you have to be careful," Yang Ming reminded faintly. "I know," Wang Lin nodded. The meal was eaten in a very depressing atmosphere. Many of the entertainment programs that Zhang Kaiyuan had prepared in advance had to be cancelled. However, it was not a big deal. After all, the host Yu Zai had left. Zhang Kaiyuan could not find another host at the last minute. However, some programs such as his toast to every table were cancelled. How could Zhang Kaiyuan have the face to toast to every table now? Although the people at the table beside him kept comforting him, telling him to ignore little Wang, a security guard with a rough background. However, Zhang Kaiyuan still couldn't help but hold his breath. On the other hand, the people at the back who had nothing to do with Zhang Kaiyuan were much more at ease. Many of them had their own small circles and were eating and drinking together happily. Therefore, those who had a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan were eating with depression. On the other hand, the people at the back were very happy. It was the exact opposite of this situation every year. Every year, the people at the tables near Zhang Kaiyuan would cheer loudly. The people at the other tables would be envious and jealous. However, they knew their own status and did not dare to get close to them. They did not dare to steal the spotlight. However, there was a huge contrast this year. The further they went, the more the students who were not doing well felt relieved. In the past, no one would pay attention to their table and let them eat and drink on their own. But this year, with little Wang's words, these people ate happily and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Their cheers shook the sky, and they became the liveliest tables in the hall. Zhang Kaiyuan felt even more uncomfortable. In the end, he could not bear it anymore. He excused himself to go to the washroom and went to the resort's entrance. Zhang Kaiyuan hesitated for a while. In the end, he decisively took out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother De? I am Zhang Kaiyuan," Zhang Kaiyuan said nervously. "Zhang Kaiyuan? Who? I don't know you." After hearing Zhang Kaiyuan's name, the person on the other side of the phone wanted to hang up impatiently. "Wait a minute, Brother De. It's me, Zhang Laofu's son." Zhang Kaiyuan quickly reported his father's nickname. "Oh? Zhang Laofu's son? Zhang Xianxia?" Brother De's tone returned to normal after hearing Zhang Laofu's name. It's me, Brother De." Although Zhang Kaiyuan didn't like the nickname Zhang Xianxia, he couldn't help it. His father always liked to call him Xianxia now in front of outsiders, so those people didn't know that his real name was Zhang Kaiyuan. They all called him Xianxia now like his father. "Oh, what's the matter?" Brother De said calmly after confirming Zhang Xiaonao's identity. This Brother De was a fellow villager in Zhang Kaiyuan's father, Zhang Laofu's hometown. He was a gangster. A few years ago, it was said that he was doing well outside. For some reason, he returned to his hometown and was seriously injured. After recovering from his injuries, he began to run amok in his hometown. He soon recruited people and became a tyrant in his hometown. During Chinese New Year a few days ago, Zhang Laofu brought Zhang Kaiyuan home for Chinese New Year. Then, the villagers gambled together and got to know this Brother De. In terms of seniority, this Brother De was a distant cousin of Zhang Laofu. However, because Brother De was very powerful in his hometown, Zhang Laofu didn't dare to be arrogant. He called him Brother De, and Zhang Kaiyuan naturally called him Brother De too. This seniority seemed a bit messy, but people in the society liked to be called brothers. Brother De was no exception. Zhang Laofu was the same as Zhang Kaiyuan. They were both smooth and slick people. He felt that this Brother De was very influential in his hometown. Maybe he could use him sometime. In the past few years, Zhang Laofu felt that it was much more difficult to make money in a big city than in a small place if one did not have connections and connections. In a small place, he could find his relatives in every village. No matter how far they were, he would still have connections. It was much easier to do things than in the city. Therefore, he had the idea of opening a big business in his hometown. If he opened a business at home, he would inevitably have to deal with these gangsters in society to prevent them from causing trouble. This Brother De was his distant cousin, so it was a good opportunity to get closer to him. Therefore, during the New Year, Zhang Laofu called Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother De, and one of Brother De's assistants to play mahjong together. Under Zhang Laofu's hints, Zhang Kaiyuan lost a lot of money to Brother De. In this way, Brother De had a good impression of the father and son. He patted his chest and agreed. If there was anything in the future, he would definitely not refuse a call. Therefore, this time, Zhang Kaiyuan thought of Brother De. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know many people in society. The only person he knew was Brother De. Zhang Kaiyuan knew that his father would need Brother De's help in the future. Since he had asked Brother De to help him, this debt of gratitude would be reduced every time he used it. When the time came, he might have to invest a lot of money again. However, Zhang Kaiyuan could not take this lying down. If he didn't give Yang Ming an unforgettable lesson, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. So this time, he hesitated again and decided to trouble Brother De. Otherwise, he might get sick from holding it in. "Brother De, I do have something to trouble you with. I don't know if you are free?" Zhang Kaiyuan asked carefully. He wasn't sure if he could order Brother De around. After all, it was his father who asked Brother De out during the New Year. Although he lost the money to Brother De should be able to see that this was done under the instructions of his father, Zhang Laofu. "Oh? What is it? Tell me first and see if I can do it." Brother De had a good impression of Zhang Laofu and his father. In any case, they were considered distant relatives. Moreover, Zhang Laofu had lost more than 100,000 yuan to him during the New Year. This made Brother De very grateful. Although Brother De was doing well in the village, opening a hair salon and a nightclub, this was the time for him to recruit people. Recruiting people naturally required a lot of money. Who would play with you if you didn't have money? When Brother De needed money the most, Zhang Laofu and his father gave him more than 100,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much, it could solve the current emergency. How could Brother De not be grateful? That was why Brother De was so patient with Zhang Kaiyuan. Brother De had a secret that he hadn't said. That was the reason why he suddenly returned to his hometown after mingling outside for so many years and was injured. He didn't tell this reason to anyone, not even his closest subordinates. This was because this was an eternal pain in the depths of Brother De's heart. He was driven back by others, and his injury was also caused by others. He almost died in a foreign land. If it weren't for a brother who risked his life to protect him, he would have died long ago. Brother De, who was originally awe-inspiring, was like a stray dog. He was driven out of the metropolis where he once thrived and returned to his small hometown. After his injury was healed, Brother De began to recruit people. Brother De's ultimate goal wasn't to run rampant in the village, but to make a comeback. He wanted the person who humiliated him to die without a burial place. He wanted revenge. He wanted to get back everything he lost. Of course, Brother De didn't tell anyone about this idea. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he thought that the time wasn't right yet. He was afraid that too many people would gossip. If his news reached the ears of his enemies, they would eliminate him completely. The current him wasn't an opponent at all. Therefore, Brother De was now like other big bullies in the countryside, living a drunken life and leading a group of brothers to do some shady business. Although it was a little against the rules, it could be covered up very well. At this time, Brother De received Xianxia's call, and his thoughts began to become active again. If I can persuade this father and son to return to their hometown to invest in a company, I don't need a lot. I just need a share. That would be a considerable amount of income. It had to be said that Zhang Laofu did have this idea. If he had proposed this idea earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to give out the 100,000 yuan. Brother De, I held a class reunion here. A female classmate I like is with another man, and that man looks down on me. I want to teach him a lesson. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't hide it. Brother De would definitely be able to find out about these things. If he deliberately hid it, Brother De would definitely not let him go. Oh, this. Brother De hesitated for a while and felt that this was not a big deal. He had done this kind of thing many times in his hometown, so he said, "What's that person's background?" "He's a rich second generation. His family is quite rich." Zhang Kaiyuan said, "Now he has his own company." "Oh? Doesn't he have bodyguards or thugs around him?" Brother De was very careful. When he heard that it was a rich second generation, he subconsciously wondered if there were any masters around this person. "A security manager in his company is following him, but we can choose a time when they are not together before we make a move," said Zhang Kaiyuan. "Just a follower?" Brother De was relieved when he heard it. Who cares if he is a security manager? What's the use of a person being good at fighting? I can just bring a few more brothers. There is another one. He is a property company manager. He used to be a gangster. Zhang Kaiyuan suddenly thought of Bai Hai again, so he quickly said to Brother De. "Then it's fine." Brother De said indifferently, "It's fine even if they are around." "Then, Brother De, are you agreeing to help me?" Zhang Kaiyuan was overjoyed when he heard Brother De's tone. It seemed that he had agreed. "I can do this. It's naturally not a problem to help you." Brother De smiled. "When?" "The sooner the better. It's best if it's tonight." "I can't wait any longer." Zhang Kaiyuan said excitedly, "Brother De, do you know how they humiliated me? They put me on the spot in front of so many of my classmates." "Okay, wait for me to bring a few brothers over." "Where are you?" "Are you in Songjiang City?" asked Brother De. "No, it's a resort next to Jiduan City. It's called Immortal Resort." Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know how Brother De knew about Songjiang. When he went back to his hometown, he seemed to have only mentioned Songjiang once with his father. Brother De had a good memory and remembered it once. "Oh, then there's no problem." Brother De was relieved when he heard that it was not in Songjiang. To be honest, Brother De didn't want to do anything in Songjiang because he was very clear about the current power situation in Songjiang. He didn't want to cause trouble before the big plan. "This resort is at XX Road, XX number." "Are you coming over now?" asked Zhang Kaiyuan. Wait for me there. I'll bring people over." "I'll call you when I arrive," said Brother De. "Okay, Brother De, then I'll wait for you." Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect Brother De to agree so readily to stand up for him. He couldn't help but want to cheer a few times. "Call me when you come. I'll pick you up." "Okay, that's it then." Brother De responded and hung up the phone. Brother De was actually a very low-key person. Without enough strength to go back and avenge his humiliation, Brother De was not prepared to provoke any powerful enemies. However, the thing that Zhang Kaiyuan asked him to do today was nothing. Brother De thought carefully. It's just teaching a rich second generation. It's not a big deal. It's such a simple thing, and I can sell a favor to Zhang Kaiyuan and his son. Why not? So, after Brother De hung up the phone, he found his capable subordinate, Ma Laosi. Brother De, are you looking for me? Ma Laosi was playing mahjong with a group of brothers. After receiving Brother De's call, he rushed over quickly. Go out with me in a while to do something. Brother De said, you find a few brothers to go with you. Oh? Brother De, are we going to fight people this time? Do we need to bring weapons? Ma Laosi's interest was piqued as soon as he heard this. He was so bored every day. He had nothing to do. He basically knew everyone in this village, so he couldn't get into a fight with them. He yearned for the life of a gangster with a large knife on TV. Why bring weapons? It's just teaching a little kid a lesson. Brother De waved his hand and said, but you can use some daggers to scare him. I see. Ma Laosi was a little disappointed when he heard it. He nodded and said, I'll do it now. After more than 10 minutes, Ma Laosi returned. This time, he brought 3 people with him. All of them were young, in their 20s. They belonged to the kind of people who were idling in the village. Brother De had developed them into his subordinates. Every day, they lived a good life, much better than farming. Alright, you guys come with me. Which car are we driving? Ma Laosi asked. Come Laosi. Ma Laosi responded, turned around, and ran out to prepare. The 3 young men waited respectfully for Brother De to put on his coat. Then, they went out together. After Zhang Kaiyuan hung up the phone, the anger in his heart was finally vented. He imagined Yang Ming crying for his parents in a while. The humiliation he received before did not make him feel so uncomfortable. When he returned to the restaurant, no one asked him what he did just now. They just thought that he went to the toilet and smoked a cigarette. No one thought much about it. His village was very far away from here. It was impossible for Brother De to come here without at least 3 to 5 hours. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan was not in a hurry. He continued to brag and drink with the people he was familiar with at a moderate pace. Yang Ming was not very interested in the food on the table. Yang Ming was not very willing to eat the resort's dishes. Yang Ming had eaten too much fish and meat. Instead, he preferred the lighter dishes. Yang Ming, you don't like to eat? Jing Xiaolu was also not interested in the food on the table. She had to maintain her figure. She was no longer poor and had not eaten anything. Therefore, she put down her chopsticks after eating 2 mouthfuls. I like to eat street snacks. I don't have much appetite for such traditional fish. Yang Ming shook his head. Originally, little Wang was eating happily. He had just been Yang Ming's driver for a few days. He usually did not have the opportunity to eat such good food. Therefore, when he saw the table full of fish, he ate without holding back. After hearing Yang Ming's words, little Wang put down his chopsticks awkwardly. He looked up and took a closer look. Sure enough, he was the only one eating happily. Bai Hai did not eat much. Gu Xinyao and his girlfriend, little Ran, did not eat much. Needless to say, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were the only ones eating here. Cough cough. Little Wang coughed twice awkwardly. Brother Yang, is it not to your taste? Do you want me to go to the kitchen to get something for you and sister-in-law? No need. After a while, we will walk around and see if there are any snacks. Yang Ming waved his hand. Why are you looking at us? Hurry up and eat. Yang Ming naturally saw little Wang wolfing down the food before. When he saw little Wang stop at this time, he immediately asked. None of you are eating. I'm the only one eating. Little Wang scratched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly. You hurry up and eat more. We did not pay less. If you don't eat more, how can you get your money back? Yang Ming smiled and said, there are no outsiders. You don't have to be so polite. This is not very good. Little Wang was still a little embarrassed. After all, others were not eating, but he was the only one eating. It didn't seem right. Brother Yang asked you to eat. Just eat. Why are you so troublesome? Sun Xiaoran nudged little Wang with her arm and said, you're a man. Why are you afraid of this? That's right. Little Wang, look. You are not as good as Sun Xiaoran. Jing Xiaolu said after hearing Sun Xiaoran's words. Little Wang's face turned red after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. However, with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's approval, Little Wang no longer hesitated. He let go of his appetite and continued wolfing down the food. Originally, the annual class reunion banquet lasted the longest. In many cases, it would last until the early hours of the morning. Then, everyone would return to their rooms and begin their free activities. However, due to Zhang Kaiyuan's matter this year, the enthusiasm and atmosphere of the entire banquet were not high. There was always a faint sense of depression. Zhang Kaiyuan did not go from table to toast and adjust the atmosphere like in previous years. This year, he only sat at his own table and whispered to a few friends he was familiar with. About an hour into the banquet, people began to leave one after another. Zhang Kaiyuan was also a little helpless about the situation in front of him. However, there was nothing he could do. He also did not have the face to ask others to stay. He sighed secretly. If I don't teach Yang Ming a lesson today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue holding future class reunions. With him causing trouble here, where can I put my face? Yang Ming saw that people began to leave, so he also stood up. When Yang Ming stood up, Bai Hai, Little Wang, Gu Xingyao, and Sun Xiaoran also stood up. However, Jing Xiaolu was the slowest one. Shall we go? Shall we go out for a walk? Asked Yang Ming. Then let's go out for a walk. Brother Yang and sister-in-law Xiaolu haven't eaten much yet. We can go out and see if there is anything to sell, said Bai Hai. Although Zhang Kaiyuan had been drinking and chatting with the people at the same table, the corner of his eyes had been locked on Yang Ming's table. When he saw Yang Ming stand up, he immediately sighed in relief. He was now afraid that Yang Ming would stay in this banquet hall and not leave. When the time came, he would return to his room with the large group of people. In that case, even if Brother De came, he would not be able to do anything. Could he make a move on Yang Ming in front of so many classmates? Even if his classmates did not care, the hotel's security could not ignore it. However, once Yang Ming left, it would be easy. When he was alone, it would be the best time for Brother De to make a move. Brother Yang, Xianxia is in a special situation today. I'll accompany her back to the room to use the bathroom, Bai Hai said to Yang Ming after walking out of the restaurant. Gu Xianxia was too embarrassed to speak, so she hinted to Bai Hai. Oh, then let's go together. I'm also going to the bathroom, Yang Ming was embarrassed and said. Since Yang Ming and Bai Hai were going to go back to the hotel room to take a look, Little Wang and Sun Xiaoran naturally had no objections. So, the group walked directly to the villa building. After Zhang Kaiyuan saw that Yang Ming had left, he wasn't in the mood to sit here and drink anymore. He greeted the people at the same table and said that he couldn't handle the alcohol. He wanted to go back to his room to rest for a while and play cards at night. Basically, everyone knew that Zhang Kaiyuan was in a bad mood after being humiliated. It was good enough that he could endure and eat until now. Yang Ming hadn't left yet, so Zhang Kaiyuan naturally wouldn't leave first. Since Yang Ming and the others had already left, Zhang Kaiyuan naturally didn't need to endure anymore. So, everyone understood why Zhang Kaiyuan left. After Yang Ming and the others left, Zhang Kaiyuan followed them from a distance. He found that they were heading in the direction of the villa building. Obviously, they were going back to their rooms. Zhang Kaiyuan was a little anxious. He thought, why aren't these people going out to have fun at night? Why are they going back to their rooms? There were many entertainment projects in this resort. There were disco halls, KTV, swimming pools, bowling alleys, video game rooms, gyms, indoor fishing halls, and so on. Most people went to such places to play after dinner. Not many people went back to their rooms directly. Maybe they are going back to their rooms to change their clothes? Zhang Kaiyuan comforted himself in his heart. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't go back to his room. He found a place to hide at the entrance of the villa building. He squatted there and decided to wait. It was better when they went upstairs. Once they returned to the room, Yang Ming felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. I'm actually in the same room as Jing Xiaolu. When he received the room card previously, Because Bai Hai helped him to get it, Yang Ming didn't care and didn't think much about it. When he entered the room, he entered naturally. After he closed the door, he realized that something was wrong. Am I going to share a room with Jing Xiaolu tonight? Even though the room was a standard one with 2 beds, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Jing Xiaolu obviously felt this too. She didn't know if it was because the heater in the room was too hot or for some other reason, but her face couldn't help but turn red as soon as she entered the room. Calm down, Xiaolu, you have to calm down. Jing Xiaolu only felt that her face was burning, so she cheered herself up. Why didn't I have this kind of feeling when I went to a hotel with those dumb rich guys in the past? No matter how dangerous it was, he was still able to escape from the room unscathed. And this time, Yang Ming might not necessarily do anything to him, so what was there to be nervous about? Besides, even if Yang Ming treated her well, wasn't that what she had been looking forward to? What was there for him to be uneasy about? However, the more it was like this, the more nervous Jing Xiaolu became. Even her breathing became a little hurried. Feeling Jing Xiaolu's strangeness, Yang Ming looked at her with some surprise. Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Why does it look so hot? Do you want to take off your clothes? Ah. Jing Xiaolu was shocked after hearing Yang Ming's words, but her face became redder. She stuttered, what, now, take off my clothes? Jing Xiaolu didn't expect that what she thought would come true. I just entered the room, and I have to take off my clothes and go to bed? But I'm not ready yet. Don't you feel hot? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu strangely. He didn't understand why she was so nervous. How can you wear a coat in the room? Ah, coat, oh. Jing Xiaolu's nervous little heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but she was slightly disappointed. It's just a coat? Not all of it? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu took off her coat resentfully and threw it on the bed next to her. She began to association in her heart. Is Yang Ming hinting at me or testing me? If I take off all my clothes, will he take advantage of the situation? If I only take off my coat, there is nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu had some resentment and entanglement. Am I a bit too timid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm in the same room with Yang Ming. It will be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. Can I do it in the office during the day? At night, I don't have a chance to be alone with Yang Ming. Of course, it's the coat. Do you want to take off all of it? Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu's behavior was so weird, so he casually made a joke with her. However, after the joke, Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. He also understood why Jing Xiaolu had such a weird expression just now. It seems that Jing Xiaolu misunderstood. She thought that I wanted her to take off all of her clothes. Thinking of this, Yang Ming secretly scolded himself for being slow. This is fine, but I even made such a joke. Isn't this looking for trouble? Originally, Yang Ming thought that Jing Xiaolu would be angry or even more shy, but he didn't expect. After Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's joke, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pondered about what Yang Ming's joke meant. Could it be that Yang Ming failed to test me before, so he tested me again? But, is it true or not? Jing Xiaolu wasn't sure. Can I ask Yang Ming if you're testing me? What would that be? Jing Xiaolu was just upset that she lost a good opportunity. At this time, another opportunity came. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to give up so easily. Sometimes, one would only know how to cherish something after losing it once. Jing Xiaolu also knew that this kind of opportunity wouldn't come often in the future, so Jing Xiaolu hesitated. Should they follow Yang Ming's orders or not? Jing Xiaolu gritted her teeth. Anyway, I'll be his woman sooner or later. Why don't I just follow him? Anyway, it's just like that. If I don't do it tonight, I don't know when it will happen. Won't I regret it to death? Moreover, even if I follow Yang Ming tonight, I will never regret it. So, why should I hesitate? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu just wanted to agree with Yang Ming, but she was a little hesitant. I'm a girl after all. Although I'm pursuing Yang Ming, I can't be too active, right? If I'm too active, won't it seem very casual? What should I do? Jing Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. She thought, since you're testing me, then I'll also test you. I'll give you the right to decide so that I don't have to be embarrassed. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu raised her head shyly and looked at Yang Ming. She said word by word in a seductive voice, then, do you want me to take it all off? Or just take off the coat? Ah? Jing Xiaolu's answer immediately made Yang Ming fall into a petrified state. He had predicted two possible reactions from Jing Xiaolu. One was to be furious, and the other was to be silent. However, he did not expect that Jing Xiaolu would return the question to him and ask him back. Yang Ming did not expect that his joke would force himself into a desperate situation. What should I answer at this time? To be honest, Yang Ming was a person with a low IQ when it came to relationships. Otherwise, he and Zhaoying wouldn't end up in this situation. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu's question made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, it seemed that he was too lecherous. He really didn't want anything to happen between him and Jing Xiaolu now. The trip to Yunnan was still unknown. Yang Ming didn't want to pit Jing Xiaolu. But if he said that he didn't want to, would Jing Xiaolu be angry? Would she think that he was not interested in her? This really gave Yang Ming a headache. Yang Ming was in a dilemma. He scolded himself in his heart. Why is my mouth so annoying? I said everything. Looking at Yang Ming's embarrassed look, Jing Xiaolu felt very funny. It turns out that Yang Ming also has a time when he is speechless by my questions. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Yang Ming when he saw me in the bathroom that day. Do you want to continue watching? Do you want to continue watching? Or do you want to continue watching? Ugh, that. This room is really a bit hot. Why don't we open the window? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer, so he changed the topic directly. Yang Ming, who had always been known for his eloquence, also suffered today. It seems that I am not invincible. When I meet an opponent like Jing Xiaolu, I am really powerless. Thinking about my previous opponents. Chen Mingyan was a good student. When I skipped class, I had a lot of excuses. Chen Mingyan was naturally not my opponent. But for Jing Xiaolu, this chick who used to cheat people for fun, I really feel that I am a match for her. Yang Ming wasn't going to continue to beat around the bush with Jing Xiaolu. If this continued, he would probably be caught. Yang Ming stood up and opened the window. A gust of cold wind blew in, making Yang Ming shiver from head to toe. Some kind of wretched thoughts were also frozen to the point of disappearing. The air here is good. It's better than in the city. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said. What are you doing? I just took off my coat, and you opened the window. Do you want to freeze me to death? Jing Xiaolu was also shivering because of the sudden chill. The impure thoughts before also disappeared like Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's insensitivity, but she was also a little glad that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. But she always felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Ugh. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed and closed the window again. Okay, what about this time? It's okay. I just said it casually. I'm not too cold. Jing Xiaolu felt that she was too willful just now. She didn't want Yang Ming to hate her, so she quickly changed her words. Yang Ming shrugged a little speechlessly. I don't know how Bai Hai and the others are. Do you want me to make a call and ask? N. Jing Xiaolu nodded with a complicated expression. Are opportunities always fleeting? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't Bai Hai made a move yet? He said that he would come to the room to find me after he was done. Why hasn't he come after so long? Yang Ming looked at the hotel phone's dial code on the bedside table and dialed the phone in Bai Hai's room. Do. After the phone was connected, the tone sounded a lot, but no one answered the phone. No one answered? Jing Xiaolu asked curiously, did you dial the wrong number? The phone receiver in this hotel was louder, so Jing Xiaolu could hear the tone on the phone. Can't? I just followed the dialing method described here. Yang Ming pointed to the dialing code instruction next to the phone. As they were talking, the phone was finally connected. Before Yang Ming could speak, Bai Hai's roaring voice came, damn, I said that I don't want a prostitute. I brought my wife here. After Bai Hai said this, Gu Xinyao's moaning voice came from the other side of the phone. It seemed that she deliberately catered to Bai Hai's words as if she was showing off on the other side of the phone. Her voice was frighteningly loud. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by this sudden change. What is this Bai Hai doing? That. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but the phone had been hung up. It was hung up. Yang Ming turned to look at Jing Xiaolu helplessly, but he found that Jing Xiaolu was looking at him with a red face. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Jing Xiaolu also heard the voice on the phone receiver. N. Jing Xiaolu nodded shyly. What is this Bai Hai doing? Yang Ming was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ambiguous atmosphere between him and Jing Xiaolu had just eased a little, and now it was messed up by him. So, he said angrily, isn't Xianxia on her period? What does this mean? How would I know? Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly with a red face. Maybe it's over? Yang Ming just complained casually. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to actually answer him. This topic suddenly made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. See if I don't scold this little bastard. Yang Ming was so angry that he dialed the phone again. This time, the other side picked up quickly, but Yang Ming didn't wait for Bai Hai to speak. He shouted directly at the other side, Bai Hai, what the **ck are you doing? Ah? Ah? Brother Yang? When Bai Hai heard Yang Ming's voice, he was suddenly shocked. He couldn't speak properly and began to stutter, what am I doing? I am doing with Xianxia. Cough cough. Yang Ming almost laughed to death after hearing it. This Bai Hai is really outrageous. He actually answered me like this. Yang Ming's previous anger was also reduced by Bai Hai's answer. I didn't ask who you are doing with. I just called. What happened to you? Jing Xiaolu also heard Bai Hai's answer. She almost laughed on the spot, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud. She could only cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. Her whole body was uncomfortable. Bai Hai's answer was a bit obscene. Jing Xiaolu was a girl, so it was not suitable for her to laugh unscrupulously. Ah? Brother Yang, it was you who called just now. This. When Bai Hai heard Yang Ming say that the previous call was made by Yang Ming, he was suddenly scared into a cold sweat. Brother Yang, I didn't know that the call was made by you. I thought it was. Speaking of this, Bai Hai stopped. He didn't dare to continue. What did you think it was? Why don't you say it? Hurry up and explain it clearly. Yang Ming snorted and asked. That. Bai Hai said with some embarrassment, a woman called before and asked me if I should call her miss. I said I didn't want to. In the end, she called again after a while and asked me if I should call her miss. Then, when I called, you thought that I was the one who asked you to call her miss. Yang Ming listened to Bai Hai's words and was a little dumbfounded. However, he also understood Bai Hai's approach. After the college entrance examination, when the whole class went to the resort, didn't they also receive such a call? In the end, he was anxious. After shouting into the phone, he found out that it was Chen Mengyan who called. At that time, he was sweating in his heart. Therefore, it was reasonable for Bai Hai to make such a mistake in a hurry. Yang Ming didn't intend to blame him. His previous anger had mostly dissipated. Hee. Bai Hai laughed twice, indicating that he acquiesced to what Yang Ming said. However, isn't Xianxia on her period? You just. Yang Ming asked the doubts in his heart. It just ended, hee. Bai Hai said with some embarrassment, the voice before made me a little lustful, and Xianxia was afraid that I would secretly make a mistake, so the two of us. Then, are you done? Yang Ming suddenly sweated when he heard Bai Hai's explanation. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to guess it right. This? Bai Hai hesitated. Brother Yang, do you want us to end it, or not? Yang Ming almost threw the phone receiver directly to the ground. Why is Bai Hai doing this? Jing Xiaolu just asked herself, then, do you want me to take it all off? Or just take off the coat? This Bai Hai actually. Jing Xiaolu naturally heard Bai Hai's words clearly. While she was a little shy, she couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by I want? Yang Ming said with annoyance, whether you end it or not, can I control it? Ugh, that will take a while. Bai Hai said carefully. Okay, you continue. We'll talk about it when you're done. Yang Ming finished and hung up the phone helplessly. He turned to Jing Xiaolu and said, this guy is 2F*, ket up. Hee hee. Jing Xiaolu finally couldn't help but laugh. This time I have something to say to Sister Xinyao. Ring. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Is it Bai Hai calling back? Yang Ming glanced at the phone in confusion and said to himself. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello? Sir, would you like to have a massage? Our service is very good. It's only 200 yuan for the whole night. A coquettish female voice came from the phone, speaking to Yang Ming in a seductive voice. Could this be the phone call that Bai Hai was talking about? Yang Ming couldn't help but feel hot all over. This female voice is really bewitching. I guess that a man with a little weak will be tricked by her. No wonder Bai Hai would be so lustful. Even someone like Yang Ming with strong will couldn't help but be shaken. However, this voice is really nice. It made Yang Ming feel a little itchy. He secretly glanced at Jing Xiaolu and thought, it seems that Jing Xiaolu didn't hear what was said on the phone this time, right? If she heard it, the atmosphere between the two would be even more ambiguous. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't be stupid enough to ask for a massage service, because Yang Ming knew very well that the person who made the call and the person who came to the door were two different people. These hotels generally hired a few girls with particularly sweet voices to make the call. However, after the person on the phone said a sentence, she didn't say anything else. Yang Ming wanted to refuse, but the phone was snatched by Jing Xiaolu. She said to the person on the phone, I don't want you. I graduated from the massage major. After that, Jing Xiaolu hung up the phone. Ugh. Yang Ming was a little stunned by Jing Xiaolu's action. Although Jing Xiaolu was very fierce, Yang Ming also knew that, but that was in the past. Since she worked in Mingyang Entertainment, Jing Xiaolu had a very gentle image of a lady. At this time, her sudden outburst made Yang Ming somewhat puzzled. Yang Ming wanted to ask something, but he heard Jing Xiaolu speak first. Yang Ming, what do you mean? It could be seen that Jing Xiaolu was really angry this time. Otherwise, except for the first time when they met in the cafeteria, Jing Xiaolu had never spoken loudly to Yang Ming. Even if she had a little temper, she would only complain a little. She would never shout so loudly. What do I mean? Yang Ming was very inexplicable by Jing Xiaolu's sudden lioness roar. Do you think that I'm not even as good as those ladies who do massage services? Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it. She stuck out her chest and glared at Yang Ming. What is this? When did I say that? Yang Ming was even more stunned this time. You still don't admit it. Jing Xiaolu snorted. Then why didn't you just hang up when you picked up the phone? Why are you looking at me with shifty eyes? Tell me, are you tempted and want to call for that massage service? Yang Ming was put under a big hat by Jing Xiaolu. He suddenly didn't know what to say. What do you want to say? You want to explain? Explaining is covering up. Jing Xiaolu's words made Yang Ming directly choke back the words that he wanted to explain. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. According to Jing Xiaolu's meaning, whatever I say is covering up. Why am I so wronged? However, Jing Xiaolu became more and more agitated. Yang Ming, I know that you have always looked down on me. You think that I used to be a delinquent girl. I like you and chase you, but you still ignore me. I admit that I can't compare to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia, but you can't ignore me like this. Am I so uninteresting to you? You still want to find a massage woman? This? After Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's complaints, he really had a feeling of being dumbfounded. However, Yang Ming also understood the inferiority in Jing Xiaolu's heart. Although Jing Xiaolu was now a major shareholder of two companies and the chairman of one of them, all of this couldn't hide Jing Xiaolu's sad past. Even if Jing Xiaolu didn't do anything to sell her body and soul, cheating was always dishonorable. Compared with Chen Mingyan, a good girl who excelled in her studies, Jing Xiaolu inevitably had this kind of inferiority feeling. I took the initiative to give myself to you, but you actually want to find someone else. Yang Ming, tell me. Are you looking down on me? As Jing Xiaolu said this, her voice had become a little choked. Xiaolu, what are you talking about? When did I say that I was going to find a massage woman? Although Yang Ming understood Jing Xiaolu's inferiority from this side, he was also very puzzled. Why was Jing Xiaolu so sure that he had to find a massage woman? Even if she used to be a delinquent girl and was not mainstream, now that she was the chairman of a company, could he still think that the massage woman was better than her? If you didn't find a massage woman, why didn't you immediately refuse or hang up after receiving her call? Why did you still look at me with the phone? Jing Xiaolu asked. You mean this? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. Xiaolu, you misunderstood. I didn't hang up immediately because I remembered what happened to Bai Hai. I was afraid that you would hear it because I was afraid that I would be as horny as Bai Hai, and the atmosphere between us would be even more. Really? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up after listening to Yang Ming's explanation, but she asked suspiciously. Of course, it's true. Yang Ming said, you think too much of me. How can I find a massage woman? Moreover, I didn't mean to look down on you at all. It's nothing, then don't take it to heart. Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed, but she was unwilling to mention the topic of looking down that Yang Ming said. Xiaolu, do you think that your past experience will be looked down upon by me or others? Yang Ming did not avoid this topic but continued to ask. He felt that it was necessary to untie Jing Xiaolu's knot. Otherwise, this would always be a permanent pain in Jing Xiaolu's heart. Maybe it would bring fatal damage at any time. Yang Ming, don't talk about it. Let's just say that I just talked nonsense. I don't want to talk about the past. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Xiaolu, in fact, you see that I seem to be very cool every day now. I have a lot of companies under me. It seems that I have a lot of connections in Songjiang. In fact, I also have a depraved past. Yang Ming sighed. You used to be a little delinquent girl, and I was a little punk. We are at most the same. How can I look down on you? Jing Xiaolu also knew a little about Yang Ming's past. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she thought about it carefully. What Yang Ming said was really reasonable. She used to always look at Yang Ming's women. She felt that her past experience was very disgraceful, but she didn't think of Yang Ming. If you want to talk about it, I have been to the detention center. Isn't that worse than you? Yang Ming said, I also need Jiyun to be affectionate and righteous. That was why I was spared from prison. You used to be a delinquent girl who advocated fighting and violence. In fact, am I not the same? So, you and I are still the best match? Jing Xiaolu used to be entangled with the women around Yang Ming, so she always had a knot in her heart about her experience. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly felt enlightened. Her whole person was relaxed. Yes, Yang Ming used to be a little punk. What else do I have to worry about? Yang Ming is also very familiar with my previous life. I am afraid that Yang Ming is no stranger to a delinquent girl like me who cheats people for their money. I'm afraid so, right? Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so open-minded. She immediately agreed to it without any hesitation. Haha. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh. Then, do you think that Chen Mengyan and the others will look down on me in the future? We haven't done anything yet, but you are already thinking about the future? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this Jing Xiaolu thinking too far ahead? However, I'm afraid there won't be any progress with her. At least, it won't be before I go to Yunnan. However, Yang Ming couldn't bear to discourage Jing Xiaolu at this moment. He said, if she looks down on you, isn't it equivalent to looking down on me? Do you think she will? Then, she won't. Jing Xiaolu pondered. This is really the case. If Chen Mengyan looks down on me, isn't it equivalent to looking down on Yang Ming? So, she couldn't help but be happy again. Zhang Kaiyuan squatted by the wall of the villa downstairs. He was fine at first, but after a while, he began to shiver from the cold. Spring in the north was cold. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't eat much because he was depressed. After drinking a lot of wine, he immediately felt hungry and cold when the wind blew. Why isn't Brother De here yet? Is he trying to fool me? Zhang Kaiyuan kept the phone on. He had not received a call after so long. Had Brother De set off? He wanted to call Brother De to ask, but Zhang Kaiyuan was afraid that Brother De would say that he was annoying. So, Zhang Kaiyuan thought for a long time and put the phone in his pocket. He took out a cigarette and smoked. With Jing Xiaolu crying and making a fuss, the ambiguous and tense atmosphere in the room eased a lot. At least, it was not as awkward as before. Jing Xiaolu opened up her heart, and the barrier between the two of them disappeared. Yang Ming also understood the fragile side of Jing Xiaolu's heart. But to be honest, Yang Ming really did not feel anything about Jing Xiaolu's experience. Yang Ming, who had a similar experience, felt that it was quite rare for Jing Xiaolu to be able to keep her chastity as a delinquent girl after mingling in the underworld for so long. There were so many delinquent girls who threw themselves at him and the others around him. Yang Ming was well aware of the debauched lives of those delinquent girls. If it were not for Yang Ming thinking about Suya at that time and not paying attention to other women, he might have fooled around all day long. Are you happy now? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was smiling through her tears. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. Jing Xiaolu remembered that she had wronged Yang Ming for wanting to find a masseuse and could not help but feel embarrassed. It's nothing. But you said that you graduated from a masseuse major? What do you mean? Yang Ming remembered what Jing Xiaolu said on the phone before. I just said it casually. Jing Xiaolu said in embarrassment, why? Do you really want to try? Then forget it. Yang Ming really wanted to say that he would try, but reason still prevailed over desire. And then I'll learn when I have time. I'll give you a massage in the future, said Jing Xiaolu. This? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he said, why don't we go out for a walk? I didn't eat much just now. Let's see if there are any snacks nearby. And then what about Sister Xianxia and the others? Aren't we waiting for them? Jing Xiaolu was a little hungry after hearing what Yang Ming said. Jing Xiaolu didn't eat much before. They are still not done even after 2 hours. This Bai Hai is really ruthless. Yang Ming looked at the time and said helplessly. Oh. Jing Xiaolu blushed, apparently thinking of something. Jing Xiaolu realized that she had become so pure now. She didn't feel anything when she often discussed similar dirty topics with Sister Xianxia. Why did she blush now? He left the room with Jing Xiaolu and took the elevator downstairs. Huh? What's that? Jing Xiaolu looked strangely at a flashing red dot under a wall not far from the villa. In the darkness, Jing Xiaolu couldn't see it clearly. It was dark. Yang Ming looked up and was a little surprised. The red dot that Jing Xiaolu mentioned was the light of a cigarette burning. The person smoking was actually Zhang Kaiyuan. What is this kid doing squatting here in the middle of the night? If it weren't for Yang Ming's special ability and seeing that Zhang Kaiyuan didn't take off his pants, he would have thought that Zhang Kaiyuan was squatting there to take a dump. Oh, an uncultured idiot is taking a dump there, Yang Ming glanced and said to Jing Xiaolu. When he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that Zhang Kaiyuan could hear it clearly. Ah. How can this be? Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's words and subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand. She also turned her head in another direction. This is too uncivilized. Yeah, do you want me to teach him a lesson? Yang Ming asked with a smirk. Zhang Kaiyuan naturally heard Yang Ming's words and was furious. He thought to himself, you're the one who's pooping. I'm just squatting here and smoking a cigarette. Ugh. Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan sized up his appearance. I really do look like someone who is squatting here and pooping. This appearance is too unique. Hearing that Yang Ming was going to teach him a lesson, Zhang Kaiyuan was furious. You want to teach me a lesson? What are you if Wang Lin isn't by your side? You still dare to teach me a lesson? However, for his future plan, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't want to have a conflict with Yang Ming so early to avoid affecting Brother De's plan. Therefore, he could only endure Yang Ming's ridicule. Forget it. It's so dirty. Jing Xiaolu shook her head after hearing Yang Ming's suggestion. Then forget it. I'll ignore him. Yang Ming shrugged. Originally, Yang Ming didn't plan to find trouble with Zhang Kaiyuan. He just said a few words to scare him. This was because Yang Ming saw clearly that Zhang Kaiyuan was only squatting there and smoking, not taking a dump. If he was really taking a dump, Yang Ming wouldn't mind making him sit on his butt. Yang Ming didn't understand why Zhang Kaiyuan was squatting on the ground and smoking on such a cold day. Wasn't there something wrong with him? However, Yang Ming didn't want to care about that. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu no longer looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and walked away. Zhang Kaiyuan let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite afraid that Yang Ming would come. If Yang Ming saw him squatting here, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be suspicious. If Brother De was discovered by Yang Ming in advance, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Seeing Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu leave, Zhang Kaiyuan let out a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. It seems that even God is helping me. Originally, Zhang Kaiyuan thought that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu wouldn't come out. After such a long time after returning to their room, he was thinking about how to trick Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu to come out after Brother De came. Now, it wasn't necessary. However, he didn't know when Brother De would come. It was best to catch up with them before they returned to the villa. Otherwise, it would be useless. However, Zhang Kaiyuan wasn't in a hurry to follow Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. As long as they didn't stay in the villa, they would at most stroll around the streets around the resort. They couldn't go too far. There was a small town near the Immortal Resort. The entire town was about the size of a village. It was easy to find them. He was just a little anxious about where Brother De was. After Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu walked away, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't help but finally dial Brother De's phone number. Hello? Zhang Xiaonao? Brother De answered the phone quickly this time. Why? Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. It's okay, Brother De. I'm afraid that the kid won't come out after returning to his room in the villa. It will be difficult to deal with then. Zhang Kaiyuan quickly explained, now that this kid is strolling outside, I think it's easier to do it. Oh, I see. Hee, don't worry. We will be there soon. We are on the way. We have already arrived at Songyu Town, said Brother De. Ah, we have already arrived at Songyu Town? So fast? Zhang Kaiyuan was a little surprised by Brother De's speed. Songyu Town was not far from Jiduan City. In other words, it was not far from the Immortal Resort. It was estimated that they would arrive in more than half an hour's drive. Of course, this was calculated according to the normal speed. There was a speed limit on the highway. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know how Brother De could drive so fast. According to the top speed limit on the highway, it would take at least 4 hours to get here from his hometown unless he exceeded the speed limit. This was the conclusion he came to when he went home with his father last time. Could it be that Brother De was speeding? Is he not afraid of being fined? Haha, this Nissan van of mine is modified. It drives very fast, said Brother De. I promised you, so I naturally have to come faster. Thank you, Brother De. Zhang Kaiyuan was touched. This Brother De is really good at doing things. It seems that the 100,000 yuan during Chinese New Year was not lost in vain. Okay, you don't have to thank me. Let's talk when we meet later. Brother De just wanted Zhang Kaiyuan to remember this favor so that it would be easier to do things in the future. As for whether or not he exceeded the speed limit, it was not something Brother De was thinking about. Anyway, the license plate was fake. It didn't matter if it was recorded. Sure enough, Brother De came quickly. In less than half an hour, he called and told Zhang Kaiyuan that they had arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Resort. Zhang Kaiyuan was very excited after receiving the call. He rushed to the entrance of the resort. He had been squatting under the wall for a few hours. Zhang Kaiyuan felt that his butt was about to freeze off. If he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't see Yang Ming's whereabouts after returning to his room, Zhang Kaiyuan wouldn't be freezing here. Since Brother De had arrived, Zhang Kaiyuan quickly went to greet him. He wanted to return to his room quickly after he was done. Otherwise, others would be suspicious. At the entrance of the resort, Zhang Kaiyuan saw a white old-fashioned Nissan van. Zhang Kaiyuan doubted his eyes. How can this old car drive so fast? However, he remembered that Brother De had said that this car had been modified. It was probably the type that pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. When Zhang Kaiyuan approached, the door of the Nissan van opened. Brother De stuck his head out of the door and shouted to Zhang Kaiyuan, "Xianxia now? Get in the car." After Zhang Kaiyuan called Brother De, he quickly got into the Nissan van. He was overjoyed when he saw that Brother De had brought a few underlings. Not only could these people deal with Yang Ming, but even Wang Lin was no match for them. "Brother De, you came really fast." Zhang Kaiyuan flattered, "Your car is really awesome. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It runs really fast." "Of course, I changed the engine of a sports car." Brother De nodded proudly, "This car is specially used to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Last time on the highway, a sports car driver despised me. I overtook him with one step on the accelerator. He couldn't catch up with me. In the end, that idiot didn't see clearly when he overtook me and crashed into the curb. Luckily, his car was good. Otherwise, with that speed, he would have definitely died." Haha. Zhang Kaiyuan naturally knew that Brother De must be bragging. Even if his Nissan was modified, it was impossible to outrun a professional sports car. However, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expose him. He just said with an envious expression, "Really? It's amazing. Brother De, I think your car is better than my dad's Mercedes-Benz." Haha. "And, it's just SOSO." Brother De nodded in satisfaction. "Right, where's the kid you mentioned? Tell me in detail, how are you going to teach him a lesson?" "Right, let's get down to business." Get down to business. Zhang Kaiyuan naturally wanted to get to the point quickly, but he was afraid that Brother De would be unhappy if he said this when they just met. So, he flattered Brother De for a while. However, since Brother De took the initiative to bring it up, shouldn't he go with the flow? "You asked me to teach him a lesson. Will that kid suspect you afterward?" Brother De asked, "Does your father know about this?" Brother De was not afraid that the brat who was taught a lesson would investigate him. Instead, he was afraid that the brat would find out about Zhang Kaiyuan's matter and cause trouble for Zhang Laofu. His good intentions had turned into a bad thing. "That brat, it won't happen. I won't show up." Zhang Kaiyuan said, "My dad doesn't know about this, but we don't need to let him know." "Brother De, you won't stop helping me because of this, right?" "How can that be?" Brother De heard Zhang Kaiyuan say this and thought about it again. There were pros and cons to this matter. Although it was possible that Zhang Laofu would complain to him that he condoned Zhang Kaiyuan's fighting, from another perspective, if Zhang Laofu didn't know about it in the end, then this matter would become a common secret between him and Zhang Kaiyuan. At that time, Zhang Kaiyuan would obediently help him speak and do things in order to keep it a secret. In the future, with Zhang Kaiyuan in front of Zhang Laofu, the implementation of his plan would be much smoother. So, he said, "I'm just asking casually. Since that's the case, then don't let your dad know about this. After all, it's not something to be proud of." "Brother De, you are too particular." Zhang Kaiyuan originally thought that Brother De was going to back out and not help him anymore. When he heard Brother De's words, he was overjoyed. It was no wonder. Although the 100,000 yuan was lost to Brother De through Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother De was not stupid. He knew that if Zhang Laofu didn't incite him, how would Zhang Kaiyuan have the guts to lose 100,000 yuan? Now, he was helping Zhang Kaiyuan without letting Zhang Laofu know. Then, this 100,000 yuan favor was returned in vain. He would have to return it to Zhang Laofu again in the future. You have to be loyal when you are mingling in the outside world. If you don't, then what's the point of mingling in the outside world? Isn't that right? Brother De said heroically, "Okay, tell me what to do later." Okay. Zhang Kaiyuan nodded repeatedly, then told Brother De about his plan. After a while, when you see that kid, do this, and then the girl beside him. Zhang Kaiyuan started to talk non-stop about the vicious plan that he had planned beforehand. What? Brother De was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan's plan. This isn't good, right? You are breaking the law, right? If that girl calls the police, won't you have to go in? Hee, don't worry, Brother De. When the time comes, I will feed her some medicine and let her take the initiative to look for me. Then, everything will be fine. Then, I will record a video to threaten her. I don't think she will dare to call the police. Zhang Kaiyuan said indifferently. That's feasible. Brother De was not a good person to begin with. He had done things like murder and arson before, let alone this. He was just a little worried about Zhang Kaiyuan's future, so he reminded him. After all, if Zhang Kaiyuan really got into trouble because of this, then his plan to get Zhang Laofu to invest in the company would definitely be ruined. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, when he heard that Zhang Kaiyuan's plan was so thorough, it was fine. No problem, Brother De. That girl is also not a good person. When the video is in our hands, if she dares to call the police, I will definitely ruin her reputation and finish her. Zhang Kaiyuan said. Okay, but are you sure that the rich second generation will not call the police? Brother De nodded and asked again. It could be seen that Brother De was not a reckless person. He had to consider thoroughly before taking action. He was the one who took the initiative to give up the woman to survive. How can he still have the face to call the police? Besides, what's the use of calling the police if the person involved doesn't admit it? Zhang Kaiyuan said matter-of-factly, besides, it's just a woman. I don't believe that he will make enemies for a woman. He is not a fool. This is true. Since he gave up the woman, such a cowardly person will not make enemies with others. Brother De nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do as you say. In fact, there was still a little risk in this matter. However, without risk, how could it be exchanged for a rich reward? When Zhang Kaiyuan proposed this plan, Brother De couldn't be more tempted. Zhang Kaiyuan had committed such a crime. It was equivalent to being in the same boat as him. He had evidence of Zhang Kaiyuan's crime in his hands. In the future, Zhang Kaiyuan would have no choice but to listen to him obediently and do things for him. In particular, Zhang Kaiyuan's mention of the video reminded Brother De. When the time came, Brother De would back up a copy of the video. That was equivalent to grasping Zhang Kaiyuan's lifeline. Ma Laosi, you guys will do this in a while. Can you do it? Brother De instructed Ma Laosi, who was driving. Don't worry, Brother De. It's a piece of cake. Ma Laosi agreed easily. He was familiar with this kind of thing. He had done it many times in his hometown, so Ma Laosi didn't care at all. The bad things he had done over the years were enough for him to die a few times. This kind of thing was no longer a big deal in his eyes. Xianxia, where is the kid you mentioned? Asked Brother De. He should be near the resort. I saw that kid take that girl out just now. Let's drive around the resort. Maybe we can see them, said Zhang Kaiyuan. Let's go, Ma Laosi. Drive. Brother De said to Ma Laosi. Okay. Ma Laosi started the car and began to drive slowly along the street at the entrance of the resort. I haven't been here for a long time. I remember that the last time I came here was a year ago. However, at that time I was in the limelight. Even the boss of Jiduan City had to bow when he saw me. But now, Brother De silently recalled his past in his heart. The scenes of the past appeared in front of Brother De like a movie. The past humiliation, the past grudges, and the people who hurt and humiliated him made Brother De clench his fist again. Am I strong enough? Brother De had thought about this question more than once. He had more than 100 brothers under him now, and all of them were good fighters. What was he lacking? What they lacked was the courage to fight with their backs against the wall to determine who was superior. The more he walked on this land, the stronger Brother De's hatred became. He even had an impulse to go back and take revenge immediately, but his rationality made him calm down. This time, he was here to teach people a lesson for Xianxia, not for revenge. Brother De convinced himself in his heart. Do you see it? Where is it? Brother De put down his previous thoughts and said to Zhang Kaiyuan, who was looking around. I'm looking. There are so many snacks on the roadside. Zhang Kaiyuan originally thought that it should be easy to find in such a big place nearby. However, when he went out, he found that the snacks in the vicinity were lined up everywhere. This is a scenic spot. The villagers nearby are counting on this to make money. Ma Laosi said, but we have a car. It doesn't matter if we go around 2 more times. Ma Laosi could see that the boss really wanted to help this time, and not just deal with it, so he paid attention. Thank you, Brother Laosi. Zhang Kaiyuan said, somewhat flattered. You don't have to thank him. Keep an eye on the outside. Don't let that kid run back. We came here for nothing and didn't help. Brother De reminded. Don't worry, Brother De. My eyesight is comparable to a telescope. It's quite amazing. Zhang Kaiyuan bragged. However, just as he was bragging halfway, Zhang Kaiyuan shouted, in front, just in front. I see it. They are in front. Zhang Kaiyuan pointed to a Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop not far away as he said, it's the one in front. Old Man Wang Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop. D*MN. Brother De widened his eyes in surprise when he heard it. I say, Zhang Xiaonao, you don't really have any special abilities, right? You can see clearly from so far away? I can't even tell whether the person over there is a man or a woman. How can you recognize them? Ugh. Brother De, I saw the car parked at the door. Zhang Kaiyuan said awkwardly, the blue BMW X5 at the door was driven by the kid and the chick. I saw it before. Brother De was a little speechless. He patted Zhang Kaiyuan's shoulder, you scared me to death. I thought you had some special ability. Brother De was pleasantly surprised for nothing. Originally, he thought that if this Zhang Xiaonao really had a special ability, then wouldn't he have a higher chance of revenge if he recruited him? However, after hearing the reason from Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother De reluctantly accepted the reality. It turned out that there were not so many special abilities in this world. Even if there were, he would not encounter it. It was too slim. I was joking. Zhang Kaiyuan said with some embarrassment. This kid drives a BMW? He's pretty rich. Brother De didn't mind. He instructed Ma Laosi to drive the car near the entrance of Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop. Then, he said to Zhang Kaiyuan, Zhang Xiaonao, see if they are here. This Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop was a food stall. There was no door in summer, but there was a glass door in winter. The situation inside could be clearly seen from the outside. After Zhang Kaiyuan heard this, he quickly fixed his eyes on Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop and looked carefully. Sure enough, he found the figures of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu originally planned to go out for a stroll. However, because Jing Xiaolu did not eat at night, she was a little weak. Yang Ming had undergone strict special training, so he was fine. Therefore, in order to accommodate Jing Xiaolu, the two returned to the resort restaurant's entrance and drove the car. This gave Zhang Kaiyuan an obvious target to find. They are there. The second table on the right. The kid in blue sportswear and the chick in black windbreaker. Zhang Kaiyuan pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu and said to Brother De. Oh? This girl looks so pure and pretty, no wonder you spent so much effort to get her. It's worth it. Brother De couldn't help but nod when he saw Jing Xiaolu. Because Yang Ming's back was facing him, Brother De couldn't see what Yang Ming looked like. However, Brother De was not interested in men. What Yang Ming looked like had nothing to do with him. Hee hee. Zhang Kaiyuan thought that he would be able to enjoy Jing Xiaolu's body soon. He couldn't help but laugh, but all of this is thanks to Brother De. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Brother De patted his chest and said, Ma Laosi, you take people down. You know what to do, right? Just do as we agreed before. As for how to find fault, you can find a reason yourself. You are better at this than me. Brother De, no problem. Just watch. Ma Laosi stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel in a big circle. He stopped directly in front of Yang Ming's BMW. After parking the car, Ma Laosi got out of the car with his 3 underlings and walked into Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop. The 4 of them looked like ruffians and walked like hooligans. So when they entered the shop owner saw the 4 of them and knew that 4 troublesome masters had come. He didn't dare to offend them and quickly ran over to greet them. Little brothers, what do you want to eat? Scram to the side. Ma Laosi wasn't here to eat. He was here to find trouble with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. So, he didn't even look at the shop owner and directly pulled him to the side. The shop owner staggered, but he didn't dare to say anything. An honest businessman like him wouldn't dare to offend this kind of street gangster. The shop owner knew very well what the consequences would be if he offended this kind of person. Not to mention that they would come to make trouble and smash his shop every 2 to 3 days. When that time came, his business wouldn't be stable anymore. Little brothers, is there anything wrong with our hospitality? Please don't be offended, don't be offended. The shop owner thought that these people were here to find trouble because of the previous service, so he quickly continued. Get lost, old thing. It's none of your business. Ma Laosi waved his hand. Stay aside. We are here to find someone. Oh. When the shop owner heard that they weren't here to find trouble but to find someone, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, little brothers, please continue with your business. Just tell me what you want to eat. The shop owner still wanted to say something, but when he saw Ma Laosi's impatient face, he immediately shut his mouth and stepped aside. After these 4 people entered the door, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu noticed them, but they didn't care much. They thought that they were local punks who came to make trouble. Yang Ming didn't intend to meddle in this matter. Who owns that broken car outside the door? Stand up for me. Ma Laosi pointed to the entrance of the restaurant and shouted. Broken car outside the door? As soon as Ma Laosi shouted, the people in the shop raised their heads and looked at the door. They saw 2 cars parked at the door. One was a new blue BMW, and the other was a white Nissan van that couldn't be more broken. Most of the people who came here to eat didn't drive. They were all nearby villagers, so they just looked up curiously at the car at the door and lowered their heads again. As for the so-called broken car that Ma Laosi mentioned, they naturally thought that it was the broken white Nissan van at the door. Mother f*** cur, I'm asking you. Who owns the broken car at the door? Can't you hear me? Are you deaf? Ma Laosi was anxious when he saw that no one answered. When he was anxious, he stuttered a little. His childhood problem came out again. He came here to look for trouble. He originally thought that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu would respond as soon as he spoke. However, when he saw that the 2 of them were still sitting there without speaking, a surge of anger surged in his heart. Am I being ignored just like that? Aren't they looking down on me too much? It seems that I have to be more ruthless. So, Ma Laosi went straight to Yang Ming's table and slammed the table. The dishes on the table trembled and almost fell to the ground. Look at the 2 of you, you don't look like some kind of F***king good people. Tell me, the broken F***king car at the door, is it yours? Jing Xiaolu was about to speak, but she was stopped by Yang Ming's eyes. These people came really strangely. As soon as they entered the door, they clamored about who the car at the door belonged to. Then, when they saw that no one answered, they went straight to their table. This made Yang Ming suspicious. The keen insight of an assassin was not a joke. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, these people were coming for him. You are talking to me? Yang Ming didn't know where these people came from, so he decided to tease them and find out more about them. He imitated Ma Laosi's stuttering and replied, The broken F***king car at the door, no, is mine. You F***king dare to imitate me? Ma Laosi glared at Yang Ming, pointed at him, and was about to hit him. I didn't imitate you, I was abducted. Yang Ming shrugged innocently. The broken F***king car at the door is really not mine. No, if it's not yours, then whose is it? Ma Laosi thought, you were abducted by me. That's more like it. If you dare to deliberately imitate me, I will kill you. However, Ma Laosi didn't think about it. Yang Ming was already stuttering when he was abducted before. Why wasn't he abducted after that? How did he become fluent again all of a sudden? How do I know which bastard it is? Yang Ming shook his head. When we came to eat, that broken Nissan van was not parked there yet. I didn't F***king ask you who the broken Nissan van belongs to. I F***king ask you, that BMW. Ma Laosi was a little anxious. I really don't know who that broken car belongs to. Yang Ming continued to shake his head. King. I didn't ask you about that broken car. Why the *ck do you not understand human language? Ma Laosi was angry. Was for him. However, most of the customers eating in the restaurant understood Yang Ming's words at this time. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh loudly because of the fierce look of Ma Laosi and the others. Even the shop owner couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he had vented his anger from before. He's calling you a bastard. One of Ma Laosi's followers hurriedly stepped forward and explained, this kid is clever. He understood and pretended not to understand. What? You're calling me *king bastard? Ma Laosi thought about it. This kid kept saying that the broken car was a broken car. So that's what he meant. He's calling me a bastard in a roundabout way. How can I accept this? How can I spare him? Even without Brother Da's previous instructions, I have to kill this kid to vent my anger. I didn't call you *king bastard. Yang Ming said innocently, I really didn't. You didn't call me, then who are you calling? Ma Laosi was a little confused when he saw that Yang Ming was telling the truth. Fourth brother, don't talk nonsense with this little brat. This little brat has a trap in his words. He said that he didn't call your mother. He called you. Ma Laosi's follower was a shrewd person. He immediately saw through the trap in Yang Ming's words. Okay. You really are calling me. Ma Laosi said as he grabbed Yang Ming's collar. You stand up for me. Yang Ming seemed to be inadvertently dodging Ma Laosi's hand. Ma Laosi grabbed nothing, but because he used too much force, his body did not have a foothold, and he almost fell to the ground. However, he slapped his hand into the bowl of mutton-steamed buns in front of Yang Ming. It was so hot that he quickly pulled it out and kept shaking it. This big brother, what do you want to do? What did you ask me? I have already answered. What else do you want to do? Yang Ming put on an innocent look, but he was overjoyed in his heart. With your skills, you still dare to shake in front of me? Previously, Ma Laosi's stumble seemed to be due to his own carelessness. In fact, that was not the case. Yang Ming had secretly used his hand to gently touch the acupoints on Ma Laosi's leg. As a result, Ma Laosi's leg went numb, causing him to lose his balance. Of course, Ma Laosi naturally did not understand that Yang Ming had such an ability. He just thought that all this was caused by his bad luck. Yang Ming's question reminded Ma Laosi. Yes, I am here to find trouble. There must be a reason, right? So, he said, you mother *cur, do you know, where did you go wrong? I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. You stopped the car. It's too much of a hindrance. I have no place to stop. Ma Laosi wanted to finish this reason in one breath, but the more anxious he was, the more he stuttered. This big brother, why don't you let your underlings say it for you? Yang Ming looked at Ma Laosi's strenuous appearance, so he said to him, I am also anxious when I hear you say this. You also have a hard time saying it, right? When Ma Laosi heard Yang Ming's words, he felt that it was really the case, so he pointed to one of his underlings and said, Xianxia, you say it. Ma Laosi's underlings were actually anxious. At this time, with Ma Laosi's instructions, Xianxia immediately jumped out and pointed at Yang Ming. I am most annoyed by rich people like you. You don't know what to do when you drive a luxury car. Your parking is so troublesome. Do you want to show that you are awesome? Mother *cur, let me tell you. Our boss has no place to park. Do you know that you are blocking our boss's path? Oh. Yang Ming nodded. Xianxia thought that after his words, this kid would definitely be scared and beg for mercy, but he didn't expect this kid to say oh so calmly. He didn't know if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Isn't he too calm? You tell me, how do you want to settle this? Xianxia had no choice but to continue. Well, what do you think? Asked Yang Ming. You are sensible, kid. When Xianxia saw Yang Ming ask this question, he was relieved in his heart. It seems that this kid has encountered too many violent people, so he has become calm and directly entered the negotiation stage. It's okay. Yang Ming nodded. When Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was so obedient, he was suddenly happy. Now, I will give you two options. One is to give the car to our boss, and then break your hands and legs. Oh, what about the other one? After Yang Ming heard it, he was not nervous and continued to ask. When Xianxia saw Yang Ming's appearance, he felt that this kid had encountered too many of these kinds of things. He knew that the first condition was often difficult to achieve, but there must be a second compromise condition. It was just that something had to be sacrificed. However, Yang Ming's calmness made Xianxia a little uncomfortable, so he decided to play with Yang Ming. The other one is that we help you break your hands and legs, and then drive your car away. Oh, I got it. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Ah? Xianxia was really stunned this time. Isn't Yang Ming too calm to the point of being scary? Why is he still nodding to such a scary suggestion? In the broken Nissan van outside the door, Brother De's breathing became rapid. His fists that had just loosened were clenched again. The kid you are talking about is him? Brother De pointed at Yang Ming from the window and asked Zhang Kaiyuan. It's him. What's wrong, Brother De? Is there something wrong? Zhang Kaiyuan also felt Brother De's abnormality and asked carefully. Nothing, it's him, it's actually him. Brother De's expression became distorted. Yang Ming, I didn't expect to actually meet you here. Ah? Brother De, do you know him? Zhang Kaiyuan did not expect Brother De to actually call out Yang Ming's name. He was suddenly a little shocked. Previously, Zhang Kaiyuan did not say Yang Ming's name because he felt that Brother De would not know who he was even if he said it. So, he used pronouns such as that kid instead. However, he did not expect Brother De to accurately call out Yang Ming's name. Could it be that Brother De knew Yang Ming before, or was he related to Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan was a little nervous. I looked for Brother De to teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, Brother De actually knew Yang Ming. Could he teach Yang Ming a lesson? Don't teach me a lesson instead. That would be a little **ket up. Therefore, after Zhang Kaiyuan asked Brother De if he knew Yang Ming, he waited for Yang Ming's answer anxiously. I know him, of course I know him. Brother De gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I will never forget him in my life. Ah? Brother De, what do you mean by this? Zhang Kaiyuan heard that Brother De's relationship with Yang Ming was not good. It seemed to be very bad. Brother De seemed to hate Yang Ming very much. Only then did Zhang Kaiyuan breathe a sigh of relief and asked tentatively. When I was in the detention center, this kid helped one of my enemies to fight. He gave me a kick and crushed my nose. I will remember this kick. Brother De said bitterly. This Brother De was naturally Yu Xianxia, who was driven out of Songjiang City by Bao Sanli with the help of Ho Zhenhan. Of course, Yu Xianxia did not know that Yang Ming was actually Bao Sanli's boss. He did not know that Bao Sanli was the one who drove him out of Songjiang City under Yang Ming's instructions. He had not returned to Songjiang City for a long time, so he naturally did not know the inside information of Songjiang City. His hatred for Yang Ming was only limited to the kick he got from Yang Ming in the detention center. Yu Xianxia didn't even know much about Yang Ming's family background. He had never seen Yang Ming again, so he naturally didn't think that Yang Ming had anything to do with the current Bao Sanli. The moment he saw Yang Ming, all of his old and new hatred surged into his heart. Yu Xianxia would never forget that humiliating kick. In any case, he was a boss-level figure, but he was actually kicked by a little brat to the point that his nose was caved in. Where was he supposed to put his face? How could he endure this? Ah? It couldn't be, right? Is this kid very good at fighting? Zhang Kaiyuan listened to Brother De's words and looked at him in disbelief. Brother De, you're not joking, right? Of course, I won't. Joke. How can I joke about such a humiliating thing? Brother De looked at Yang Ming with a murderous gaze. But, this kid is a rich second generation. When I squeezed him in the parking lot before, he didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to do anything. However, his subordinate had a bad temper and almost broke my neck bone. Zhang Kaiyuan was still very confused because Yang Ming didn't give him the impression of a powerful person. Instead, he was like a timid rich kid. Could it be that this kid changed his personality after leaving the detention center? He doesn't dare to do as he pleases? Brother De frowned after listening to Zhang Kaiyuan's words. No, it shouldn't be. Brother De looked at Yang Ming carefully again to make sure that he didn't recognize the wrong person. Moreover, Zhang Kaiyuan had also confirmed that this person was undoubtedly Yang Ming. Brother De had no reason to doubt that he recognized the wrong person. How is it? Which one do you choose between these two paths? Changzi finally couldn't help but ask when he realized that Yang Ming was neither anxious nor slow. He didn't seem to be nervous at all. Oh. Yang Ming glanced at Changzi and said faintly, "The car is not mine. It's hers." "I don't have the right to give it to your boss," said Yang Ming as he pointed at Jing Xiaolu. Then, he said, "As for breaking my hands and feet, I don't think you have the ability to do so." You. Changzi had done this kind of frightening thing more than once or twice. Every time, the person involved would be scared witless. If he gave such a scary choice, the person involved would cry and beg him to let him live. How could he be as calm as Yang Ming? Yang Ming's reaction was beyond Changzi's expectations. Changzi looked at Ma Laosi with some difficulty. "Brother Ma, what should I do? This kid is quite arrogant, right? Kid, look at your delicate skin. It should be because you are used to being pampered, used to it." Ma Laosi glanced at Yang Ming and said, "If you don't want to suffer the pain of having your hands and feet broken, then I will give you another choice." "What choice?" Yang Ming continued to ask with a smile. "The girl beside you is not bad. She happens to be the type our boss likes. How about this? You let us beat you up, and then let us take your girl away. Then, we will forget about this matter." Changzi saw that Ma Laosi was really struggling to speak, so he quickly spoke first. "I see." Yang Ming finally figured out what this group of people was doing here. It turned out that they were here for Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming wondered before. Isn't it just stopping the car? Is there a need to come in and shout so angrily? His car was parked there first, and it did not hinder him in any way. The so-called blocking of his car was simply nonsense. There was no basis at all. Yang Ming didn't believe that they saw that the BMW outside was more high-end and wanted to take advantage of it on the spur of the moment. After all, many people were eating in this shop. How could these guys be so sure that the BMW belonged to Jing Xiaolu and him? Could it be that they are all living gods? Therefore, Yang Ming had some doubts about these people directly finding Jing Xiaolu and himself. When he heard them say that they would give the car to them and then break his legs and hands, he felt that these people had ulterior motives. If they wanted to beat me, they could just do it directly. Why did they say so much nonsense? In the end, Changzi finally said the purpose of this group of people, which was Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming had never thought that this matter was directed at Jing Xiaolu, but he felt that this matter was directed at him. But at this moment, he understood that it seemed that he was wrong. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced inside the Nissan van outside the shop. Yang Ming didn't think so much before, so he naturally didn't use his special ability to see the situation inside the car. Now that things had become a little strange, Yang Ming naturally wanted to find out. When Yang Ming's gaze penetrated the steel plate of the Nissan van and fell on the faces of the people in the car, Yang Ming's expression suddenly became a little strange. When he saw that one of the people in the car was Zhang Kaiyuan, Yang Ming had a sudden realization and expected feeling. This guy had always coveted Jing Xiaolu, and he had a grudge with him. It was not unusual for him to find a few people to beat him up and take Jing Xiaolu away. But when Yang Ming saw the other person in the car, he was stunned. This person was actually Yang Ming's acquaintance. To be precise, he was an old acquaintance because Yang Ming had known him for a long time. Although they had never met again, he had a deep impression of him. However, Bao Sanli seemed to have told him that this Xianxia was dead. How did he appear here? Is he the person that Zhang Kaiyuan found? As he was thinking, Changzi spoke again, "Kid, go out with us." With that said, Changzi and another of Ma Laoxi's men pushed Yang Ming to the entrance of the steamed bun shop. There were many people in the steamed bun shop, so it was inconvenient to make a move. Changzi naturally wouldn't make a move in a crowded place, lest some people call the police. Yang Ming was puzzled when he saw Xianxia, so he didn't mind when Changzi pushed him. He also wanted to go out and meet Xianxia to see the relationship between this kid and Zhang Kaiyuan. Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming followed Changzi and others out without resistance. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she knew that Yang Ming never did things that he wasn't sure of, so she followed behind Yang Ming with peace of mind. Ma Laosi wanted to push her away, but Jing Xiaolu said, "I can walk by myself." Ma Laosi thought that this was the woman that Xianxia fancied. It was inconvenient for him to be rough, so he didn't do anything to Jing Xiaolu. He followed Jing Xiaolu out of the steamed bun shop. The customers and the shop owner of the steamed bun shop sighed. "It seems that this kid is inevitable to be beaten up, but I don't know what kind of humiliation his beautiful girlfriend will suffer. What a pity." However, no one dared to speak up for these big hooligans like Ma Laosi. They were afraid that they would be implicated. After all, these people were ordinary people. How could they be the opponents of those hooligans? Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu followed Ma Laosi out. Yang Ming was going to knock on the window of the Nissan van to let the two acquaintances inside come out and meet each other. But before Yang Ming could knock on the window, the door of the Nissan van opened, and a person jumped out. When Xianxia saw Yang Ming coming out of the steamed bun shop, he couldn't hold it anymore. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He wanted Yang Ming to pay the price. The price for giving him a kick in the past. For the hatred of Bao Sanli, Xianxia could endure, but for the hatred of Yang Ming, this little brat, Xianxia felt that he didn't need to endure at all. Otherwise, he would simply be a coward. With his current strength, he was afraid that he couldn't beat Bao Sanli, but for Yang Ming, such a weak individual character, what reason did he have to be afraid? It should be him who was afraid of him. Therefore, Bao Sanli could no longer control his emotions. He directly opened the door and jumped out of the car. "Brother De, what are you doing?" Zhang Kaiyuan was shocked by Brother De's action. He subconsciously lowered his head, afraid that Yang Ming outside would see it. However, after Brother De got out of the car, he closed the door again. This made Zhang Kaiyuan breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't expose himself, it didn't matter if Brother De got out. Since Yang Ming and Brother De had a grudge before, Yang Ming would not suspect him this time. When he forcefully pushed Jing Xiaolu down, Yang Ming would only blame it on Brother De. Zhang Kaiyuan was wishful thinking, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to have a special ability. He already knew that he was in the car, so it was a waste of effort to hide. "Yang Ming, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Xianxia got out of the car with a cold face and sneered at Yang Ming. That kick was very fierce. As Xianxia said this, he subconsciously touched his nose as if the pain and humiliation of the past appeared in front of him again. His hatred for Yang Ming had deepened to another level. "Hee, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Xianxia?" Since Xianxia got out of the car himself, Yang Ming didn't intend to reveal the fact that he already knew that Xianxia was in the car before. He pretended to be surprised and looked at Xianxia. After all, it would be troublesome if Xianxia became suspicious, although Yang Ming wasn't afraid of trouble now. "Hee, little brat, you still recognize your master you?" Xianxia was a little surprised when he saw that Yang Ming recognized him. He and Yang Ming only met once in the detention center. He could remember Yang Ming because the pain and humiliation that Yang Ming brought to him were unforgettable. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Ming to remember the person who was kicked by him. But Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Yang Ming had a good memory. This saved Xianxia the trouble of explaining. Previously, Xianxia deliberately emphasized the kick because he wanted to remind Yang Ming of his identity. He was afraid that Yang Ming didn't know who he was. "I always remember the kind of person who forgets the pain after the scar is healed. I'm going to give him a more profound lesson next time." Yang Ming looked at Xianxia with some contempt and said. Xianxia spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. "Little brat, you are quite arrogant, huh? Today, your master Yu is here to settle the score with you. I'll let you know how wrong that kick of yours was." "Really?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "It seems that you haven't learned your lesson. Bao Sanli drove you out of Songjiang City. Instead of being an honest person, you started to act arrogantly again? Stop your King nonsense. Although Xianxia was surprised that Yang Ming knew that he was driven away by Bao Sanli, he didn't feel that it was particularly strange. This was not a secret. As long as one knew some people in society, they could understand the details. Ma Laosi, you guys go and break this kid's legs and hands. Ah? Okay. Ma Laosi was stunned. Previously, he said that he would just beat up Yang Ming casually. The words of breaking his legs and hands were just to scare Yang Ming. He didn't expect Brother De to really order them to do so. However, after hearing the conversation between Brother De and Yang Ming, the two of them should have a lot of hatred before, so Ma Laosi quickly responded. He waved to Xianxia and the others and said, "Do it." Ma Laosi raised his fist and smashed it at Yang Ming. Xianxia also raised his leg and kicked at Yang Ming. Bang, 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 bang. 4 sounds. Before Xianxia could see what happened, Ma Laosi and his 3 men were all lying on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. It was just 4 little punks. It was easy for Yang Ming to deal with them. If Yang Ming wanted to, he could kill them in an instant. They were not on the same level as Yang Ming. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of his men were lying on the ground like corpses. I haven't seen what happened, and it's already over? Isn't Yang Ming's skill too terrifying? With this kind of skill, I still want to teach him a lesson. Am I not courting death? Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong this time. No wonder Yang Ming always had a lazy look and didn't care about anything. It turned out that he was fearless. He wasn't afraid of anything at all. Xianxia, I find that you have a bad memory. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia with some regret. I can see that you are enduring hardships and recruiting a group of underlings to try to make a comeback. But I have to say that you don't know your own limits. There is a saying that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but what if he can't take revenge in 10 years? 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years, if he can't take revenge, will he still take revenge? When you see me, the first thing you should do is to run away quickly, instead of pretending that you are now very bad *SS and can take revenge on me. That will only make you die faster. Xianxia's face turned red and white because of Yang Ming's words. He was not reconciled. Yes, he was not reconciled. Obviously, I brought people to trouble Yang Ming, and I was about to get revenge. How did the whole situation suddenly reverse? Yang Ming became so powerful. He killed 4 of my underlings in an instant. Now it is Yang Ming who is threatening me? Is it really so difficult to take revenge for me? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with bloodshot eyes. He now didn't believe that he had failed. It was already so difficult to take revenge on Yang Ming. Is there any hope to find Bao Sanli? Xianxia's breathing became more and more nervous. He refused to accept it. He wanted Yang Ming to die. Finally, the anger and hatred in Xianxia's heart defeated his reason. Xianxia instantly took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you go to hell. This pistol was Xianxia's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not take it out. Only at the most critical moment would he consider taking out this pistol. After all, guns were contraband items. Although Xianxia was in the underworld, this kind of thing would obviously leave a handle for others. He didn't want to publicize it. He bought this from a Vietnamese guy and spent a lot of money. He usually showed it to his brothers and kept it with him. Fortunately, in the few conflicts with others, it was basically a one-sided situation. Xianxia didn't need to take action. A few of Xianxia's underlings beat the other party until they pissed their pants. There was no chance to use the gun. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? Haha, you didn't expect me to have a gun, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming, who was a little stunned, and suddenly became proud. This was the feeling he wanted. Seeing that Yang Ming finally didn't have the calm expression of everything under control, Xianxia enjoyed it very much. Yang Ming, what's the use of you being able to fight? Can you beat a bullet? Or do you think that your skills are faster than a bullet? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming mockingly, Ha 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 ha, Yang Ming, you didn't expect it even in your dreams, right? You didn't know that I could have a gun, right? I didn't intend to kill you, but you forced me to do so. You forced me to use a gun. You said that you didn't want to take the path to heaven, but instead came to hell. You are rushing to die. Wouldn't it be fine if you let my underlings beat you up and break your arms and legs? You would just become disabled. It would be fine after half a year or a year. But you didn't want to. You wanted to be a hero. Are you awesome? Are you good? Let's see what you can do this time. Zhang Kaiyuan, who was in the Nissan van, was terrified when he saw Yang Ming instantly take down Ma Laosi, Changzi, and the other two. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so strong. He was afraid that Brother De was not Yang Ming's opponent. He was afraid that after Yang Ming took down Brother De, he would get in the van and find trouble with him. Even Brother De was not Yang Ming's opponent. What qualifications did he have to fight with Yang Ming? Zhang Kaiyuan even regretted his impulsive call for Brother De. Just as Zhang Kaiyuan was remorseful and regretful, he suddenly saw Brother De take out a pistol and pointed at Yang Ming's forehead. This is a real pistol. Although Zhang Kaiyuan had seen pistols on TV, it was his first time seeing one in real life. Brother De actually has a pistol? Haha, Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, your death date is here. This sudden turn of events made Zhang Kaiyuan so excited that he almost shouted. He danced in the van and accidentally touched his forehead. However, he didn't feel the pain anymore. This was because the situation in front of him made Zhang Kaiyuan extremely excited. This is too awesome. Zhang Kaiyuan waved his fist. It seems that I was right to call Brother De. It would be best if Brother De shot Yang Ming to death so that he would have one less love rival in the future. As for whether there would be any trouble after Brother De killed Yang Ming, or whether he would be implicated, this was not what Zhang Kaiyuan was thinking about. Jing Xiaolu was a little nervous when she saw Ma Laosi and Changzi surrounding Yang Ming. However, when she saw Yang Ming instantly take down the four of them without any hesitation, her eyes were filled with little stars of worship while she was excited. Jing Xiaolu was a girl who worshipped violence. When she saw Yang Ming's heroic actions, she admired Yang Ming even more. She even had the impulse to hug Yang Ming and kiss him. However, Jing Xiaolu's excitement didn't last long. Yu Xiangda took out his gun and pointed it at Yang Ming. The change made the smile on Jing Xiaolu's face freeze instantly. This was a gun. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yu Xiangda to have such a thing. Seeing Yu Xiangda's crazy look, Jing Xiaolu was completely scared. He won't really shoot, right? Jing Xiaolu subconsciously had the impulse to rush up and grab the gun. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu even understood why Zhou Jiejie made such a stupid move. Don't I have such a thought now? However, although this thought was very strong, it was suppressed by Jing Xiaolu. She was a more rational person than Zhou Jiejie because she remembered what Zhou Jiejie said at the time. She said that even if she didn't block the gun for Yang Ming could still dodge it with his skills. If she blocked the gun, it would be more trouble for him. It was this sentence that made Jing Xiaolu's impulsive thoughts calm down again. When she tilted her head slightly and saw the stunned and strange expression on Yang Ming's face, Jing Xiaolu was more confident in her heart. With Jing Xiaolu's understanding of Yang Ming, if Yang Ming still had such an expression in this situation, it meant that Yang Ming was confident in solving this matter. Yang Ming was a calm person. Since Yang Ming's face didn't have a frightened expression, what was she worried about? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was relieved. In fact, Jing Xiaolu really guessed it right. The reason why there was a stunned expression on Yang Ming's face was that Yang Ming was a little stunned that Yu Xiangda didn't beg for mercy at this moment. He actually wanted to stubbornly take out a gun to deal with him. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't want to die so badly, right? Originally, Yang Ming didn't intend to kill Yu Xiangda, so he didn't kill his four underlings. He just knocked them out. But this Yu Xiangda was stubborn and wanted to kill him with a gun. In Yang Ming's view, this was like a big joke. An amateur with a pistol pointed at the king of assassins. What would the end result be? He didn't even have to think about it to know the result. Never mind an amateur like Yu Xiangda, even an assassin in the same industry was basically courting death by pointing a gun at Yang Ming. What was so great about Yu Xiangda? This result was naturally very tragic. Just as Xianxia was indescribably happy and enjoying the feeling of being high up in the air, another unforeseen event occurred. The pistol that was originally in Xianxia's hand was grabbed by Yang Ming for some unknown reason. The situation immediately reversed. Yang Ming pointed the gun at Xianxia's eyebrows. The smug smile still remained on Xianxia's face, but it froze in an instant. It was fixed there. Xianxia, you are stupid. Really stupid. There is a book called Very Pure and Very Ambiguous. I think you are very stupid and ignorant. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia sarcastically. It seems that you still didn't listen to the previous words. Do you think you are very bad *SS? You have a pistol in your hand, so what can you do to me? I have to say that you are really hopeless. Although Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming had a foolproof plan, it would be a lie to say that Jing Xiaolu was not worried at all in this emergency situation. Just as Jing Xiaolu was perturbed, she heard Yang Ming preaching to Xianxia again. She wondered why Yang Ming would do this. When she took a closer look, she found that Xianxia's pistol was magically held in Yang Ming's hand. Jing Xiaolu didn't even see how Yang Ming did it. Just like when Ma Laosi and the other 3 people fell to the ground just now, Yang Ming's skill had reached an incredible level. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded this time. Not only was he dumbfounded, but he was desperate. He was not reconciled before, but now, he had no more unwillingness. The gap in strength finally made Xianxia recognize the reality. The gap between him and Yang Ming was not small. It was simply a world of difference. Yang Ming was right before. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but if there was no way to take revenge in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years, then it was better to give up early. Yang Ming, if you have the guts, then kill me. Do you dare? Xianxia knew that he was completely defeated today, so he simply threw caution to the wind. He was sure that Yang Ming and he were not the same kind of people. Yang Ming did not dare to shoot. Yang Ming was a rich second generation with a bright future. If he shot him at this time, even if Yang Ming's family was capable, he would probably have to spend most of his life in prison. You don't have to provoke me. In fact, it's not difficult. To kill you, said Yang Ming lightly. Zhang Kaiyuan did not expect that the situation would change completely again. The pistol in Xianxia's hand was in Yang Ming's hand. He had not even been excited for 10 minutes, and now there was another tragedy? What kind of person is this Yang Ming? He is so skilled, and he can even snatch a gun so quickly? However, when Zhang Kaiyuan heard Yang Ming say that it was not difficult to kill Xianxia, his mind became active again. Originally, he was completely desperate this time. He was prepared to kneel and beg Yang Ming for mercy if he was discovered by Yang Ming. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He should escape first and think about it later. However, Yang Ming said that he would shoot Xianxia. Zhang Kaiyuan thought about it again. Isn't this a good thing? If Yang Ming killed Zhang Kaiyuan, he would be charged with intentional homicide. No matter how capable he was, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment, right? In this way, wouldn't Jing Xiaolu become something in his pocket? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan began to pray in his heart. Yang Ming must shoot and kill Xianxia. Then, he can go to prison in peace. Haha. It was undeniable that Zhang Kaiyuan was a cunning person. He sold Xianxia out in the blink of an eye. You open it. You open fire now. Xianxia naturally didn't believe Yang Ming's words. The calmer Yang Ming was, the more he thought that Yang Ming was rational and wouldn't dare to shoot him. So, he wanted to provoke Yang Ming. Either Yang Ming let him go, or he would shoot him. Anyway, he had no hope of revenge. There was no meaning in living. It was better to be killed by Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming would be sentenced to life imprisonment or something. He would still benefit. Yang Ming, don't be impulsive. Jing Xiaolu was a little scared this time. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be impulsive and really shoot. Although this kind of hot-blooded feeling made Jing Xiaolu's body boil, Jing Xiaolu also knew that a movie was a movie, and reality was reality. Once Yang Ming fired the gun, what awaited Yang Ming would be a prison sentence. Don't listen to his nonsense. You must not shoot. Hehe, Xiaolu, don't you think that this person deserves to die? Yang Ming looked at Yu Shangda and asked Jing Xiaolu. He deserves to die. Naturally, someone will take care of him. But if you kill him, you will be breaking the law. Jing Xiaolu didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. Hehe, since he deserves to die, then he can die. As Yang Ming spoke, he naturally pulled the trigger. Yu Shangda opened his mouth without warning. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he slowly fell to the ground. Yang Ming's angle of shooting was very artistic. It didn't make Yu Shangda's forehead splash with blood or brain matter. It didn't make her feel disgusted at all. Yang Ming was afraid that Jing Xiaolu would be disgusted after seeing it, so he deliberately chose such an angle. For Yang Ming, as an assassin, this was a very easy thing to do. He shot. He really shot. Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes in horror. Yang Ming, why did you shoot? Did you really shoot him? Well, I didn't expect your endurance to be so strong. You don't feel much fear when you see this person die in front of you. Yang Ming was a little surprised by Jing Xiaolu's reaction. He thought she would scream. Why would I be afraid if this kind of scum died? I couldn't be happier. Jing Xiaolu frowned and said, but what are you going to do? You shot and killed someone. The police will come to arrest you in a while, right? What's wrong with you? Why are you so impulsive? Aya, I'm so angry. Jing Xiaolu was really anxious. She grabbed Yang Ming's clothes and shook it. Why are you so worrisome? What am I going to do if you get caught? What about Sister Meng Yan and the others? Say something. He was going to shoot me first, so I naturally killed him. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently. Aya, you are not a police officer. You can't kill him even if he shot you. Jing Xiaolu said angrily, how about this? You give me the gun, and I will wipe off your fingerprints. Then, you will say that I shot him. After Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, she was going to grab the gun in Yang Ming's hand. What are you doing? Xiaolu. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so strong. She actually had the idea of going to jail for him. This made Yang Ming's heart tremble, and a burst of emotion surged into his heart. What do you mean, what am I doing? Give it to me quickly. It will be too late if you are late. You still have so many things to do. I am alone. It's nothing. Take care of my grandmother for me. If I am not sentenced to death, you can come and see me often. Jing Xiaolu became more emotional as she spoke. She even shed tears. In fact, she was reluctant to be separated from Yang Ming, but a belief that she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming supported her. Okay, Xiaolu, I know your thoughts. Thank you. Yang Ming took a deep breath. This Xianxia didn't die in vain. At least, I understand your feelings for me. Yang Ming originally thought that Jing Xiaolu's love for him was not so steady. After he went to Yunnan, Jing Xiaolu would gradually forget him, but he didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be like this. Today's incident also showed Jing Xiaolu's firm thoughts. Yang Ming, are you kidding me? Jing Xiaolu was so angry that she laughed. At this time, you are still joking? Xiaolu, don't be afraid. It's okay. Yang Ming squeezed Jing Xiaolu's little hand and comforted her. How can it be okay? Jing Xiaolu was a little puzzled. So many people saw it. Although the place where you killed him is relatively unlucky, you came out with this guy's underling from the steamed bun shop before. So many people saw it. When they investigate, they will definitely suspect you. That's right. They all saw it. It was Yu Shangda who came to trouble me. Then it's easier to handle. Yang Ming smiled. Speaking of this, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhang Kaiyuan in the Nissan van. He naturally understood that Yu Shangda's appearance here was definitely related to Zhang Kaiyuan. This kid is quite sinister. If I don't know Kung Fu, then wouldn't I die here today? Jing Xiaolu was also taken away by him? Yang Ming could imagine what would happen at that time. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's anger surged into his heart. He looked into the Nissan van, but he saw Zhang Kaiyuan excitedly making a phone call. Hello, is this the Jiduan City Police Department? I want to report a murder case in the alley next to Father Wang's Xian-style lamb-steamed bun shop near the Immortal Resort. Come quickly. This kid actually called the police? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Wasn't this Xianxia found by him? While he was thinking, he saw Zhang Kaiyuan talking to himself. Brother De, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be involved when I asked you for help. But it's okay. You died for a reason. It just so happens that the police arrested Yang Ming. Jing Shalu is mine. Haha, Brother De, I will burn more joss paper for you. Don't blame me. When Yang Ming saw what Zhang Kaiyuan said, he was angry and amused. He felt that it was not worth it for Xianxia. This Xianxia died a little too miserably. He died for no reason. It seemed that he died in Yang Ming's hands, but in fact, it was Zhang Kaiyuan who took his life. However, Yang Ming was very annoyed by Zhang Kaiyuan's sinister actions. This kid actually wanted to frame him at this time and then take over Jing Shaolu. How could Yang Ming let him live? He casually raised his hand and suddenly fired a shot. How could the thin door of this broken van block a bullet? Yang Ming shot Zhang Kaiyuan's crotch. Zhang Kaiyuan immediately screamed and fainted from the pain. Yang Ming's shot was very accurate. It directly destroyed Zhang Kaiyuan's penis. Yang Ming would definitely not show mercy to such a person. Ah? Yang Ming, why did you shoot again? Is there someone else in this van? Jing Shaolu also heard the gunshot and Zhang Kaiyuan's screams. She looked at the van in horror. Zhang Kaiyuan is inside. He was the one who found you, Xianxia. Yang Ming said faintly, this kid is not a good person. When he saw that I killed you, Xianxia, he wanted to call the police to arrest me and take you. So, I killed him directly. Ah. At this time, Jing Shaolu did not have time to think about how Yang Ming knew about this matter. At this time, she subconsciously believed Yang Ming's words. She was most worried about how Yang Ming would deal with the aftermath. However, just as Jing Shaolu was worried, Yang Ming leisurely picked up the phone and dialed Xia Bingbao's number. Brother Xia, I am Yang Ming, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Xia Bingbao knew that Yang Ming would never take the initiative to call him when there was nothing going on. Therefore, he was used to Yang Ming's phone calls. He knew that Yang Ming would not call for no reason. I am now at the Immortal Resort. A former enemy shot me, said Yang Ming. What? Are you okay now? Xia Bingbao quickly asked before Yang Ming finished speaking. The current Yang Ming was a national treasure. He could not afford to have any accidents. The trip to Yunnan was just around the corner, but such a thing happened. Are you injured? No, I killed him. One of his accomplices tipped him off, so I injured him. Yang Ming said, I guess I was a little frightened. About the mission. Okay, stop. I think you're doing well now. Xia Bingbao was shocked when he heard Yang Ming talking about the mission. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not go. In fact, Xia Bingbao also knew that this mission was a narrow escape. Xia Shui going was decided by the old man at home. He couldn't change it. The old man's thoughts were different from his own. He thought that Xia Shui should go and experience it. Otherwise, she would be too inexperienced to be a criminal police captain at such a young age. However, Xia Shui was considered a person in the system. It was natural for her to go. However, for Yang Ming, it was not very fair. Yang Ming could not be regarded as a full-time employee. He was a college student with a good life. Wasn't it a bit cruel to let him perform this kind of mission? However, Xia Bingbao had no choice. After all, this was a major event to eliminate evil for the people. Once Elder Yu practiced some evil techniques, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this had a bit of a sci-fi feeling of Resident Evil's human mutation, it was actually happening in front of him. Xia Bingbao had also personally experienced the matter of Elder Yu sucking human blood to practice. It's just a joke. Yang Ming said faintly, I promised you. I will naturally go. Ugh. Yang Ming's calm tone made Xia Bingbao's eyelids wet in an instant. However, Xia Bingbao still resisted his emotional changes and said, You brat, you got into trouble again. Let me clean up your butt. Tell me your specific location. I will send someone to deal with it. Hee. Yang Ming naturally noticed Xia Bingbao's emotional changes, but he didn't say much. Jiduan City, in a small alley next to Old Man Wang's Xian-style lamb and steamed bun shop near the Immortal Resort. I will let our people in Jiduan City go over. Xia Bingbao listened and hung up the phone. Yang Ming, who are you calling? What mission is there? What are you talking about? Jing Xiaolu waited for Yang Ming to hang up the phone, then she asked with some doubts, can this person help you? You will know when you see it. Yang Ming smiled. Then we'll just wait here? Wait for the police to come and arrest us? Jing Xiaolu felt that her and Yang Ming's behavior was a bit silly. Wait here to be arrested after killing someone? Not running away? It's not certain yet. Yang Ming glanced at the Nissan van and said without any worry. How could Xia Bingbao let Zhang Kaiyuan and Yu Shangda off when they attacked him? I have an important mission now. These two people still want to kill me. After Zhang Kaiyuan is killed by Xia Bingbao, his end will not be good. Ah? Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Could it be that the police will arrest them instead of you? They are the victims. You're wrong. I'm the victim. Yang Ming shrugged and said, he was the one who wanted to kill me. This? Jing Xiaolu said in her heart, it's true that they wanted to kill you, but you can't kill them in turn. While the two were talking, there was a harsh siren in the distance. A standard police car and a black Audi A6 with a civilian license plate stopped in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the row of passes under the A6 windshield and knew that this car belonged to him. It seemed that Xia Bingbao's reaction speed was really fast. He actually arrived at the same time as the police. Zhang Kaiyuan was the one who called the police first. However, Yang Ming also knew what kind of organization he was in. It was not surprising that the reaction speed was fast. A man in a black suit and sunglasses quickly jumped out of the Audi and walked quickly to Yang Ming. He looked at Yang Ming against the mobile phone screen while walking. Yang Ming could see his photo on the mobile phone screen in the man's hand with his special ability. It seemed that Xia Bingbao sent it to him. After checking, the man in the black suit confirmed that there was no mistake and said enthusiastically, Mr. Yang? I was sent by Captain Xia. My name is Li Ji. Can I see your ID? Yang Ming sighed in his heart about Li Ji's cautiousness. After checking the photo, he still had to check his ID. However, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming also understood and readily handed his special ID to Li Ji. Li Ji quickly flipped through it and returned it to Yang Ming. He could see the authenticity of the ID as soon as he held it in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I'm sorry. I'm also following the rules. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand. Sorry to trouble you to come over so late. It's my duty. Captain Xia told me that Mr. Yang is a key protection target. There can't be any accidents. These little punks don't have eyes. They actually wanted to shoot. I think they don't want to live anymore, said Li Ji. Brother Li, of the 5 men lying on the ground, 1 was shot in the head and is dead. The other 4 are just unconscious. The people in the car are seriously injured and unconscious. What do you think should be done now? The Jiduan City Police received a call from Xia Bingbao. This case was taken over by his people. They only came over to assist Li Ji with the case. Send the injured to the hospital first. Check the identity of the dead. Li Ji said, lock up the unconscious first. Wait for me to interrogate with Mr. Yang. Yes, Brother Li. Several police officers began to deal with the scene according to Li Ji's instructions. Jing Xiaolu was dumbfounded by the sight. Who the hell is this Li Ji? After he came, he settled the case in a few words. The police seemed to be assisting him. The strangest thing was that he actually asked Yang Ming to show some kind of ID. After Yang Ming showed his ID, the two people seemed to have become close comrades on the front line. Moreover, Li Ji actually said that he would interrogate the unconscious people with Yang Ming. Does Yang Ming have this power? Mr. Yang, where are you going now? Do you think we should interrogate these people now, or do you want me to send you back to rest? Asked Li Ji. I won't be going to the interrogation. You can just ask. The reason is actually very simple. I accompanied my girlfriend to attend a class reunion. There was a man who had a crush on my girlfriend in the past. He was the guy who was shot in the lower body by me. He found a few people in the underworld to teach me a lesson. Then, he caught my girlfriend and gave her to the man. As a result, the gangster that the man found had a grudge with me. I kicked him in the detention center, so he wanted to kill me with a gun. As a result, the gun was snatched by me and I killed him. Yang Ming briefly explained what happened. It turned out to be like this. Although Li Ji was curious about what Yang Ming was doing in the detention center, he didn't ask much. Anything was possible in their line of work. Maybe Yang Ming was going undercover. I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with the follow-up matters. I won't be going. I'm going back to the Immortal Resort now. Yang Ming said. Then I'll send you back, said Li Ji quickly. You don't have to send me back. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I can go back by myself. I have a car here. Mr. Yang, Captain Xia gave me a death order to protect your safety. I must escort you safely to the hotel, said Li Ji firmly. This isn't necessary, right? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. It's such a short road. I can walk by myself. This is a mission. Li Ji said firmly again, Captain Xia ordered me to do so. Ugh. Yang Ming was really helpless. He had to say, how about this? Let me call Brother Xia. That works too. Li Ji nodded. Mr. Yang, I received the order to protect your safety. If Captain Xia doesn't agree, I really can't go. Please forgive me. It's okay. I understand. Yang Ming nodded understandingly. Li Ji naturally had to listen to Xia Bingbao. Only Yang Ming didn't have to abide by this strict iron discipline. He was more casual. None of the official staff members didn't follow orders. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out the phone and dialed Xia Bingbao's phone number. Xia Bingbao quickly connected. Yang Ming, how is it? Has Li Ji rushed over? He's here. It has been solved, but he said that you asked him to protect my safety? Yang Ming asked with a bitter smile. Yeah, you brat, you are either assassinated or shot every day. I'm scared. Don't die before we go to Yunnan. I have already reported this to the higher-ups. How am I going to report this to them if you die? Xia Bingbao said with some annoyance. This? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Well, I admit that I exaggerated the facts before. I am fine. You brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, you will start to fool me. Xia Bingbao laughed after listening. You give the phone to Li Ji. I will talk to him. Okay, wait a minute. Yang Ming gave the phone to Li Ji and said, Brother Li, you answer the phone. It's from Brother Xia. Captain Xia. Li Ji quickly took the phone and said respectfully, I am Li Ji. Li Ji, have the things over there been dealt with? Asked Xia Bingbao. Everything has been dealt with properly. Li Ji said, Mr. Yang is safe and sound. Okay, you can go back. Xia Bingbao said, Yang Ming's skill is much better than yours. He doesn't need your protection. Okay, Captain Xia. Li Ji was not angry and responded directly. Li Ji naturally knew that Yang Ming was a very important person in the organization. Otherwise, Xia Bingbao would not be so nervous. Yang Ming's skill could be seen from the people lying on the ground before. Li Ji did not doubt this at all. Okay, you can return the phone to Yang Ming, said Xia Bingbao. Yes, Captain Xia. After Li Ji finished, he handed the phone to Yang Ming again. Mr. Yang, Captain Xia is looking for you. Yang Ming nodded and took the phone. Brother Xia, is there anything else? You brat, you better behave yourself. Don't make any mistakes. Xia Bingbao said with some warning. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I am fine. Yang Ming smiled. This has nothing to do with me being well-behaved. It is others who take the initiative to provoke me. And, if someone attacks you, just kill them. Don't leave any trouble behind. Xia Bingbao said, but don't use this privilege. I am just afraid that after you leave, if your enemies don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will be detrimental to your family. I understand. I know my limits. Yang Ming was naturally not a murderous demon. Up until now, Yang Ming had killed people who deserved to die. They all had a reason to die. As for the innocent, Yang Ming would not do anything to them. It's good that you know. I won't say anything else. Take care, said Xiao Bingbao. He was quite familiar with Yang Ming's temperament, so he wasn't worried that Yang Ming would mess around. Take care, Yang Ming said and hung up the phone. Mr. Yang, then I will leave first. This is my business card. If there is anything, please contact me at any time. This Jiduan city is my territory. Li Ji waited for Yang Ming to put away the phone, then he handed a business card to Yang Ming and said. All right. Yang Ming nodded and thought about it. He also took out a business card and handed it to Li Ji. This is my contact information. There is no job title printed on it, only a contact number. Yang Ming's business card was more casual. It only had a name and phone number, which was similar to a white card. It doesn't matter, hee hee. Li Ji took the business card with a smile and carefully put it away. Then I will leave. Contact me by phone, said Yang Ming. Li Ji didn't say much. He turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming with a handsome look. Yang Ming, am I dreaming today? Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head. What does that Li Ji do? Also, who is that Captain Xia? After Jing Xiaolu waited for Li Ji to leave, she had too many questions to ask Yang Ming. How come the matter was solved when he came? Li Ji belongs to a National Secret Service agency. Captain Xia is his immediate superior. Of course, he is also my superior. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to tell Jing Xiaolu about these things, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen today by chance. Yang Ming had no choice but to reveal his identity. In the current situation, if he wanted to hide anything from Jing Xiaolu wouldn't give up. With Jing Xiaolu's intelligence, she wouldn't believe him. Even if he just told a few lies. At this point, Yang Ming might as well be frank with Jing Xiaolu. He believed that Jing Xiaolu wasn't a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. If he told her to keep it a secret, she wouldn't tell Chen Mingyan and the others. What? He is also your immediate superior? Doesn't that mean that you are also an agent? Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Really? I killed you Xianxia directly, and I'm still standing here. Do you think it's true? Yang Ming shrugged. Yeah. It turns out that you are an agent. You are actually an agent. There really is such a profession. Jing Xiaolu exclaimed with some excitement, I was wondering why you were so calm. It turns out that you have special privileges. In other words, you can kill whoever you want to kill? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu and shook his head helplessly. If I had another identity as the king of assassins, theoretically, I could kill whoever I wanted to kill. However, how can the identity of an agent just kill people casually? Xiaolu, we also have discipline. This Yu Xianxia is not a good person. He wanted to kill me first, so I had to kill him. Yang Ming explained. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to kill Yu Xianxia before. It was only after Yu Xianxia took out his pistol that he had the thought of keeping him alive. People like Yu Xianxia were too vengeful. Even if he let him go this time, he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts in a short time. However, no one could guarantee that this guy would be tempted again after a long time. Then, he would retaliate against Yang Ming or attack the people around him. Then, it would be too late for Yang Ming to regret. Especially when he was about to go to Yunnan, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't leave any future troubles for himself, so he had to eliminate the source of trouble. So that's the case. But this is also very cool. Jing Xiaolu said, Yang Ming, why didn't you tell me before? This is also confidential. Yang Ming had to say, this time, you are also involved. There is no other way. So, I am the only woman who knows your secret? Jing Xiaolu was a little surprised when she heard Yang Ming's words. There is one more, but you don't know her. Yang Ming pointed to Wang Xiaoyan. Her profession is similar to mine. She is also an agent? Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yang Ming to have such a woman. Not an agent, but the nature of the work is similar, said Yang Ming. Oh, that is to say, among your normal women, I am the only one who knows your secret? Jing Xiaolu continued to say narcissistically. Ugh, you can say that. Yang Ming nodded with a bitter smile. Hee hee, haha, hee hee. After Jing Xiaolu got a positive answer from Yang Ming, she began to giggle. Why weren't you afraid just now? Yang Ming changed the topic. He didn't want to be entangled on this topic. If he could change the topic, Yang Ming wouldn't have to reveal that he went to Yunnan. I was also in the underworld before. I saw a lot of fighting and slashing people. I saw blood almost every time. What is there to be afraid of? I still feel that my blood is boiling, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat after hearing it, but he also understood. Wasn't he used to fighting? But Jing Xiaolu was more ruthless than him. Get in the car. Let's go back. This meal is worth it. Yang Ming sighed and asked Jing Xiaolu to get in the car. Right, why don't you ask Li Ji to escort us back? Jing Xiaolu thought of Li Ji and said with some disappointment. Escort? Why do you want him to escort us? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu strangely. How cool is it to let his car open the road in front? Once the flash is turned on, the alarm is sounded. How awe-inspiring, said Jing Xiaolu. Ah? Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to ask Li Ji to send them back because of this. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so awe-inspiring about this? However, after Yang Ming pondered for a moment, he was relieved. Jing Xiaolu was such a person. She worshipped money and power, and she was a little vain. Although it was not a good habit, if she really changed one day, Yang Ming would really not be used to it. Jing Xiaolu was Jing Xiaolu. She would say what she liked without any hypocritical concealment. Yang Ming liked her very much. Anyway, I think it's very impressive. This time, when we go back to the resort, the classmates will be so envious after seeing it, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and helplessly. I feel nothing. Of course, you feel nothing. You are originally in the privileged class. Jing Xiaolu said, yes, since Li Ji's car can be loaded, can your car be loaded too? Or, can you load my car? Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Li Ji really has something to do, and you are just pretending. Okay. I won't pretend anymore. When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she did not force it. If you want to pretend, then it's up to you. It seems that the escort company's car can also be loaded. Later, I will ask Bao Sanli to get you a permit. Don't get caught. Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu was a little disappointed, so he said this. Ah? Really? That's great. Jing Xiaolu said with some excitement after hearing it. Yang Ming thought, am I helping the tyrant? Jing Xiaolu seemed to see through Yang Ming's thoughts. She said, don't worry. I won't use it indiscriminately. At most, I will find a place where there is no one to enjoy myself. Then, aren't you sick? Yang Ming was speechless after listening. I like it. What about it, said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu started the car and drove in the direction of the immortal resort. Because of the previous conflict, the two were not in the mood to eat. Although Jing Xiaolu seemed to be a little excited on the surface, it could be seen that she was still a little scared from her trembling hands holding the steering wheel. At least, she still had some lingering fear. Many times, it was like this. She did not feel anything at the time, but the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. When Yang Ming killed Ji Shuixing for the first time, it was also like this. At that time, she was fine, but she felt uncomfortable when she returned home. Are you okay? Asked Yang Ming. Are you scared? Me? How can I be scared so easily? Jing Xiaolu was scared. After all, a person died. Moreover, if Yang Ming did not snatch the gun back then, if Xianxia shot Yang Ming and took her to see Zhang Kaiyuan, Jing Xiaolu was very clear about the result. Hee. Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu refused to admit it, so he did not say anything more. He just smiled. Right, Yang Ming, I heard you mention a mission before. You are going to Yunnan? You are going to perform a mission? Jing Xiaolu suddenly remembered what Yang Ming mentioned when he called Captain Xia. N. Yang Ming hesitated and nodded. I thought you didn't remember. I didn't expect you to remember. How can I not remember? I am not amnesiac. Jing Xiaolu frowned. Yang Ming, what mission are you going to perform? It's nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. You know, some things have to be kept secret. Oh. Jing Xiaolu listened to Yang Ming's explanation and snorted reluctantly. If you can't say it, then forget it. Yang Ming was silent. Things had reached this point. Although Yang Ming did not want to hide it from Jing Xiaolu, he would hide it for a while. Since Jing Xiaolu had not found anything wrong, he did not need to say anything more. It would be best if Jing Xiaolu did not know. Yang Ming did not speak. The atmosphere in the car immediately became cold. Jing Xiaolu drove attentively. In her heart, she was wondering what mission Yang Ming had. No. Jing Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed, Yang Ming, do you want to hide something from me? Hide it from you? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned by Jing Xiaolu's sudden exclamation. Yang Ming, tell me. Is your mission very dangerous this time? Jing Xiaolu braked and stopped the car. She turned her head and looked directly at Yang Ming. She asked. Dangerous? Why do you say that? Yang Ming had to admire Jing Xiaolu's keen intuition. He did not say a word, but she could guess the danger of this mission. It's because I remembered something you said before. You said, I promised you, so I will naturally go. Jing Xiaolu said, Yang Ming, you don't have to hide it. You know the meaning of this sentence better than me. If there is no danger, why would you say that so seriously? This? Yang Ming thought, it can't be, right? You can analyze so much in such a sentence? This is too. However, Yang Ming had to admit that Jing Xiaolu's analysis was very reasonable. If others said the same thing, he could not guarantee that he would have similar thoughts. Am I right? Jing Xiaolu did not give Yang Ming a chance to think and asked. Well, in this case, I will not hide it from you. Yang Ming sighed and decided not to hide it, but to tell the truth. Yang Ming knew Jing Xiaolu's temperament. If he did not explain it clearly today, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not give up. She would definitely investigate openly and secretly. If everyone knew about it at that time, it would be even more of a loss. So, it was better to talk to her and let her keep it a secret. You really have something to hide from me. Jing Xiaolu was only suspicious before, but she was not sure. However, Yang Ming admitted it at the moment, so Jing Xiaolu no longer doubted it. Let's drive first. Let's go back to the room and talk, okay? Yang Ming looked at the place where Jing Xiaolu's car was parked. It was not a good place to talk. Although it was a relatively remote place at night with no passing cars, it was not a place to talk, so he said. Then, you can't lie to me. Jing Xiaolu glanced at Yang Ming and said, you don't want to think about how to lie to me on the road, right? Why would I? Yang Ming touched his chin. Since I have decided to tell you the truth, then I will not lie to you. Well, this is what you said. Pinky promise. As Jing Xiaolu said this, she stretched out the little finger of her right hand and pointed it at Yang Ming. This, okay. Yang Ming also reached out and pulled Jing Xiaolu's pinky. Pinky promise can't be changed for 100 years. Whoever changes is a bastard. Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and didn't know what to say. Is this what a child does? Who can be restrained by this? However, Yang Ming still pretended to pull her pinky. You also say it once. Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming didn't say it, so she reminded him unhappily. Do I still need to say it? Yang Ming was a little stunned. Of course, you have to say it too. Pinky promise is a matter of two people. Both of you must say it for it to be effective, said Jing Xiaolu. Okay, I will say it. Yang Ming said helplessly, pinky promise can't be changed for 100 years. Whoever changes is a bastard, okay? Okay. Jing Xiaolu seemed to have gotten a guarantee. She happily started the car again and went in the direction of the resort. This time, the car was parked downstairs in the villa building. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu got out of the car and went upstairs. When they passed by Baihai and Xianxia's room, Jing Xiaolu wanted to knock on the door to inform them that she and Yang Ming had come back, so they didn't have to go out. As a result, she heard a sound coming from the room. Jing Xiaolu suddenly blushed. What's wrong? Yang Ming didn't approach, nor did he think much about it. When he saw Jing Xiaolu knock on the door but suddenly return, he asked with some doubts. No, nothing. Jing Xiaolu blushed and shook her head. Oh? Yang Ming glanced in the direction of Baihai's room with doubts, and then he understood. Through the door panel of Baihai's room, Yang Ming naturally saw what was going on in the room. I didn't expect Xianxia to be really crazy. Yang Ming glanced and quickly withdrew his gaze. This matter was really not good to look at. Let's go. We don't care about the two of them. They are really troublesome. How long has it been? Yang Ming said to Jing Xiaolu somewhat speechlessly. When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she naturally knew that Yang Ming had discovered the secret in the room. Although she wondered how Yang Ming found out, she didn't ask much. The two people returned to their room. This time, Jing Xiaolu was much more casual. She took off her coat and hung it up. She lay on the bed lazily. It's more comfortable to go back to the room. Yang Ming went to wash his hands and then poured himself a cup of hot water. Yang Ming, can you say it now? What mission are you going to perform? Jing Xiaolu sat up straight and asked impatiently, You said that you will tell me when you come back. I thought you forgot again. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's serious look. Now. It was difficult to connect it with the relaxed look when he first entered the room. I just stretched before, Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming, tell me quickly. Do you have something to hide from me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Indeed, I am going to perform a mission, and there is a certain danger. Is there only a certain danger? Jing Xiaolu frowned doubtfully. If that's the case, why did you say it so solemnly? You even said that I promised you. I will naturally go. I said this because this mission is special. I must go. No one else can. Yang Ming said, So, if I don't go, this mission will be difficult to complete. So, there is only a certain danger, but it is not very serious? Asked Jing Xiaolu. This is the case. But although there is only a certain danger, I don't want you to have a psychological burden after knowing it, so I haven't said it. Yang Ming said, You asked me about it today, so I told you. But you should keep it to yourself. I don't want you to tell Chen Mengyan and the others know about it too. It's okay to keep it a secret. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Why do I have a feeling that you are deliberately simplifying things? How could this be? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm not too sure about the details of the mission, so this is all I can say for now. Really? Jing Xiaolu frowned and began to carefully think about Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming didn't disturb her. He knew that Jing Xiaolu didn't quite believe it and needed some time to digest it, so he waited for her to think it through before speaking. Something's wrong. Jing Xiaolu suddenly said, Yang Ming, your mission this time is definitely not that simple, right? Don't lie to me. This mission is indeed not simple. I didn't lie to you. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu still didn't believe his understatement, but he didn't know why Jing Xiaolu was so sure. Yang Ming, why did you transfer the company's shares to me, Bao Sanli, and Ho Zhenhan? Jing Xiaolu finally thought of what she felt was wrong. It's just that Yang Ming has been behaving abnormally recently. Yang Ming inexplicably began to treat her well and transferred most of the company's shares to her name. Such an abnormal move was not something that the previous Yang Ming could do. If there was no reason, why would Yang Ming give her the shares? She wasn't Yang Ming's woman yet. Why did he give her the shares? Jing Xiaolu didn't think so much before. She was just immersed in the happiness of love. Now that she thought about it carefully, the problem was very big. There was only one reason why Yang Ming did this. That was to make arrangements for her. Perhaps Yang Ming already knew that his mission this time was very dangerous. He might not be able to come back, so he made arrangements for her in advance. Although she didn't really become Yang Ming's woman, the two of them knew each other and liked each other. Yang Ming left her a part of the shares. This explanation could be explained. However, thinking of the terrible words of making arrangements for the future, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but tremble. According to her own guess, if it was true, then wouldn't Yang Ming? Yang Ming, tell me. Did you already know that your mission was very dangerous and you might not be able to come back, so you gave us the company's shares in advance? Jing Xiaolu jumped up from the bed and looked at Yang Ming nervously. Her voice became a little sharp because of anxiety. It turns out that this matter has aroused your suspicion. Yang Ming didn't expect that even a wise man would make a mistake. He didn't think too much about the company's shares. As a result, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan found a flaw. Now, it was Jing Xiaolu. It seemed that he was still too arbitrary. It might be better if this matter was carried out slowly. Sure enough. Yang Ming, is your mission really dangerous? Jing Xiaolu's heart sank after hearing Yang Ming's words. She was more convinced of her guess. You can say that. Yang Ming had no possibility of hiding at the moment. It's a 90% chance of survival. Then you still go. Jing Xiaolu was suddenly anxious. Yang Ming, are you stupid? It's such a dangerous thing. Others don't go. Why do you still want to go? Someone has to go. If I go, I have a better chance. Yang Ming said faintly, it's a 90% chance of survival for me. If others go, it's a 90% chance of survival. Heh. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but be amused. Look at the situation now. You are still joking. Xiaolu, since we have already talked about it here, then I might as well tell you something. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, I know your feelings for me. How should I say it? I should like you very much. But you are different from Meng Yan and the others. Their dependence on me is far beyond imagination, so I won't tell them until the moment I leave. I am the same as them. How am I different? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but interrupt. You listen to me first. Yang Ming made a gesture to calm her down. After all, nothing has happened between you and me. After I leave, the company will be left to you. I hope that you can start a new life in the future. This is also the reason why I have been avoiding and unwilling to have a further relationship with you. As for Chen Mengyan and the others, I also prepared money for them that they can't spend in a lifetime. They are willing to stay and wait for me. I can't change them. If they don't want to wait one day, they can also start a new life. Yang Ming continued, but with my understanding of them, I am afraid that they will keep waiting. Why, Yang Ming, do you think that I am the kind of person who easily falls in love with someone else? When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she finally couldn't help but say, Yang Ming, I, Jing Xiaolu, can tell you clearly that the only man I really like in my life is you. What right do you have to say that about me? Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so anxious. He quickly explained, I'm not saying that about you. I just think that we haven't reached that point yet. You should be more open-minded, forget me, and start a new life. That's what you think, not what I think. Jing Xiaolu stubbornly raised her head and looked straight at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, although I, Jing Xiaolu, am not a real man, I will keep my words. Let me be more open-minded. Okay. You, what do you mean? Yang Ming suddenly found that Jing Xiaolu's eyes were a little scary and asked quickly. Jing Xiaolu didn't answer. She directly pounced on Yang Ming and began to tear the clothes on Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming, I want to be like Sister Meng Yan and the others today. Jing Xiaolu didn't know where the courage came from. She was worried about this and that before, but at this moment, she didn't think about anything. She just wanted to be Yang Ming's woman to express her feelings. Xiaolu, calm down first. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so crazy. No. Yang Ming, kiss me. As Jing Xiaolu spoke, she took the initiative to kiss Yang Ming. How is this letting Yang Ming kiss me? It's me taking the initiative. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Jing Xiaolu, but he was worried about his trip to Yunnan, so he had been keeping a distance from Jing Xiaolu. But now, facing the passionate Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming also had a feeling that he couldn't help himself. Xiaolu, this. Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed by Jing Xiaolu's sudden behavior. Don't talk. Jing Xiaolu didn't allow Yang Ming to say anything more. She kissed Yang Ming's mouth fiercely. After Bai Hai and Ge Xingyao finished their high-intensity exercise, they took a shower. Bai Hai suddenly remembered that Yang Ming came to find him before. He suddenly exclaimed, Xingyao, brother Yang just called us. Ah, then why didn't you say so earlier? Ge Xingyao was anxious when she heard it. Right, didn't we say before that I would go back to the bathroom in my room and then go out? How long has it been delayed? Yeah. It has been more than 2 hours. Brother Yang and Xiaolu must be impatient. I told you when I answered the phone before. You didn't hear it clearly. Bai Hai said with a bitter face, why are you blaming me again? Really? Ge Xingyao was embarrassed when she heard Bai Hai's words. Okay, don't say anything. Hurry up and get ready to find Brother Yang and the others. Otherwise, if Brother Yang blames me, I can't bear it. Bai Hai said and quickly put on his clothes. You still want to talk about it? If you didn't answer such a call, it wouldn't be like this. Ge Xingyao said, we are an old married couple. If Brother Yang and Xiaolu knew, they would be embarrassed. How can they meet later? What's wrong with being an old married couple? Brother Yang will only be happier if he sees that we have a good relationship. Bai Hai said, you should hurry up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Why are you touching up your makeup? Brother Yang and the others can't dislike you. Okay. I'm almost done. Ge Xingyao said. The two people dawdled for more than 10 minutes before they finished dressing up. Bai Hai didn't dare to delay. After he went out with Ge Xingyao, he went straight to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's room. Running to the door of Yang Ming's room, Bai Hai was about to knock on the door, but he was stopped by Ge Xingyao. Wait. What's wrong? What are you doing? Bai Hai turned his head with some doubts and looked at Ge Xingyao inexplicably. What else? Listen. What's the sound inside? Ge Xingyao pointed to Yang Ming's room. Oh? Is there any sound? Bai Hai was stunned. He didn't notice it before. This time, when Ge Xingyao reminded him, Bai Hai listened carefully. Sure enough, he heard a subtle and strange movement in the room. At first, Ge Xingyao was afraid that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were talking about something important, so she didn't let Bai Hai disturb them directly. She planned to see the situation first. However, after listening carefully, she clearly heard what the sound in the room was. Bai Hai wasn't stupid. He immediately realized something. The strange sound in Yang Ming's room had just appeared in his own room, so he was not unfamiliar with it. Brother Yang and Xiaolu wouldn't be doing that, right? Ge Xingyao whispered with a blush. What do you think? Bai Hai was also a little embarrassed. Only we are allowed to do that, but others can't. Humph, you still have reason? If I didn't remind you, you would have knocked on the door like a fool. At that time, even if Brother Yang didn't say anything, Xiaolu would hate you. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Bai Hai nodded in agreement. You reminded me twice in a row today. It seems that I have to bring you around often in the future. Otherwise, I might make a mistake at any time. You still know? Ge Xingyao said, I thought that you wanted to break up with me after you became powerful. I know that I'm not beautiful. You used to be a little punk, so it's fine. But now. Xingyao, what are you talking about? How can I break up with you? Although Bai Hai had such thoughts before, now he had given up on it. Even if you agree, won't Brother Yang and Xiaolu kill me when they know? You can spare me. I'm still afraid that you will break up with me. Are you telling the truth? Although Ge Xingyao knew that what Bai Hai said was not necessarily true, she was still very happy to hear it. Of course, it's true. Bai Hai swore to God, if I say half a lie, I will let Brother Yang kill me. What does it have to do with Brother Yang whether you are telling a lie or not? Ge Xingyao glared at Bai Hai. Hee. Bai Hai laughed twice. What are we doing now? Are we waiting at the door? Are you stupid? If you wait like this, when Brother Yang and Xiaolu come out, they will think that you are eavesdropping on them. Aren't you looking for trouble? Xianxia said angrily, you are really slow to react. I think that without me by your side to watch over you, you will offend Brother Yang and Xiaolu sooner or later. Then let's go back to the room? Bai Hai was not annoyed and smiled. Xianxia nodded. I want to do it again. Hee, me too. Bai Hai hugged Xianxia and quickly went back to his room. Yang Ming, I didn't lie to you, right? It's my first time. Jing Xiaolu said as she looked around on the bed sheet. I didn't say that you lied to me. Yang Ming was a little speechless. When I said that I wanted you to keep me as a mistress and told you that I was a virgin, you didn't seem to believe it. Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. It wasn't that I didn't believe it. I just didn't want to keep you as a mistress. What about now? Jing Xiaolu asked unyieldingly. Now you can keep me as a mistress. My company has been given to you. I have no money. Yang Ming shrugged. That's fine too. No matter who is keeping who, my purpose has been achieved. Yang Ming, you are not allowed to treat me differently from Sister Meng Yan and the others in the future. You go to Yunnan. I will wait for you to come back. Jing Xiaolu felt very happy now. In the past, she saw that some people posted on the internet were depressed and sad after losing their virginity. However, it did not appear in her at all. Instead, she felt relaxed as if she had completed a major event in her life. Okay. Since it had developed to this point, Yang Ming naturally would not persuade Jing Xiaolu to do something meaningless. However, what Jing Xiaolu did today really touched Yang Ming. Although she was a little silly and stubborn, this was the Jing Xiaolu that he knew. Once she set her mind on something, she would not turn back. You are going to Yunnan to perform a mission. I won't persuade you. This must be your decision after careful consideration. I know it is useless to persuade you. Jing Xiaolu said solemnly, however, let me tell you. You now have a woman who cares about you. Before you do anything, you have to think about us first. We are all waiting for you to come back. Don't worry. I am not a fool. Yang Ming hugged Jing Xiaolu in his arms and smiled tenderly. I promised Brother Xia to carry out the mission, but if my life is really threatened, I will still choose to run for my life. I am not a suicide squad, so I will naturally do what I can. With your words, I am relieved. Jing Xiaolu nodded. You never do things that you are not sure of, right? Yeah. Yang Ming was hesitant in his heart. Am I sure? It seems that I am not sure at all. Yunnan is Elder Yu's territory. After I go, can I still come back? Then I will help you keep a secret in front of Sister Meng Yan and the others. Although Jing Xiaolu was worried about Yang Ming's dangerous character, becoming Yang Ming's woman made Jing Xiaolu more excited. In particular, Yang Ming had many secrets that only she knew. Even Chen Meng Yan did not know. I will find a chance to talk to Chen Meng Yan about your matter, but it may not be now. Don't mind. Yang Ming didn't want to make any family disputes before he left. Even if he left, he would not feel at ease. It's okay. I understand. Jing Xiaolu didn't care much about this. It is not too late to talk about it when you come back. I will go and build a good relationship with Sister Meng Yan and the others first. It is good that you can understand. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaolu, thank you. Aya, what are you thanking me for? It is so corny. Do you still need to say this between us? Jing Xiaolu frowned. Yang Ming, I am a little hungry. What about you? Isn't this nonsense? We haven't eaten anything, and we have been doing physical work here for so long. How can we not be hungry? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Do you want to go out and eat some supper? Jing Xiaolu suggested, this time, we won't be so unlucky to meet someone who is looking for trouble, right? Okay, I'm hungry, too. I will call Bai Hai and see if they are done. Yang Ming smiled and said, it has been so long. I guess they should be done, right? As Yang Ming said this, he picked up the internal phone on the bedside table and dialed the phone number of Bai Hai's room. Bai Hai and Xianxia were having their second battle. Suddenly, they heard the phone ring. Bai Hai was shocked. Why is this phone ringing again? Don't care about him. Xianxia was excited. Why would she care about the phone? It can't be Brother Yang, right? Or should I pick it up? Bai Hai asked with some worry. Impossible. I just went to Brother Yang's room. You didn't hear what Brother Yang and Xiaolu were doing. How could it be them? Xianxia denied. That's true. Then I won't pick it up. Bai Hai nodded and no longer cared about the phone ringing. He continued to fight with Xianxia. No one picked it up? Yang Ming frowned in doubt. Did these two people go out by themselves? Who knows? Jing Xiaolu said, do you want to try calling the phone? Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone and dialed Bai Hai's mobile phone. However, after the busy tone came from the phone receiver, Yang Ming was shocked to find that there was no signal in this villa. Since his mobile phone had no signal, then Bai Hai's mobile phone must have no signal. Do you have a signal on your mobile phone? Yang Ming asked Jing Xiaolu. Ah? No signal? Let me take a look. Jing Xiaolu took the handbag on the bedside table and took out her mobile phone. She glanced at it and said, I don't have it either. There seems to be a screen in this villa. Forget it. I'll call the room again. Yang Ming had no choice but to call Bai Hai's room again. Bai Hai and Xianxia didn't expect that the phone wouldn't stop ringing. It just stopped ringing, and now it started ringing again. It's so annoying. Bai Hai, why don't you pick it up? Xianxia was annoyed by the ringing of the phone. Okay, I'll pick it up. Bai Hai leaned over and picked up the phone. Hello? Bai Hai, where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone before? Yang Ming didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect Bai Hai to pick up the phone. However, before Yang Ming waited for Bai Hai to answer, he heard Xianxia's strange cry. These two, don't tell me they're not done yet? This was too powerful. Ah? Brother Yang. I didn't hear it just now. Bai Hai didn't expect that this phone call was really from Yang Ming. He was shocked and quickly explained, I didn't hear it before. When I wanted to pick it up, it hung up by itself. What are you doing? Yang Ming probably guessed what Bai Hai and Xianxia were doing, but he was still a little puzzled and doubtful. Aren't these two people powerful enough? Isn't it a bit against common sense? Bai Hai didn't dare to lie. Although he hesitated, he still said, Xianxiao and I are doing that. You two are really powerful. It has been more than 3 hours. Yang Ming sighed. Okay, I admit defeat. Bai Hai smiled bitterly in his heart. What more than 3 hours? We were done before, but when we went to your room door, we heard something that we shouldn't have heard. As a result, we were impulsive again. Who can we blame? However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Bai Hai didn't dare to say this. If he said it, Yang Ming would know that he heard it. Wouldn't he punish him? Hee hee. I took a break in the middle. Bai Hai explained. Okay, you two hurry up. Xiaolu and I are going to eat some supper. If you two can finish it within 10 minutes, come over. If you can't finish it, we won't wait for you. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Wait. Brother Yang. We will definitely come over in 10 minutes. However, before Bai Hai finished speaking, there was a busy tone on the other side of the phone. When Xianxiao heard Bai Hai call Brother Yang, she didn't dare to move. She listened carefully to Yang Ming's words. She didn't care about anything else. She quickly got up from Bai Hai's body and quickly put on her clothes. What are you shouting for? Brother Yang still thinks that we haven't finished yet. Bai Hai glared at Xianxiao. Today is really embarrassing. You're still talking about me. Didn't you want it too? If you don't want it, I'm the only one who can shout. Xianxiao immediately retorted after listening. You didn't let me answer the phone before. That phone call was from Brother Yang. Bai Hai was speechless by Xianxiao, so he had to change the topic. Okay, don't blame this and that. Hurry up and find Brother Yang. Xianxiao was too lazy to argue with Bai Hai, so she quickly put on her clothes. Bai Hai thought that this was the case, so he quickly put on his clothes. The two people went out of the room one after another and quickly ran to Yang Ming's room. When they came to Yang Ming's room, they just saw Yang Ming and Xiaolu coming out of the room. They suddenly ran over with some embarrassment. "Brother Yang, sister-in-law Xiaolu. You two are fast this time." Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and Xianxia. "Hee hee." Bai Hai gave a hollow laugh and couldn't explain anything. "Let's go. Let's go out and eat something," said Yang Ming. The four people went downstairs together, but they saw Jing Xiaolu's BMW parked in front of the villa building. Bai Hai was a little surprised. "Brother Yang, have you gone out before?" I went out for a while." Yang Ming nodded. "When the two of you don't have a head, you can go out and walk around first." "Ugh, hee hee." Bai Hai didn't expect Yang Ming to have gone out before, so he was a little embarrassed. "Get in the car. Take Xiaolu's car." Yang Ming didn't say much and instructed Bai Hai and Xianxia. It was still Jing Xiaolu who drove out of the Immortal Resort and came to the nearby snack street. Yu Xiangda's white Nissan van had been driven away, and the street was calm again. When Yu Xiangda was shot by Yang Ming, no one saw it because it was in the alley, so it naturally wouldn't cause any impact. "Do you still want to eat that mutton soup?" Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu didn't stop after passing by the previous old man Wang Xian-style mutton soup shop, so he asked with a smile. "I don't want to eat anymore. Let's go to another place this time." Jing Xiaolu shook her head. "How about we go to eat barbecue?" "Okay, I don't mind." "Bai Hai, what about you?" Yang Ming turned and asked. "We both like to eat everything. We don't abstain from certain foods." Bai Hai said quickly. "Okay, then let's barbecue." Jing Xiaolu parked the car next to a barbecue food stall not far away. The four people got out of the car and ordered something to eat. Bai Hai and Xianxia were also hungry. They didn't eat much before, so they consumed more physical strength than Yang Ming. So at the moment, they didn't care about their image and began to devour the food. Jing Xiaolu was worried that Yang Ming was on the side, so she didn't look too bad. However, her appetite wasn't very big, so she was full after eating some. They didn't drink. After filling their stomachs, Bai Hai got up to pay the bill. "Boss, how much is it?" The boss glanced at Bai Hai and looked at the BMW parked at the door. Then, he pressed a few buttons on the calculator and said, "A total of 4,800. "Oh, Bai Hai was stunned when he heard 4,800. "How much?" 4,800. The boss repeated. "Boss, did you calculate the wrong amount? The things that we want are at most 200 yuan. Bai Hai looked at the shop owner with some astonishment. "Yes, it is 4,800. The boss frowned and said impatiently, "Why? You can afford a BMW, but you don't have money to pay the bill? This isn't a problem with the car. It's the bill that is wrong." Bai Hai also frowned. "Show me the bill." "Here." The boss handed a bill to Bai Hai. He was not afraid that Bai Hai would check it. Bai Hai took the bill and picked it up to look at it. However, with a single glance, he realized that something was wrong. How did the mutton skewers become 20 yuan per skewer? Wasn't it 2 yuan on the menu before? As for the chicken necks, they had increased in price from $3 to $50, and the chicken wings had increased in price from $5 to $80. As for the other miscellaneous items, they had either increased in price by 10 times or more than 10 times. In short, the price of the items had increased by at least 10 times. "Boss, how did you calculate this bill? The mutton skewers were obviously 2 yuan per skewer. How did it become 20? And this chicken neck, wasn't it 3 yuan? Why did you write 50 yuan? Bai Hai pointed at the number on the bill. 2 yuan for the mutton skewers? Who told you that it was 2 yuan? If it was 2 yuan, I wouldn't even be able to cover the cost. The shop owner rolled his eyes and said, "The mutton skewers in my shop are originally 20 yuan per skewer. Did you see it wrong? Or did you imagine it? Show me the menu again." Bai Hai's face was a little gloomy. He didn't feel anything before. He just thought that the boss had miscalculated the bill. But now, he vaguely guessed something. This boss probably wants to blackmail me, right? The shop owner took out a menu without a care and handed it to Bai Hai. The price is clearly marked. It's fair. Look at it yourself. Bai Hai took the menu and flipped through it. But he found something wrong with the first page. Although the printed version of this menu looked exactly the same as the one he had ordered before, the price tag on it had doubled. It was clearly written that the mutton skewers were 20 renminbi per skewer, the roasted chicken neck was 50 renminbi per skewer, and the other items were also priced at double the price, which matched the price on the shop owner's bill. Did I really see it wrong before? Bai Hai narrowed his eyes. No, even if I saw it wrong, when I ordered, Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Ge Xinyao should be able to see it, right? If this restaurant was so expensive, it was impossible for everyone to not have any objections. Xinyao, come here. Bai Hai reached out and called Ge Xinyao over. Ge Xinyao saw that Bai Hai went to pay the bill, but he didn't come back after a long time. He looked at the bill and the menu. She suddenly felt embarrassed. It's rare to treat someone. Why is he so stingy? Looking at the bill? Because of the distance, Ge Xinyao couldn't hear the conversation between Bai Hai and the shop owner. At this time, Bai Hai's bill. What are you looking at? What's there to see? Hurry up and pay the bill. Don't let Brother Yang and Xiaolu laugh at you. Ge Xinyao said with some embarrassment. She thought to herself, is Bai Hai pestering me because of a few dollars difference in the bill? If Brother Yang and Jing Xiaolu knew about it, wouldn't they laugh at me? Xinyao, there's a problem with this bill. Take a look at it first. Bai Hai insisted. What's there to see? Ge Xinyao took the menu and bill. After glancing at it, she frowned like Bai Hai. What? This meal cost more than 4,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Look at the menu again. I remember that when I ordered the mutton skewers, it was 2 yuan per skewer. How did it become 20 yuan now? Bai Hai pointed to the menu in Ge Xinyao's hand and said, I thought I remembered it wrong, so I let you take a look. It was originally 2 yuan. Ge Xinyao opened the menu and saw that the price of the mutton skewers had become 20 yuan. Although Ge Xinyao wasn't short of money now, she couldn't just spend it casually. If it was 3 or 5 yuan, Ge Xinyao would be too lazy to waste her breath. However, this barbecue cost 4,008 yuan. Wasn't this a joke? What did they eat? Seafood and abalone? Boss, what do you mean? Are you trying to blackmail us? Ge Xinyao was now sure that the shop owner wanted to blackmail them. This was often exposed in the newspaper and on the internet. After the tourist attractions ate, they began to blackmail tourists. A meal that was originally a few hundred yuan would become a few thousand yuan in an instant. Blackmail? Blackmail what? The price is clearly marked on the menu. I don't cheat anyone. You came to eat, and you ordered the dishes. It proves that you agreed with the price on the menu. How can you say that I am blackmailing you? The shop owner's face looked like he had everything under control. In fact, the boss had used this trick to blackmail many foreigners who came here for vacation. It was always satisfying. These people had a common characteristic. That was, foreigners were not willing to cause trouble when they went out. Most of them were rich, and they didn't lack these few thousand yuan. Therefore, although these people were very angry, they were not willing to be entangled in the end. They thought that the boss was a local, and he also had a lot of power in the local area. As a result, the foreigners were naturally not the opponents of the locals. The boss grasped this mentality, so he was satisfied again and again. The boss prepared 2 sets of menus. One was for the locals, and the other was to cheat the foreigners. The boss saw that Bai Hai and the others came in a BMW with a foreign license plate, so he decided to blackmail these people. Although the locals who ate in the restaurant knew that the boss was blackmailing Bai Hai and the others, no one was nosy and came out to speak. Who would care about this kind of thing? It had nothing to do with them. If they stood out, they would offend the restaurant owner for no reason. Moreover, everyone was from the same village. They would see each other frequently, so they were embarrassed to destroy other people's business. You prepared 2 sets of menus. The one you showed us before wasn't this menu. Xianxia said, "You show me the previous menu." "What previous menu?" The boss glared and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I am doing business here. It is fair and reasonable. How can there be two sets of menus? I think you want to renege on your debt after eating." "I really don't want to renege on your debt, but if I want to renege on my debt, what can you do?" Xianxia was also angry. She was not a kind person. She was also a bully on the school road. Now, Bai Hai was doing well, and he had Yang Ming and Bao Sanli in Songjiang. It could be said that in Songjiang City, who dared to offend Xianxia? This small barbecue shop owner actually wanted to blackmail her. How could Xianxia not be annoyed? "How about it? If you don't pay, don't think about leaving today." The shop owner bared his teeth and shouted to the kitchen, "Zhang Depeo, go and lock their car." "Got it, boss." From the kitchen, a fat man with a fierce face came out. He held a car tire lock in his hand and walked directly to the door of the food stall. He reached out and locked Jing Xiaolu's BMW. Then, he pulled out the key, returned to the food stall, and handed the key to the shop owner. "You." Xianxia didn't expect to meet a more overbearing person this time. In Songjiang City, no one dared to be like this with her. This small village next to Jiduan City was actually so overbearing. She asked someone to lock her car. "Little girl, you tell me this time. Are you going to pay or not?" The shop owner sneered and held the key in his hand. He had a posture that said, "If you don't pay, don't think about driving away." Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu didn't pay much attention to the matter between Bai Hai and Xianxia. The two people just had a relationship, and they were very close. It wasn't until Xianxia and the boss quarreled that the boss asked someone to lock the tires of the car outside that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu noticed the problem. However, Yang Ming didn't stand up. This kind of problem could be dealt with by Bai Hai first. If it couldn't be dealt with, it wouldn't be too late for him to deal with it. "Boss, right?" Bai Hai's eyes also became cold. Before doing anything, it's best to consider the consequences. Don't do something that you will regret. Before blackmailing others, you should first weigh the other person's identity and see if they are someone you can provoke. "Oh? You're threatening me?" When the shop owner heard Bai Hai's words, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He had heard this kind of words too many times. These tourists who were blackmailed by him came from all over the world. Some of them were very powerful in their local area. But here, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. This was his territory. He had the final say. "It's considered a threat," Bai Hai said faintly. "Haha, I'm really not afraid of threats. There are many people who threaten me. I have heard this kind of threat more than 100 times. But now?" The shop owner laughed unscrupulously. "Now I'm still standing here. I don't care what your identity is or how powerful you are. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving if you don't pay. Do you believe that I will smash your shop?" Bai Hai looked at the shop owner and said faintly. This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. Smash the shop? Why don't you try? Let's see if you can still leave this village standing." The shop owner smiled coldly and said to the kitchen, "Depeo, bring them out." As soon as the shop owner's voice fell, the fat man named Zhang Depeo, who came out to lock the car, came out with 4 or 5 punks. They surrounded Bai Hai and Xianxia in the middle. "Why? Do you still want to smash the shop now?" The shop owner looked at Bai Hai proudly. The reason why the shop owner was so fearless was because he had these people in his kitchen. Among the tourists who were cheated here, there were quite a few who were difficult to deal with. However, when they saw the burly Zhang Depeo leading a group of young men out of the restaurant, they all gave in and left after paying the money. So this was the reason why the shop owner dared to make a move on Bai Hai, Yang Ming and the others. Bai Hai had some confidence in dealing with Zhang Depeo alone. After all, Bai Hai was also a punk. Sometimes, fighting didn't rely on pure strength and sturdiness, but skills. So if Bai Hai fought with Zhang Depeo alone, there shouldn't be a problem. However, Zhang Depeo was not alone. There were 4 or 5 hooligans beside him. It was obvious that they were all veterans in fighting. Bai Hai did not have much confidence in winning. For a time, Bai Hai's face became uncertain. If this was Songjiang City, he could call a car full of people and directly destroy this barbecue food stall, but now. Since you want to be smashed so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Bai Hai didn't speak, but another voice sounded. It made the shop owner, Zhang Depeo, the punks, and the diners in the food stall turn their heads at the same time. The person who spoke was Yang Ming. When Yang Ming saw Zhang Depeo come out with a few punks, he knew that Bai Hai wasn't their opponent. It seemed that he had to do it personally. So he stood up and slowly walked in the direction of Bai Hai and the shop owner. He said as he walked, everyone saw it. When the time comes, you can be a witness. It was the shop owner who asked me to smash his shop. Although these diners didn't dare to offend the shop owner, they didn't know where Yang Ming came from. Since Yang Ming dared to say such big words, he must have something to rely on. So, the diners didn't dare to speak. They lowered their heads and decided to side with whoever was more powerful. Before the winner was decided, it was better not to speak. Yang Ming just said it casually. He didn't need these people to be a witness. What reason did he have to smash someone's shop? The reason was just a psychological comfort before doing evil. Kid, I think you are tired of living, right? After the shop owner saw that Bai Hai didn't speak, another troublemaker appeared. After thinking carefully, he came to the conclusion that Yang Ming was the leader of this group. Look at you, kid. You are the one who has the final say, right? In a word, the meal is paid. You can leave now. Yang Ming didn't care about the shop owner at all. He walked directly to Zhang Depeo and looked at him. He said faintly, you are Zhang Depeo, right? You are the one who locked my car, right? Yang Ming didn't wait for Zhang Depeo to speak. He directly reached out and grabbed Zhang Depeo's throat. He lifted him up from the ground. I will give you 1 second to unlock my car. Cough cough. Little bastard, I'll *CK your mother. Zhang Depeo's throat was grabbed by Yang Ming. He had difficulty breathing and immediately coughed violently. Let go of me. I will *King kill you. What are you guys waiting for? Do it. The moment Yang Ming grabbed Zhang Depeo, the shop owner and Zhang Depeo's underlings were all dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would really dare to make a move. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. Yang Ming looked much thinner than Zhang Depeo. However, he could lift Zhang Depeo with one hand. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person. After receiving Zhang Depeo's order, Zhang Depeo's underlings came back to their senses. They fiercely pounced on Yang Ming and raised their fists to start a fight. Yang Ming didn't let go of Zhang Depeo. He didn't even look at the direction where the underlings were coming from. He only extended a leg and casually blocked a few times in the air. The underlings fell to the ground at the same time and cried for their parents. Yang Ming had just killed someone, so he didn't want to be too ruthless. He only gave a small punishment and broke the bones of these people. Yang Ming's move stunned the shop owner. Zhang Depeo, who was scolding people, was also stunned. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming knocked down the other 5 punks. The shop owner didn't even see what was going on. These people were already lying on the ground. No matter how stupid the shop owner was, he knew that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Zhang Depeo's kung fu was much better than his underlings. What did you say to me just now? You scolded my mother? Yang Ming's hand that was grabbing Zhang Depeo still didn't move. He didn't even look at the underlings who were crying for their parents. Instead, he looked straight at Zhang Depeo and asked. No. I didn't. Zhang Depeo's cold sweat dripped down. Underlings like him bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw that Yang Ming defeated 5 of his underlings, Zhang Depeo lost his temper. He was even a little scared. He didn't know how badly the 5 underlings were injured, but from their miserable cries, it was probably not light. He was the leader, and he had just scolded Yang Ming. Wouldn't he be in danger? Pung. Yang Ming pressed Zhang Depeo heavily against the wall. The wall directly hit the back of Zhang Depeo's head, causing Zhang Depeo's head to bleed. Fortunately, Zhang Depeo's head was quite thick, so he didn't die from the hit. I'll ask you again. What did you say to me just now? Asked Yang Ming. I. I. I said IF*CK my mother. Zhang Depeo was about to cry. Go and open my car. Yang Ming let go of his hand. He was too lazy to argue with him. His good mood was ruined by Zhang Depeo. Zhang Depeo sat on the ground. Although he was scared, he didn't dare to delay when Yang Ming asked him to open the car. He turned to look at the shop owner. The shop owner quickly passed the keys to Zhang Depeo. Zhang Depeo didn't care about the pain at the back of his head. He rolled and crawled to the door and opened Yang Ming's car. Then, he quickly ran back. Brother, I opened it. Yang Ming nodded. It was slower than 1 second, but I'm too lazy to argue with you. Thank you brother, thank you brother. Zhang Depeo quickly said gratefully. He was sullen. He was already like this, but he still had to thank the person who hit him. Who asked him to be stronger than him. It had to be said that Yang Ming's previous move had completely shocked Zhang Depeo and the shop owner. They thought that they had met the national mixed martial arts champion. Wasn't this skill too nimble? You're welcome. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Depeo and said faintly, okay, now that the car lock is unlocked, let's discuss the matter of smashing the restaurant. Yang Ming moved a chair and sat on it. Then, he looked at the restaurant owner and Zhang Depeo. This? The restaurant owner originally thought that after Yang Ming beat up his underlings, the matter of him unlocking the car lock would be over. He didn't expect Yang Ming to not forget about the matter of smashing the restaurant. Why? Didn't you let me try smashing it before? You don't want to let me try now? Yang Ming looked at the restaurant owner and said sarcastically. No, big brother. You see, we didn't have eyes. We didn't know that a master like you was here, and we wanted to scam you for your money. You're magnanimous. Don't be calculative with us. The restaurant owner said carefully, Big brother, look. Can we waive the bill for this meal? Waive the bill? Why didn't you say that before? Yang Ming didn't give him any face at all. My friend has already warned you before. We can talk about it, but you don't want to. You have to beg for mercy when I take action. Tell me, do you have nothing to do? Ugh. The restaurant owner complained in his heart. If I knew you were so powerful before, I would have scammed you. Then, I was really bored. Not only was I bored, but there was also a problem with my brain. I knew that I couldn't win, but I still went to find trouble. Isn't this stupid? However, although the restaurant owner thought so, he couldn't say it. He was afraid that Yang Ming would beat him up if he said it. Therefore, the restaurant owner could only say, Big brother, do you want to eat something else? I'm already full. What else do I want to eat? Yang Ming was a little amused. Now, I'll give you 2 options. One is that I beat you and Zhang Depeo until you can't move, then I'll personally smash the restaurant. What else? The restaurant owner quickly asked. The first option was simply asking for his life. The restaurant owner couldn't choose this option. Also, you guys can smash the restaurant yourself. Yang Ming said, to be honest, I'm too lazy to do it. This? The restaurant owner suddenly smiled bitterly. Why is it still smashing the restaurant? Can you not destroy the shop? What do you think? Yang Ming asked. I say, sigh. The boss sighed helplessly, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Big brother, are you sure that there is no room for negotiation? I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Opportunities are always fleeting. Since you've already missed it, remember this lesson. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who was unreasonable, but the store owner's approach was a bit too much. Bai Hai had already revealed the consequences of continuing to extort the store owner, but the store owner did not listen. Who could he blame? Alright, Zhang Depeo, do it. A hint of viciousness flashed through the boss's eyes again, but it disappeared in a flash. He waved at Zhang Depeo and said, Go get a hammer. Ah? Zhang Depeo looked at the boss in shock. Boss, are we really going to smash it? If we don't smash it, we'll be smashed by others. Stop talking and go get it. The boss ordered Zhang Depeo. This? Yes, boss. Zhang Depeo could only walk to the back kitchen. As for the brothers who were wailing on the ground, Jean Depeo didn't have time to care about them. He couldn't even take care of himself. This big brother, you're really ruthless today. Since you want to destroy the store, fine, then I'll destroy it for you. The boss looked at Yang Ming and said, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Be lenient when you can. Don't go too far. No one can be bad*ss all the time. Yang Ming snorted. Naturally, he heard the threat in the boss's words. He wanted Yang Ming to let him go. Naturally, it was self-evident. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to let him go so easily. I think I should give you this advice. Be lenient when you can. I don't know who was the one who went too far. Alright, if that's the case, then I won't say anything more. The store owner nodded and shouted at Jean Depeo, Jean Depeo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the hammer. I'm coming, boss. Jean Depeo had been listening to the movements in the back kitchen. When he saw that the boss's words were useless, Jean Depeo understood that he had to make a move today. Dear friends who came to support the store, but the situation in the store today is special. Please leave early. I hope you can forgive us for not being a good host. Everyone, you don't have to pay the bill. I'll pay the bill today. The store owner said to the customers in the store. Many of these customers had already finished eating. They just stayed to watch the show. When they heard that the boss was waiving the bill, they were very happy. They all cheered. Although they couldn't continue to watch the show, it was already good enough. Moreover, if the store was really destroyed, it would inevitably affect them. So, everyone stood up and left. The thoughts in their hearts were different. Some people felt that the boss was too unlucky. Some people sympathized with him. Some people felt that if the boss cheated so much, something would happen sooner or later. Today was a lesson for him. When the last group of customers walked out of the barbecue store, the store owner waved to Jean Depeo and said, "Start smashing." Yes, boss. Jean Depeo raised the hammer and began to smash the store. However, he only smashed some unimportant things, such as broken beer bottles and bowls. If you want to smash, do it properly. The store owner also went all out. He picked up another sledgehammer that Jean Depeo took out from the kitchen and swung it directly at the TV at the side. With a loud bang, the LCD panel of the TV broke. The entire TV also fell to the ground with a clang. It was obvious that the store owner was really going all out. Jean Depeo was shocked when he saw this. This was a big LCD panel that cost more than 7,000 yuan. It was broken just like that? In the LCD TV, the LCD panel was the most expensive part. If the LCD panel was broken, the TV had no value in repairing it. Therefore, the store owner did this because he wanted to throw away everything. He didn't think about whether it could be repaired after the event. Jean Depeo also picked up the hammer and smashed together with the store owner. At first, he felt a little psychological burden when he smashed. He felt that he was wasting money. However, after smashing a few times, the desire to destroy in his heart was aroused. He felt that smashing things was so refreshing. As long as he waved his hand, a piece of glass or a bill detector would be broken. This feeling was simply wonderful. In fact, everyone more or less had a desire to vent in their hearts. Once this desire was ignited, it was uncontrollable. The store owner and Jean Depeo initially smashed the store to deal with Yang Ming. However, in the end, it was entirely because they felt refreshed. They smashed until they were excited and couldn't stop. Okay, it's almost done. Yang Ming looked at the broken pieces of glass in the store and felt that it was almost done. He instructed the store owner, then turned and walked to the door of the store. As soon as Yang Ming left, Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Gu Xinyao naturally wouldn't stay here. They followed Yang Ming out of the door. Boss, Big Brother asked us to stop. We can stop smashing. After Jean Depeo heard Yang Ming's words, he stopped. Although he felt that he was enjoying smashing, the store was full of money, so he forced himself to stop. Oh. The store owner responded, but the hammer in his hand didn't stop. It was still flying everywhere. Whatever it saw, it would be smashed. There was another burst of explosion. Boss, we don't need to smash anymore, said Jean Depeo. Don't need to smash anymore? The store owner shook his head. Since you are smashing, then continue. I am enjoying it. Ah? Zhang Depeo was stunned and looked at the store owner. What about me? You continue too, said the store owner. If you don't smash, I will smash it myself. Oh? That's good. Zhang Depeo was overjoyed after hearing it. Originally, he didn't enjoy smashing things to his heart's content, so he stopped abruptly. This time, with the store owner's approval, Zhang Depeo could finally continue to enjoy it. Thinking of this, Zhang Depeo picked up the big hammer in his hand again. Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and the others walked out of the barbecue shop. Jing Xiaolu looked back and unexpectedly saw that the shop owner and Zhang Depeo were still smashing the shop. She couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming, why are they still smashing the shop? Did you tell them that they don't have to smash it? Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He had already seen the conversation between the shop owner and Zhang Depeo. He shrugged and smiled. They are addicted to smashing and can't stop. They are really rich. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that they have cheated a lot of people in the past few years. They are so rich that they don't feel bad about smashing things. Maybe. Yang Ming didn't explain and got in the car with Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Xianxia. Brother Yang, you are still the best. Bai Hai admired sincerely. The person I, Bai Hai, admire the most in my life is you. With just a few punches and kicks, those guys were lying on the ground and couldn't move. I was actually a little scared before. I planned to eat a loss and keep the peace. After all, this isn't Songjiang, so I didn't want to argue about this. But I didn't expect Brother Yang to be like a god descending from the sky. Nonsense, Brother Yang is, of course, better than you. Xianxia said, if Brother Yang makes a move, is there anything that can't be solved? Xianxia, it seems that you like Brother Yang more than you like me. Bai Hai smiled. That's right. What do you think? If Brother Yang wanted me, I would have kicked you away. However, I don't have Xiaolu's blessing. Xianxia didn't hide her thoughts and said directly. However, Bai Hai wasn't jealous. You are talking nonsense. If I were as powerful as Brother Yang, would I still look for you? What's wrong, Bai Hai? Do you feel that you are losing out by looking for me? Xianxia glared at Bai Hai. How can I? I just said it casually. Bai Hai quickly laughed it off. Okay, you too. How is this a compliment? Why do I feel like it's not a good thing? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Bai Hai laughed dryly, and Xianxia also stuck out her tongue. Jing Xiaolu was not as surprised and excited as Bai Hai and Xianxia about Yang Ming's previous performance. After all, Yang Ming directly knocked out 4 of Yu Xiongda's underlings and took the gun from Yu Xiongda's hands. It was even more frightening. And back at the resort, Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Xianxia all returned to their respective rooms. Just as he walked to the door of the room, Yang Ming saw Wang Lin in a hurry. Seeing that Yang Ming came back, Wang Lin was a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. When I went back to the room, I was a little sleepy, so I closed my eyes for a while. When I opened my eyes, I was already here. Little Ran didn't wake me up. She went to play with her classmates, so I forgot the time. You didn't look for me, right? It's okay. Xiaolu just drove out. Yang Ming said, if you feel uncomfortable, you can sleep first. It's okay. Then I'll go back first. Wang Lin was a little sleepy after eating all the delicacies on the table. He didn't know which food didn't match, which led to drowsiness. It's really okay. You don't have to think too much. Yang Ming said with a smile. After sending Wang Lin away, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu returned to the room. There was no barrier between the two anymore. Jing Xiaolu took off her clothes casually and said to Yang Ming, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to take a shower together? Although Jing Xiaolu wanted to show that she was very close to Yang Ming, she couldn't help but blush after saying this sentence. Ugh. You take a shower first. I'll take a shower later. Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. After all, the two of them hadn't reached the level of being honest with each other. They just confirmed their relationship today, so Yang Ming was a little unnatural. Okay. Jing Xiaolu was relieved, but she was also a little disappointed. She was actually quite nervous. On the one hand, she wanted Yang Ming to refuse. Otherwise, she would feel awkward when she took a shower. However, she also wanted to be with Yang Ming. This kind of mentality was very contradictory. Jing Xiaolu went to the bathroom to take a shower. Yang Ming looked at the bloodstained sheets and called the front desk to ask them to prepare another sheet and send it over. It didn't take long for a waiter to knock on the door. Yang Ming confirmed that the bathroom door where Jing Xiaolu was closed before he opened the door for the waiter. "Hello, sir. This is the sheet you want." The waiter handed the flyer to Yang Ming. "Ugh. How much is it?" asked Yang Ming. "Don't you want to change it?" "Just give us the dirty sheets," said the waiter. "Ugh." Yang Ming sweated and said, "The previous sheet has been thrown away. I will pay you how much this is." "Is that so, sir?" The waiter was also somewhat inexplicable. He thought, why did you throw it away when it was dirty? You are really a rich person. You don't understand the life of a rich person. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He just said politely, "I really don't know about this. How about this? I will ask and tell you." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and signaled that the waiter could leave. Then, he took the sheet back to the room. Yang Ming changed the sheet. As for the piece that was replaced, Yang Ming folded it and put it aside. He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu had a hobby of collecting things. Yang Ming didn't dare to dispose of it casually. Yang Ming turned on the TV and watched for a while. Jing Xiaolu finished her shower and walked out in a bathrobe. She looked quite extraordinary. If he didn't know Jing Xiaolu's character, he would really think that she was a fairy who couldn't be more virtuous. Thinking of Jing Xiaolu's temper, this image changed in Yang Ming's eyes, but it added a bit of temptation. Isn't it popular to be wild and pure now? Seeing that Yang Ming was staring at her, Jing Xiaolu was secretly happy. She deliberately turned around in front of Yang Ming. "Do I look good?" "N." Yang Ming nodded. "Then why didn't you say it before?" "Since I met you, I have no confidence." Jing Xiaolu complained, "I only got back a little now. You used to draw like a ghost. Probably only a ghost would think that you look good." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "You are a ghost." Jing Xiaolu said, "Yes, if you think I look good, then you are a ghost." Hee hee. Yang Ming didn't argue. He smiled and wanted to hug Jing Xiaolu. "Go take a shower first. You smell like barbecue oil and smoke." Jing Xiaolu pushed Yang Ming away embarrassedly. She said this just as an excuse. She was a little embarrassed. "Then I am going to take a shower." Yang Ming nodded and got up and walked to the bathroom. Yang Ming smelled his own body. Indeed, there was a smoky smell from the barbecue. Yang Ming turned on the hot water and prepared to take a shower. Looking at the water pipe above the shower, Yang Ming couldn't help but remember the first time he came here with Zhou Jiejia. The water pipe burst. Thinking about it, it was an opportunity for their relationship to improve. It was quite ambiguous. Just as he was about to apply the shower gel on his body, there was a scream from Jing Xiaolu outside. Yang Ming was shocked. Jing Xiaolu is in the room. What can happen? Before Yang Ming could ask, the bathroom door was opened. Jing Xiaolu rushed in and exclaimed, "Yang Ming, where are the sheets? Why are the sheets gone?" It turned out that after Jing Xiaolu took a shower, she was going to sit on the bed and watch TV. She suddenly remembered that there were bloodstains on the sheets. As a result, she looked down and found that the sheets had become brand new. When she just came back, Jing Xiaolu didn't care about it. When she remembered it at this time, she found that the sheets had changed. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. This sheet is very precious. She planned to keep it as a souvenir. How can it disappear for no reason? Could it be a waiter in the villa? However, he couldn't just change the sheets without informing. Jing Xiaolu was anxious. She didn't have time to think about it. She wanted to ask Yang Ming if he knew about the sheets, so she pushed the door and went into the bathroom directly. She didn't expect that Yang Ming had taken off his clothes. She thought that Yang Ming had just entered the bathroom. Yang Ming was shocked by Jing Xiaolu's act of breaking the door. He subconsciously wanted to cover the important parts of his body with his hands. However, he thought that since he had a physical relationship with Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming put down his hands again. However, he still said awkwardly, "I changed the sheets before." In fact, Jing Xiaolu was also very embarrassed. She subconsciously wanted to turn around and go out, but she probably thought of the same idea as Yang Ming, so she stopped and looked at Yang Ming. "Then, what about the original one?" "I put the original one under your handbag," said Yang Ming. "Oh, you scared me. I thought the waiter took it away." Jing Xiaolu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you take a shower. I won't disturb you." Jing Xiaolu quickly went out of the bathroom and patted her nervous chest. She secretly said, "Why am I so perverted?" After going in, I kept staring at Yang Ming. "And, his figure is quite good." "Yeah, what am I thinking?" However, Jing Xiaolu thought about it again. "What's wrong with me looking at it? I like him, and I'm his girlfriend now. What can't I look at?" Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little self-confident. "It's natural for me to look at it." Humph. Jing Xiaolu returned to her room. Sure enough, she found the previous sheet under her handbag. Jing Xiaolu quickly put it into her handbag. After the waiter went out of Yang Ming's room, he returned to the reception desk and asked his colleague, little you, the guest in room 307 just threw away the original sheet. I gave them a new sheet. How much do you think a sheet costs?" He said he would pay. "This? I don't know. I haven't encountered this before." Little Yu shook his head. "Can you find the previous sheet? If you find it, just book the bill normally. You don't have to pay. The key is that he threw away the previous sheet." The waiter shook his head. "Then I don't know. I suggest you ask the general manager." "I don't dare to make a decision on this matter," said Little Yu. "Well, that's the only way." The waiter stood up and prepared to find the general manager. Sui Yuemin was very depressed recently. His elder brother, Sui Yuejin, was inexplicably killed. His nephew, Sui Guanqi, took over the family's huge property. Sui Yuemin's position became a bit awkward. In the past, when his elder brother was here, Sui Yuejin just pretended that he didn't see it and let his younger brother get some benefits. But now, the person in power was not Sui Yuejin, but Sui Guanqi, Sui Yuejin's son. Especially when Sui Guanqi just took office, he checked the accounts several times and found some problems in the resort. Originally, Sui Yuemin thought that Sui Guanqi was his nephew after all. Even if he discovered some problems, Sui Guanqi would definitely let bygones be bygones. He just had to be honest in the future. However, he didn't expect that Sui Guanqi seemed to have changed into a different person after his brother died. Sui Yuemin still remembered the ambiguous words that Sui Guanqi said to him when he came to check the accounts as soon as he took power. At that time, in this office, Sui Guanqi was sitting in his current boss chair with his legs crossed and looking at a pile of data on the table. Sui Yuejin complained about his rudeness. He thought, "I'm your second uncle. How can you just sit here like this? Do you still have the concept of an elder in your eyes?" However, in the company now, everyone was talking about business. Sui Yuemin couldn't find fault with it. After all, no matter who Sui Guanqi was in reality, Sui Guanqi's current identity was the new chairman of the company. Even if he was his second uncle, he was still his subordinate. "Second uncle, this resort has not been profitable for so many years?" Sui Guanqi looked up and asked faintly after looking at the data. "Ugh, this, Guanqi, you also know." Sui Yuemin just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Sui Guanqi. "Second uncle, this is the company. You should call me chairman." Sui Guanqi frowned and thought, "I'm already giving you face by calling you second uncle. You actually don't know what's going on and still want to take advantage of it. You're too blind, right?" This. Sui Yuemin's expression froze. He was a little embarrassed and a little angry. In the past, when my elder brother was the chairman, I also called him elder brother. My elder brother didn't do such a thing and wouldn't ask me to call him chairman. But my nephew. But no matter what, I'm working under him now. Sui Yuemin gritted his teeth and had to endure. Chairman, you also know that the location of this resort is relatively remote. It's on West Star Mountain between Songjiang and Jiduan City. It's so far away, and people only come here on weekends. Usually, the rooms are basically empty. With so many staff expenses, how can it make money? Really? Sui Guangqi listened to Sui Yuemin's explanation and smiled faintly, but it seems that I didn't see it like this, right? Sui Yuemin didn't know what Sui Guangqi wanted to say and was a little embarrassed. What day is it today? Sui Guangqi turned his head and asked the beautiful secretary beside him. Chairman Sui, today is Monday, said the secretary coquettishly. Did you hear that? My second uncle, the general manager of the Immortal Resort, today is Monday. Sui Guangqi snorted. People say that business is rare on Monday, but what is the result? Xiao Tao, tell him what we saw when we came here just now. Yes, Chairman Sui. Secretary Xiao Tao smiled charmingly at Sui Guangqi, but then she looked at Sui Yuemin with a straight face. Mr. Sui Yuemin, when the chairman and I came here, we saw that the entrance was full of cars. Although there weren't as many as on weekends, 2/3 of them were still occupied. The chairman went to the front desk to inquire. He originally planned to ask for the most luxurious presidential suite, but the waiter at the front desk told us that the presidential suite had been reserved all year round. This? The sweat on Sui Yuemin's face immediately fell. He didn't expect his nephew to be so aggressive. Second uncle, this top presidential suite costs more than 3,000 yuan a day, right? Reserved all year round? Even with a 50% discount, it still costs 547,500 yuan. How can the resort not make money? Sui Guangqi looked at Sui Yuemin. Just a presidential suite for a year is this much. What about the rest? Don't tell me that the labor cost here is very expensive. Each waiter has a salary of 10,000 yuan a month. Then, I will also work here in the future. That presidential suite, actually, it is not reserved. Sui Yuemin had cold sweat. He had no choice but to explain. Not reserved? Then where did it go? You have a room, but you don't rent it to guests. Is there a problem with your management policy? Sui Guangqi sneered. Actually, I'm staying here by myself. The resort is too far from the city, and I have to drive a few hours to get to work every day. It's too troublesome, so I brought your second aunt over to stay in the resort with me. Sui Yuemin explained. I think no one would want the presidential suite, so I stayed there. Oh? You mean, you stayed in the presidential suite for the sake of the resort? Sui Guangqi was amused and asked. This, not really. Sui Yuemin knew that Sui Guangqi was targeting him today. Second uncle, you really enjoy it, huh? You live in the top presidential suite. Does this resort become your home? Sui Guangqi sneered. Let's not talk about this first. You tell me, why is there no one in this resort usually? Do you want us to go and see what the occupancy rate of this resort is now? There's no need. Sui Yuemin had cold sweat, but he went all out. Chairman, just say it. What do you want? Sui Yuemin also thought about it. He was Sui Guangqi's second uncle. At most, he would be scolded. What could he do to him? He felt that his nephew just wanted to use him to establish his authority. He was a little angry, but there was no other way. Second uncle, your matter is a small matter. It is our old Sui family's matter, but it is a big matter. You are committing an economic crime. I will hand over your account to the economic investigation team. What do you think will happen? Asked Sui Guangqi. You. Sui Yuemin didn't expect that Sui Guangqi actually wanted to kill him and send him to prison. He immediately became anxious. Sui Guangqi, I am your second uncle, your biological second uncle. When you were young, I even played with you. You can't do this. Yeah, you're my second uncle, my biological second uncle, so I'm just making an assumption. Sui Guangqi smiled. Second uncle, it's because you and I are uncle and nephew that I won't pursue your criminal responsibility. However, over the years, how much have you fished out? Spit it all out for me. What have I earned? Guangqi, don't talk nonsense. Sui Women immediately felt heartache when he heard that he was asked to spit out the money. This was even more cruel than sending him to prison. Ai. Sui Guangqi pretended to be in a dilemma and sighed, "Second uncle, well, for the sake of my dead father and your elder brother, how about this? I'll give you a clear path. If you want to go, we'll still be uncle and nephew in the future. I won't pursue your other responsibilities. If you don't agree, then we can only do business according to the rules." Business according to the rules, what do you mean? Sui Women was a little anxious. "Guangqi, do I still have a choice between these two paths?" "Hee, second uncle, you're a smart person. You know which path to choose." Sui Guangqi still had a sneer expression. "Well, you win." "I choose the first path," said Sui Women. "Okay, the first path." "Second uncle, you've chosen the right path." Sui Guangqi said leisurely, "Second uncle, you and I know how much you've taken in the past. After so many years, to put it bluntly, you have the money to open another resort. How can there be so much?" Sui Women now didn't deny that he had taken the company's money, but he was unwilling to admit that he had taken so much. "You don't have to say this. I don't want to pursue the matter of how much it is." Sui Guangqi said, "How about this? The market value of this resort is now 120 million. Since you're my second uncle, I'll give you a discount of 100 million. I'll sell this resort to you. You can continue to operate your business in the future. It has nothing to do with the group." How can I take out 100 million? Although Sui Women said this, he was analyzing the feasibility of this matter in his heart. Whether or not you can take it out and how you take it out has nothing to do with the company. Sui Guangqi said, "It doesn't matter if you borrow money or have your own savings. In short, I have given you this path. It can be considered as being extremely benevolent. Think about it yourself. Do you want to go to jail or continue to be your general manager?" "Good. I'll buy it." Sui Women gritted his teeth and said. He had no other way to go. Sui Guangqi was already taking care of him by giving him this path. Although Sui Women had only earned so much over the years, about 100 million yuan, this resort would be his once he spat out this 100 million yuan. He didn't have to worry about not being able to earn more. Obviously, Sui Guangqi had already calculated it before. He knew how much he had earned over the years, so he couldn't bargain anymore. Everyone was well aware of this. "It seems that second uncle is a smart person." Sui Guangqi nodded. "Then, this matter is settled. Congratulations, second uncle. You have become the chairman of the resort." Sui Women laughed twice. He didn't know what to feel in his heart. Now that the resort was his, Sui Women couldn't be like before, thinking about earning money wholeheartedly. Now, he had to think about the management. After giving out the 100 million yuan, Sui Women only had a few 100,000 yuan left. It wasn't enough for his usual social activities and the maintenance of the resort's facilities. Therefore, Sui Women had been trying his best to collect more money to make up for it. As for the previous top-notch presidential suite, Sui Women had already moved out. He lived in an ordinary guest room with his wife. Now that the resort was his, of course, he would use this room to make money. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door of the office. Sui Women said casually, "Please come in." The waiter at the front desk, Xiaozhang, pushed the door and walked in. "President Sui, I'm Xiaozhang from the front desk." What's the matter?" Sui Women glanced at Xiaozhang. He had some impression of him, so he asked. "It's like this. A guest asked me to send another sheet over, so I went to change it for him. However, he said that the previous sheet had been thrown away." Said the waiter, Xiaozhang. "The guest said that he would compensate according to the price, but I have never encountered such a thing before. I don't know how much he should pay. Do you still need to find me for such a small matter?" Sui Women frowned. "Where did he throw his sheet?" "Just pick it up and take it back to settle the bill." "It's just a sheet." "I said so too, but the guest said that the sheet was gone." "It was really gone." "He wanted to pay," explained the waiter, Xiaozhang. "It's gone?" he said so resolutely. Sui Wenmin was slightly stunned. His face suddenly showed interest. Yes, he said so, said Xiaozhang. Oh, tell me. How many guests were there? Was it a man and a woman? Sui Wenmin had a strange smile on his face. Yeah, when they returned to the villa building and parked outside, I helped guide them. Xiaozhang nodded and said. Hee hee. Sui Wenmin smiled treacherously. I know what his sheet is for. Sui Yuemin's brain was very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get so much money from the resort. When he thought about it, he understood that the sheet must have been used by the man and woman as some kind of souvenir. This kind of thing had happened before, but many people would just cut off a piece of the sheet and leave. They wouldn't buy the whole sheet. Ah? What is it for? Xiaozhang didn't react. Do you remember when someone cut off a piece of the sheet and took it away? Asked Sui Wenmin with a treacherous smile. Ah. I understand. Xiaozhang blushed and understood Sui Yuemin's meaning. What car were they driving? Sui Wenmin had a plan in his mind. BMW X5, said Xiaozhang. BMW X5? Is he rich? It seems that he is a young master from a rich family. Sui Wenmin was overjoyed when he heard the guest's car. The plan in his mind was more certain. No, I think it was the girl who drove the car, explained Xiaozhang. Girl? That's even better. Sui Wenmin smiled. I was afraid that this young master wouldn't pay for the girl's sheet. This is great. It seems that this girl is also a little princess from a rich family. President Sui, what do you mean? I don't understand. Xiaozhang was a little puzzled. Such an important thing, of course, it needs to be paid more. How about this? You go to the guest in the room and say, 100,000 yuan. That sheet is 100,000 yuan. Sui Wenmin was really a little crazy recently. If it were in the past, he wouldn't really care about 100,000 yuan. But now, he had to use this 100,000 yuan to solve the emergency. What? 100,000? Xiaozhang opened his mouth in surprise. President Sui, how much did you say? 100,000, what's wrong? You just tell them that the sheet is made of Australian wool and is imported. 100,000 yuan is already cheap, said Sui Wenmin casually. This isn't very good, right? Xiaozhang was a little embarrassed. What if the other party doesn't pay? Don't pay? Okay, you just ask him to find the sheet that was thrown away. That's enough, said Sui Wenmin. President Sui, I think we are a little too much, right? Xiaozhang didn't want to extort people. Am I the general manager or are you? Sui Wenmin frowned suddenly. Why? You don't want to do it anymore? No. Okay, I'll go and say it. Xiaozhang had no choice but to nod. If you can't even do such a small thing, what else can you do? Call me at any time if there is anything. Sui Wenmin waved his hand, indicating that Xiaozhang could go out. Xiaozhang had no choice but to walk to Yang Ming's room 307 with a bitter face. He was the son of a farmer nearby. He was very simple and had never done anything bad. He would return the things that the guests threw away. This time, the boss asked him to extort others. When he came to the door of room 307, Xiaozhang hesitated and knocked on the door. Who is it? Asked Yang Ming when he heard the knock on the door after taking a shower and putting on his pajamas. Sir, I'm Xiaozhang, the waiter at the front desk. I just delivered the bedsheet to you, Xiaozhang said politely. Waiter, please wait a moment. Yang Ming buttoned up his shirt and opened the door of the room. Hello, sir. I asked our boss about the bedsheet before. Xiaozhang hesitated and began to stammer. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Xiaozhang, puzzled. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Sir, our boss said that the bedsheet is worth 100,000 yuan. It's made of Australian wool. Xiaozhang said carefully. Australian wool? 100,000? Yang Ming was stunned. Sir, don't be angry. I'm just a waiter. I'm responsible for passing the message. This is the price our boss said. I didn't set it. When the waiter saw Yang Ming's stunned expression, He was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on him, so he quickly said carefully. Your ordinary cotton bedsheet is made of Australian wool? Yang Ming was amused by the waiter's words. To be honest, 100,000 yuan was really nothing for Yang Ming now. However, even if he had money, Yang Ming was not willing to be casually slaughtered like a fat sheep. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Jing Xiaolu walked out of the room and asked. The boss of this resort asked me to pay 100,000 yuan for the bedsheet. Yang Ming shrugged and said to Jing Xiaolu. Ah? 100,000? Jing Xiaolu also looked at the waiter in amazement. Is the bedsheet in your resort made of gold? This is not set by me. This is the price set by our boss. I'm just passing the message. Xiao Zhang quickly explained. I found out that there are blackmailers everywhere around this resort. It turns out that this is the ancestor. Jing Xiaolu was naturally talking about the barbecue before. She didn't expect that this resort was all blackmail. The waiter, Xiao Zhang, smiled awkwardly, but he had no right to make the decision. Yang Ming, let's not give up the bedsheet. Just give it back to them. Although Jing Xiaolu felt that it was a pity to give back the bedsheet, she would rather not spend 100,000 yuan to buy a bedsheet because it was not worth it. Jing Xiaolu was this kind of person. Although she was a little vain, she was a little stingy. Now that she owned a company, she was still like this. Her character had not changed. When Xiao Zhang heard Jing Xiaolu's words, he knew that the boss's guess was correct. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the boss really has the potential of being a profiteer. Your boss is still Sui Yuemin, right? Yang Ming glanced at the waiter Xiao Zhang and asked, does he want to die? Xiao Zhang was stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect Yang Ming to call out the boss's name. Does Yang Ming know the boss? Moreover, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he seemed to be arrogant. He directly asked the boss if he wanted to die. Who is this person? If you want money, ask your boss to come and talk to me. Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Zhang and said faintly. Okay, sir. Xiao Zhang quickly excused himself. He intuitively felt that the identity of the guest in this room should not be simple. He had to quickly report to Sui Yuemin. Xiao Zhang did not even make a phone call. He decided to go to Sui Yuemin's office personally. He ran to the door of Sui Yuemin's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Sui Yuemin said. Why are there so many things tonight? There were not so many things in the past. Fortunately, I didn't go back to sleep. Otherwise, there would be no one in the office. President Sui. Xiao Zhang pushed the door and walked into the office. Oh? Xiao Zhang, how is it? Did they give you money? Sui Yuemin saw that it was Xiao Zhang, so he asked. No. Xiao Zhang shook his head. I asked you to do something and you couldn't even do it. How can you not do such a simple thing? Sui Yuemin frowned suddenly. President Sui, this is what happened. I told the male guest that the bedsheet was made of Australian wool and was worth 100,000 yuan. The hostess said that it was expensive and wanted to return the bedsheet to us. Xiao Zhang said, however, the male guest suddenly said, your boss is still Sui Yuemin, right? Does he want to die? What? You said that the male guest knew that the boss was me? Sui Yuemin was stunned after hearing Xiao Zhang's words. He asked, what is the guest's background? It was a person named Zhang Kaiyuan who booked the room for the class reunion. He should be a member of the class reunion, said Xiao Zhang. Zhang Kaiyuan? I haven't heard of him. Sui Yuemin shook his head. This guy is quite arrogant. He even asked me if I wanted to die. Yes, and then he said that if you want money, you should go and talk to him, little Zhang said carefully. If that's the case, I really want to meet this person. I want to see what kind of powerful person he is. Sui Yuemin said as he stood up and said to Xiao Zhang, you lead the way. I'll go. Okay, President Sui. Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. With Sui Yuemin leading the way, he felt more at ease. He didn't have to worry about the male and female guests in room 307 making things difficult for him. On the way to the room, Sui Yuemin began to frown. Who knows me and speaks with such arrogance? However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out who this person was. When they arrived at the door of room 307, Xiaozhang knocked on the door. Yang Ming walked over and opened the door. He glanced at Xiaozhang and his gaze fell on Sui Yuemin, who was behind Xiaozhang. "Sui Yuemin, how have you been?" Yang Ming glanced at him and said faintly. Sui Yuemin was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Ming. He felt that Yang Ming looked familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him before. "Whose child are you?" Sui Yuemin thought for a long time, but he still didn't know who Yang Ming was. So, he subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as a child of an adult he knew. This adult might be a powerful person, so this child was so arrogant. "Sui Yuemin, it seems that your memory is very bad. My name is Yang Ming." Yang Ming looked at Sui Yuemin and said. "Yang Ming. Yang Ming. I remember now. You are Sui Guangqi's classmate." Sui Yuemin's memory wasn't bad. As soon as Yang Ming introduced himself, Sui Yuemin remembered that when Sui Guangqi had a classmate gathering here, there was a guy who taught Zhang Penbai's underlings a lesson. His name was Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. "Yes, it's me. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that you are Sui Guangqi's classmate. You actually dare to talk to me in such an arrogant tone." After Sui Yuemin knew Yang Ming's identity, he laughed without scruples. "Previously, if you said that you were Sui Guangqi's classmate, maybe I would give you face. But now, even if Sui Guangqi came in person, I still wouldn't give him face. Xiaozhang, tell him. Who owns this resort now?" "This resort has now been bought by President Sui," Xiaozhang said helplessly. "What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with Sui Guangqi?" Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable after listening to Sui Yuemin's words. "Didn't you want to use Sui Guangqi's identity to suppress me?" Sui Yuemin thought that Yang Ming was pretending, so he directly exposed him. "Me? Use Sui Guangqi to suppress you? Is that idiot so powerful?" Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening to Sui Yuemin's words. "You think too much, right?" "Think too much?" Sui Yuemin frowned. "Since you don't want to use Sui Guangqi to suppress me, then I'm sorry. The bedsheet is 100,000 yuan. Compensate according to the price. Not 1 cent less." "Are you sure?" Yang Ming looked at Sui Yuemin with a smile. "You broke the bedsheet. Compensate according to the price. What is there to be sure about?" Sui Yuemin said, "I heard that you drove a BMW here. You don't lack this 100,000 yuan, right? Why don't you return the previous bedsheet to us? We have accounts here." "Okay. Then I'll make a call and ask someone to send the money." Yang Ming nodded and said. "Okay, then I'll wait for you to make this call." Sui Yuemin looked like he was going to defeat Yang Ming today. End of chapter 1673. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.